Chapter 121 The Real Man of Steel. Mayor Sheen Forrester fainted quickly. David looked at Sheen lying on the ground and curled his lips in disdain. Sir, what should we do next? Floyd has been guarding David. Now the mayor of Frostbite Town, who is the only one qualified to talk to the Baron, has fainted. They are responsible for resuscitating the mayor. Are you coming? Let's go. The goal has been achieved. He glanced at Sean Forrester. This young son of an earl was not pretending to be faint. But he was actually so angry that he fainted. He was so angry. Let the mayor of Schwanhan Town take a good rest. You can't wait until the mayor wakes up to determine the border issue? No need. The boundary has been determined. And the mayor of Frostbite Town already knows this. David turned his horse around and did not lower his voice when speaking. So the knights and soldiers of Frostbite Town, all David's words can be heard. If you dare to ignore the signs and invade the territory of Winter Town, it will be regarded as a declaration of war. And war will begin without warning. This sentence is a warning to the people of Frostbite Town. And it is also a reminder to Floyd that the Northeast Post will be the key patrol area on the next patrol route. I understand, my lord. With Floyd's response, the operation came to a successful conclusion. The northeastern boundary of Winter Town was established, blocking the possibility of Schwanhan Town developing to the southwest. And at the same time, it also severely stimulated Sheen Forrester. I wonder if this young son of an earl would be so crazy that he would ignore David's identity and order his men to attack Winter Town. From the bottom of his heart, David hoped that Sheen Forrester would do this, so that he could reasonably annex Frostbite Town and drive the Forrester family out of the northern plains. But he knew that this possibility was not big. Even if Sean Forrester's head is burned out by anger, his men will not ignore various factors. What's more, Sean Forrester is not the head of the Forrester family at all. In addition to protecting this young man, there should be surveillance duties. After the knights reported the situation to Earl Percy Forrester, the Earl would definitely not start a war easily, especially without a suitable reason for starting a war. Unless Earl Percy Forrester cruelly killed his son and then announced that he was angry with David, he could attack Winter Town under the banner of revenge for his son. I wonder if this Lord Earl is so ruthless. As the horse galloped, David glanced at Laura next to him, who was also looking at him. What's wrong? It's nothing. Suddenly it feels like we have become the villains. It's fun to play villains occasionally. And in a sense, maybe we really are a group of villains. David and the Winter Town he built are hugely different from this world. In order to survive and develop, more irreconcilable conflicts will break out between them and the local forces in this world. To some people in this world, aren't they and the forces of Winter Town the villains? You're right. Laura does not think that the Winter Town that David wants to build is a bad existence. If Winter Town really develops into Winter City, or even into the Winter Kingdom, it may be a good thing for ordinary people in this world. Great thing. Having been to Iron Tree Fort, she knows what the world is like, and Laura, who is a history expert, knows even more how difficult it is for ordinary people to live in such a social background. In this respect, David is indeed a villain for some people, but he is also a savior for others. How to view it depends on the person's position. It is inaccurate to judge right or wrong without this point. At the same time, Laura discovered that there was a topic in this world that particularly attracted her, on whether a modern person could choose what kind of system after returning to the Middle Ages, with the help of some partners with various knowledge. To replace the original system? What kind of troubles will you encounter in this process? How will ordinary people and nobles react? This topic is much more interesting than simple archaeology. After all, it is difficult to have real practical examples and get real feedback on this kind of topic. Now she has the opportunity to observe, document, and even participate in the process up close. Running quickly, everyone quickly returned to Winter Town. At this time, Will Turner had built another reminder sign, which would be placed southeast of Winter Town by Floyd. In this way, in several directions around, except for the Winter Forest in the north, there are prompts to determine the scope of Winter Town's influence. If someone ignores the prompts and enters this area, David and the others can choose to expel them by force, or they can choose to directly arrest and confiscate all property. Which one you choose depends on how the other party chooses to respond. If you leave obediently when you are warned, it is an expulsion. If you are dissatisfied and have to fight with Winter Town, then of course you will arrest him and confiscate all your property, and decide whether to impose additional punishments based on the specific circumstances. Should we build a prison or something? David, who was thinking divergently, then thought about the mines to the north from prison. Are you thinking about whether you should go to the north in person tomorrow and place the sign that represents the northern border? Freud felt that there seemed to be no need to insert a special sign in the north. The north is a large forest. Is it necessary to install signs? It's better to insert one, lest someone takes advantage of the loophole. David thought for a while and felt that it would be safer to insert one. Otherwise, what if someone really builds a village in the forest? Theoretically, the living environment in winter forest will be even worse because it is located further north. But now that the situation is special, maybe there are nobles from Iron Tree Castle who are deliberately disgusting themselves? Laura heard that she was going to the winter forest tomorrow and said she wanted to go with her. What are you doing in the forest? Will we go deeper into the winter forest this time? I want to see if there are any strange ruins. The last time David Jin explored the interior of the forest, he encountered a strange ancient altar and a giant monster. This time he walked further afield. You might find something like, besides that, I'd like to see if I can catch a pet. Have you learned how to tame pets? After Laura mastered the energy of Holy Light, she only learned how to use Holy Light. She did not focus on learning the skills of priests or paladin. Instead, she learned a lot of hunter skills after Fording obtained a large amount of information. Of course, it's not that difficult to learn. As a qualified hunter, how can he not have a pet as a fighting partner? Laura has long wanted to catch a suitable pet, but she just doesn't have a favorite target. Compared to my world, it's easier to find powerful pets here. Well, I want to catch one too. You're not a hunter. I can learn. In reality, there are no such strict occupational restrictions. David feels that in his current situation, it is not difficult to learn the basic skills of various occupations. Is that so? Laura thought for a while and found this matter quite interesting. Then I'll teach you. When I saw David, he said, can you do it? With an expression on her face. Laura confidently shot waves. Don't underestimate me. I have been studying seriously for a period of time, and I have actually used these skills in actual combat. I know better than you how to use Holy Light to display those skills. Seeing that Laura was so confident, David chose to nod in agreement. He felt that if he continued to question Laura's hunter knowledge, he would be in vain tonight. Just when the two agreed that Laura would teach David how to become a hunter using the Holy Light, a phantom suddenly appeared in the open space not far away. Is it Leon? Or is it a newcomer? David and Laura both looked forward to it when they noticed the shadow appeared. But Floyd and Elias on the side looked like they were looking into the distance. Lloyd even touched the hilt of the sword, worried that the enemy would suddenly appear. Just as David and Laura were observing the phantom expectantly, they were surprised to find that the phantom kept getting bigger, and even gradually turned into the shape of an off-road vehicle. Laura turned her head and looked at David. The meaning on her face was easy to understand. What is going on? David shook his head slightly. He didn't know what was going on. This was the first time he had seen this situation. Could it be that Wintertown has allowed everyone to drive here? When Floyd behind him realized that, it seemed like a monster coming from a distance. He had already drawn his weapon and was even ready to stand in front of the Baron to protect David behind him. But he only took half a step when David reached out and stopped him. Wait, maybe it's not the enemy. Maybe? Hearing this uncertain word, Floyd did not put away his weapon and continued to stare at the monster nervously and be on guard. As the monster approached, David and Laura saw clearly that what was in front of them was a yellow Hummer search and rescue vehicle. The yellow-painted Hummer rescue vehicle stopped in front of the two people. And then under the slightly speechless gazes of David and Laura, a flickering figure suddenly appeared in the empty driver's seat. Laura and David looked at each other, both finding this scene speechless and funny. At the same time, the two of them completely let down their guard, and David even signaled to Floyd beside him that he could put away his weapons. Don't worry. This guy is not an enemy. Then he took a few steps forward and patted the hood of the Hummer with his hand. No need to pretend. I know you. Ratchet. Chapter 122. The style of painting gradually deviates. As David retracted his hand, the projection of the driver's seat of the yellow Hummer search and rescue vehicle in front of him disappeared. With the classic sound of transformation, a yellow metal giant stood in front of David and Laura. Hello! Ratchet glanced at Floyd, who was holding the sword, and spread his free hands to show that he meant no harm. Then he knelt down on one knee and half-crouched, allowing himself to have an equal conversation with the strange being in front of him. Ratchet has powerful scanning equipment, and he is also proficient in the knowledge of the body structure of many races in the universe. However, in his eyes, Although the body structure of the human in front of him is roughly the same as that of humans on Earth, the other's physical strength is far superior. Earthlings also contain huge amounts of energy within their bodies. Ratchet has realized that the person in front of him is not actually from Earth. At the same time, after conducting tests and comparisons, he found that the environment here was very slightly different from that on Earth, which meant that he suddenly came to another planet for unknown reasons. Excuse me, where is this place? Looking at the relatively primitive clothes in front of him, and the primitive buildings not far away, Luoqiu felt that it might be difficult for him to figure out what planet he had arrived on. This is Winter Town, and I am the mayor here. David, you know me? Yes, I know you are a Cybertronian. David waved his hands to Elias and Floyd beside him, indicating that they should not be nervous, and stepped back slightly. He wanted to talk to this person. The metal giant is alone for a chat. Although Floyd and Elias were very uneasy, they must obey the orders of Lord Glamorgan unconditionally. However, what the two people didn't understand was why there was no reaction from the people in the village when a huge metal giant appeared in the town, especially the craftsmen on the construction site not far away. They just looked here for a few times, and then continued to work attentively. Hey, is that hole so fascinating to you? There is a big metal giant here. Until they had retreated a certain distance, the two of them still couldn't figure out what was going on now. The two of them, who were not familiar with each other and didn't usually communicate much, looked at each other. Do you know what this is? And what language does the adult speak? I don't know. Elias shook his head. Some kind of magic or alchemical creation. Maybe you should ask the alchemist named Pierre Newton. While the two people were discussing the origin of this metal giant in the distance, Ratchet was still trying to figure out the situation. So, do you know Earth? Yes, I know. Ratchet was surprised, then overjoyed, and then started to have a headache. How should he get to Earth? He does not have the ability to travel through interstellar space on his own. And this place does not look like there is a spaceship. Are you thinking about how to get back to Earth? Yes. Ratchet is an Autobot, and is very friendly to any race. In addition, he is a medical officer, and his main duty is not to fight. His temper is relatively good among the Autobots. You know, is there any way for me to go back? Of course. David directly introduced the situation in detail, including how to freely travel between the two worlds and so on. Ratchet listened to David's story, and quickly understood what was going on. Space folding, jumping, etc. are not difficult knowledge for Cybertronians to understand. Cybertron already possesses these technologies. What he couldn't figure out was why he had acquired this strange ability. Thank you very much, David. You are welcome. After chatting with the ambulance for a while, David quickly gained the favor of the ambulance, especially after learning that David's winter town is still under construction and welcomes anyone to come and settle here. Ratchet thought of his many Autobot comrades. Autobots are scattered in every corner of the universe, and many of them do not have strong combat capabilities. It is not easy for them to endlessly avoid the pursuit of the Decepticons. According to David, his planet and his own Earth are not in the same universe. Does this mean that the Autobots can take refuge here? Ratchet didn't ask this question directly. After all, he and David had just met. He planned to have a good chat with the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime, about this matter when he went back. At this time, David was also thinking about a similar question. Can his winter town accept Cybertronians as residents? In his opinion, it was not that the Cybertronians could not accept them, since his golden fingers came from various worlds. He had anticipated similar situations. In fact, he often imagined such a scene in his mind. On the bustling streets, vehicles and aircraft transformed by Cybertronians shuttled back and forth. Sitting in the vehicles were elves, Draenei, and humans, Tauren. However, the prerequisite for accepting the Cybertronians is that these Cybertronians should not act like Autobots or Decepticons, nor should they always regard themselves as a unique race, but truly integrate into the city and become a member of Winter City. It is very difficult to do this. Much more difficult than allowing races such as elves and Tauren to be absorbed, because the life form of Cybertronians is too special. This is why David did not directly welcome more Cybertronians to Winter Town when he first met Ratchet. Even though he knew that the Autobots were a group of refugees, he believed that as long as he got to know Ratchet for a while and mentioned this, Ratchet could bring in a large group of Autobots. If we really do that, it will be the beginning of a lot of trouble when these Autobots come over. To avoid possible internal conflicts, it is better to err on the side of caution from the start. After watching the ambulance test several times, successfully leave and return, and chat with David for a few more times, The ambulance began to consider resting in Winter Town for one night and going back tomorrow. I don't know why, but I always feel that my fire becomes more active when I'm here with you. Ratchet couldn't figure out why, and wanted to observe it for a while to get the answer. At the same time, he also chatted a little more with Laura. By the way, you can know the condition of the human body through scanning. Right. David remembered something. Then can you scan my body? Of course. Ratchet's eyes emitted a ray of light and swept over David's body. Do you want to confirm whether there is any hidden danger in your body? In fact, you are the strongest human being I have ever seen. And your body, it contains a huge amount of energy. That's an energy called holy light. David asked Ratchet to project his body data, especially his body strength data. This was not difficult for the ambulance. David soon saw a projection symbolizing his physical condition in front of him, with various data marked next to it. With data reference, David has a more intuitive understanding of his physical condition. The strength of various parts of your body is not very balanced. Lucio also discovered this situation. Maybe you should adjust your exercise plan. I'll pay attention. David found that his head and back were significantly stronger than other parts of his body. He didn't know about his head, but the strength of his back had improved in the past 2 days. With Laura's help, I discovered that it should be the reward obtained from Leon. After all, this man also has the title of Steelback Beast. Isn't the head a reward from Squirtle? If so, it is really a ridiculous reward. I can only say that it is better than nothing. After thanking the ambulance, David discovered that the ambulance could function as an attribute panel. He wondered if he could get similar rewards from the ambulance. Thinking of this, David began to think again. After the good relationship between himself and Ratchet, a Cybertronian, continued to grow. Could he gain the ability to transform into a Transformer? That would be fun if you could. What name will we give this ability then? Man of Steel Cybertron? Cybertronian body? He was happily naming a name when Mark suddenly exclaimed next to him. Holy shit! Is this Transformers? This is Mark Watney. And this is the ambulance. When David saw Mark covered in dirt, he knew that he had just been busy in the farmland and probably didn't notice what was going on here. Now he was about to go back to his cabin. So he saw Ratchet, who was still chatting with David. Mark's appearance was like a signal, and everyone who was still busy came over one after another, and then gathered around to watch the new Transformers. David, why do I feel a little weird? Ratchet began to think about whether to give up the plan to stay overnight. Just go back quickly. Don't worry. They are just curious about you. People like Sharon, Peggy, and Will were really just curious, while people like Mark and Jonah felt more like magic. Even though they already knew that Winter Town was a magical place where many people from different worlds would appear, they never thought that one day even the Transformers would appear and look at this huge metal life forms, and looking at the surrounding environment. I feel that the style of painting is a bit off. Leonard and Sheldon would go crazy if they knew what they were missing. How crazy Sheldon and Leonard will become. Everyone can only rely on imagination to imagine, but how crazy Pierre Newton, the alchemist, will behave, everyone can see now. What a perfect existence! If David hadn't pulled him, the old alchemist would have climbed on top of the ambulance to observe and study. Let me go! I must not miss this opportunity! Chapter 123 Clausa. The ambulance finally rested for a night in Winter Town, although the man named Pierre Newton was a bit verbose. After the exchange, the other party did not show any malice. He was just curious about the Cybertronians. In this case, an ambulance is acceptable. So, that night, Pierre Newton chatted with the ambulance all night in the cab of the ambulance, and they soon became good friends. The accompanying unexpected gain was that after dawn the next day, Pierre Newton, who had not rested all night, directly found David, who had just woken up, and expressed his hope to stay in Winter Town for a long time. Ever since I came here, I feel that Winter Town is the place I have always longed for. Newton really thought so. And he was not just making up some polite words. Since he met David and followed David to Winter Town, he has seen a lot of interesting things. He has been recording and studying such magical things as crystal minerals for some time. The more he studies, the more magical it becomes, and until now, he still has no way to truly understand this mineral. In other words, he has no way to use alchemy to transform an object into crystal ore. In addition, the magical metal of light cast iron was something he had never come into contact with before. He also did not ignore the shield in the hand of the woman named Peggy Carter. After arriving in Winter Town, he also saw a lot of food that he had never seen before. He wanted to stay in Winter Town for a while. see the farmland in Winter Town, and explore nearby. Maybe there might be something weird waiting for him. Let him discover it. As a result, before he could take action, the ambulance suddenly appeared. Such a magical metal life surprised the old alchemist. He had a clear understanding that David's Winter Town was probably no ordinary town, and staying here might allow his alchemy to reach a higher level. So, he decided not to leave. If you are willing to stay in Winter Town for a long time, of course I welcome you. Elias reminded David at the beginning that it would be best to recruit some alchemists and mages. The mage will not consider it for the time being. There will be no reliable mage willing to come to this remote place to live permanently. As for the alchemist, he originally wanted to study hard and work part-time. Unexpectedly, the arrival of the ambulance brought additional benefits, which made Newton consider living in Winter Town permanently. Then it's settled. I'm going to continue talking to Ratchet about that thing called atoms. David waved his hand and watched Newton get into the cab of the ambulance again. The ambulance was parked next to David's cabin that night. Elias and Freud, who were watching this scene from the sidelines, had no idea what to say at this time. They just looked at the car that the metal giant turned into curiously. It seemed to be called this? Grown-ups. Elias could still hold it back. But Floyd really couldn't control himself, especially as a personal knight of Baron David Glamorgan. He found that he seemed to be unclear about many things. I know what you want to ask. I can only tell you that Winter Town has some special features. But what are the specific special features? David looked at Floyd and Elias. This requires you. Observe yourself and get the answer. Freud stopped asking questions. He believed that this was a test for them by the Baron, and his future may be closely related to his final performance. In comparison, Elias felt that this was because the Baron was wary of him. After all, he was only sent by the kingdom to assist and teach the new nobles, and his term was only 1 year. Regarding the secrets of Winter Town, it was impossible for the Baron of Glamorgan to directly tell him the entire situation. It can even be said that Lord Glamorgan did not warn himself that he was not allowed to pry into things he should not know, which was already a great act of magnanimity. After thinking for a few seconds, Elias made up his mind. Don't ask anything. Just do your job honestly, and that's it. Otherwise, what should I do if I know too much and can't leave in the end? He is still young and has many years to live. We're going north as planned today. David was about to ask Floyd to take 2 soldiers with him, then take the last reminder sign, and then set off for the winter forest in the north, when Leon took his injured partner with him. Coming. David greeted Leon and told Floyd to prepare things first, select the accompanying soldiers, and handle the matter himself before setting off. By the way, you may be camping in the forest this time, so remember to bring enough supplies. Sir, you can just leave this kind of work to your subordinates. Freud believed that he and the soldiers could do this kind of hard work, and there was no need for the Baron to accompany him personally. I want to help Laura catch a satisfying pet. Understood. Floyd and Elias did understand that this trip was not just to play signs. The Baron was going to hunt in the forest today. In this era, hunting was a common activity for nobles. As the Lord of Winter Town, Baron Glamorgan could of course also go hunting to pass the time. Floyd took the order to prepare. Elias continued to stay beside David, and then watched Leon lead a strong man full of evil spirits to come in front of him. After greeting each other, Leon introduced his partner to David. This is Jack Clausa. This is the mayor here, Baron David Glamorgan. Baron? Clausa looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. When he saw the other person's face, he secretly complained in his heart. He is actually a pretty boy who is more handsome than Leon. Why do I always meet such a person? Didn't I tell you before that I would take you to a special place? Leon just told Clausa that taking him to a special place might be able to cure his arm, but the specific situation has not been explained yet. Clausa knew that Leon was a good person, and suddenly said that he could cure his arm, which meant he was certain. So he followed. But this place looks like a very backward small village. Nothing special about it, although he couldn't figure out how he suddenly ended up in this place. As Leon explained, Clausa realized that this was no longer the Earth, and the two of them were no longer even in the world they originally lived in. You mean, this is another world? Yes. Krause's eyes seemed to be looking at a retard, and Leon could only describe some of his experiences, emphasizing that there was magical power in this world. You said you can heal my arm. Are you referring to those mysterious powers? Clausa still had some doubts. Although he had seen the magic and power of biochemical viruses, Leon should not be talking about biochemical viruses. But is it a mysterious power similar to magic? He a little doubted whether this Leon was pretending to be someone else. Let me explain next. Ever since Clausa appeared, David had been observing this strong and tall man. Compared with the handsome Leon, Clausa is the kind of warrior with an exposed edge. Anyone who sees him for the first time can feel the dangerous aura exuding from the inside out. To put it bluntly, this guy doesn't look like a good person at first glance. However, David doesn't care about this. Because Clausa is a very pure warrior, his life is to accept tasks, complete tasks, and then take on new tasks. As for what the mission is, what deeper implications are there? Would it be unethical? He didn't care much. For David, what he currently lacks most is such a pure thug. So when he learned that Clausa had not faked his death and ran to Wesker, he readily agreed to Leon's request to help Clausa see his injury. The real purpose was to show the magic he had mastered in front of Clausa. Power. Thereby attracting him to surrender. That's the power. The golden sacred light was held in David's palm. Although he already knew it, it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. Leon also fell into a daze. Krausa couldn't help but want to reach out and touch the light. Especially because his left arm, which was seriously injured and almost disabled, actually felt a faint itching. Elias next to him opened his eyes even more, staring at the back of Lord Glamorgan with surprise. He only learned today that in addition to learning alchemy, this Baron Glamorgan also possesses mysterious power. What kind of power is this? It looks a bit like the light magic used by the Lumiere priests. As soon as the thought came up, he suppressed it. He kept muttering in his heart. Don't ask. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. He tried his best to control his facial expression. Except for his eyes. Turn that way under control. Clausa didn't need to be as entangled as Elias. He stared at the light group in front of him with his eyes wide open. And at the same time carefully felt the changes in himself. I feel that my body has become much more comfortable. Is it an illusion? No. Your body has indeed been affected. Especially your left arm, which is slowly regaining its vitality. The sudden sound startled both Leon and Clausa, and they both turned to look at the yellow Hummer next to them. Leon and Clausa had just noticed the Hummer, but they didn't know much about the situation in Winter Town. Although it was a bit strange to have a Hummer rescue vehicle parked in such a backward-looking village. But not too entangled. But when the yellow Hummer rescue vehicle turned into a tall metal giant amid a familiar voice, Krausa couldn't control his emotions. Waltfak? Leon was also shocked. He thought it was the old man sitting in the car who was speaking. But he never expected that it was the car that was speaking. What the H.L. is this? Then, as if remembering something, he looked at the ambulance with disbelief. Is this a transformer? Chapter 124 Welfare Benefits in Winter Town. Leon and Clausa were listening to David introduce the ambulance to them, and had a more intuitive understanding of the magical place of Winter Town. At the water point not far away, several soldiers from the Kingdom of Thailand looked towards the east of the town while fetching water. What the H.L. is that? How do I know? This is the first time I have seen this kind of thing. A soldier turned his head and glanced in the distance, not showing much interest in the yellow metal giant. When I was eating yesterday, I heard the craftsman said that this thing might be a machine called a puppet. Mechanical? Puppet? What is that? When he didn't get an answer, his partner spread his hands and said, You ask me, who should I ask? With an expression on his face, he finally gave up and continued to ask questions. He quietly collected the water and went back to clean the dormitory. Holding the bucket, he looked into the distance again and sighed secretly. There are so many strange things in this place called Winter Town. Maybe we can talk to those craftsmen? The soldier walked towards the dormitory with the bucket, not noticing that a slender figure slowly emerged in a dark corner not far from him. This time, my father will probably recognize my strength. After looking around to make sure no one noticed me, the slender figure seemed to blend into the shadows and disappear. It was as if nothing had happened here. David introduced Ratchet to Leon and Clausa, and Ratchet also showed that he had no ill intentions. Then Clausa and Leon felt particularly magical about being able to see the Transformers in this place. Even though Leon already knew that anyone from any world would appear here in Winter Town, he never thought that he would be able to see legendary life forms, like Transformers with his own eyes. As for Clausa, he now believed everything Leon just said. He once again confirmed that Leon was not a normal person. He would always encounter all kinds of weird things. From now on, he would not need to doubt anything Leon said to him. He would directly express his opinion. Just believe it and that's it. At this time, Elias said that he didn't understand a word these people said. But it didn't matter. The ambulance has been loaded with the Brunnian human common language. But when talking to Leon and Krause, he still needs to use the English he learned on Earth. So, this power called Holy Light can really heal my arm? Yes. Klause looked at David in front of him. He was silent for a moment and asked a very important question. So, what price do I need to pay? In Krause's eyes, you have to pay for what you want. It is the same as getting rewarded after completing a task. Are you still working in your original department? David did not directly propose recruitment, but asked a question. When David asked this question, several people present understood what David meant. No, I was fired after it was determined that my arm was disabled. Klause was not surprised by his experience. He had seen too many similar situations over the years, and he did not think that he would become special. That one. Leon next to him looked a little embarrassed. It seemed like he should say something at this time. For example, after Krause's arm healed, he could help Krause return to his original department or go to another department. However, he probably doesn't need to say these words now. What do you think of my place? Klause looked at David, then looked around, and finally his eyes stopped on the ambulance not far away. There should be no shortage of people here. Right. I am still very short of people here, especially outstanding talents in all aspects. Looking at Klause and Leon in front of him, David actually hoped that there would be characters from the Resident Evil movie version, compared with the worldview of the game version. The world of the movie version of Resident Evil is basically an apocalyptic background. Only a few humans are struggling to survive. And these people are easily recruited to Winter Town and can easily integrate into this world. After all, their original world has been destroyed. Even if it will be saved in the future, there will only be a few people left in the world at that time. The vegetation, creatures, and climate environment have been completely destroyed. Even for those few, the survivors probably won't miss that world too much. The worldview of the game version is a relatively normal world. Resident Evil is just a small-scale local crisis that will be resolved in the end. This also means that that world cannot recruit a large number of ordinary civilians, and can only absorb some specific talents. I should feel honored to be favored by the Baron. Klause did not hesitate for too long. People like him would not waste time thinking about this and that. He knew what he wanted from the beginning. When David showed admiration for him and showed his mysterious power, his heart was already moved. Now that the other party is actively recruiting him, he has no intention of refusing. And he is not prepared to play any tricks like refusing to welcome him. After all, he is in his 30s. And he can see that although the Baron in front of him takes the initiative to recruit him, he pays limited attention to himself. If he really refuses, what awaits him will not be another solicitation, but another one. Not seen either. Therefore, Klause decisively accepted David's invitation. As for the specific scope of work, he could learn about it later. He was not in a hurry even for the treatment of his arm. He could wait until he showed a certain value, and then feel at ease. Receive payment. Welcome! David didn't waste time on any investigation. He raised his hand and released a ball of holy light, covering Krause's entire body. As he was shrouded in holy light, Krause felt that his left arm was recovering rapidly. Even some hidden injuries in other parts of his body, and various minor ailments accumulated over the years were being absorbed by this golden ball of holy light. The light healed. The entire ball of holy light only shrouded his body for 2 or 3 seconds. But when the holy light dissipated, Krause felt like he was alive again. At this moment, he felt that he had made an extremely correct decision. He clenched his fists hard and felt that his body had returned to the state it had been in his 20s, which was the period when his body was at its peak. Later, as he got older, the number of missions increased. Various major and minor injuries accumulated, and the hidden injuries accumulated from years of squeezing his body's potential. He could feel that his physical condition was gradually getting worse. Nowadays, these problems have disappeared, just because of the magical power called Holy Light. Just when Klause wanted to ask something, the Lord Baron Glamorgan in front of him said something that moved him even more. I have several methods of cultivating mysterious power here, including Holy Light. If you are interested, you can choose one of them to learn. Can I also master such magical power? Yes. David nodded. As long as you can learn it. Doesn't it cost anything extra? That's the benefit of being a resident of Winter Town. David looked at Krause. It's actually easy to control such a simple person. Just give him what he wants. Of course. You can understand it's a good time for myself. Krause understood. Lord Glamorgan in front of him had said before that Winter Town had just been established not long ago. So there was a large demand for all kinds of talents. So if you choose to join at this time, you will naturally get some preferential treatment. I understand. Clausa looked at David firmly, as if he was swearing. I will never let you down. After finishing his statement, Clausa then looked at Lion and expressed his gratitude to his former partner. It was Lion who brought him to this magical place. If it weren't for Lion, his arm would not have been cured, nor would his physical fitness return to its peak. You're welcome. We are partners. Leon returned a sunny smile, feeling sincerely happy that Clausa was able to heal his arm and get a new job, and congratulated him. As for Clausa's decision to settle in Winter Town, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Anyway, he could come and go as he pleased, and the two of them would have many opportunities to meet in the future. After settling the matter between Clausa and Leon, let Leon take Clausa around Winter Town to get familiar with the situation. At the same time, he said goodbye to Ratchet and watched Ratchet return to his own world. By the time all these things were done, Freud had already been waiting aside with his people. Wait a minute. I'll change some equipment first. Krausa and Leon, who had not had time to leave, also expressed their desire to go with him when they learned that David was going to the winter forest in the north. Don't you have any work to do? I'm on vacation. Leon also wanted to experience this kind of relaxing hunting activity and take a look at the forests in this world. How are they different from those on Earth? As for Clausa, he feels that he is in very good condition now, but he needs some weapons to arm himself. In his opinion, he accepted the recruitment of Lord Glamorgan and was currently working as a guard. However, he was a little doubtful whether this seemingly backward place had weapons he was familiar with. I can also make do with bows, arrows and swords. Krausa, who really wanted to say this, saw a large number of pistols, assault rifles, and grenade launchers under the leadership of David. At the same time, his sharp eyes noticed the simply camouflaged tank next to him. Is that a tank? Clausa thought of the ambulance he had just seen. He felt that what he asked might not be clear. I mean, isn't that also a transformer? No. David waved his hand. That's a very ordinary Weasel ultralight tank. Hearing that it was not a transformer, Krausa went over to check, and then looked at the surrounding environment and several soldiers wearing ancient armor next to him. What a weird combination. Chapter 125 The Road to Winter Town. Krausa, who complained about the weird combination, finally got the costume of the weird combination. Combat training uniform plus a breastplate, assault rifle, pistol, and a cross sword. Leon looked at Clausa's outfit, with a lot of complaints brewing in his chest. Just as he was about to speak, Clausa glared back. Don't complain about my outfit. As you wish. Leon made a zipper motion on his lips and headed to the forest. He only brought his usual pistols and tactical daggers, and did not get any additional weapons and equipment from David. In comparison, David, who was wearing a Lightbringer suit, hanging a hammer of judgment and a holy light hunter on his waist, and holding a hunting bow in his hand, could be said to be fully armed, not to mention Floyd, the bodyguard knight, and the two soldiers wearing full body armor. Elias, you don't have to go with me when we go to the forest this time. David noticed the embarrassment on Elias's face. Even he himself didn't know the situation in the winter forest. For Elias, for a purely civilian official like Yas, it was not a safe place. Even if he doesn't encounter any ferocious beasts and monsters, simply walking and sleeping in the wild forest is still a kind of torture for this person. Actually, I have received some training. Elias wanted to fulfill his duty, but his momentary lack of confidence revealed his true thoughts. I'm just going out hunting this time. I'm going to put up a sign. I won't meet anyone, so you don't have to follow me. David noticed Elias's momentary lack of confidence and left the etiquette officer in the town. Moreover, you have been following me since you came to Winter Town. I guess you have a lot of things to deal with. Take advantage of these 2 days to resolve all those things, and you can serve me better in the future. Yes, Lord Baron. Elias discovered that what Lord Baron Glamorgan said was correct. After following the Lord Baron all the way to Winter Town, Elias kept running around with the Lord Baron. He only had some time to deal with his own personal affairs before going to bed at night. Until now, some of his luggage has not been packed yet. While the Baron is out hunting in the past 2 days, he can also organize his belongings. After appeasing Elias, the etiquette officer, David also waited for Laura, who had changed her clothes. As a result, I was surprised to find that Laura was actually wearing a silver-white armor. How do you like it? Does it look good? It looks good. Although he was still surprised, David answered Laura's question simply and neatly, and then looked at Laura's equipment with a puzzled look on his face. This set of armor looks familiar. Well, it's a copy of Tyron's armor. Oh, it's a pity that it's just a fake. Laura looked at the armor on her body. Although some alloy materials were used to make the armor have good defensive power. After all, it was just an ordinary protective gear with no special effects. I'm looking forward to it even more. The one we'll recreate it. Add some special metals and crystal or powder. Not only that, we'll want to try to forge the crystal or directly into the armor to see what effect it has. Laura pointed to the armor on her body, which was inlaid with many gems. That's why I chose this armor. So that's it. The fundamental reason why Laura built this armor was not because she wanted to dress up like this, but because we wanted to conduct some experiments. Some time ago, Laura checked out a lot of information about Warcraft. So when Will proposed this idea, Laura thought of this armor, which perfectly met Will's requirements. While chatting about what Will was researching besides armor, Laura and David headed towards the winter forest to the north. Clausa and Leon followed behind. Leon, who had been to Winter Town, acted as a temporary guide for Clausa, introducing him to the current situation in Winter Town. For example, Winter Town is not big yet, and their main activity area is on that street. The area to the north of Winter Town has become a huge construction site, and a brand new city may soon appear in this beautiful place. At that time, I was planning to build a vacation home here. This is indeed a good place for a vacation. But Clausa wants to know more about the power situation in this world. And what enemies Baron David currently has. What other forces are around Winter Town? It's a pity that Leon doesn't know these things. So Clausa can only find time to find other people to ask. Leon also introduced Clausa to the special residents of Lower Winter Town. People from other worlds like the two of them and Ratchet. When he heard that Captain America, Steve Rogers, was also in this place, Clausa was a little confused. Even though he had seen Ratchet, the Transformer, with his own eyes, he still hadn't fully adapted to this kind of thing. If you need help with anything, Peggy, Sharon, and Eva are all available. These people are permanently stationed in Winter Town. Unlike Leon and Steve, who often return to their own world. Mark is special. Although he often returns to Mars, he still spends most of his time here in Winter Town. So you can always come to him if you need anything. And Jonah, he is actually the easiest one to find. I know how to do it. Keeping all the names mentioned by Leon in mind, Krause's chat with Leon changed direction when they entered the forest. At the same time, the structure of the team has also changed. Floyd walked at the front. David and Laura walked in the second echelon, followed by Leon and Krause. And the two soldiers were at the end of the team. This place doesn't look much different from Earth. Krause observed it for a long time and didn't see anything special. Leon had the same idea, especially when he walked along the simple railway track at his feet to the mine. This feeling became even stronger since the construction of Winter Town began. Some miners have come to the mine and made use of all the available resources here, including copper, iron ore, and stone. All are collected and then transported to Winter Town for processing. Therefore, this mine is another busy place outside the Winter Town construction site. The craftsmen even used local materials to build a simple railway track to facilitate the transportation of various materials back to cold Winter Town. It's so lively here. David hadn't been here for a while. He didn't expect it to be so lively. However, he didn't bother the busy workers. Instead, he bypassed this place and continued deeper into the forest. At the same time, in a small village southeast of Iron Tree Fort, two young people were saying goodbye to familiar people. Diogo, are you and Marty really going to that Winter Town? Yes, we have decided. The young man named Diogo looked to be less than 20 years old. His eyes were firm. It is impossible for me to get my own land here. I might as well go to Winter Town. Give it a try. Okay. Good luck to you then. I hope you can get your own land there. Ha! Maybe I will become a big landowner. In that case, we will all go to Winter Town to join you. Okay. I said goodbye to familiar people, and finally met up with Marty, who had been waiting by the roadside for a long time. Aren't you going to say goodbye to them? I'm not familiar with them. Marty glanced at the people not far away. The eyes of these people revealed emotions such as disdain, watching the fun, gloating, and so on. Those who were really worried and blessed were 10 people in a row. Not a single one. Moreover, a few blessings were given to Diogo and had nothing to do with him at all. Everyone comes to see us off together. Why don't you say H, lo? Diogo sighed helplessly. You are always like this. That's why you are so unsociable. I know you are actually a very kind person. Maybe you saw it wrong. Alright. Diogo stopped persuading, turned around and waved goodbye to everyone again, and set foot on the road to Winter Town with Marty. This road is not so easy for two young people with little family background. The most realistic way is to join the caravan as a handyman. You don't need any wages, but you only need to provide food. Then follow the caravan through villages and towns, and finally arrive at Iron Tree Fort. The journey is more circuitous and requires more walking, but the advantage is that there is food to eat, and you don't have to worry about starving to death on the way. This method is only possible because of the youth and strength, and the caravan is more willing to take young people like them. Along the way, the two young men also met people who had similar ideas to them. However, some older people and people in poor health could not exchange for the caravan's money even if they said that they could only give them a little food every day. She could only go to the distant Winter Town on her own strength. After they arrived at Iron Tree Fort, they saw young people from a big city for the first time and were shocked by the grandeur of Iron Tree Fort. Even though they couldn't enter the inner city at all, they just saw so many houses piled together. It has already made two people who have never seen the world feel extremely shocked. How about we stay in Iron Tree Castle? There seem to be a lot of jobs here, and we should be able to find a job to support ourselves. Diogo looked at the busy people and was very envious of their busyness. I also want to live such a life. No, I still want to go to Winter Town. But there is no caravan going to Winter Town at all. Diogo wants to stay, not only because he is attracted by the big city of Iron Tree Castle, but also has a very practical problem. If we want to go to Winter Town, you can only rely on yourself. Marty was silent for a moment. This was indeed a trouble. Then find some work in Iron Tree Fort first, and save some travel expenses. Just when the two young men wanted to earn some travel expenses in Iron Tree Fort, they discovered that a caravan that was going to Snowfield Fort was recruiting people. Chapter 126 Fantastic Beasts in Winter. Exploring the winter forest was more difficult than expected. David led a group of people to walk north for a day, and found that as they went deeper, the originally flat terrain gradually became more complicated, and the surrounding environment fluctuated. There are many hills and low mountains. Is it really necessary to move on? Freud felt that there was no need to move on. With such a complex terrain, and the fact that it was still located deep in a very cold forest, how many people would have to think hard to build a village here? David also realized this. So he stopped the team, chose a relatively flat and open place, and asked the soldiers carrying the sign to place the sign and wooden board that symbolized the northern sentry and border of Winter Town. Just rest here today. Although it was already spring, the weather here in Winter Town was still very cold, and after walking north for a day, David felt that the temperature seemed to have dropped again. If you continue to go north, you may end up in a polar environment surrounded by ice and snow all year round. Is a place like that the North Pole of this world? He glanced at the mountain peak in the distance. It seemed that the mountain peak had always been at the same distance from him, and he had never been close to it. Then at least we have to get out of this forest first. Laura and David stood together and looked at the mountain in the distance. Speaking of which, I am very interested in that mountain and really want to climb up and have a look. David was silently mourning for the distant peak for 2 seconds in his heart, when he was suddenly stepped on hard by Laura. How? You spoke ill of me in your mind. You really did say bad things about me in your heart. David covered his face, and could only take Laura around the temporary camp to see the surrounding environment and see if there were any pets that were easy to catch. Their luck didn't seem to be very good. They didn't catch any wild beasts nearby, but only hunted a few hares, after carrying a few hares back to the camp, plus the big fish caught by Leon and Clausa from the river. Everyone can enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Seeing that it was getting dark, everyone sat down by the very strong bonfire. After eating dinner, the two soldiers patrolled around the temporary camp to ensure the safety of the camp. Floyd stood guard next to David. From time to time, his eyes would glance at the two soldiers not far away to make sure that there were no accidents during their normal patrol. David chatted with Leon and Krause, but basically Leon asked, and David and Laura answered. Krause was very silent. He listened most of the time, occasionally interjecting to ask questions that he didn't understand, or the details of certain things. After chatting like this for a while, Clausa also got a general understanding of the world. Brennia Continent, Kingdom of Thailand, Kingdom of Holy Gunter, Sotaruma Empire, and New Ellen Federation, Magician, Alchemist, Temple Priest, the various major forces, and the situation at Iron Tree Castle are the information that Clausa is most concerned about. Especially the situation around Winter Town. He has realized that the biggest enemy of the Baron Glamorgan he serves is Iron Tree. The nobles of the fort. Winter Town will compete with these nobles for this vast land on the northern plains. And elves and orcs. David didn't say much about these two races. But Krausa knew that the threat level of these two races was even higher than those of the nobles. The fighting power of these two races is what Krausa is most curious about now. In comparison, Leon is more curious about creatures that have never been seen on Earth, such as the giant northern wolf, a local specialty. Laura came out this time just to catch a giant northern wolf, but her luck didn't seem to be good. Not to mention the giant northern wolf. There were no traces of ordinary gray wolves. David glanced at Laura, who was wearing silver and white armor next to him, and suggested that she change her goal. Maybe you can consider catching a white tiger or something. Do you have a white tiger here? Although he is suspected of copying Tyrant, a white tiger is also a good choice. Of course it is okay if there is one. I haven't found one yet. If I encounter one, I will help you catch one. However, not to mention the white tiger, the giant northern wolf, and even the rabbit were nowhere to be found in the next 2 days. David and Laura could only return in disappointment. Returning to Winter Town on the evening of the 4th day after leaving Winter Town, when several people walked out of the forest, Laura held her head high and said that she would take time to go into the forest to look for suitable pets. And she would never give up until she caught a satisfactory pet. Come on! Emoda emotionally provided some moral support to Laura. And David looked at his territory. It was still a busy construction site. But compared with a few days ago, it had a little more special elements. Is that Ibrahimovic? David looked at the brown Pokemon with his big eyes, and small eyes not far away that looked like a little fox wearing a scarf. Then he thought of Ginny, who he had asked to bring him more Pokemon. Turtle. I suddenly felt that this little guy is much stronger than the giant northern wolf. After meeting Squirtle, Laura also checked the relevant information about Pokemon. Of course she knew this Pokemon called Eevee. But she always felt that such a cute creature should not be taken out to fight with enemies. Fighting. Even though she knew that Pokemon were strange creatures with many magical abilities and powerful combat capabilities. They're so cute. I can't bear to let them fight with people. Laura wanted to tease the Eevee. But the Eevee in front of her didn't recognize these people, and always kept a safe distance to prevent them from getting close to her. He was not obsessed with catching this Eevee, and continued to follow David to Winter Town. At the same time, he kept looking around, and sure enough, he saw several Squirtless by the river. It seems that Squirtle brought many of his compatriots with him, as well as a small number of other Pokemon. In this case, I'm afraid it's hard to tell which one is the original Squirtle. Right. Laura looked at it for a long time, and felt that these Squirtless all looked similar. When they were gathered together, she couldn't identify which one. He is the Squirtle who can travel between the two worlds. This is simple. David came up with an idea. We'll find out when we eat. And then put some special equipment on that Squirtle to make it easier to distinguish. Oh! What are you wearing? Wear sunglasses. Thinking of the group of Squirtless wearing sunglasses in the plot. It is very distinctive. Or wear a bow tie. A cuff on the arm. Or something like that. Well, that's a good idea. Laura planned to arrange these things for Squirtle when she returned. However, she observed for a while and found that except for Squirtle, there were only a few Eevee. And there were no other Pokemon. It seems that the main ones coming this time are Squirtle. Yes. David also discovered this. In this case, the town doesn't have to worry about fires. In the world of Pokemon, Squirtle serves as a firefighter. Squirtle's abilities are perfect for this kind of job. In addition, Squirtle can also help water the gradually increasing farmland. It seems that we need to put special emphasis on protecting these little guys in the town. After all, Winter Town is no longer a small village with only a few people. There are hundreds of people. No one can guarantee that everyone has the same idea. If not, some people will see these strange creatures and wonder how they taste. If someone else does this kind of thing after being specifically reminded, of course they can be severely punished, but if they haven't even been reminded, there is no need for the residents to taboo anything. So after discovering that there were many Pokemon in the town, the first thing David did when he returned to the town was to ask Eva to write a notice and then post it on the bulletin board at the door of the cafeteria. Due to the special situation of Winter Town, the residents' literacy rate is very high, so he doesn't have to worry about anyone not being able to understand. In addition, let Eva and Mark emphasize it. and bring Squirtle to help with watering and irrigating the farmland. Even if the residents don't immediately consider these creatures to be family members, they probably won't be curious about whether they taste good. Seeing David arranging various tasks for Eva, Laura said hello and went out to find Evie. Even if she was not going to use it as a battle pet, it would not prevent her from feeding Eva. Who wouldn't want such a cute little animal? How many times? Where's Mark? Mark is in his wooden house. He seems to have realized something recently. He may be about to understand some kind of power. When Eva talked about this, her face was full of envy. The longer he stayed in Winter Town, and the more he learned about the mysterious power, the more eager he became to obtain this magical power, even if he could be treated calmly at first. After seeing familiar people learn certain abilities one by one, this calmness was gradually broken. Seeing Eva staring directly at him, David remembered that he had promised to help Eva choose an ability to learn and master. It's been a while since I came back, but I didn't think about it at all. Ahem! He coughed twice in embarrassment. He never mentioned that he had forgotten about it. Instead, he asked Eva if she had decided on which power she wanted to learn. If you don't have any preference, I can only suggest it to you. Learn from the Holy Light. The Holy Light is very good. Eva smiled extremely brightly. She really felt that the Holy Light was a good choice. After all, even Lord Glamorgan, the Lord of Winter Town, used the Holy Light. To learn Holy Light by yourself, you can also ask David nearby for various questions. To learn other abilities, you can only explore by yourself. As for Paladin or Priest, before truly mastering the power of Holy Light, Eva does not need to rush to make choices. She can even learn to master them all like David. After all, there are all Holy Light users here in Winter Town, and no one is prepared to regard the Holy Light as their belief. After recounting the various key points of cultivating the Holy Light, David asked Eva to try first to see if she could perceive the Holy Light on her own. If that doesn't work, then switch to David's method of instilling the Holy Light into her. While David was teaching Eva, Fording, who had not seen him for a long time, came back. Chapter 127 Fording's Choice. You're back! Wearing the Lightbringer suit, holding the blue-purple crystal mine warhammer specially made for him by Will in his hand. The white cloak with obvious traces of battle behind him swayed gently with the wind. King's capital, how was the trip? The last time Fording returned to Winter Town to report that he was safe, David had not returned. This was also the first time Fording reunited with David after returning to Hearthland to fight against the Scourge. Not bad. David and Fording sat down at the wooden table where they usually ate together and chatted. This is Winter Town now. In that case, you should have become a noble of the Thailand Kingdom now. Right. Baron. He also received the surname Glamorgan. Baron David Glamorgan? Fording said twice. Sounds pretty good. David smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to explain to Fording how unlucky this last name was. So he could only change the topic and ask Fording about the situation there. It's much better than originally expected. Fording pointed at himself. You can tell from my state. Yeah. You look like you're in pretty good shape. There was no such thing as the expected lack of energy or the inability to eat due to the bad battle situation. As Fording narrated, David realized that the situation was not just much better than originally expected. After Fording knew the plot and made preparations in advance, the battle situation was basically the best situation according to his estimation to develop. After successfully avoiding the chaos during the outbreak of the plague and the subsequent invasion of natural disasters, Fordring successfully returned to Hearthland to assume power and built a strong defensive front. When the Scourge truly assembled, although their numbers were staggering, they were still in countless numbers. Under the suppression of artillery and firearms, there was no way to pose a real threat to Hearthland. The few Scourge soldiers who can survive the baptism of SHLS will be quickly eliminated by the Paladins of the Silver Hand. Coupled with the fact that the Ironforged dwarves have invested more and more gunners and dwarf musketeers using improved Garen rifles, the defense of the Hearthland city walls has been greatly improved again. Hearthland has become the safest place in the Kingdom of Lordaeron, and Fordring's reputation in Hearthland and even in the Kingdom of Lordaeron has returned to its peak, as more refugees from Lordaeron fled into Hearthland, including Kalia Menethil. The Lordaeron royal family, Fordring had begun to consider a counterattack against the Scourge. Ironforge is currently manufacturing a large number of helicopters. Fording talked about the upcoming battle. I plan to wait until enough armed helicopters arrive in Hearthland before launching a counterattack against the Scourge. With enough Air Force cooperation, absolutely the Scourge Legion can be completely wiped out. Although in the original Warcraft plot, The dwarves sent flying troops and artillery troops. And the dwarf musketeers were an important unit of the alliance. It would never be like this. According to Fording's description, the alliance army in Hearthland now habitually plows the ground with artillery groups after the war. And then the paladins take the lead in cleaning the battlefield. The tactics are simple and crude, but they are particularly effective against the Scourge. Where's Arthas? With Fording's style of play, Arthas wouldn't be reduced to ashes by Hearthland's heavy artillery. Right? After Fording heard Arthas' name, he shook his head helplessly. This is also what I am most worried about right now. In a world where extraordinary individuals exist, powerful individuals can have a great impact on the battle situation. In addition, the Kingdom of Lordaeron is still a relatively primitive country, so moving heavy artillery groups is very troublesome. Therefore, Fording's current brilliant results were created by relying on the Hearthland defense line he had prepared in advance. Taking the initiative would mean giving up one's biggest advantage. If Alsaw suddenly came out at this time and launched a surprise attack on the remaining Knights of the Silver Hand, there would be a high probability that the situation of the battle would be reversed. Because the most terrifying thing about the Scourge Legion is that the more they fight, the more abundant their troops become, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. The comrades who are fighting against the natural disasters alongside you one second may become members of the natural disasters the next second, waving their weapons at you. In this situation, even someone as brave as Fording must be extremely cautious, for fear of making an irreparable mistake. So, you are waiting for the new armed helicopter provided by Iron Forge? Yes. In addition, Fording is also contacting the Wildhammer dwarves to get their help, because the Wildhammer dwarves have flying combat units, such as Griffin Knights. It sounds like everything is going well. After listening to Fording's story, David felt that the situation in Azeroth was quite good. If the current situation continues, the Kingdom of Lordaeron will definitely not be destroyed. When the war is over, Tyrion Fordring, who has made great achievements, will send Kalia Menethil to the throne. He can at least become the regent himself. With the assistance of Fording, a popular, powerful, and moral paladin, it is not impossible for the Kingdom of Lordaeron to recover and return to its peak. After all, this round of raging by the Scourge has also caused great harm to several kingdoms surrounding the Kingdom of Lordaeron. The Kingdom of Lordaeron will not have to worry about invasion by foreign enemies for a long time in the future. For this human kingdom, the biggest trouble is that the land after the ravages of the Scourge will become extremely desolate. The originally fertile East Wild has turned into a plague land, filled with various mutant creatures. It's not all going well. Fording saw David's thoughts. After talking about the things that went well, he finally started to talk about the things that didn't go well. I can only defend Hearthland and protect more and more Lordaeron. The people have no extra power to rescue others. So, I feel that Arthas has never appeared on the battlefield in Hearthland. He may have led some of the Scourge soldiers to attack Quel'Thalas. After all, the Sunwell in Quel'Thalas is Arthas' most important goal right now. Arthas, who was still just a subordinate of the Lich King, was ordered to occupy the Sunwell and resurrect the Lich Kel'Thuzad. When faced with the difficulty of attacking Hearthland for a long time, he left enough troops to continue attacking Hearthland, and took the remaining troops with him. It was his only choice to attack Quel'Thalas with his troops. So, Arthas may be standing outside Hearthland, waiting for you to rush out with your troops and launch a sneak attack. He may also abandon Hearthland and attack Quel'Thalas directly. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and David felt like he couldn't tell what Alsos was thinking. But he sensed Fording's dilemma. Fording felt that Arthas had a high chance of attacking Quel'Thalas, but he couldn't gamble. Behind him is the last hope of Lordaeron. His duty is to protect these hopes of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, not to lead all the soldiers out of Hearthland to rescue Quel'Thalas. If Arthas is indeed attacking Quel'Thalas, then everything is easy to say, and he can take advantage of the situation and attack from both front and back with the elves of Quel'Thalas. But what if this is really a trap targeting Fording and the humans in Hearthland? To put it bluntly, Fording couldn't afford to bet even if there was only a 1% chance of falling into the trap. Not to mention the probability was far from that low. My personal suggestion is to continue to defend Hearthland. David believes that this is the safest way to play. As long as he defends Hearthland, with various equipment and reinforcements from other races in place, Fording can steadily clear up the natural disasters. Legion. This is a sure win strategy, especially if you know the subsequent plot. After Arthas resurrects Kel'Thuzad, he will attack the mage city of Dalaran, and then open the portal to welcome Archimonde. After Archimonde came to Azeroth, Arthas and the Scourge were thrown aside. What followed was an internal struggle between the Burning Legion and the Scourge. And the heroes of several major races in Azeroth joined forces to fight against the Burning Legion. At that time, it was Fording's best time to launch a counterattack. As for Quel'Thalas and Dalaran, Fordring are the lords of Hearthland and nobles of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, not the lords of Quel'Thalas or Dalaran. Yes, this is a safe choice. But is it really the right choice? Tirion Fordring showed his helplessness for the first time today. As a paladin with a high sense of morality and honor, he felt that he had made a wrong choice, if those additional factors were not taken into consideration. With Tirion Fordring's character, after knowing what Arthas was going to do, he would definitely rush in front of Arthas and kill the former prince of Lordaeron and now the murderer. The king kills. But did he do something wrong? There didn't seem to be anything wrong. This situation where no choice was right made him feel very uncomfortable. Looking at Fording's uncomfortable expression, David thought for a few seconds and finally said to him, "Actually, just do what you want." Tirion Fordring glanced at David a few times to make sure that the other person was not casually comforting him, but was actually showing support for him. "I thought you would give me some advice." David was speechless, feeling that Fording returned to Wintertown this time because he hoped that he could persuade him a few words to make him more determined to defend Hearthland, instead of running out to fight Arthas to the death and destroying the entire Kingdom of Lordaeron. His last hope is all on the line. Fording didn't expect that after David saw his struggle, he actually supported him to do what he really wanted to do. "Is this surprising?" "No, I was negligent." Fording smiled, the kind of smile that came from the heart. "In order to make your life satisfactory, you persisted for 2 years in this land that lacked food and was very cold. Years of people. Yes, no matter who you have trouble with, you can't have trouble with yourself." David stretched out his hand and held it with Fording's big hand. "Besides, my friends and I will support you." When their hands were held together, David vaguely felt something. Chapter 128. Mark is happy to bring a big gift package. What? David was stunned for a moment. But of course, he couldn't escape Fording's eyes. "Did you feel something again?" Regarding David's situation, Fording, Laura and Mark, the people who have been in contact with him for the longest time, have some guesses in their hearts. It's just that there are some things that are clear in their hearts, and there is no need to say them out. This time, he suddenly asked, mainly because David had firmly expressed support for him before, which made Fording very happy. For such a true friend, he had less scruples about speaking. "It's nothing." When David shook hands with Fording just now, scenes after scenes of strange but somewhat familiar scenes suddenly flashed before his eyes. Those scenes were all scenes that he had never really seen, but had seen countless times. Scenery: Elwyn Forest, Westfall, Duskwood, Plaguelands, Stratholme. Different from the pictures I saw on the computer before. What I saw this time was much more vivid and real. "I'm not sure either." This was the first time he encountered this situation, and he had a vague suspicion. Looking up at Fordring, David stretched out his hand to signal, and then made a request. "Tirion, can you take me over to have a look?" "Of course. But it's not impossible." "You mean?" Fording saw David nodding uncertainly and understood why he had that reaction just now. "Let's give it a try. It won't be a waste anyway," etc. To be on the safe side, David decided to say hello first. So he knocked on Mark's door. "Is something wrong?" Mark opened the door and saw David. He was surprised that David came and knocked on his door at this time. It was probably because of something important. "I'm going to do an experiment with Tirion, and I might be gone for a while." "Leave? Where are you going?" Mark responded blankly, then realized something was wrong. Where could David go at this time? If you are only doing experiments near Wintertown, there is no need to go out of your way to inform yourself. You will come here to say hello, which means that this matter is not simple. "Count me in." He watched helplessly as Mark changed into clothes as quickly as possible, even carrying a pistol, then walked out of the cabin and closed the door. "I'm ready." David shook his head speechlessly, and could only signal him to wait for a while, and then go find Eva. After receiving his basic teachings, Eva returned to her cabin and tried to comprehend the holy light. However, she was called out by David as soon as she started. "If everything goes well, I'll be back soon." "You mean something might go wrong?" "Probably not. It's just a special warning just to be on the safe side, so that you won't worry about not being able to find me." "I understand what you mean." Eva understood that David asked her to guard here, if someone happens to come to him, or if David fails to come back immediately. Eva can say that the Lord has temporarily left Winter Town due to something urgent. As long as it is explained that David and Fording are together, people who know the situation will naturally not worry about him, and people like Floyd and others know that the Baron is out and there is no accident. At least nothing will happen within a few days. Let's go! After arranging things, he looked around and saw no sign of Laura. David looked at Mark again. Are you sure you want to follow? I don't know what will happen. Are you afraid of missing the communication with the Earth? In that case, I can only live here for the rest of my life. As if this is not a bad thing for me? Mark spread his hands. He had nothing to lose anyway. Then let's go! David and Mark looked at Fording together, and Fording was looking at David. The three of them looked at each other in silence for a while. And then Fording asked, What should we do? Just like usual. Thinking about returning to your world? David thought for a while. And it should be similar to the situation when Elizabeth followed Will to and from Winter Town. Mark and I put our hands on your shoulders. Fording nodded, then turned and walked towards the outside of Winter Town. David and Mark put their hands on Fording's shoulders and followed Fording. Soon, David felt his eyes blur, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed into something else. Fording in front of him also stopped at this time, and turned his head to look behind him. Oh, I'm really here. David and Mark realized that this was the world of Azeroth. The two people immediately looked around, judging that this strange place seemed to be an office. The most conspicuous thing in the room is the huge desk and the huge bookshelf with a lot of books on the wall. This is my office. After briefly explaining the location of the two of them, Fording immediately asked David, Would you like to try going back? Well, let's try it first. If we figure out the situation early, we can better decide what to do next. Later, with the cooperation of Fording, David and Mark made various attempts. Half an hour later, several people figured out the basic situation. Now they can come to the world of Azeroth under the leadership of Fording. Going back is much simpler. Even without Fording's help, David and Mark can go back at any time. But if they want to come back again, they still need Fording's help to lead the way. Why does it feel weird? I seem to have become the bad guy who lured outsiders to Azeroth. If you say that, wouldn't I become an evil invader who wants to harm the world of Azeroth? David felt that Fording's metaphor was too inappropriate, and he was not called Sargeras. But in this situation, I think you can feel more confident and bold to act according to your own ideas. Fording smiled. If David and Steve could come to help, he could indeed be more bold. For example, completely killing Arthas on the land of East Wilder and defeating the Burning Legion's conspiracy in advance prevented Archimonde from even having a chance to enter Azeroth. This result is very important to Azeroth. Much better. Right? At least the Night Elves don't have to sacrifice countless Elven souls and the World Tree. As long as you don't worry about provoking the Bronze Dragon. Huh? Of course I don't care. David pinched his waist as if he could possibly be afraid of those guys. Anyway, I can go back to Winter Town at any time. Fording shook his head speechlessly, and then looked at Mark. He found that Mark became very silent after coming here, which made him feel something was wrong. Mark is usually a very energetic young man, and is very good at entertaining himself. Even if he doesn't answer a word, he can still chat with himself for a long time. Mark, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? No. Mark waved his hand. I just vaguely felt that this land seemed to be moaning. Since coming to Azeroth, Mark has always heard faint cries and whines. Having studied shaman knowledge, he immediately realized that these sounds came from the land under his feet that was suffering from disaster. Should I express congratulations on this? Fording immediately reacted. Mark had taken an important step in the path of shamanism. After all, not just anyone can hear the voice of the earth. Thank you. Mark was still emotionally affected to some extent by the wailing of the earth. He was a little unhappy now. The constant whining and complaining gave him a headache. At the same time, he also realized why he had always felt particularly happy recently. Because the land of Winter Town always conveyed joy to him. And he himself was also affected in some ways. At that time, he thought that the situation in Winter Town was getting better and better, and that his future was also bright. So he felt joy from the bottom of his heart, completely unaware that he had established communication with the elements. With the experience here in Azeroth, he finally understood his own situation. And then, he could start practicing and learning the knowledge of shaman according to those information. Just when he was thinking this, the earth, which was still moaning, conveyed something to him. Mark, who was full of doubts, tried to contact the information, and was surprised to find that it contained various knowledge about shamans. At the same time, mixed with expectations and hopes, it seems that Mark hopes to learn this knowledge as soon as possible and then solve those illnesses. After telling their situation, Fording and David felt very speechless. They didn't expect that Mark just came to this world to take a look out of curiosity, and ended up receiving a task from the elemental spirit. The mission hasn't even started yet. The reward package for the mission was sent first. All I can say is he worthy of being the protagonist? David began to wonder. If Steve came to the world of Azeroth, would Elune directly reveal his true identity? There are also Peggy and Sharon. These two are still hesitating about which power to choose. If they come to Azeroth, will they be locked by the holy light in an instant? They will be cast in light directly to prevent such good talents from being robbed. Walk? Why doesn't some kind of power contact me? My holy light talent is also quite strong. After all, he copied Fording's talent. Is he so looked down upon? David tried to close his eyes and tried to understand. Originally he was just trying it casually, but he vaguely seemed to hear some kind of sound. Don't bother me. I haven't slept enough. David opened his eyes and noticed that Fording and Mark were staring at him. What's wrong? What did you hear? Or sense something? When Mark asked, he pointed at David's face, reminding him not to make up lies to deceive him. Your expression had already revealed everything. Have you gained any knowledge? No. David shook his head. He did not receive any so-called knowledge gift package, but only heard such a message. I just feel that this world does not seem to welcome my arrival. Mark was confused by David's answer, while Fording next to him thought of something and looked at David in surprise. Chapter 129, The First Time Traveler Alliance Meeting. Because after reading the Chronicles, Fording can be regarded as the person who knows the entire world of Azeroth best. He can tell people, no one knows Azeroth better than me. So when David said that, he immediately understood what this situation meant. Fording hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally did not ask the question. Anyway, no matter what kind of existence David was, he was just a partner who supported him and was willing to help him. As for David being no ordinary person, he had long realized this. So, does that mean we can't stay in this world for too long? Mark was concerned about another question. Could David's reaction be a reminder to outsiders not to come over? I don't know. It shouldn't have any impact. Right. David closed his eyes and thought for a while. But this time, he didn't get any clear response. We won't live here forever anyway. David and Mark came here mainly to test whether David's ability has been upgraded again. Now that they have the answer, what they have to consider is how to help Fording deal with Arthas and the Scourge. Should we go back to Wintertown and discuss it with everyone? Mark walked around Fording's office, and then looked at the map on his desk, which marked the various lines of defense in Hearthland. Arrangement details. Especially professionals like Steve and Peggy? Well, I must discuss it with everyone. David likes to watch superhero movies, and he also admires powerful heroes. But he never thinks that he will be that kind of lone hero. Even if he has enough strength now, the way of thinking is still the same. If many people can work together to solve something, there is no need for one person to survive alone. Let's go back first and talk to Laura and Steve about the situation here. David quickly made a decision. Tyrion should also make some arrangements. Yes, especially several colleagues in the Knights of the Silver Hand. If Fording wants to escape from Hearthland, he must discuss various details with the leaders of several major forces in Hearthland. Hearthland currently houses various forces from the Kingdom of Lordaeron. When all forces are gathered for defense, they are all willing to obey Tyrion Fordring's command. But if you want to conduct other military operations, things will become much more complicated. The commanders of the Knights of the Silver Hand, the commanders of the Kingdom of Lordaeron's army, the commanders of the dwarf troops, especially Kalia, the last heir of the Menethil royal family. Fording must launch a counterattack. Gain the support of this princess. Then let's prepare ourselves first. See you tomorrow. After several people discussed it, David, Mark and Fording said goodbye and returned directly to Wintertown. As soon as the two came back, they saw Eva chatting with Laura. There was an EV next to Laura. It seemed that after being fed, the EV had dropped its guard against Laura. Came back? Laura looked at David and Mark, pinching her waist to express her dissatisfaction. Why don't you call me to join them? I'm also very interested in that world. This time is not about traveling and exploring. David waved his hand, and then gave a general description of the situation at Fording and Laura and Eva. Only then did the two women know that the war situation on Fording's side had entered a critical moment, and the next choice might determine the future of the entire Eastern Kingdom, and even the world of Azeroth. How can we help? Laura didn't know much about war, and she didn't know what role she could play in this war. No matter what, just express your firm support for Tyrion. David thought about it carefully. For Fording, the combat power of Wintertown can indeed be of some help to Hearthland. But the key is not these, but spiritual support. The existence of Wintertown gave Fording a solid enough backing, and it was also the safest retreat, even if he really failed to defeat Alsos and gambled away the power he had finally gathered. He could take the remaining people to Wintertown to seek refuge and wait for the next opportunity. If it is true that once this battle is lost, the kingdom of Lordaeron will be completely destroyed, then it is not the case that Fording can make up his mind to fight Arthas to the death just by David saying a few words. Call everyone over first. David thought for a moment, and whether he could help or not, he should at least explain the situation to everyone first. So under the notification of Laura, Eva and Mark, several people currently staying in the village gathered in David's wooden house. Several people gathered at Lord Baron's place, and it was certain that some people's attention could not be avoided. David ordered Floyd and Gareth Stanton to patrol the front and back of the cabin to prevent anyone from approaching the cabin. Jonah, who just hadn't left yet, and who was chatting nonsense with Clausa and Jonah, Will Turner, Peggy Carter, Sharon Rogers, plus Eva, Laura and Mark, finally called over Edwin Van Cleef, the few visitors from other worlds currently staying in Wintertown, except for Anduin, who was in a special situation. All crowded into David's cabin, filling the small wooden cabin. Everyone looked at each other, and soon knew that what was going to be discussed today was probably a big deal. When David saw that everyone had arrived, only Ratchet and Steve had not arrived. So he signaled everyone to be quiet and described what happened to Fording. Leon and Krause did not rush to ask who Fording was. They leaned against the wall next to the door and quietly observed everyone present. As David told the story, the two gradually understood that the man named Tyrion Fordring also came from another world, and was a powerful paladin with status and strength in his own world. The power called Holy Light currently in Wintertown was originally taught to Lord David by Fording. Now, the great Lord Paladin is about to face a very important battle. David called these people here probably because he wanted to express his support for the Paladin. As David narrated, everyone quickly heard the key point. David's abilities have been upgraded, and now they have the opportunity to travel to other worlds. Everyone suddenly realized that no wonder David suddenly called everyone over. It turned out that this was the key. Everyone looked at each other, including Leon and Clausa, and everyone realized what David's ability upgrade meant. Each and every one of these people present has become a being who can freely travel to other worlds, and is no longer limited to the Brunia continent where Wintertown is located, and the world where they originally lived. For example, Lara Croft, if she feels that there are no ancient tombs in her world worth harming, she can also go to the world of Azeroth to explore, and form a team with Brian Bronzebeard and lore walker Joshua. Sharon, who cannot return to her own world due to inexplicable reasons, can also go to other people's worlds to relax. Maybe she will solve her own problems without knowing it, and can go back. There is also Peggy, who is trapped in an unknown dimension. She can contact Ancient One through Steve, and go to her world to help her solve her troubles, and return to the Earth where she originally lived. In short, with the upgrade of David's abilities, some problems that were originally difficult to solve have become easy to solve, and some people have more choices. Of course, they are not in a hurry to consider these things at the moment, but should concentrate on discussing Fording's situation, clearly unifying our internal thinking. In terms of combat effectiveness, not many people here can help, even in matters of battlefield command. Peggy, a super soldier who had never actually commanded a large corps in combat, and Sharon, a super soldier who had no command experience at all, could not help much. As extraordinary combatants who participated in that battle, the strength of the two of them was not strong enough to determine the outcome of such a battle. Not to mention, several other people present were not as strong as these two. It can be said that the biggest role of these people in Wintertown is to help people in Hearthland quickly relocate when the situation changes. Together, everyone can bring people to Wintertown faster, although it has not been tested yet. But if you want to bring ordinary people over, you will most likely have to make direct contact. In addition, I may travel to Azeroth frequently during this period. This is the important reason for David to recruit everyone, to inform everyone of his whereabouts in advance. If the Lord is not in Wintertown, he will go to Azeroth to help Fording. so everyone does not need to worry. As for David's safety, he just said that David can come back here at any time. If the situation goes wrong, he can just run back. I think, David, you don't need to stay there for a long time when there is nothing important. Instead, we, the people, should take turns to guard Tyrion's side. Peggy thought for a while and gave her own explanation. Suggestion. Once an emergency occurs, you can come back immediately to notify everyone to make corresponding preparations. Well, Peggy is right. Laura also thought Peggy's suggestion was good. Just let me, Peggy, and Sharon take turns. The few mentioned by Laura are the most suitable candidates at the moment. The three of them have no specific responsibilities in Wintertown, and they are usually relatively free. So they are the most suitable for doing this kind of thing. Others such as Eva, Will, Mark, and Jonah all have their own things to do. Leon, Ratchet, and Steve spend more time in their own world. As for Clausa, he has just arrived, and even the basic situation is not clear yet. Then it's settled. The simple meeting ended here. David will go to Hearthland with Laura and Sharon tomorrow. As for Steve, he has to see if he will come before leaving tomorrow. Chapter 130 Hearthland. After a good night of recuperation, David got up early the next day. While washing and eating breakfast, which Elias brought to David's cabin, he briefly greeted the etiquette officer and told him Elias himself might go out from time to time during this period. So he told him not to worry. According to the regulations of the Kingdom of Tyron, I must always be with the Baron. The situation this time is quite special, so it's not convenient for me to take you with me. This, Elias could only accept the order of Lord Baron Glamorgan. But as the Lord Baron mentioned, he would not even take the two personal knights Floyd and Gareth Stanton with him when he went out this time, worrying Elias. Don't worry. I have some special methods, so there is no need to worry about my safety. After a few casual remarks, David put on the Lightbringer suit again and brought his commonly used weapons such as the Hammer of Judgment and the Holy Light Hunter. When he walked out of the cabin, Laura and Sharon had also changed their equipment, and both women were fully armed. Laura put on the silver-white armor and carried a hunting bow and quiver on her back. In addition, she also had 2 pistols stuck in her waist, which should be loaded with powerful ammunition made by Will. Sharon was wearing a battle armor made by Will and added with crystal or powder. She carried a shield behind her back and held a specially crafted knight's lance in her right hand. The knight's lance was inlaid with relatively large pieces of crystal ore. Are you going to fight someone? Before David could say H, low to the 2 women, Steve happened to arrive. You came just in time. After explaining the situation to Steve, the enthusiastic Captain America asked everyone to wait for him for a while, turned around and left Wintertown. When he reappeared, Steve, who usually wore casual pants and a leather jacket, had changed into a suit of armor, with a buckler on his left hand, and the Hammer of Salvation and a pistol hanging on his waist. Are you okay? You may stay in Azeroth for a while this time. Don't worry. I just got a vacation. Then let's go there together. While several people were talking, Fording also came over. Seeing several fully armed companions, he knew that they decided to go to Hearthland to help him. We won't launch a counterattack in the next few days. Fording expressed his gratitude to everyone for their support, and explained the situation by the way. And if we really launch a counterattack, we won't let you charge with the soldiers. After all, you have never accepted it. Training in this area. We all know this. Steve was the first to express his attitude. We just want to do what we can as much as possible. Fording nodded to David and others, and then led a few people to Hearthland. Several people who decided to stay in Wintertown also came to chat with Fording and expressed their support for him. Until the figures of Fording, David and others disappeared. Will and Mark looked at each other, with an unprecedented desire to become stronger rising in their hearts. It seems we cannot be too satisfied with the status quo. Mark originally thought that it would be a great thing if he could master some mysterious power, but if he really didn't have that talent, he wouldn't push it too hard. But now that he has gained the knowledge of the shaman and has taken the most important first step, he has no reason to slack off. If such an opportunity slips away due to his laziness and lack of effort, he will definitely regret it in the future and run to Mars to dig a hole and bury himself. Not only will he have no shame in coming back to Wintertown, he will even have no shame back to Earth. As for Will, he was originally very satisfied with his current situation. With a stable career and a gradually growing family fortune, his relationship with Elizabeth is about to blossom. Not long ago, after he helped Port Royal repel a group of weird pirates through the special weapons he built. He was recognized by Elizabeth's father, Governor Weatherby Swan. It can be said that his career and love are both perfect. But he seems to have lost the energy to continue working hard. Now he is carefully building and studying various crystal weapons. Mainly because it is his job. It is also some of his hobbies. Now he found that he still didn't work hard enough. If he continues like this, he may soon lose his unique position in Winter Town. Will is currently the only blacksmith in Winter Town who has mastered the manufacturing and development of crystal ore weapons. Its position in Winter Town is very stable, as everyone has mastered various magical powers. Can ordinary people still create weapons that meet David's requirements? Maybe I should learn alchemy from the alchemist named Pierre Newton? When David came to the blacksmith shop a few days ago to learn about blacksmithing, Will knew about the existence of alchemy. Will feel that his position is shaken. There are also factors in this aspect. It can even be said that learning alchemy was not a temporary idea on his part. He had this idea in his heart at that time, but today, he has confirmed this idea. In addition to Will and Mark, Clausa, who wanted to become stronger, chatted with Leon, who did not leave at all and stayed overnight in the cold winter. He no longer concealed his desire for powerful power from Leon, his benefactor of desire, especially in Winter Town. If he wants to better repay medical expenses, he must make himself stronger. Perhaps we can ask that Eva if there is any power suitable for us to learn. Us? Leon pointed at himself. Does he still have his own business here? Of course. And learning these magical abilities will also allow you to better deal with those biochemical viruses. Right. Clausa doesn't think Leon is an outsider. After all, Leon is the one who is truly qualified to come to Winter Town. Moreover, what happens in this place in the future really has nothing to do with you. What you said makes some sense. But can I learn those magical things? Leon had already heard the general situation from Peggy. What about mages, druids, shamans, paladins, etc.? It sounds like it has nothing to do with ordinary people like me. I'm afraid you are the only one who thinks you are an ordinary person. After Krause complained about Leon, he was going to find Eva to get some relevant information. He wanted to look at the characteristics of those powers and judge which one is more suitable for him. Just when Winter Town suddenly set off a wave of strength, David and others followed Fording to the world of Azeroth, Hearthland located in the north of the Kingdom of Lordaeron. Is this Azeroth? David and others still arrived at Fording's office. After arriving at their destination, David immediately looked at Steve. What's wrong? Do you feel anything special? A special feeling? Steve asked with a question mark on his face. There is no special feeling. David observed carefully for a while, with a disbelieving look on his face, and indeed could not see anything special happening in Steve. Oh, I seem to feel some information. Steve closed his eyes and felt it for a while. And then he heard the cry of the earth like Mark. This land is suffering, and it is begging for my help. I seem to suddenly I learned a lot about shamans. David thinks this situation is normal. He can already look at me with a normal heart. Does the elemental spirit discriminate against me? Ignoring Steve, David looked at Sharon standing aside, only to find that Sharon was standing there looking around. And there was nothing special about her. Sharon. How? The power you couldn't communicate and mobilize in Winter Town before should be easier to obtain here, David reminded. If Sharon can mobilize the energy of arcane magic here, if she is really more interested in arcane magic, if you are interested, this is a great opportunity. But to David's surprise, Sharon said that she had mastered some kind of power. Ah? David thought Sharon chose the Holy Light in the end. After all, he is the second-generation Captain America, and his affinity with the Holy Light should not be low. You chose the Holy Light? No. I chose arcane energy. It's not that it can't be mobilized. Did you ask Pierre to help? David immediately understood how Sharon did it. Yes. Didn't Pierre say that alchemists are good at these things? When she was in the royal capital, Sharon learned from Pierre Newton how to extract arcane energy on the continent of Brunia. After a period of hard work, she had stored a lot of arcane energy in her body. Energy. So you're going to be a mage? Who said that one who uses arcane energy must be a mage? Sharon was not planning to change her profession to become a mage. She chose arcane energy because this energy is extremely malleable and versatile. Not only will it not affect her original fighting style, but it will also add more variety to her fighting style. Just when David wanted to ask more about Sharon, there was a knock on the office door, and at the same time a question came. Father? Talon? Come right in. As a tall brown-haired knight wearing armor walked in, Fording introduced David and the others. "This is my son, Tyron Fording." At the same time, he introduced David and others to Tylon, who was full of doubts. "They are friends I made outside. After learning about the situation in Hearth Valley, they came here to help." Hearing that they were the people who came specially to help, Tylon expressed his sincere thanks and welcome to several people. "Welcome to Hearthland. It's a pity that I can't lead you to appreciate the beautiful scenery of Hearthland. When the natural disaster subsides, I will personally lead you to take a good look at the beautiful scenery here." After saying these words, Tyron immediately turned to look at his father and explained why he suddenly came to him. "Father, Jaina Proudmoore is here." Chapter 131: The Elites in Hearthland. "Gianna? What is she here for?" Not only David was confused, but Fording also didn't understand why this Dalaran mage from Kul Tiras came to Hearthland. Tyron didn't know that his father was thinking about the impact of this change on his side. He thought that Tyrion Fordring's words were asking him. So he answered honestly, "Jaina Purple Mage Dima heard that we were fighting the Scourge in Hearthland. So he came to Dalaran to check on the situation. That's it." Tyrion Fordring turned and looked at David. Both of them felt that the matter might not be that simple. "Just in time. I'm going to gather everyone to discuss something. So I'll invite Master Proudmoore to participate." "Bar. Okay. Father." Tyron didn't need to ask who should be invited to the meeting. He knew the current situation in Hearthland very well. If his father wanted to carry out any military deployment or action, he would not be able to avoid those people, which must be notified. In addition, there is Jaina Proudmoore, the representative of Dalaran, who has just arrived in Hearthland. After Tyron left, Fording looked at David. "Changes are beginning to appear. Sooner or later this is going to happen." According to the original plot, Jaina and Arthas initially investigated the plague in the kingdom of Lordaeron, and the first city they went to during their investigation was actually Hearthland. In other words, in the original plot, Hearthland was a city that fell to natural disasters earlier than Stratholme. Later, Tyron Fordring united with the remaining Knights of the Silver Hand to recapture the Hearth from the hands of the Undead Valley, and served as the base of the Scarlet Crusade. Now, with the various operations of Fordring, Hearthland has escaped disaster. Jaina and Arthas only passed by Hearthland when they investigated, and found that there was no outbreak of plague here, and went to other places. The subsequent development is no different from the original history, with the Stratholme plague breaking out, Arthas ordering a massacre of the city, Uther being dismissed from his post, Jaina leaving in disappointment, etc. According to the original history, Jaina would return to the mage city of Dalaran, and get the prompt from the prophet, lead some survivors of Lordaeron, take the warship of Kul Tiras to Kalimdor, and welcome the crucial battle of becoming a hero yourself, the Battle of Mount Hyjal. In other words, according to the original development, Jaina would not come to Hearthland after returning to Dara. In addition, the thing that Fording and David valued most was the prophet. Others didn't know it, but these two knew that this so-called prophet was actually Medivh, the previous guardian of Azeroth. Jaina suddenly came to Hearthland. Was there any guidance from this prophet? What does the prophet think about Fording's actions? "I can't think of an answer here. Go meet Miss Proudmoore." Fording waved his hand and motioned for David and others to follow him. "By the way, I would also like to introduce to you my colleagues in Hearthland." Following Fording out of the office, they quickly walked to a huge conference room. While walking through the corridor, a few people saw the interior of the fortress in Lower Azeroth. Seeing this dark environment with little light, David suddenly felt that he had made the right choice not to choose the castle as his residence. In terms of comfort, modern architecture is definitely better. This is why Laura agreed with the design plan. She also didn't want to live in a huge, dark castle. Arriving at the conference room, there were already several armored knights waiting here, and Fording immediately introduced them to them. "This is Alexandros Mograine, and this is Alfred Aubes." The first people introduced to David were two tall knights wearing heavy armor. When he heard their names, David understood why they were introduced first. At present, the composition of the Knights of the Silver Hand in Hearthland is quite complex. There is a part that was originally stationed in Hearthland and took orders from Tyron Fordring. This group is also Fording's old subordinates, and it is easiest for Tyrion Fordring to mobilize his command of. Some of them came from the defeated troops in various areas of East Wilder, mainly the ones led by Uther. They lost their commander. After defecting to Hearthland, they were willing to take orders from old Fording. It would be okay to mobilize them. The trouble There are also some who came to Hearthglen led by other commanders of the Knights of the Silver Hand, including the knights led by Alexandros Mograine and Alfred Abetes. This is the commander from Ironforge, Birim Goldhammer. To say that Fordring was able to defend Hearthglen, the biggest help was not Alfred Abetes and Alexandros Mograine, but the help from the dwarves of Ironforge. Not only did they provide a large number of artillery, the dwarves also sent elite gunners and musketeers to directly participate in the defense of Hearthglen. The commander of these dwarf troops was the dwarf commander in front of him. During the introduction, people came to the conference room one after another, and Fordring introduced everyone to David step by step, including the priest Icilian, the person responsible for teaching Tyron the way of the holy light when Tyrion Fordring is not in Hearthglen, Mograine's chief advisor Fairbanks, Alexandros Mograine's sons Renaud Mograine and Darian Mograine, Alfred Abetes' daughter Bridget Abetis, etc., and Jaina Proudmoore, who suddenly came to Hearthglen, the leader of Kul Tiras, the daughter of Alliance Admiral Dalen Proudmoore, and the Kirin Tor mage from Dalaran. Just at this time, Kalia Menethil, the only surviving royal member of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, also arrived. This is Baron David Glamorgan. After learning about the situation here, he came here to help. When introducing David to everyone, Fordring did not explain his origin, but emphasized that David was because of his relationship with him. I came to help because of my personal relationship. Although he didn't know where David was a baron, he was willing to help in this situation. Everyone present welcomed David. Kalia Menethil even expressed her gratitude to David in the name of the Kingdom of Lordaeron. Your Highness, there is no need to be so polite. The Scourge Legion is the mortal enemy of all living beings. I just did what a living person should do. David's response made everyone present feel good. Although the Baron of Glamorgan is not a member of the Knights of the Silver Hand, judging from his performance, he is definitely an excellent believer of the Holy Light. After finishing the gossip, Fordring began to discuss business with everyone, which was the plan to break out of Hearthglen and launch a counterattack against the Scourge. To David's surprise, all the commanders present agreed. In the eyes of these paladins, after stabilizing the defense line of Hearthglen and withstanding the impact of the Scourge, launching a counterattack was a matter of course. These knights have no intention of staying in Hearthglen and waiting for a favorable opportunity to strike back. Alfred Abindus and Alexandros Mograine even expressed their intention to go to Arthas and kill the regicide who betrayed the kingdom and people of Lordaeron. Pay for everything you do. David was stunned as he watched, deeply feeling how out of tune he was with these paladins. It seemed that the reason why he couldn't become a paladin was not just because he was not strong enough. When Fordring was discussing the battle plan with several commanders, David did not interrupt and just listened quietly. Even if someone asked him for his opinion, he would only modestly say that he was not very proficient in combat. Listen to everyone. Just arrange it. When Fordring, Mograine, Abetes, and the commanders of Birim Goldenhammer began to discuss the specific details, David withdrew directly, and then he felt someone kick beside him. Push off your heels. When he turned around, he found that it was Laura. But Laura winked at him, telling him to pay attention to Jaina not far away. That daughter of the sea has been sizing you up since just now. Perhaps you are doubting my origin? David glanced at Jaina and happened to catch her eyes. When Jaina saw this, she no longer hid aside to observe secretly, but walked over openly. At this time, the four commanders were still discussing the details, especially which route should be taken when fighting back from Hearthglen and clearing out the Scourge. How to determine the current position of Alsace. Should we clear away the undead from natural disasters in the surrounding area first, and then encircle and suppress Alsace? Or should he attack Alsace in one go and kill the culprit first, then turn around and clean up the undead in the kingdom? Several people needed to discuss for a while to reach a consensus. At this time, Bridget Abetes was also discussing similar issues with Tyron Fordring and Mograine's two sons, and published in a small circle. Own opinion. David and the others gathered into another small circle. Gianna stood alone and walked towards David and the others. Hello, I am Jaina Proudmoore, a mage. Nice to meet you, Mage Proudmoore. The other party did not mention the daughter of the leader of Kul Tiras, but only mentioned his identity as a mage. So David called the other party a mage. Just call me Gianna. Gianna looked at David curiously. Where is Baron Glamorgan from? I'm from Wintertown. David saw Jaina frowning and seemed to be thinking about where Wintertown was. So he added, It's a very remote town. It's normal that I haven't heard of it. Jaina nodded, and then she and David chatted word by word. At this moment, where no one could see, A blond dwarf was beating an invisible wall crazily, shouting loudly, "Let me in!" Chapter 132 Target Alsace. David and Gianna chatted casually for a few words regarding the problems hidden in the chat. David would choose to ignore them casually. If he couldn't be confused, he would just keep silent. He would not say anything about his superficial attitude, and that would be it. He and Jaina were not familiar with each other, so it was enough to maintain superficial courtesy. So the two chatted for a while. Over there, Fording had already decided on the general process of counterattack with several commanders. Jaina only knew that Baron David Glamorgan came from a city called Wintertown. And the people around me are named Lara Croft, Steve Rogers and Sharon Rogers. Apart from that, no information was found, which made Jaina feel huge doubts in her heart. At this time, Fording called everyone present to the side of the conference table. There was a complete map of the East Wilder area on it, and various exquisite military cards were placed on it, allowing people to understand the current enemy and friend at a glance. Situation. We decided to launch an attack on the undead outside Hearthglen in 3 days, and clean up the entire northern part of this area. As Fording's finger traced an area, everyone understood the goal of this counterattack. Purge all the areas north of Andoril? Bridget Obbies glanced at Andoril. Leave Andoril alone? Our goal is to concentrate all our forces and give priority to destroying Arthas, as the Lord of Hearthglen and the current commander-in-chief of all the remaining armies of Lordaeron. Fording began to explain to everyone the core idea of this battle. Only by destroying Arthas can the undead be completely eliminated. Otherwise, we will only be entangled with these undead endlessly. After hearing this sentence, everyone understood what Tyrion Fordring meant. If Arthas is not eliminated, there is no point in killing more undead. Unless Arthas dies, the undead natural disasters will not disappear. Arthas can continue to create more undead creatures. He doesn't even need to do this specifically. The most terrifying thing about the undead natural disaster is the contamination of the entire area. Wherever the Scourge Legion passes by, it does not require any special destruction to pollute the surrounding environment to the point where it is unfit for living people to survive. This pollution will profoundly affect all living creatures living on this land. If they die, due to the erosion of the power, otherwise healthy people may become undead. Crops produced on contaminated land will also be infected and transformed into more undead after being eaten by healthy people. This terrible pollution ability is an important reason why Fording proposed this plan. If it continues to delay, even if they can defeat the Scourge, the entire East Wilder will be completely destroyed. Although the survivors have escaped the undead disaster, but still lost his home. Destroy the Scourge before the pollution is too severe. Fording knew that there were many sources of natural disasters, but Arthas was the most dangerous among them. If they did not eliminate him, they would have no way to turn the sword to deal with other sources of pollution. So the most important thing now is to find out where Alsace is? David watched and listened the whole time. Only then did he say a word. Have you found out Alsace's current location? Many commanders were silent. At first, everyone only concentrated their combat power to defend Hearthglen. The Griffin Knights and helicopters were mainly responsible for positioning and observing the artillery group, and did not fly too far. After launching a counterattack, we will start to conduct reconnaissance of the surrounding area. Fording said the follow-up plan. If Arthas had been waiting somewhere for us to come out, then there would be no need to expend this effort. David and Fording looked at each other, and the two immediately had a tacit understanding. Fording still believed that Arthas was going to attack Quel'Thalas, so he designed this counterattack plan very boldly, and did not consider the movement of the heavy artillery group at all. In other words, the main force of the upcoming counterattack will be the paladins of the Knights of the Silver Hand. After a safe environment is cleared, the heavy artillery group will be moved to the newly occupied area to help defend it. He believed that Arthas did not have an ambush, and that the paladins of the Silver Hand were strong enough to deal with ordinary undead natural disasters. There are enough griffins in Hearthglen. Right. Yes. There are Griffin Knights in Hearthglen, but there are not many of them, so they dare not fly far away for fear that they will not be able to come back. After all, the Scourge has a large number of flying units. I can help in this regard. David felt that it would not be difficult for him to ride a griffin to the east and explore the location of Alsace. Determining the location of Alsace early will also make it easier for Fording to make arrangements for follow-up actions in advance. You could also join forces with the High Elves of Quel'Thalas to attack Arthas and the Scourge he led from both sides. I can help with contacting Quel'Thalas. Jaina, who also had not participated in the war meeting, suddenly spoke. I believe that the Elves in Quel'Thalas will not refuse this suggestion. The Scourge threatens the living in the entire world. The elves in Quel'Thalas are also living. Their life forms determine that they cannot refuse to join forces with the kingdom of Lordaeron. No matter what conflicts have broken out between the two sides before, you can put it aside at this time. Coupled with the relationship between Dalaran and the elves of Quel'Thalas, it is indeed a good choice to have Jaina as the intermediary. That's it! Fording crisply issued a series of orders, including that the Knights of the Silver Hand prepare for the next attack, and that the Dwarf Heavy Artillery Regiment and Musketeers are temporarily on standby, waiting for subsequent follow-up transfers. Immediately, he wanted to form an alliance with Quel'Thalas as the Lord of Hearthland, the interim commander-in-chief of the Knights of the Silver Hand, and the interim commander-in-chief of the Legion of the Kingdom of Lordaeron. This alliance letter also needed to be written by Kalia Menethil, the only remaining member of the royal family approves, along with an additional letter. These things will take some time to prepare, and at the same time, arrange suitable griffins for David and Jaina. Arrange one for me. Steve decided to conduct this reconnaissance with David. This kind of work is what I am best at. Fording nodded. He had confidence in David's strength. In addition, David could return to Winter Town immediately when encountering dangers that he could not handle. So when David said he wanted to ride a griffin to scout Alsace's location, Fording was not worried about his partner's safety at all. Steve's situation is similar, except Gianna. You can use teleportation spells to get to Quel'Thalas. Right. If Quel'Thalas is really attacked by Arthas, then it should be impossible to use teleportation magic to enter Silvermoon City at this time. There is very powerful defensive magic outside Quel'Thalas, when the defensive magic effect is turned to the maximum when attacked. Even their Prince Kael'dats has no way to directly use teleportation spells to return to Silvermoon City, let alone an outsider like Jaina. That's it. After Fording issued the order and gave some instructions to David and Jaina, he handed David and Jaina over to Birim Goldenhammer. The few Griffin Knights in Hearthland are dwarves and serve under this dwarf commander. After receiving Fording's order, Birim led David and others out of the Hearthland fortress and came outside. This was the first time David and the others had truly seen the appearance of Hearthland. Everyone was looking around curiously. However, what you see is not an idyllic farm, but rows of artillery positions, and dwarf musketeers patrolling around with Garen rifles on their backs. Birim noticed that David and the others were all sizing up the dwarves, and immediately introduced them to the dwarves' latest achievement, the dwarves' improved version of the Garen rifle made in Iron Forge. These rifles are great, and now almost all the dwarves want a Garen rifle, but the rifles made so far are all sent here to Hearthland. Then the topic turned to artillery, from the 105mm howitzer, which is currently the largest number, to the 10 155mm heavy artillery that is currently the most powerful weapon. Finally, Birim also proudly stated that Iron Forge is building a super killer weapon with a caliber of over 200mm, named the Lordaeron Cannon, based on its previous accumulated experience. David, who felt that the dwarves of Iron Forge had taken a strange route, didn't know how to evaluate this change. He could only express his amazement with a smile. As a result, Steve next to him complained, "Your smile is too big." Perfunctory. It wasn't until everyone arrived at the Griffin Knights camp and met the Griffin Knights commander, Grace Thardin, that Birim finally stopped introducing the muskets and artillery. This is Grace Thardin, the commander of the Griffin Knights. Under his guidance, you can select an obedient griffin to complete your mission. After thanking Birim Goldenhammer and explaining the purpose of his visit to Grace Thardin, the Griffin Knight immediately said that it was not difficult, but in order to ensure that nothing unexpected happened, he would personally ride the griffin and fight with him. Several people go together to ensure that these rookies can find the target smoothly. You just need to be careful not to fall off while riding on the griffin. Leave all the work of commanding the griffin to fly to me. In this way, there is no need to temporarily teach David, Steve and Jaina how to control the griffin flight. After Fording and Princess Kalia write the letter, the three of them can immediately set off to find traces of Arthas and go to Kael Salas. Under the leadership of Glaze Thardin, several griffins flew very smoothly. Soon they found Arthas Menai outside Quel'Thalas, who was commanding the Scourge Legion to attack the High Elf Kingdom. Hill. At this time, the former Prince of Lordaeron was launching a ferocious attack on an Elf Ranger General. Chapter 133: The Incarnation of Holy Light. Sylvanas looked desperately at the tall white-haired knight who jumped off the horse in front of her. After continuous high-intensity battles, her physical energy had been exhausted, and the magic power in her body had long been exhausted. Even the arrows in the quiver, not even half of the arrows were left. All she had left was the scarred hunting bow in her hand. Is that the end? No. This is just the beginning. Arthas raised Frostmourne in his hand and pointed it at Sylvanas in front of him. He admired this Ranger General of Silvermoon City. She would become another member of the Scourge, a powerful fighting force to help him achieve the instructions issued by the Lich King. Just when Arthas was about to stab Frostmourne into the Ranger General's body, a force that he was extremely familiar with and now hated came towards him. The huge holy light forced him to step back and at the same time put up the Frostmourne in his hand for defense. Clang! There was a deafening loud noise, followed by a huge power of holy light exploding on the Frostmourne held in Alsace's hand. The strong energy impact forced Alsace to continue to retreat, and he retreated several meters. He stabilized his body again, and at the same time, he saw clearly the person who attacked him. Who are you? Looking at the young human who suddenly appeared in front of him, Arthas realized that he didn't recognize him at all, and the pink one-handed hammer that he had just parried with Frostmourne flew back to the young human under the influence of the holy light. Hands! From the moment of the air-to-air confrontation, Arthas realized that he had encountered a very powerful enemy. This battle would probably not be easier than the one with Uther. The Frostmourne in his hand was held tighter, and the runes on the blade began to emit a faint orchid light. Arthas did not wait for the other party's answer, but he did not care about these things. No matter who you are, anyone who stands in my way will only have one ending. David, who used the Avenger's hammer to knock Arthas away and rescued Ranger General Sylvanas, was sizing up the Death Knight in front of him. That's right. Arthas at this time was just a Death Knight under the Lich King, and he had not yet become the Lich King, who was killed and repeatedly killed by countless players. At this time, Arthas still maintains his human appearance. It can be seen that he is a tall and strong handsome guy. However, after becoming a Death Knight, his whole body exudes a cold and death aura, which makes people feel uncomfortable. When he was sizing up the former Prince of Lordaeron, who was very popular in his previous life, he suddenly heard what the other party said. So he casually retorted, unexpectedly, "You are the Prince of Lordaeron and the #1 in the kingdom. The heir, the future king of Lordaeron, actually went to treat someone as a dog or a lackey of the Burning Legion." Before David could finish his words, Arthas rushed up with Frostmourne in both hands, and chopped off David's head with a sword in his hand. Just looking at Alsace's expression, he didn't seem to be affected at all, but from his actions, we can know how much influence David's casual words had on this extremely proud prince. Otherwise, based on his previous behavior, when encountering powerful warriors, his first choice would be to transform them into undead creatures to enhance the combat power of the Scourge Legion. Now I started to hit my head with my hand, which obviously eliminated this option. Hey, are you in a hurry? David's body flashed with a layer of holy light, although it only lasted 2 seconds before being shattered by Frostmourne's full slash. Arthas did not continue his slashing, but decisively dodged backwards, perfectly avoiding a pillar of fire falling from high altitude. Holy fire? Priest? Theoretically speaking, the followers of the Holy Light all use the power of the Holy Light. For example, the paladins were all converted from priests at the earliest, but after so many years of development, many paladins are no longer the kind who came from different professions. They have basically been trained and taught as paladins from the beginning. For example, Arthas initially received various trainings in combat. After receiving the baptism of Holy Light, he focused on being a paladin. He only knew about Holy Fire, a skill that only priests would delve into and learn. Originally, when I saw the other party wearing armor and holding a war hammer, I thought he was a young paladin. Could it be that the other party was actually a priest? There was no free time for Alsace to analyze slowly. He had just avoided the sacred fire released by David, and before he could stabilize his body, he felt something flying towards him from behind. There was no time to look back. He picked up the Frostmourne in his hand and slashed it diagonally behind him. There was another crisp sound. Alsace turned around and saw a red and blue round shield being smashed by him. Fly. The crisis was still not over. The buckler that had been smashed away by him returned to the hands of a knight. The other knight held a strange warhammer similar to that of the young man before and rushed towards him. Flying knee. Shield blow. 40. 40. 40. Shield blow. Although the series of combos did not cause any damage to Alsace, they really made him confused for a moment. Not to mention the priest next to him. The sudden attack on him made him unable to deal with the opponent in front of him. Yes! Sylvanas knelt on one knee. She no longer had the strength to stand up. At this time, she could only look up at the strange human being who suddenly appeared next to her. The Kingdom of Lordaeron. Pastor? I am not a priest of the kingdom of Lordaeron, but I did come to Quel'Thalas on behalf of Lordaeron this time. David glanced at Sylvanas Windrunner, who was half kneeling next to him. My name is David. Thank you, David. Sylvanas stood up with force. Her condition was obviously bad, but she still tried her best to hold the hunting bow in her hand while trying to find a suitable one from the ground. Arrow, please forgive me for not being able to express my gratitude to you better. I'm going to support my men. David raised his head and looked around. In fact, fighting was going on everywhere in this area. Sylvanas, the ranger general, was not the only elf who was exhausted and out of ammunition and food. Many high elves in Quel'Thalas fell to the ground. Even if the undead of the Scourge did not touch up the damage, these elves would not be able to resist the invasion of the power of death in their current state, and they would soon be transformed into undead creatures. Leave it to me. Here you are? Sylvanas glanced at the young man named David next to her in surprise. He looked very young, probably only in his 20s. Right? Although Sylvanas already knows that David is very strong through previous performances. What can he do in the face of such a complete defeat? Just when Sylvanas was thinking this, David raised his hand high to the sky, and a ball of holy light as bright as the sun condensed in the raised palm. Then this highly condensed holy light condensed. The light shot straight into the sky, as if a channel was established between David and the sky. As the holy light in David's hand emitted an even brighter light, his whole body was wrapped in the holy light and turned into a huge light bulb. The strong air flow almost swept away Sylvana, who was standing next to him and was in very poor health. She was blown to the ground, but she could no longer care about her own situation. Sylvanas watched in shock as the beam of light between David and the sky gradually became thicker, and the entire sky turned golden, as if a holy light was falling. The rain made the entire battlefield filled with the power of the holy light. The elves, who were exhausted and in such a bad state that they could only wait for death, found that their bodies were recovering quickly. The holy light priests, who followed the ranger troops, discovered that the holy light in their bodies was recovering at an alarming rate, and the priests had regained their combat effectiveness. That's not all, because the holy light naturally restrains undead creatures. Those natural disaster soldiers, who crazily attacked the elves, looked extremely painful under the illumination of the holy light. Some weak ghouls were directly killed by the general, purified by the holy light that fills the space. Even a powerful death knight like Arthas felt extremely uncomfortable when he was in this environment full of holy light. Opposite him, Steve was like a fish back in the water, acting even stronger. The hammer of redemption in his hand has simply turned into a huge light bulb. Every time he swings it, it carries the powerful power of the holy light, and its power has been upgraded from the original 40 to the 80 level. What annoyed Arthas the most was the elusive shield. It was the first time he encountered a paladin who could use the Avenger Shield skill to such an extent. For a moment, he didn't know how to deal with it. However, what really made Arthas feel afraid was not the paladin in front of him, but the priest not far away. During the break in the battle, Arthas glanced at the young priest not far away. Is that holy light so powerful that it frightened him? Really a power that humans can master? Similar questions also arose in Sylvanas' heart. She was shocked by the power of this strange young man. She had lived for many years, and had never heard of anyone possessing such terrifying power of the holy light, let alone seeing it with her own eyes. In a daze, she suspected that the person in front of her was not the messenger of Lordaeron at all, but the incarnation of the holy light. Sylvanas, who does not believe in the holy light, will have such thoughts. As a follower of the holy light, Liedron's eyes had shed tears at this time. She looked at the miracle not far away and whispered softly, "Holy light, you really didn't abandon us." At this moment, David, who had created such an exaggerated scene, was closing his eyes, feeling the seemingly endless power of holy light, and his mind was filled with questions. When did I become so strong? Chapter 134 VIPs from Silver Moon City. David didn't know what was going on, but he felt great. After he cast such a powerful holy light spell, the power of holy light in his body not only did not dry up, but became even larger and more abundant. If his mind was not still clear, he would simply be addicted to this state and not want to wake up. Allowing the holy light in his body to become even larger, he opened his eyes and stopped the spell. The vision on this battlefield did not change because of David's stoppage. The world was still filled with a massive amount of holy light. Under the illumination of the holy light, the high elves of Quel'Thalas recovered part of their combat power. Although there is no way to recover the consumed arrows and arcane spells, there are no longer any physical problems. Regardless of the damage he suffered or the physical exertion, he was restored to his peak under the massive amount of holy light. In addition, the undead creatures of the Scourge were greatly affected by the holy light, and their combat effectiveness dropped by several levels. Various changes have gradually stabilized the already collapsed defense line of Quel'Thalas. Alsos, who noticed this change, realized that the attack had failed. After using all his strength to push back the annoying paladin, Arthas glanced coldly at David, who was not far away, and then glanced at Jaina, who had just gotten off the griffin. Then he stepped on the undead horse beside him, and quickly released a high and thick ice wall, blocking all the pursuing soldiers including Steve, and quickly evacuated the battlefield. As Arthas retreated, the Scourge gradually left this area filled with holy light energy. However, there were still a large number of ghouls and undead soldiers who were purified by the holy light and bid farewell to this world. "Is that Alsos?" Steve looked at the hard, cold ice wall that exuded the aura of death, and sighed helplessly. "It's really strong. I can hardly do any harm to him." "No. In fact, you have already caused harm to him. But he concealed it very well." Although Steve has obtained powerful holy light power, he does not know enough about some extraordinary situations after all, and he still habitually relies on his eyes to observe and judge. In fact, Arthas had a hard time facing Steve, who was highly recognized by the holy light and vaguely cared for by Alun. After David released a massive amount of holy light and created a field of holy light, Alsos's condition became even worse. It felt like a creature was soaked in concentrated acid. Even if there were no other attacks, his body he was also being tortured, and the power of death in his body was constantly being dissolved by the holy light. This is also the fundamental reason why Arthas decisively chose to retreat. So far, the Scourge has swept across Lordaeron. This is the first time Arthas has taken the initiative to retreat. While the two were talking, the surviving High Elf warriors on the battlefield had already gathered. These High Elves in Quel'Thalas are all very proud beings, and do not look down upon ordinary humans. But the people they looked down upon definitely did not include the two powerful holy light users in front of them. Whether it's the paladin, who can fight Alsos's powerful Death Knight in a duel, or the young priest, who releases a miraculous holy light spell. What's more, these two are the saviors of all the High Elves present. Priests like Liadrin expressed their gratitude and also expressed their respect for the two of them very directly. Of course, Steve noticed that most of the respect of these elf priests was directed at David. "The Scourge Legion is the enemy of all living people, and rescuing our comrades is what we should do." David looked at the High Elves who had recovered their strength, but were still embarrassed. "We will not sit back and watch our comrades die at the hands of natural disasters." At first, he just wanted to find out the location of Alsos. As for delivering the message to Quel'Thalas and promoting Lordaeron and Quel'Thalas to join forces again, it was Jaina's task. He could just follow and watch the fun. He never expected that it would be such a coincidence that he and others would arrive and see Arthas about to stab Sylvanas to death. According to David's memory, Sylvanas' death in battle meant the complete collapse of Quel'Thalas' defenses. The Scourge then destroyed Silvermoon City, and then landed on the island of Quel'Danas and killed Anastarion Sunstrider, the king of Quel'Thalas. Finally, he used the Sunwell on the island to resurrect Kel'Thuzad and transform Kel'Thuzad into a Lich, completing the first half of the mission assigned to him by the Lich King. In other words, unless David decided to ride the Griffin directly back to Hearthland, he could only prevent the destruction of Quel'Thalas by stopping Arthas. Which is what happened just now. "No matter what, you saved Quel'Thalas and countless High Elves." Sylvanas looked at it. She was the highest ranking person present. At this time, she needed to represent Quel'Thalas to die. Wei and Steve expressed their gratitude. "You will be friends in Quel'Thalas forever." As for negotiating an alliance on behalf of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, there is actually no need to discuss this matter. Even without asking King Anastarion Sunstrider, Sylvanas can now give a positive answer. The Scourge has arrived at the gate of Silvermoon City, and is currently being forced back by David using the Holy Light. Arthas, the Death Knight who has fallen into the undead spirit, will launch another attack on Quel'Thalas at any time. At this time, Quel'Thalas needs allies and foreign aid. Otherwise Sylvanas will not be able to maintain the confidence of her country. After all, the Scourge is too terrifying. Not only is Alsos's powerful strength, but also the way when you are fighting the enemy with all your heart, you suddenly find that your comrades, who were fighting side by side with you 1 second ago, are already standing on the opposite side. waiting at you the next second. The shock of the weapon. At the same time, swinging a sword at a close comrade is also painful and torturous. Sylvanas looked around and saw that many familiar faces were missing from the team. She knew that those faces had either turned into undead creatures and left temporarily with Arthas, or they had bid farewell to this world forever under the spell cast by the powerful priest named David. Perhaps the latter is a kind of relief, both for them and for myself. Leaving some elven rangers to clean the battlefield and set up defensive positions, Sylvanas took David, Steve and Jaina towards the palace of Silvermoon City. Grace then rode a griffin and returned to Hearthland to report. The situation is gone. Entering Silvermoon City, a city of high elves, David looked at the familiar but vast and spectacular city, and a special emotion arose in his heart. Before traveling to the continent of Brenia, he was known as a blood elf in the classic server, also known as a high elf. Silvermoon City was a place he was very familiar with. Not to mention, it was the first major city he saw with his own eyes after coming to Azeroth. It's a pity that I missed Stormwind City. Following Sylvanas, they soon arrived at the square in front of the palace. To David's surprise, Anastarian Sunstrider, the current king of Quel'Thalas, was actually standing in the square in front of the palace. Wait for yourself. Thank you very much for your rescue. Quel'Thalas will be your forever friend. After the meeting, Anastarian Sunstrider directly expressed his goodwill to David. As the king of Quel'Thalas, Anastarian is known for his pragmatism and prioritizing the interests of Quel'Thalas. Even if David's rescue is not mentioned, Anastarian only relies on his if the miracle is of the holy light level. It will express considerable goodwill. And if it weren't for David and Steve's actions today, Silvermoon City might have fallen by now. Anastarian, who had white hair and looked obviously frail and old, greeted Steve and Jaina in a gentle tone. I already know your purpose of coming, and I fully agree with the fact that the Scourge is the greatest enemy of all living people in Azeroth. Anastarian's words directly settled the matter of the alliance. And even he didn't even read the letter Jaina handed him. After His Majesty the King read the letter, Anastarian began to consider how to establish a complete communication mechanism with Tyrion Fordring of the Kingdom of Lordaeron. Of course, there is no need to bother David or Jaina and others with this kind of thing. The old king arranged the best treatment for a few people, and sincerely invited them to stay in Silvermoon City for a few more days, and also allowed them to stay in the city temporarily to rest. Sylvanas entertained several people. What should we do now? Steve, who was confused and saved by the old king, looked at David next to him. Stay here? It doesn't matter. Since His Majesty the King sincerely invites us to stay, we can stay for a few more days. David chose among several fruits for a long time, and finally picked up an apple. Besides, the situation here in Silvermoon City is indeed not that good. Wonderful. If we leave, maybe Arthas can attack Silvermoon City right away. Although Anastarian asked Sylvanas to entertain several of their guests. As a ranger general, Sylvanas also had many things to deal with, and it was impossible for her to stay beside a few people like a servant. So at this time, there are only David, Steve, and Gianna here. David took a bite of the apple, and was very satisfied with the sweet and delicious fruits here in Silvermoon City. He glanced at Jaina, who had become unusually silent since seeing Arthas, and finally shook his head, feeling that this daughter of the sea might know hope. Sorry! Although Jaina was silent and a little uneasy, she did not ignore the situation around her. After taking a few deep breaths and adjusting her mentality, Gianna apologized to David. If I had taken action together before, maybe. Don't blame yourself. Even if you take action, you won't be able to kill Alsos today. David paused and glanced out the window. If the Prophet is willing to help, there is still some possibility. Chapter 135 Guardian Medivh. When David mentioned the title Prophet, Jaina was stunned for 2 seconds and looked at Baron David Glamorgan with wide eyes. In her heart, she regarded this young man of unknown origin as a being who had been guided by a prophet just like herself. So he did these things. Since Gianna didn't hide her thoughts at all, David could see what she was thinking at a glance, and waved his hand gently to deny her guess. You guessed wrong. I am not the hero chosen by the prophet. Are you right? Great prophet, or should I call you Guardian Medivh? If David's denial of Jaina's guess only surprised the young mage, then the second half of the other person's words really scared the female mage. The prophet is the Guardian Medivh? She did not question this. From David's tone and actions just now, she realized that the mysterious prophet was here at this time. Following David's line of sight, he saw that there was an extra person in the room at some point. No one noticed how this person came in or when he came in. Steve was very wary of the sudden appearance of the mysterious man in red robes, and he almost put in all his energy to be on guard. Because of his caution, the powerful holy light, water, earth, wind, electricity and other elements responded almost at the same time, and even more silver-white light spots circled around Steve. Don't be nervous, Steve. This person is not an enemy. If it were before today, seeing Steve's appearance full of special effects, David would definitely have a good chat with a guy who couldn't get enough sleep. There's no need to go to so much trouble now. Just let that guy get enough sleep. The mysterious man in red robes, the guardian Medivh, who is looking for heroes in the name of the Prophet, and wants to unite various forces on Azeroth to thwart the Burning Legion's conspiracy, lifted the hood on his head, revealing his true appearance that was previously covered up. I'm sorry to meet you in this way. After all, my situation is somewhat special. Medivh, as the guardian of Azeroth, was one of the culprits of the orc invasion of Azeroth. It can be said that if we explore the root causes of the upcoming invasion of the orcs and the Burning Legion, as well as the scourge that is currently ravaging the Eastern Kingdom, this former guardian will not be able to escape, because his reputation in Azeroth has been ruined. Even if Medivh has blocked Sardra's influence and really wants to do something good for the world, he can only hide his identity and do it. Medivh glanced at Steve a few times. He was a little curious about this person, who was recognized by the holy light, the elements, and Elune, but Medivh, who was well informed, just thought that this was a very outstanding hero. On the contrary, he couldn't see clearly the David in front of him. This was the real reason why he decided to show up. Hi, I'm Medivh. Hello, I'm David. David introduced Steve to Medivh. As for Jaina on the side, he probably doesn't need him to do it for him. Medivh greeted David and Steve successively, and then greeted Jaina, briefly explaining why he wanted to hide his identity and guide Jaina in the name of the Prophet. He could see that after her identity was known to Jaina, the young female mage was wary of herself. The arcane fluctuations in her body were so obvious that even a person who did not understand magic could detect it. If he doesn't agree, he will call himself a blizzard. Until Medivh repeatedly stated that he had gotten rid of Sardra's influence and guided her in the name of Prophet. It was not because he had any conspiracy to harm Azeroth, but because he sincerely wanted to protect the world. This is all to deal with the Burning Legion, which has arrived again. After briefly talking about the relationship between the Lich King and the Burning Legion, Jaina finally realized what a huge crisis Azeroth was about to face. She began to think seriously. Should she believe Medivh's words and prepare for the coming Burning Legion? Or should we continue to regard this former guardian as a scourge and start fighting directly? Whether you choose to believe it or not, it's not the most important thing right now. After Medivh and Jaina finished explaining, they turned around and looked at David seriously. If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't be people of this world. In fact, Medivh felt that the man named David was not a human at all. I am indeed not from here. Medivh was very calm after hearing the answer, but Jaina next to him was going crazy. This female mage from Dalaran began to wonder if she was involved in some huge conspiracy? And this alien named David Glamorgan admitted it so straightforwardly? Will he kill people and silence him next? We can't blame Jaina for thinking this way. Nor can we say that the people of Azeroth have delusions of being persecuted. After all, this world has been persecuted since its birth. Even if the history of mankind is not long, it has also experienced the changes from Draw, the invasion of orcs in the world of Nua. Therefore, the intelligent life in Azeroth feels a heartfelt resistance to visitors from other worlds, always feeling that there are outsiders who want to persecute us again. Medivh has experienced many storms, and is much calmer than Jaina, and he felt that the David in front of him was not from the Burning Legion. Can I ask, why did you come to Azeroth? Help a friend. Tirion Fordring? Medivh already knew that David was here to help Fordring deal with the Scourge. He just doubted the authenticity of this reason. Yes. David had a premonition that this conversation would not end in a short time. So he simply sat down at the table and picked the fruits he wanted to eat in the fruit plate. Tirion was deprived of his lord and paladin. After assuming my identity, he lived in my territory and taught me how to learn the holy light. Oh, is that so? Medivh also sat down and watched David pick up a few grapes. He also picked out a few grapes from the fruit plate. So you are really here to help Tirion Fordring? Just came to Azeroth? That's right. Aren't you worried that this move of yours will bring powerful enemies to your territory? You mean the Burning Legion? Yes. Let's talk about it if Sardras can find it. Medivh looked at David in front of him, and found that he seemed to really think that Sargeras could not find him. He didn't understand why the other party had such confidence. But Medivh was not prepared to pursue the matter, as that would make it appear that he had any evil intentions. Considering his poor reputation, Medivh was careful about his questions and words. Therefore, David did not feel offended. The conversation with the former guardian was more like two strangers meeting on the street, chatting casually. We chatted for several hours, starting from why David came to Azeroth in the first place, and gradually talking about all kinds of weird customs. As an astral mage with the ability to travel through many worlds, Medivh was well informed. David, the time traveler, lives in a world of information explosion, and he also knows a lot of messy things. The two of them exchanged the information and knowledge they knew with each other, and they chatted very well. Jaina on the side always had the weird illusion that Sargeras was in the corner, and was going to be poached by this visitor from another world named David. The conversation lasted until the evening, and the two of them even ended the conversation by eating dinner at this table. It was a pleasure chatting with you. Medivh stood up and signaled that he was ready to leave, but finally said to Jaina, "Forget the instructions I gave you before. They no longer apply now." Turning around to say goodbye to David and Steve, Medivh transformed into a crow under the gaze of several people, and then flew away from the open window. He didn't fly too far, didn't even leave Silvermoon City. He just found a high place with a good view and landed, and then looked to the side. In the eyes of ordinary people, there is nothing in that place, but in the eyes of Medivh, it is a little different. He can clearly see a blonde dwarf kicking the wall of nothingness with an unhappy face. But no matter how hard she tries, can't break that invisible barrier. "Give up!" The blonde dwarf suddenly heard someone speaking and was startled. Then he realized that the person speaking to him was the former guardian who had transformed into a crow. "Can you help let me in? I can help you come in. But once you enter this world, you will lose the most important power of time." The crow did not look at the dwarf, but looked at the direction he had just flown in. "In that case, even if you come in, it doesn't make any sense. Why? How could this happen?" The blonde dwarf was frightened by Medivh's words, and did not expect this situation to happen at all. "What exactly happened in this timeline? A strange force has isolated this timeline." Medivh withdrew his gaze, and looked at the blonde dwarf. "You and your people don't have to worry about what happens in this timeline, and what terrible disaster it will cause. No matter what happens here, it will not affect other timelines." The blonde dwarf found Medivh's words unbelievable. She had never heard of any kind of power that could do such a thing. But she really has nothing to do about the current situation. Maybe this is no longer something she can handle. She needs to go back and discuss it with her tribe. Watching the blonde dwarf disappear, Medivh still stayed on the roof in the form of a crow, thinking about the future of this world in his mind. Because of David's appearance, many situations have changed. Things he originally thought would happen may not happen. This also left Medivh in confusion. Does he still need to guide outstanding heroes to deal with the Burning Legion? Can the Burning Legion still come in? Chapter 136: The Autobots Expedition. Although Medivh left, the tension he brought did not leave with him. Jaina sat on the chair where Medivh had been sitting before, and looked at David opposite. "Baron Glamorgan, Mage Proudmoore." David expected this, so he was very calm. "If you have any questions, just ask them. Are you really just here to help Tyrion Fordring deal with the Scourge?" "Yes." David's answer was crisp and clear, without any extra words, which made Gianna a little puzzled. Normally, when encountering something like this, you would try your best to explain it so that you can convince the other party, right? Why is David acting so bland? For the specific situation, Mage Proudmoore should have heard it when he was talking to Medivh just now. David didn't want to keep saying the same thing over and over again. If Jaina still asked this question, it would only prove that the other party, I don't believe his explanation at all. In this case, no matter how you explain it, it is meaningless and is just a waste of saliva. Jaina also understood David's attitude. After she realized that it was useless to continue asking, she said good night to David and Steve, and returned to the room arranged by the elf to rest. After Gianna left, Steve, who had been very silent today, spoke. "What are we going to do next? Continue to guard this city?" David nodded. At present, Silvermoon City's defense is not strong enough to withstand the Scourge's attack. Before Fordring's large forces reach the rear of the Scourge, he and Steve can only rely on him and Steve to protect them. A city. I hope Tyrion can move faster. As long as the Lordaeron army in Hearthglen is fast enough, they can surround Arthas on the outskirts of Eversong Forest and eliminate the Lich King's most important subordinate. Once the Lich King loses his most useful subordinate, Arthas, he won't be able to make any big splash. Without Arthas' busy schedule, it would not be easy for the Burning Legion to enter Azeroth. After a good night's rest, Sylvanas found David not long after getting up the next morning. Is something wrong? Yes. Sylvanas' face was not very pretty. It could be seen that she did not have a good rest last night. Her face, which was originally glowing with weak color, looked unusually pale at this time. Silvermoon City's defense, the power is even more fragile than I previously expected. So, on behalf of Quel'Thalas, I'm here to ask for your help. Sylvanas was busy most of the night, and after just narrowing her eyes for a while, she got up early to find King Anasterion Sunstrider. He reported to him the current defense situation of Silvermoon City. His Majesty the King is very clear about the current military strength of Quel'Thalas. After an actual battle with the Scourge, the old king had understood that even in its heyday, Quel'Thalas would be hard-pressed to withstand the Scourge's crazy offensive. After a series of hard battles, and even Ranger General Sylvanas Windrunner was in very poor condition, Silvermoon City simply could not withstand Arthas and the Scourge under his command. If you want to defend Silvermoon City, in addition to hoping that Tyrion Fordring will bring the army of the Kingdom of Lordaeron to support him as soon as possible, you can only place your hope on David, who stays in Silvermoon City. In addition to asking David for help, the old king also wanted to ask Jaina Proudmoore to help Dalaran. The letter expressing his willingness to reach an alliance agreement with the Kingdom of Lordaeron and join forces to deal with the Scourge was sent out last night. As for asking Dalaran for help, he considered sending a mage to discuss the matter with Jaina. Anasterion didn't know that through the conversation between Medivh and David last night, when he learned that the Scourge was related to the Burning Legion's plan to invade Azeroth, Jaina was ready to contact her teacher Antonidas. Now it is no longer just the Eastern Kingdom that is facing a crisis, but the entire Azeroth. Solving the Scourge Legion and dismantling the Burning Legion's conspiracy has become the most important thing at this time. In other words, even if Anasterion doesn't send anyone to find Jaina, she will find ways to persuade Dalaran to join the war. For example, right now, Jaina was saying goodbye to David and Steve, and happened to bump into Sylvanas, who came to ask David for help. Don't worry. I will convince the Kirin Tor Council to work with Quel'Thalas and the Kingdom of Lordaeron to deal with the Scourge. Thank you very much for your help. Sylvanas expressed her most sincere gratitude to all people or forces who are willing to help Quel'Thalas. With Jaina's statement and David's promise to help the elves resist the Scourge, Sylvanas can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Your spirit is too tense, and you need to take a good rest. David looked at the Ranger General wearing light blue-green armor, and was very curious about this Ranger General, who would become the chief of the tribe. The Sylvanas he was familiar with was more of an undead figure. It was hard to see her like this. She couldn't even find a few pictures of her. You are in this state, and cannot fight the Scourge. I will take a good rest later. Sylvanas certainly knew the importance of rest, but now she had no time to rest at all. After confirming that David would help with the defense, Sylvanas and David chatted for a few more words, and then hurriedly checked on the situation of the Ranger troops. But before leaving, Sylvanas introduced David to a female High Elf priest. This is Liadrin, a holy light priest. If you and Steve want to visit Silvermoon City, if so, Liadrin can be your guide. David nodded, and after watching Sylvanas leave in a hurry, he asked Liadrin to take him and Steve to visit this High Elf city. Silvermoon City is very big, much bigger than what he has seen in the game before, and it cannot be visited in one day. So David only walked around the area near the palace, and under Liadrin's introduction, he tasted some of Quel'Thalas' specialties. During the entire visit, David found that Liadrin was very respectful to him, which gave him a very special feeling. In the future, Liadrin will be the Count of Quel'Thalas, the leader of the Blood Knights, and the first High Elf to use the method of extracting the holy light to become a paladin. Of course, Liadrin was also the first true paladin in Quel'Thalas. Liadrin, and the Blood Knights she led. Later, they no longer relied on the thief method to obtain the holy light, and became a true paladin. Actually, you don't have to be so respectful to me. After a day of contact, David always felt that this feeling was strange. If it was just a simple courtesy, he wouldn't find it weird. But Liadrin's attitude was like she wanted to feed him. From the way she treated Steve, we could tell that it wasn't that the High Elves had any special etiquette. It was simply that the elf priest had provided her with special treatment. Ah, I'm sorry for making you feel uncomfortable. Liadrin looked very panicked, and she thought David was bullying her. Faced with this situation, David didn't know what to do. He also had several subordinates in Wintertown, and they were not so exaggerated when facing him. Speaking of which, why does this future Blood Knight leader behave like this when facing himself? David didn't get an answer to this question from Steve until he returned to his residence at night. That elf priest regards you as the spokesperson of the Holy Light in Azeroth. Me? Spokesperson of the Holy Light? David pointed at himself, and when he saw Steve nodding firmly, he was sure that he heard correctly. Why do I give people this impression? Generally speaking, isn't it Steve Rogers who is often regarded as the spokesperson of the Holy Light in Azeroth? This title seems to belong to Alonso's Fail, who is still blessed by the Holy Light even if he becomes an undead. Because speaking of the spell you used yesterday, what was it called? That move has no name. It's simply a large-scale release of Holy Light. David suddenly realized that his performance yesterday was too much. But Sylvanas was closer to him. Why didn't she perform this way? Is it because Sylvanas doesn't believe in the Holy Light? Just when David was thinking this, Sylvanas came over again, holding a letter sent from Hearthland and named to be delivered to David. Quel'Thalas and the Kingdom of Lordaeron have formally formed an alliance to jointly fight against the Scourge. In fact, Quel'Thalas was originally a member of the alliance. But at the end of the Second War, Anastarion made Quel'Thalas withdraw from the alliance. So this time, they have to realign. In the original history, Anastarion's decision triggered a series of subsequent events. Cael'thas finally fell to the Burning Legion. This decision played a huge role in promoting. But in this timeline influenced by David, Cael'thas should have another future. David didn't care about Cael'thas' future. He opened the letter and read it quickly. Only then did David learn that Fording had returned to Wintertown today to report to those who stayed in the town that he was safe. By the way, I met the ambulance that had just arrived in Wintertown. Itilio really has an idea. David looked behind him and saw Fording asking him in the letter if he could ask the ambulance to find some Autobots to come to Azeroth to help. He didn't expect the Autobots to come to Azeroth to help them deal with the Scourge. He just wanted to ask these Autobots, who could transform into various vehicles to help pull down the heavy cannons. David didn't know how to reply to Fording's question. He could only write a letter telling Fording that as long as the Autobots agreed, he had no objection to it. Chapter 137 Jaina's Teleportation Magic. When writing a reply to Fording, David remembered that he seemed to have never asked the ambulance. How long had he been on Earth? Did you just arrive on Earth? Or have you been living for a while? Judging from Ratchet being so idle, the plot of the first Transformers movie should be over. Right? The ambulance in that movie took part in continuous battles not long after arriving on Earth, and was not free until Megatron was knocked down. If it were this period, there should already be several Autobots on the Earth in that world. If Ratchet called all the Autobots, including Optimus Prime, to Azeroth to help Fording pull some heavy artillery, then it would really be a very simple thing. But David felt that Fording might be thinking more than just that. The size of the Autobots is there. Now that direct contact is required to go to Wintertown. Their size has an extremely huge advantage. That is, they can transport more people to Wintertown at one time. If a large number of Autobots can come to Hearth Valley to help, it will also make the ordinary residents of Hearth Valley safer. After quickly writing a reply, David sealed the letter with wax and gave it to Liadrin, asking her to leave it to Hearthland later to maintain the connection between Quel'Thalas and Hearthland. There are Griffin Knights and helicopter pilots in Hearthland, and there are Dragonhawk Knights in Quel'Thalas. Liadrin did not dare to neglect what David told her. She almost ran all the way and delivered the letter to the knight who was about to send it. At this time, the Dragon Eagle Knight, who was responsible for delivering the letter, was still waiting for His Majesty the King's unfinished letter, because the knight never set off. Liadrin stayed by and stared at the knight, causing the Dragonhawk Knight to have a strange illusion that time seemed to slow down. And there was holy light every minute. The condensed fine needles pricked his body, making him feel uncomfortable everywhere. It was only a few minutes, but it seemed like 1,000 years had passed. After finally receiving the letter from His Majesty the King, the Dragon Eagle Knight immediately took off and flew towards Hearthland. It was only then that Liadrin ran back to David Glamorgan with satisfaction. When Liadrin was performing the holy light gaze on the Dragonhawk Knight, David realized another thing because of Fordring's letter. Does the emergence of ambulances mean that it will be easier for us to transport things in the future? Oh! Steve didn't think about this kind of thing. He only realized this when David mentioned it. It seems like this. The ambulance can carry a lot of things. David wasn't just thinking about ambulances. There was an Optimus Prime among the Autobots. And this Optimus Prime was a heavy-duty truck. If you can make good friends with the Autobots and establish a good relationship with the Autobot leader Optimus Prime, it means that materials from various dimensions can be transported in containers in the future. I don't know how many times more convenient than it is now that we can only rely on human power. In the following days, David had a very relaxed time in Silvermoon City and took a good tour of this main city of High Elves. There were not many things that really required his help. He only helped deal with the attack of the Scourge Legion on the third day of his stay, when David released the huge holy light again, turning the entire battlefield into a field of holy light. The Scourge once again chose to retreat. In this environment, the undead creatures of the Scourge had no chance of winning. Among them, the ghouls and ordinary undead, which account for the largest number of Scourge legions, will be purified by the holy light within a short time in this environment. Slightly more powerful undead creatures will also continue to bear the damage caused by the holy light. The strength has been discounted by an unknown amount. The elves of Quel'Thalas, fighting in this environment full of holy light, are like running a cheat. Ordinary minor injuries don't need to be taken into consideration at all. Even if you suffer a serious injury, as long as you don't die immediately, you only need to slow down for a while, and you will soon be alive and kicking and fighting with the undead. As for the priests who use holy light, they are more like fish swimming freely in the water. They feel that their holy light seems to be endless, and they can release holy light spells to greet these undead creatures because the entire area is covered by holy light. Shrouded in light, the elf rangers in Quel'Thalas did not need additional treatment from the priests at all. So the priests all began to do the work of the mages. Because the holy light realm is so powerful, the priests have even developed a new way of playing: run wherever there are more undead, rush into the monster pile, and continuously release holy novae. With the battle going like this, there was no chance for the Scourge to win. Especially when Arthas discovered that the priest he was extremely afraid of did not even show any signs of fatigue after using such a terrifying holy light spell. He realized that he might not be able to capture Silvermoon City. The most embarrassing thing about Arthas is that even if he made accurate judgments, he did not have the power to change his strategy. The Lich King ordered him to capture Quel'Thalas, seize the Sunwell, and resurrect Kel'Thuzad. So he must complete this task, even if there is a completely unreasonable and powerful existence like David in front of him. His efforts are destined to be in vain, and he will still continue to launch attacks towards Silvermoon City ahead. Just when Arthas was thinking about whether to go back and replenish more troops in several human kingdoms, attack Quel'Thalas, and use the more terrifying undead sea to exhaust the human beings, he was attacked by the kingdom of Lordaeron in the rear. Army attack. So this strange puppet was sent by the kingdom of Lordaeron? Sylvanas raised her head and opened her mouth slightly, looking at the huge metal giant in front of her in surprise. Hello! I'm calling ambulance. I'm an Autobot from Cybertron. Not a puppet. The ambulance was specifically here to meet David and deliver the news. His appearance also meant that Lordaeron's army had arrived at the outskirts of Eversong Forest and was stationed behind the Scourge. In order to avoid being attacked from both sides, Arthas directed the Scourge Legion to conduct a small-scale transfer, thereby opening up a passage so that the ambulance could reach Silvermoon City smoothly. The ambulance came to Silvermoon City in the shape of a Hummer rescue vehicle. For such a mechanical vehicle, the High Elves in Silvermoon City initially thought it was the work of dwarves. But when the ambulance transformed into a humanoid form, the elves were a little confused. This guy looks like some kind of golem. Maybe it's some kind of mechanical puppet or magic puppet. So this thing could also be from Dalaran? Or Gnomeregan? When Ratchet revealed his identity and said that he was a messenger sent from Hearthland to convey a message to David, the High Elves of Quel'Thalas immediately put away their accustomed arrogance and politely asked Ratchet to wait a moment. Wait, and at the same time send someone to notify Sylvanas and David. When Sylvanas and David saw Ratchet, there was a scene where Ratchet introduced himself to Sylvanas. Cybertron? What is that place? That's the hometown of all Transformers. Maybe he got Fording's warning. Or maybe Ratchet simply didn't want to talk about it more. He didn't reveal the fact that he was an alien from another world. Ratchet, who had a few words with Sylvanas, did not forget his mission and explained the current situation of Lordaeron's army to David in detail. In order to let David understand the situation more intuitively, the ambulance directly used holographic projection. This is why Fording asked the ambulance to come. In addition to running back to Winter Town at any time when in danger, the Transformers can use holographic projection to clearly convey various messages. According to Ratchet's report, not only did the reintegrated Knights of the Silver Hand arrive in Eversong Forest, but also the Dwarf Musketeers and heavy artillery regiments came to the battlefield and had already set up artillery positions. The dwarf helicopters and Griffin Knights are conducting reconnaissance on the specific situation of the Scourge Legion, and then summarize it into various data units, and then hand them over to the dwarf gunners for precise bombardment. David looked at the lifelike heavy artillery positions. He was surprised that Fording was able to pull all these heavy artillery from Hearthland to Eversong Forest in such a short period of time. How many Autobots are coming here? Actually, only a few Autobots came to help. Ratchet knew why David asked. We didn't help transport those heavy cannons. Huh? David looked up at Ratchet in surprise, waiting for Ratchet's next explanation. It was a lady named Jaina Proudmoore who used the teleportation ability to send the artillery troops to Eversong Forest. Ratchet did not sell out and quickly told David the truth of the matter. That was really shocking. Amazing abilities. I have only heard of a few King Kongs possessing similar abilities, but I have never seen them with my own eyes. Jaina? Didn't she go back to Dalaran? Jaina only stayed in Silvermoon City for one night some time ago, and then went to Dalaran, trying to persuade Dalaran to join the war against the Scourge. Why did he suddenly go to Fording again? The next second, David realized that Jaina must have convinced the Kirin Tor Council in the shortest time, and then used teleportation to run to Forge Ring. As for teleporting the entire artillery unit to Young Forest, he was not surprised by such a thing. He knew from his previous life that the most powerful magic she mastered, the Archmage Jaina Proudmoore, was not a blizzard or making battleships fly into the sky, but teleportation. It can still carry a Legion-level number of people at once, with extremely high landing accuracy and zero error rate for group teleportation. Because of this terrifying teleportation ability, even though Jaina's reputation among the Alliance and the Horde was extremely poor, no force from either side dared to provoke Theramore. She ruled at will. Chapter 138, The Forgotten One Who Shouldn't Appear. Originally, David thought that Gianna, who had just started training and was still very young at this time, should not be able to reach that level. Now he realizes that he was wrong. Jaina was chosen by Medivh to fight against the Burning Legion, so she really cannot be treated as an ordinary person. With Jaina's help, Tyrion no longer has to worry about the movement of heavy artillery units. David feels that Jaina is very suitable for this kind of unit that is difficult to move but has strong firepower. If you think about it more carefully, with Jaina's plug-in teleportation ability, any soldier in her hands will exert a terrifying power. Even if you prepare a legion of pigs for Jaina, let her teleport into the weak points of the enemy camp, and then let the pigs rush around, you can create huge chaos in the enemy camp. In the next period of time, Young Forest will probably become very noisy. Right. Quarrel. Sylvanas was not very clear about David's words. The next day, she understood what David meant by what he said yesterday. The rumbling sound, like thunder, started in the morning and lasted until noon. Most of the rangers responsible for defending the outer edge of Yunga Forest fell into a state of confusion and had no idea what was going on, because the sound was loud and scary. The rangers thought it was a new trick created by the Scourge Legion at first, and they were nervous for a long time. Later, I learned from the commanders that it was the humans from the Kingdom of Lordaeron and the dwarf army who were attacking the Scourge. Since the humans in Lordaeron have begun to attack the Scourge, do we want to help? More than one elf ranger asked this question, and it was even conveyed to Sylvanas through layers of commanders. In Sylvanas' opinion, it was time to join forces with Lordaeron's army and launch a counterattack against the Scourge. But David advised her not to worry, and suggested that Sylvanas and her elf warriors take advantage of this period of time to rest and recharge their batteries, to wait for the real moment of counterattack. What does it mean? Sylvanas was very confused. And for things she didn't know, Sylvanas' solution was very simple and straightforward. She directly asked David, who knew about it. If David refused to tell her, then she would take 2 high elf rangers and go directly to see for herself what was going on. Is it from Lordaeron or from Ironforge? In short, it's the Alliance's artillery force that is using artillery to bombard the Scourge's positions. David found that he really couldn't figure out who the artillery force belonged to. From an organizational point of view, it should be the army belonging to Lord Tyrion Forge Ring of Hearthland. But the weapon manufacturing and the actual gunners participating in the battle are all provided by the dwarves of Ironforge. It is considered the dwarf army of Ironforge. But this army was formed by Ironforge's promise to help Fording. In the end, it can only be regarded as the Alliance army's trouble. Anyway, the banner now is the Alliance. Artillery? Although Azeroth is a world with a very developed magical civilization, it does not mean that technological products are buried here. Weapons such as muskets and artillery have been manufactured for a long time. They were already known and familiar to the members of the Alliance during the first two wars with the orcs. But the artillery in Sylvanas' impression did not have such an amazing momentum. As time went by, the rumbling in the distance not only did not decrease, but even became more frightening. There were even faint vibrations on the ground. "Can I go take a look?" Because the Scourge's camp was relocated, the elves in Quel'Thalas and the human armies in Lordaeron were not blocked. "Yes, but there is no need to make a special trip," David explained. "The ambulance just informed me that Tyron Fordring is coming to help with some paladins and dwarf musketeers from the Knights of the Silver Hand. Quel'Thalas defends itself against the Scourge." The additional benefit of having the ambulance here is that David has instant communication capabilities with Fordring. David will know immediately what arrangements Fordring has. Similarly, if something happens to David, he can immediately ask Fordring for help. Sylvanas glanced at the ambulance standing not far away. Although she didn't know the specific method used, she also guessed that this metal giant could contact the human army in Lordaeron. "Only paladins and dwarf musketeers? Of course. There will also be the artillery you are curious about. But those artillery will be sent over by the wizard Jaina Proudmoore using teleportation magic. The magic barrier outside Quel'Thalas has been destroyed. Jaina can now directly use teleportation magic to come to Quel'Thalas without worrying about being blocked or interfered by the magic barrier." While the two were talking, the sound of galloping horses could be heard in front of them, accompanied by various slogans from loud voices. Even if they haven't seen the figures yet, both Sylvanas and David guessed that the dwarf musketeers were issuing those slogans. The rangers of Quel'Thalas looked down upon these rough dwarves who used muskets. But now no elves would express disdain for the dwarf musketeers. After all, they came here specifically to help. Although the elves in Quel'Thalas are arrogant, most elves are not arrogant to the point of being stupid. Soon, the Silverhand Paladins led by Tyron Fordring and many dwarf musketeers arrived at Quel'Thalas' outer defense line. Almost at the same time, a large area of magical light appeared in the open space near the ambulance. As the purple arcane light dissipated, countless artillery pieces and dwarf artillery appeared in the open space. Together with countless cannonballs, the originally vast open space was completely filled. "Hello. I am Tyron Fordring, the son of Lord Tyrion Fordring of Hearthland. I have been ordered to come to support Quel'Thalas." Also coming with Tyron was Alfred A. Bridget of Beatties, daughter of Beatties, and Darian Mograine, son of Alexandros Mograine. 3 young men are the commander and deputy commander of this force, with Tylon as the leader. "I am Sylvanas Windrunner, the Ranger General of Quel'Thalas. Welcome you. Quel'Thalas is very grateful for the assistance from its allies." After the two sides briefly introduced each other, Tyron asked about the situation in Quel'Thalas, and then began to arrange artillery positions based on the defensive positions arranged by Sylvanas. David didn't interrupt the whole time, just watching the excitement. Besides, he found that he was not the only one who came to watch the excitement. "You are here too?" "Yes." Laura looked around curiously. She was quite curious about elves, a magical species that only existed in various works. Especially after David ran to Quel'Thalas and stayed in Silvermoon City, she became even more curious about elves. She wanted to see which elf was so charming. "Where's Sharon?" He vaguely noticed something was wrong, but David didn't think about it. Instead, he wondered why Sharon didn't come to watch the fun. "Sharon has returned to Wintertown, and Mark is here today." "Mark?" David was a little surprised. "Not Peggy?" "Mark seems to want to learn more things here, so that he can master the shamanic knowledge as soon as possible." "I see." After looking around for a few times, Laura also looked at Silvermoon City not far away for a while, expressing some admiration for this majestic main city of high elves. Then she kept looking at Sylvanas Windrunner not far away. "Oh, this is Sylvanas?" "Yes." "Where's the celebrity?" "The figure is really good, and the appearance is also outstanding." Laura praised from the bottom of her heart. "I heard that you saved her from Alsace's sword?" "Just in time. Speaking of which, you originally wanted to rescue her, right?" Laura seemed to remember something and asked David in a low voice. "By the way, recruit some high elves through Sylvanas to live in Wintertown?" Recruiting high elves does not necessarily mean saving her. David has never concealed his desire to recruit more residents. He has considered all objects that can increase the development potential of Wintertown. Quel'Tha naturally. The high elf of Lars will not be ignored by him. "I saved her actually to avoid more tragedies." "You mean the Forsaken?" Laura is very smart. She has also gained some knowledge about Warcraft before. Laura is also very clear about the subsequent development of the world of Azeroth. "Yes. That is a group that should not be born, because of their special form of existence. Undead creatures have a natural conflict with the living. This contradiction is irreconcilable. Not to mention that the Forsaken in the original history occupied Lordaeron and established the Undercity. David had said before that he would support Fording, and Fording's biggest goal now is to eliminate the natural disasters and revive the kingdom of Lordaeron. By saving Sylvanas here, he indirectly killed the leader of the Forsaken, reducing possible trouble in the future. There is no personal thought mixed in at all? What personal thoughts can I have? Laura pursed her lips and looked incomprehensible, and finally smiled and patted David on the lower back. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Then he pulled David to a pink and purple motorcycle. Let me introduce to you. This is RC. David guessed something when he saw the motorcycle, and he understood it as soon as Laura introduced it. Hello, RC. Hello, David. Nice to meet you. RC transformed into a human form in the astonished eyes of the elves around her, then stretched out her hand and shook David gently. David looked at this Autobot, who was about the same size as an ordinary human, and asked curiously, besides you and Ratchet, who else is here? Optimus Prime, Ironhide, Bumblebee, Sideswipe, Shake. Basically all the Autobots from Earth are here this time. Chapter 139 Preheated Bento. Through his conversation with RC, David learned a lot about the Autobots. After Ratchet returned, he quickly told Optimus Prime and several other Autobots on Earth about his magical experience. Several Autobots had different reactions to this magical existence in Winter Town. Some think that Winter Town may be another good place outside the Earth, while others think that the ambulance may have encountered some kind of scam. In the end, Optimus Prime said that he wanted to investigate the situation personally, and then think about what impact this Winter Town would have on the Autobots. Optimus Prime wanted to find out the situation, and even wanted to talk to David, the ruler of Winter Town, in person, so after receiving the invitation, he came directly with his companions. After coming to Azeroth, I found that the humans in this world were being ravaged by the Scourge. With Optimus Prime's character, he naturally would not sit idly by and ignore it. So he helped out a little by the way. Now the Autobots are helping the Lordaeron army, especially setting up artillery positions and transporting logistics supplies. At the same time, the communication capabilities mastered by the Autobots have also been perfectly utilized by the Legion of Lordaeron, especially the 3 RC sisters, who have 3 bodies sharing the same consciousness. The 3 RC sisters in the movie version are actually just RC and Autobot. Alita and Krolia are not real individuals, but were born based on RC's memories of 2 sisters who had been sacrificed. Is that so? Hearing that the Autobots were now concentrated on the Lordaeron army, David suddenly wanted to meet with the Autobot leader. Although Optimus Prime himself has been criticized for being a traitor, the Virgin, etc. After all, he is a great leader with the bonus of childhood. David really can't wait for the opportunity to see him in person. With the reinforcements sent by Lordaeron arriving in Quel'Thalas, the High Elves have passed the most dangerous period, and there is no need for him to continue to guard here. Tell Tyrion that I will go find him right away. David is not from the kingdom of Lordaeron, nor is he under the command of Tyrion Forge Ring. His original purpose in coming to Quel'Thalas is to determine the location of Alsos. The problem had been resolved and there was really no reason for him to linger. David is going to meet Optimus Prime and discuss the possibility of Winter Town accepting Cybertronian refugees with the Autobot leader. As soon as he thought of it, David was going to say goodbye to His Majesty the King of Quel'Thalas immediately. His Majesty Anastarian Sunstrider had taken great care of him during this period. Now that he was leaving, he had to say low out of politeness. His Majesty the King was very sad to see David leave. He chatted with David enthusiastically for a while, and repeatedly expressed that Quel'Thalas would always welcome Baron David Glamorgan. After learning through correspondence with Lordaeron that Baron David Glamorgan was the Lord of Winter Town, His Majesty Anastarian Sunstrider even wanted to send an envoy to Winter Town to stay there, maintain long-term friendship between the two parties. I very much agree with His Majesty's proposal. However, there were many problems to be solved if he wanted to establish diplomacy across dimensions. David could only deal with it with some scene talk for the time being. Then he called Steve and Laura and prepared to take an ambulance to Fording's camp. Surprisingly, there was an extra passenger in the car. Are you going to meet Tyrion Forge Ring with us? Looking at Sylvanas Windrunner, who was following him, David guessed that the Ranger General was going to meet Tyrion Forge Ring, discuss face-to-face the battle plan to attack the Scourge. Do you want to study how to cooperate to defeat the Scourge? Yes. Sylvanas nodded. As the army commander of Quel'Thalas, It was necessary for her to meet and greet the commanders of Lordaeron and study how the two sides should cooperate. And who is the master of the two armies? Of course, the last question has been answered. Now that Quel'Thalas needs troops from Lordaeron to help defend it. The High Elves can only become part of the Alliance army and cannot become the main force. Sitting in the ambulance, Sylvanas looked curiously at the various strange equipment around her. Through the glass window on the rear door, she could clearly see Quel'Thalas flying away. Sitting in the back car with Sylvanas were David and Laura, because they carried a hunting bow and quiver with them. They also attracted Sylvanas' attention.
Hello, my name is Lara Croft.
Although he had met several times before, it was only now that Lara had the opportunity to introduce herself to Sylvanas.
Sylvanas Windrunner, the Ranger of Quel'Thalas.
Sylvanas nodded to Laura. Compared to her own kind, she had no contempt for human hunters. After all, the first human ranger in the world of Azeroth was trained and taught by Sylvanas. Thinking of that person, Sylvanas' mood suddenly dropped. Previously, all her attention was focused on defending Quel'Thalas. Even she almost died at the hands of the Scourge. So she had no time to think about other things. By this time, the crisis in Quel'Thalas had been basically resolved, and the Alliance army had begun preparing to launch a counterattack against the Scourge. She finally had time to think about some personal matters.
Except for Hearthland. How is the situation in other places in the Kingdom of Lordaeron?
David was stunned for 2 seconds, and then realized that Sylvanas was actually asking himself.
I don't know very well. I am not from Lordaeron, and I flew directly from Hearthland to Quill on a griffin. Salus.
Sylvanas couldn't get an answer from David, but she guessed it wouldn't be good. The strength of the Scourge Legion is so terrifying. Sylvanas, who has personally fought against it, knows how hopeless and powerless ordinary people are when facing the undead. But maybe you can run away, right? After all, he is someone who has personally guided him. The car suddenly became silent. Fortunately, the ambulance rushed quickly, and everyone did not stay in the awkward atmosphere for too long before arriving at the Lordaeron army camp. As the ambulance slowed down, Sylvanas saw the paladin of the Silver Hand and the dwarf musketeer holding the Garen rifle through the window glass. When the ambulance stopped and everyone got out of the car, Sylvanas took a closer look at the muskets in the dwarf's hands.
These dwarf weapons are becoming more and more simple and rough.
David originally thought Sylvanas would be curious about the power of this new rifle, but he didn't expect such a comment. However, if you think carefully about the equipment used by the High Elves, this race has indeed carved luxury into their bones. It is quite normal to look down on the simple Garen rifle. Entering the camp, David found that there were not many soldiers in the camp, and the sound of cannons that had been ringing before could no longer be heard. Suddenly realizing something, David quickly asked the paladin of the Silver Hand next to him.
Is Tyrion Fordring in the camp? The High Lord just left the camp not long ago.
The soldiers in Lordaeron all know that the Cybertronians like Ratchet are their comrades. So even if they don't know David, they know that the few people who just got off the car in front of them are friendly troops. Not to mention that there is someone who is obviously from the High Elves of Quel'Thalas.
Who is the commander of the camp now? It's General Abetes.
After getting the answer, David and a few people quickly found Alfred Abetes, and General Abetes single-handedly resisted the natural disaster attack and protected Quel'Thala. See, David, who ensured that the Alliance army would not lose the combat power of the High Elf Kingdom, still respected him very much. From David taking the initiative to help Fordring to showing his strong strength in Quel'Thalas, he has gained the attention of the current surviving senior leaders of Lordaeron.
It is a pleasure to see you on your triumphant return, Lord Glamorgan. You don't have to be so polite, General Abetes.
After the two exchanged a few simple polite words, Abetes took the initiative to introduce the current situation without waiting for David to ask. After the Lordaeron artillery launched a continuous heavy artillery bombardment, Arthas, who had lost many soldiers in a daze, could no longer sit still. If the bombardment continued like this for a day, there would not be a few undead left around him. So what? Damn Quel'Thalas. So Arthas, who had found the opportunity, led the Scourge directly to the camp of the Lordaeron army. Tyrion Fordring, who learned of the situation through the investigation of the Griffin Knights, immediately set out with Alexandros Mograine, the Knights of the Silver Hand, and some dwarf musketeers to meet the enemy.
We were accompanied by those Cybertronians.
General Abetes sighed.
Those Cybertronians really helped a lot, allowing the artillery that was inconvenient to move and deploy quickly. When they are in the right position, I believe they will give the traitor in Alsace a big surprise. In which direction is the battlefield located?
General Abetes called two paladins to guide David and help him go to the battlefield to find Tyrion Fordring.
Don't worry about Tyrion and the others.
General Abetes originally wanted David not to worry. Fordring and Mograine teamed up. But he didn't believe that Arthas could still obtain more when facing these two people. Victory. Unexpectedly, David was not worried about Fordring at all. He just didn't want to miss this battle.
Rather than being behind the scenes, I want to witness this scene with my own eyes.
The Lich King's early curtain call. This kind of thing is not easy to see. Not to mention, it is a new ending where the development direction greatly deviates from the original track. Arthas will exit before he becomes the Lich King. Quickly boarding the ambulance, David discovered that he was not the only one who wanted to witness this historic moment with his own eyes. Steve, Laura, and even Sylvanas moved very quickly. Even Alfred Obbies' face showed a bit of confusion. It was only because of his status as commander that he had to stay at the camp. So he resisted not getting in the car.
Ambulance. Let's go!
Chapter 140 Alsos Must Die. The battlefield where Tyrion Fordring fought against Arthas was not far from Lord Darren's camp. Located in a plain area southeast of Eversong Forest. The open terrain here is perfect for a decisive battle. When David arrived, Tyrion Fordring and Alexandros Mograine were fully armed on their horses, waiting for the arrival of the Scourge. In addition to Fordring and Mograine, David also met the Autobots led by Optimus Prime on the Lord Darren army. It seemed that after helping to deploy the artillery positions, Optimus Prime and the Autobots were not prepared to stay. Instead, they directly joined the battle against the Scourge Legion. Perhaps it was the brutal actions of the Scourge that wiped out all life that made Optimus Prime quickly make the decision to join the war. After getting off the ambulance, when David walked to Fordring, he noticed that the priest Ysendlian was also here at this time. And the dwarf commander Barim Goldenhammer was also fully armed and riding with a heavy hammer. The characteristic mount of the dwarves is the goat.
You came directly from Quel'Thalas?
Fordring saw David and greeted him warmly, as if the upcoming battle was not a big deal at all.
I met Alfred Obbies at the camp, and came here after learning about your situation from him.
David briefly explained the situation and introduced Sylvanas by the way.
This is the Ranger General of Quel'Thalas.
Sylvanas nodded towards Tyrion Fordring. Of course she knew about this paladin whose reputation spread throughout Azeroth. However, what she was most curious about at this time was whether this famous paladin was as powerful as David next to her. According to the information she currently has, after Fordring returned to Hearthland, he immediately blocked the advance of the Scourge, making Hearthland the only area in the Kingdom of Lord Darren that was not captured by the Scourge. After David came to Quel'Thalas, he single-handedly forced back the Scourge. Judging from this information, these two should be very powerful users of the Holy Light. But Sylvanas believed in her heart that David was more powerful. After all, she had experienced the Holy Light released by this young human up close. And it was so shocking.
But no matter who is stronger, facing the combination of these two, the end of Alsos should be today.
After briefly greeting Fordring and Mograine, Sylvanas turned her attention to the undead of natural disasters that had vaguely appeared on the opposite side. And then she saw a familiar face among the undead. To be precise, it was a face that was once extremely familiar, but now became somewhat strange and ferocious. Sylvanas Windrunner, who had been proud of her outstanding vision since she was born, wished for the first time that her vision was not so powerful. In that case, she might not be able to see that person.
Still not able to escape?
She had already guessed this possibility in her heart, because after the human identity could not be recognized enough in Quel'Thalas, Nathanos Maris, the first human ranger in the history of Azeroth, finally left Quel'Thalas. Earthalas returned to his home, Maris Farm. Maris Farm is located in the Kingdom of Lord Darren. The entire Kingdom of Lord Darren has been scourged by the Scourge. Only Hearthland has survived. Now, Nathanos will become the undead of the Scourge. It is not a surprise. Something that feels unexpected. But before seeing it with her own eyes, Sylvanas could still tell herself that maybe Nathanos had escaped due to his extraordinary strength. As long as I can't see it with my own eyes, hope is always there. However, this slim hope was completely shattered at this time. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When Sylvanas opened her eyes again, her eyes were full of determination. In the battle with the Scourge, she had personally killed her former comrades, who had turned into undead more than once. Today, she was also prepared to personally relieve Nathanos' pain, help him completely get rid of the shackles of the Scourge, and gain true peace. When Sylvanas determined her target on this battlefield, David and Fordring also briefly exchanged a few words.
Do you need my help? Just support us from behind.
Fordring pulled out the two-handed warhammer that was made for himself. This warhammer has never been named. But as Fording uses this warhammer to help Lordaeron regain its strength, someone will soon give this warhammer a suitable name. Just like the big kitchen knife in Mograin's hand, it has been given the name Ashbringer.
For Lordaeron.
Fording looked around and made sure that everyone was ready. He raised the warhammer in his hand high and took the lead in charging after shouting, "His target is Arthas, and he will do his best to deal with the former prince of Lordaeron, because he is well aware of the plot." Fording attaches great importance to Arthas. Not only did he not consider a one-on-one fight, he even called out all the fighting power he could muster, striving to complete the victory in one battle and completely eliminate this huge scourge today. As long as Arthas is killed, the scourge will lose its most important leader. As long as Arthas is killed, the Burning Legion will lose an important tool that can help them open the portal. As long as Arthas is killed, the kingdom of Lordaeron can be revived. As long as he kills Arthas, the history of Azeroth will be changed by himself. And he will prove that he has the ability to change everything. So no matter what, Alsos must die today. Fording rode his war horse and rushed into the boundless sea of undead. But the ordinary undead could not stop his progress. He quickly rushed in front of Alsos, and the warhammer in his hand erupted with a more dazzling holy light than before. Towards Alsos, Sas smashed it over. Joining him in fighting in front of Arthas was Alexandros Mograine. The Ashbringer also burst out with brilliant light and slashed at Arthas from the side. Whether he was defending against Fordring's warhammer or Mograine's slash, he had to withstand a full blow from another person. Faced with this situation, Arthas didn't have much choice. He could only take the initiative to face Fording. When he used Frostmourne to receive Fording's heavy blow, he fell from his horse to the ground with the help of Fording's strength. Taking advantage of the situation, he avoided Mograine's slashing attack. But these two people were not the only ones heading towards Alsos. As soon as Alsos landed, before he even stood firm, a familiar round shield flew from the side. Clang! Used Frostmourne to deflect the buckler, and immediately dodged to the side, avoiding the sacred fire released by Ascenlion. But Alsos, who was attacked continuously, could not completely avoid the attack. His shoulders and half of his arms were hit by the sacred fire. The flames transformed from the holy light were burning fiercely on his body, constantly dissolving the power of death, power of withering, in his body. He mobilized the power in his body to extinguish the sacred fire. He looked at Tyrion Fordring and Mograine, who had just jumped off the horse in front of him, and then looked at the side of the saint he had seen in Quel'Thalas. The knight finally glanced at Ascenlion, who was further away. After realizing that he was not the person he thought, he immediately looked around, and finally turned to look at Steve on his right.
"What's your name?"
"Steve Rogers." Steve was surprised that the man suddenly asked his name, but he still answered the other person's question.
"You are a very powerful paladin. After you die in my hands, I will turn you into my subordinate."
Arthas made no secret of his admiration for Steve, and then asked Steve's husband,
"Where is the pastor who is with you? You mean David?"
When Steve saw the other person staring at him, as if he was afraid of missing a word, he knew how much this man named Alsos was afraid of David.
"He just on your left."
Seeing Alsos turn his head, Steve immediately used the Avenger Shield, and the shield filled with huge holy light flew towards Alsos. At the same time, he stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the earth element immediately created a formation under Alsos' feet. The formation fluctuated, making it almost lose its balance. When he turned to look to the left but didn't see the priest, Alsos knew that he had been fooled. He didn't even need to look back to know what situation he was about to face. Mograine and Fording have already pounced on them, and Ascenlion is preparing a more powerful attack. While everyone was surrounding Alsos, David stood on the ambulance in the form of a car, carefully observing the situation on the entire battlefield. When the Alliance army collided with the undead of the natural disaster and mixed together, and Fording, Mograine and others also fought against Arthas, he took a deep breath and reminded the ambulance at his feet to continue to maintain this form. Don't suddenly transform and throw yourself away.
"I know, David."
Although he didn't know what David was going to do, Ratchet assured David that even if his windshield was smashed and his tires were chewed up by these undead creatures, he would not suddenly transform.
"It's not that dramatic, and there's no way they can get to you."
There were other Autobots and Paladins from the Knights of the Silver Hand beside Ratchet, so ordinary undead couldn't get close to him. What's more, when he uses his ultimate move, the undead will no longer be able to get close to him. At that time, David's surroundings will be the area with the strongest holy light, and the undead will be completely purified as a result.
With so many undead, I wonder if there will be light-forged undead creatures.
David took a deep breath, and then raised his right hand again. The huge holy light once again condensed into a beam of light and shot straight into the sky, dyeing the entire sky golden yellow. This time, the light beam released by David was countless times thicker than the previous 2 times. Even he himself was covered by the rich holy light energy and became part of the light beam. Such a huge amount of holy light not only turned the entire battlefield into a field filled with holy light, but also formed a golden translucent wall of light on the outermost edge, locking the Scourge Legion in this area. Chapter 141 Holy Light Realm. David, who had released the holy light realm that blocked the entire battlefield, felt that his body was undergoing a magical change under the wash of the huge holy light. His body became more balanced. The rewards he received from Squirtle and Leon made his head and back stronger and tougher than other parts. As the holy light washed away, it slowly spread to the whole body, and both the reinforcements originating from different parts and origins are also superimposed, producing the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Not only that, David had previously received an increase in physical fitness potential from fording, and now it was activated by the wash of the holy light. What David didn't expect the most was that he also received physical strengthening from the ambulance. After gaining enough energy, this special state was also activated. As long as David has the slightest thought, his body will transform into the Cybertronian body, which is the silicon-based life form of the Transformers, and the holy light in his body will condense into a fire-like core. In the Cybertron form, David's body strength will be greatly improved, especially the ability to withstand energy far beyond the normal state. This is why David can still stand firmly here at this time, and continue to release the holy light domain, the root cause of this super move. In addition, he felt that his thinking ability had also undergone some changes. His brain thought faster, and could process multiple pieces of information at the same time. Originally, when he sensed all corners of the entire area through the holy light, there was no way to process so much information at the same time, and he could only focus on a certain area. But in Cybertronian form, he can easily control all events in all areas without any confusion. Just like this, he could clearly see that when the Knights of the Silver Hand on the battlefield found themselves bathed in endless holy light, and the holy light in their bodies seemed not to be consumed, almost all the Knights all used the holy shield at the same time, screaming and rushing into the pile of undead, waving their weapons wildly. The priests who were originally responsible for the treatment along with the team gave up on themselves when they saw that their comrades around them did not need to be treated by themselves at all. All human and dwarf soldiers were healed by the ubiquitous holy light when they were injured. His job, like those of the paladins, was to rush into the monster pile with his shield on and continuously release holy nova. The dwarf musketeers no longer gathered in a formation to shoot. Instead, they held up the garand and rushed forward with roars. Occasionally, when they ran out of bullets and were approached by the undead, they took advantage of the situation and took out the hand axes and one-handed hammers they carried. Wait for the weapon to deal with the undead, then quickly complete the reloading process and repeat the previous operation. David noticed that although some improvements had been made to the Garand rifles made by these dwarves, the original shortcomings of the Garand rifles had not been adjusted and improved. The finger-biting problem still exists, and David has seen countless dwarf gunners have their fingers bitten by garland. Of course, unlike the fragile humans on Earth, these dwarves may not think this is a fatal issue at all. Isn't it just a bite from a rifle? Is this a big deal? With the dwarves' thick-skinned and strong physiques, these Garands couldn't bite them at all, compared with the Earth soldiers who easily broke their fingers. It was completely different. David found this situation very interesting, and then continued to enjoy the interesting things happening everywhere on the battlefield. And by the way, he used the special status of the Cybertronian body to perform some delicate operations. For example, suddenly release a sacred fire next to a dwarf who is busy changing ammunition, and cremate an undead who wants to sneak attack on the spot. For another example, when Sylvanas was fighting with Nathanos, she suddenly released a burst of sacred fire, seriously injuring Nathanos. Sylvanas took the opportunity to use arcane shooting to kill him. At that time, another shot of sacred fire allowed the first human ranger in the history of Azeroth to achieve complete relief. From now on, there will no longer be the so-called Nathanos the Blighter in this world. After helping Sylvanas complete this matter, David also gave Sylvanas a holy light shield to ensure that she would not be threatened by the chaos. At the same time, he also gave Alsace, who was caught in the melee, a shot of holy fire, which not only made Alsace's situation more critical, but also completely eliminated the ghosts that had always followed him.
The priest has very few attack methods.
The main ones are Smite, Holy Fire, and Holy Nova. Among them, Holy Fire and Holy Nova are not something that every priest can learn or even master. In other words, many low-level priests only have an attack spell like Smite. No wonder that after the First Orc War, Archbishop Alonso Sfale lamented that priests lack sufficient combat effectiveness, and then created the Paladin, a combat profession more suitable for the battlefield. While feeling emotional in his heart, David continued to pay attention to the battle situation. Because of the blessing of the Holy Light Realm, the Alliance army was like having infinite blood and infinite mana plugins. Everyone felt what it meant to be unparalleled in cutting grass. In this environment, the undead of the natural disaster were as fragile as ordinary small animals in Azeroth. Even after the attack, the Autobots stopped their actions and slowly walked back to the ambulance. The Autobots led by Optimus Prime are indeed dissatisfied with the Scourge who kill lives at will, and are very willing to help the living races on Azeroth deal with these undead. But when it is obvious that the overall situation has been decided, the Autobots under the leadership of Optimus Prime will not be overly indulged in killing. They know when to stop. Beyond that, there was another reason for them to stop. That is David. The original intention of Optimus Prime coming here is to have a face-to-face talk with David. Now that the living races of Azeroth are about to get rid of the threat of natural disasters and undead, Optimus Prime feels that he and others have a good mission. That was done, and he could deal with his own affairs. But when he came over, he discovered that the Lord of Winter Town named David was almost integrated with the energy called Holy Light. The thick beam of light even obscured the ambulance. Even standing nearby, the Autobots couldn't see clearly what the ambulance looked like. They could only vaguely see the lower end of the thick light beam, which might have something like a base. After waiting quietly for a moment, Optimus Prime found that more and more Azerothians were slowly gathering around him. Mainly the Paladins of the Knights of the Silver Hand wearing armor. After the natural disaster, undead on the battlefield are cleared one after another. No matter who kills the natural disaster undead, when the undead are eliminated, the sacred fire will fall out of the sky and dispose of the corpse perfectly. Therefore, the Alliance soldiers on the battlefield do not even have to do the work of cleaning the battlefield. After defeating the undead, they will help nearby companions clean up the remaining undead. If the undead can no longer be found nearby, they will retreat to the meeting point. Only the dwarf musketeers wandered around looking for discarded magazines. At this gathering point, everyone on the battlefield chose the location of the light pillar with a tacit understanding. Therefore, more and more people gathered around David. The Paladin even knelt down on one knee facing the huge pillar of holy light, closed his eyes, and bowed his head in prayer. There were also a few priests who knelt on their knees and clasped their hands together, praying devoutly toward the beam of light released by David. The Holy Light sect does not engage in personality worship. And to say that they believe in the Holy Light is better to say that they believe in a certain philosophy of life. But when faced with such a shocking user of the Holy Light, these followers of the Holy Light still inevitably equate David with the Holy Light and their own beliefs. In the eyes of these followers of the Holy Light, David Garamorgan is the embodiment of the Holy Light, because they feel that it is impossible for humans to release such a huge amount of Holy Light. After all, even as powerful as Uther and Fording, they cannot do what David is doing at this time, especially in the battle that just took place. All followers of the Holy Light were blessed. They could personally feel the fullness of the Holy Light in their bodies. And they could also feel where the Holy Light came from. There is also the ubiquitous sacred fire, which is like the divine punishment of the Holy Light on things like the undead that should not exist in this world. After experiencing this, these Paladins of the Knights of the Silver Hand and priests of the Holy Light sect can no longer regard David as an ordinary follower of the Holy Light. Even after this battle, David's status in the hearts of the Holy Light believers in Lordaeron directly surpassed several first-generation Paladins including Fording, surpassed the Holy Light Archbishop Alonso Sfale, and surpassed the royal family of Menethil and the kingdom of Lordaeron. If David is willing, he can even raise an army in Azeroth that is more fanatical than the Scarlet Crusade. Regarding this situation, David felt dumbfounded. He felt that if this continued, he would be put in a strange position by a group of fanatical believers. So after confirming that Alsos was at the end of his strength and could not escape, David slowly reduced the output of the Holy Light and began to reduce the coverage of the Holy Light field, until Frostmourne in Artha's hand was chopped into pieces by the Ashbringer, and he fell under Tyrion Fordring's heavy hammer, and there were no undead natural disasters around him who could help him regain his strength. David put away Holy Light field. and before the light beam dissipated, he converted his form back to his normal appearance. But looking at the holy light believers kneeling on the ground around the ambulance, I felt a headache while feeling secretly happy. He hopes that he will have countless loyal subordinates. But he does not want his loyal subordinates to be a group of fanatical believers. That is not a good thing, and may cause some weird troubles. Just when David was thinking about what to say, Ratchet suddenly said,
"Keep going! Why did you stop?"
Chapter 142 Leave your contact information. Ignoring Ratchet, who was still lingering on the energy of the holy light, David jumped up hard, passed over the crowd, and landed firmly outside the crowd, and then walked towards the place where Fording and Mograine besieged Arthas. Go! Many paladins, who noticed David's actions, also stood up again and followed David to Alsos's location. From a distance, it looks like David is walking in front alone, with thousands of troops following behind him. David. Seeing David coming over, Steve said low to him. Vaguely, Steve felt something was different about David. But when he looked over, he couldn't see any changes. For this kind of thing, Steve didn't have too much entanglement. On the contrary, Fording, who knew the holy light better and had broader knowledge, was the first to notice what had happened to David. David had become stronger. Now, even with pure physical strength, David can easily crush most Azeroth warriors. In addition to this, there should be some other changes, but those would need to be introduced by David himself. Fording couldn't completely see David's situation with just one glance. After all, he didn't have detection skills or spells.
Are you ready to witness the end of this Prince of Arthas Menethil up close? After all, he represents an era.
David is indeed here to witness the curtain call of Arthas. After all, this prince represents his memories for many years, and is an existence that has influenced the entire history of Azeroth.
Do you want to take matters into your own hands and end this era? No. That's your job.
Fording nodded. This is indeed his responsibility. The warhammer at his hand was raised high, bursting out all the holy light in his body. Under the attention of the holy light, the warhammer turned into a small sun, as if it wanted to swallow everything. With a loud noise, Alsos, who originally fell to the ground, was hit by Fording's warhammer, leaving not even a trace of residue left. There were no last words before his death, and there were no cruel words like "I will come back again." Alsos passed away peacefully. Fording looked at the big pit he had made in front of him, lifted the warhammer upside down in his hand, and stared at the big pit quietly in a daze. Mograine didn't know what Fording was thinking. He simply thought that the old Fording was mourning for the calamity of the kingdom of Lordaeron and the almost extinction of the Menethil family. Only David knew that Fording was thinking about something more complicated at this time. After learning about the various disasters Azeroth was about to face, Fording made up his mind to change everything. But it's not easy to change the history of Azeroth. Let's not talk about this special group of bronze dragons. Simply talking about the fall of Arthas and the ravages of the Scourge will not be easy to change. There were too many conspirators involved behind the fall of Alsos. The Burning Legion, the Lich King, the Dreadlord, the fallen human mages, etc. All forces came together to finally create Arthas, the perfect tool man, and achieve the goal of allowing the Burning Legion to enter Azeroth again. The greatest purpose. According to the follow-up content of the Warcraft game, Arthas was also involved in the Shadow Realm, and various forces were mixed into a mess. Although Fording was determined, he also felt a little doubt about whether he could succeed. In this case, the support of David and his friends in Winter Town is very important. What's more, as David's abilities upgrade, his partners not only provide spiritual and technical support, but even help with force. After trying his best, Fording felt happy, but at the same time, the pressure in his heart became even greater. He didn't want to disappoint his friends, nor did he want to let down the kingdom of Lordaeron or the people of Hearthglen who believed in him. He desperately hoped that he could change everything. It was only at this moment, after killing Alsos with his own hands, that this boulder-like pressure was greatly relieved. After taking a deep breath, Fording suddenly felt a warm feeling all over his body. Only when he raised his head did he notice that a beam of light descended straight from the sky, illuminating Fording alone. Looking at David next to him, he immediately realized that it was actually David who did this. And he also figured out why David would do this. Then he turned to look to the side. Not only the countless paladins of the Knights of the Silver Hand and the priests of the Holy Light sect, but even his old friend Alexandros Mograine were looking at him in shock. "Oh." He shook his head helplessly, and then said to David in Brynnian common language,
You are too simple in your thinking, and you will not achieve the results you expect. It doesn't matter, as long as you can help me share some of the pressure.
Moreover, David is not a native of Azeroth, and his focus has always been Wintertown. Compared to himself, perhaps Fording needs reputation here more. More miracles can give him more talismans to avoid being demoted to a civilian and expelled from the Knights of the Silver Hand. The light beam slowly disappeared, and the surrounding paladins also came to their senses. They felt that their life was worth it. Not only did they participate in a very important great battle, they also saved the almost collapsed kingdom of Lordaeron. He also witnessed many miracles with his own eyes. The incarnation of the Holy Light was right in front of him, and Tyrion Fordring, who had already gained a high reputation, once again received the blessing of the Holy Light. Everyone believes that under the protection of the Holy Light, the kingdom of Lordaeron will be able to regain its position as the most powerful nation in mankind, and all the suffering in front of them will disappear. The troops assembled and then prepared to return to camp, because the battlefield does not need to be cleaned. The aftermath is easy to deal with. The only thing that needs to be cleaned up is Frostmourne, which was chopped into pieces by Mograine. Fording put away the fragments of the two-handed sword and considered what to do with it.
How about taking you back to Wintertown? I don't think Will is capable of restoring this artifact now.
Fording looked at David speechlessly. He did not expect Will to recast Frostmourne. Not to mention, he did not expect this weapon full of death power to be restored. David knew that Fording just wanted to throw Frostmourne out of Azeroth, and he was just making a joke.
It's okay for me to take it back, but it's best to get a special box to ensure that no death power is leaked. Well, you should indeed keep it carefully.
Fording decided to ask the dwarves to make a box out of bare iron when he returned, then lock the fragments inside, and then give the box to David for safekeeping. Or simply let Mark take the box to Mars and bury it. Isn't there nothing there? After leading the troops back to the camp, I chatted with David about the next arrangements on the way. After hearing Fording's inquiry, David simply stated that since Arthas had been killed, the kingdom of Lordaeron had solved its biggest problem, and he would return to Wintertown.
Well, I really don't need to trouble you about the next thing.
Fording also felt that the noise David made was a bit big. He now also noticed that the eyes of the surrounding paladins and priests were not quite right.
The remaining undead can be completely eliminated with the help of the Knights of the Silver Hand. Even if we encounter some troublesome opponents, there are still me and Alexandros.
Even if the two of them were busy with official duties and had no time to take action, just letting those young people lead the team would be enough to clear out the ordinary undead.
But it's better to stay for 2 more days before leaving. I think there will be many people who want to see you next.
Fording said the fact in a joking tone.
I don't want to do nothing for a day. The world keeps moving.
Fording's words were quickly confirmed. When he first returned to the Lordaeron army's camp, David was relatively free and could have a good chat with Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, and reached a certain level of consensus. If there are Autobots who don't want to fight endlessly, the Decepticons are fighting and just want to find a safe place to live quietly. So Optimus Prime has no objection to them going to Wintertown. At the same time, if there are Cybertronians who are unwilling to join the Autobots or Decepticons, they can also be sent to Wintertown. Apart from this, the two parties did not form any alliance, and David did not say that he was willing to help Optimus Prime deal with the Decepticons. However, both parties were satisfied with the results of the initial contact. David felt that he had another source of residence, a very special Cybertronian. Optimus Prime felt that he had found a good place, a good retreat and safe haven for his compatriots. After reaching a simple verbal agreement with David, Optimus Prime said goodbye to Fording, left Azeroth with the Autobots, and then returned to the original world of Earth with the help of an ambulance. But the 3 RC sisters stayed in Wintertown. At the same time, Ratchet no longer stayed on the Earth side during normal times. Instead, like Steve, he traveled back and forth between the two worlds to maintain the balance between the two worlds. Connect? After the Autobots left, David was quiet for 2 days, and then his peaceful life was completely shattered. First, Sylvanas came to discuss with David the formal establishment of diplomatic relations between Quel'Thalas and Wintertown on behalf of His Majesty Anastarion's son Strider. Immediately afterwards, Jaina came on behalf of Dalaran and also proposed to establish formal diplomatic relations with Wintertown. Even the candidate for the permanent diplomat in Wintertown has been decided, which is Jaina Proud. More. Later, Fording also came over and expressed that Her Royal Highness Princess Kalia Menethil also hoped to establish formal diplomatic relations with Wintertown, so that the friendship between the two parties could be maintained for a long time. Compared to the other two families, The kingdom of Lordaeron was more generous to David, who came to help in critical moments. According to Fording, if David had not had his own territory, the kingdom of Lordaeron would have named him Stratholme, Grand Duke. In addition, because of the miracles David has performed, he has been called Saint David by countless knights of the Silver Hand. If David is willing to accept the title of Grand Duke of Stratholme, the kingdom of Lordaeron is even willing to transfer Stan to the throne. Psalm was changed to Saint Stratholme, or Saint Glamorgan.
Isn't that too exaggerated? Are you sure you're not joking?
Looking at David's embarrassed expression, Fording calmly stated that he was not joking.
The noise you made earlier was really shocking.
Chapter 143 Diplomats from Azeroth. David knew that the noise he made was a bit exaggerated, and he wanted to control it. But he couldn't. He did not accept the position of Archduke Stratholme. He had finally started to get on the right track in Brunia Continent, and he was not ready to start a new home again. The key thing is that he knows that Azeroth is not peaceful. Various events will happen one after another in the future, and there will be no time to calm down. Even if Arthas and Kel'Thuzad are killed now, there are still several Dreadlords hiding in the dark, causing trouble everywhere. In comparison, Wintertown is currently much more stable.
What about establishing formal diplomatic relations? How to do this?
David spread his hands. It seemed that no matter whether it was official or not, if people on Azeroth wanted to contact David, they could only contact him through Tirion Forge Ring.
Right? I mean, sign a formal written agreement.
Oh,
that's no problem.
David couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Would establishing diplomatic relations with Quel'Thalas, Dalaran and the kingdom of Lordaeron be harmful to Wintertown? He couldn't think of it at the moment. What about the benefits? David actually thought of several things. For example, applying for several mages from Quel'Thalas and Dalaran to aid Wintertown. Presumably neither of these two families would refuse. As for David's territory is not in Azeroth, but in another world. Dalaran should already know this. And as members of the Alliance, the kingdom of Lordaeron and Quel'Thalas, even if David without telling Fording, they would soon be able to find out the news. Therefore, there is no need to conceal the origin. In the next few days, David mainly signed a few documents. At the same time, he met with Antonidas, the current leader of Dalaran, and Astarion Sunstrider, the king of Quel'Thalas, and the confirmed president, Kalia Menethil, who inherited the throne of the kingdom of Lordaeron and became the queen of Lordaeron. Met separately. During these several meetings, they didn't discuss too many things. It was just like a normal family talk. They talked about their own customs and things, and then expressed that Dalaran, Lordaeron, Quel'Thalas, was willing to establish a long-term friendship with Wintertown, and the two parties can have more exchanges. After completing these meetings, David left Azeroth and returned to Wintertown. Next, the Alliance will begin to thoroughly clean up the undead in the Eastern Kingdom, especially the royal city of Lordaeron, which must be cleared out as soon as possible so that Kalia Menethil can complete the succession ceremony. This is not an easy task, and will probably take a lot of time, because even if the undead are cleared away, it will take time to rebuild the royal city of Lordaeron and prepare for the succession ceremony. In addition, Tirion Forge Ring has been confirmed to become the regent of Lordaeron, assisting the newly succeeded queen of Lordaeron, Kalia Menethil, in governing the kingdom of Lordaeron. The regent's inauguration ceremony was scheduled together with the queen's succession ceremony, which also had to wait until the royal city of Lordaeron was recaptured and repaired.
Although it's still very early, and even the official time hasn't been determined yet, I'd better write this down first.
After returning to Wintertown, David met with Floyd and Gareth Stan successively. Dunn and Elias chatted for a while, and asked them how they were doing during the time they were out. Then he called Eva and asked carefully about the specific situation of Wintertown during this period. Eva's main job now is these, so she reported in detail the various little things that happened in Wintertown during this period. Nothing major will happen in Wintertown today. The biggest thing is that Gareth Stanton drove away some invaders by force while leading soldiers on patrol.
Farmers have already started planting this year.
The weather has gradually warmed up, and farming for the new year has begun. Considering that the population of Wintertown has increased many times compared with last year, more farmland may need to be cultivated to ensure sufficient food.
If possible, let Van Cleef send out a group of people to help reclaim the wasteland.
David thought for a while, and thought it would be better to talk to Van Cleef about the matter alone.
Forget it. I will talk to Edwin personally later. This matter. Okay.
Later, David asked about Anduin, and learned that the little prince was no longer chasing after the craftsman asking endless questions every day. Instead, He had begun to indulge in the various books that Laura had brought before, and even taught himself English. That posture is to learn more knowledge and solve the doubts in my heart. After hearing this, David was not prepared to interfere with Anduin's affairs. He was curious. What kind of fruit would grow if Anduin lived in Winter Town for a few years? After asking about the situation in the town, he also helped Eva explain some knowledge about the Holy Light. Finally, Eva began to ask
how to arrange the new arrivals. Let's build a place for these people as usual first, and we'll talk about the rest later.
What Eva was talking about was Jaina Proudmoore, the diplomat sent by Dalaran, Sylvanas Windrunner, the diplomat sent by Quel'Thalas, and her adjutant Liadrin and Lorden, Len's diplomat Renaud Maugraine, and his lieutenant Sally Whitemane. Dalaran chose Jaina because Jaina and David barely knew each other, and Jaina herself requested that she be stationed in Winter Town as a diplomat. In addition, as the daughter of Alliance Admiral Dalen Proudmoore, Jaina can also represent Kul Tiras, which is equivalent to serving as the spokesperson of two forces at the same time. Quel'Thalas chose Sylvanas because Sylvanas was familiar with David. At the same time, His Majesty King Anastarian has the idea of sending out this outstanding Ranger General, because he has decided to call his son Cael'thas back to Quel'Thalas and prepares to pass the throne to himself as son. The purpose of sending Sylvanas away was to create more opportunities for his son to perform meritorious deeds. For example, Cael'thas would be responsible for the next task of clearing out the undead from natural disasters in the Eastern Kingdom. If Sylvanas stays in Quel'Thalas, then she, who has been leading the High Elves against the undead scourge, is the most suitable candidate. In addition, it was also to maintain the relationship with David, a strong man. Although the old king showed no intention of doing so, he still had the idea of using a honey trap. Finally, there were the diplomats sent by the Kingdom of Lordaeron, Alexandros Maugraine's eldest son Renaud Maugraine, and his adopted daughter Sally Whitemane. David was shocked when he heard these two candidates, and then realized that it was probably Fording's fault. Considering that these famous bloody men and women were still positive and working hard to prove their outstanding youth, David didn't refuse. Maybe my decision can save many people, in addition to these diplomats and adjutants. According to normal circumstances, they should also bring a bunch of people such as guards and servants with them to the appointment. But David stopped him.
My Winter Town is still in its early stages of development and cannot accommodate so many people.
In addition, these few people are not pampered people, so they all agreed to go to Winter Town without any escort servants. After the development of Winter Town is completed, they will consider adding more manpower. In this way, several diplomats representing their respective forces followed David to Winter Town. While David and Eva were communicating about the situation in Winter Town, several diplomats were visiting the entire Winter Town under the leadership of Laura and Sharon.
Is this the territory of the Baron of Glamorgan?
Several representatives from various parties in Azeroth were surprised. They did not expect that the territory of the incarnation of the Holy Light was so primitive. Looking at the appearance of this large construction site, it was obvious that construction had just begun. No wonder the territory is still under development and cannot accommodate many people. However, with David Glamorgan's ability, he can definitely obtain a higher title, as well as a better and richer territory. Right? Or is this so-called Thailand kingdom so powerful that even the Holy Light incarnation can only be responsible for clearing wasteland on the border? Laura didn't introduce it in too much detail, so I can only rely on these few people to figure out the specific situation. Renaud just lamented that David could have chosen to give up this place and become the Grand Duke of Stratholme. It was the most prosperous city in the Kingdom of Lordaeron, besides the royal capital, even though it suffered from natural disasters and plagues and was massacred by Arthas. The foundation is there. As long as it takes a few years to be properly managed, it will soon show the style of a big city. In addition, David has an extremely terrifying reputation in the Knights of the Silver Hand and the Church of the Holy Light in Lordaeron. If he is willing, he can immediately become the new leader of the Knights of the Silver Hand and the Church of the Holy Light. As long as David shows his thoughts in this regard, the Knights of the Silver Hand will be very willing to rush to the Kingdom of Stormwind, tie Benedictus in front of David, and strongly suggest that the current Archbishop of Holy Light give up his position. No matter how you look at it, David will have better prospects as long as he chooses to stay in Lordaeron. In comparison, Sylvanas and Jaina's ideas are much more complicated. Sylvanas wants to know more about David himself, especially why he is so powerful. She was almost killed by Arthas, and watched her comrades die in the ravages of natural disasters. This made Sylvanas want to become stronger. As for Jaina, In addition to wanting to know these things, she also wants to investigate the world. She especially wants to find out what connects this world to Azeroth. As a result, as soon as they arrived here, the two women who used arcane energy discovered the various restrictions on arcane energy in this world. The two of them could not even mobilize the extremely familiar arcane energy as they wished.
What's going on with the arcane energy in this world?
Chapter 144. Dividing Fields to Win People's Hearts. The strange state of arcane energy made Sylvanas and Jaina slightly distracted. They only regained consciousness when they walked around Wintertown. At this time, Laura had already called Peggy and explained to several diplomats from Azeroth about accommodation. For now, a few people will choose a location they like, and then Wintertown will provide help in building a wooden house as a temporary residence. As for better houses, we can't start until the infrastructure construction in Wintertown is completed.
In addition, here are some books on learning Brinian Common and Azeroth Common.
Laura took out a few books and handed them to the people in front of her. She printed a lot of these books for learning languages, and kept a lot of them here in Wintertown, just to cope with the current situation. Several Azeroth diplomats accepted the book handed over by Laura, and then they realized that they had really arrived in another world. When they visited before, they didn't feel like they had left Azeroth at all, as if they had arrived at a remote village. At this time, looking at the Brinian Common Language textbook in their hands, several people had different reactions. Jaina thinks this is not a difficult task. For a mage, learning a new language is very simple. Sylvanas and Liedron also thought it didn't matter. They just wanted to spend some time. Sally Whitemane didn't feel worried either. Only Reno showed a headache expression.
Before your cabins are built, you can live in the existing cabins.
Laura can give up her cabin and go back to Crawford Manor to rest. Or she can go to David's place. Peggy can also squeeze in with Sharon and give up a cabin. Mark can also contribute his own cabin and return to the Mars base to spend the night. The Azeroth delegation did not receive any special hospitality on their first day in Wintertown. Even dinner was served in the cafeteria like everyone else in Wintertown. Only when they first came here, they were personally led by Baron David Glamorgan. After arriving in Wintertown, these people didn't even see David again. According to Laura, David is currently dealing with some things. After a few people have a night's rest, he will probably be finished tomorrow. Several people expressed their understanding, not to mention that they had nothing important to ask David about now, and preferred to be like this, where they could walk around freely. However, Sylvanas and Liedron did not wander around. Both of them noticed the few strange eyes in Wintertown.
Are there no elves in this world?
Liedron thought that people in this world had never seen elves, so they looked at her with that look. But Sylvanas didn't think so.
Some people's eyes were full of wariness, and some even showed hostility to Liedron. Please don't act alone during this period. Okay, my lord.
If possible, Sylvanas wanted to take advantage of the night to investigate the situation. It would be better if she could get some information. But the abnormality of the arcane energy made her dare not act rashly. She had to at least figure out what the situation was, and ensure that her combat power was in a normal state before she could consider other things. Right. Now, let's rest honestly. The few newcomers are very honest, but the old people in Wintertown are not so calm.
Confirmed? Yes.
Edwin Van Cleef is reporting his observations during this period to David.
There's only one person.
When David brought Gareth Stanton and a group of others to Wintertown, he asked Van Cleef to follow up and investigate. After observing this former MI7 intelligence officer from the Kingdom of Stormwind, he had determined who was the informant sent to Wintertown from the Kingdom of Thailand.
Yes, there is only one.
Edwin Van Cleef thought for a while, and then expressed his judgment.
And, if I am not wrong, this spy should be Gareth Stanton. It was put in on purpose. You mean, there's something wrong with Gareth Stanton? No, there is nothing wrong with him.
Van Cleef can conclude this, because Gareth Stanton is one of his key targets. Under his observation, the knight is absolutely loyal to David.
If he has a problem, then he shouldn't have only one informant. Oh, I see what you mean.
These 10 soldiers were all personally selected by Gareth Stanton, which meant that the guard knight deliberately cleaned up the redundant informants, leaving only one. An eyeliner placed under the eyelids can be washed off at any time when necessary, without much threat. Not all of them were cleaned up, probably to complete the mission of His Majesty the King. In this way, Gareth Stanton has indeed dedicated himself to himself? Is he loyal enough to himself?
It's a bit surprising.
After thinking for a few seconds, David asked Van Cleef,
Do you have any suggestions? Ignore it. Well, just do as you say.
Such an informant was just helping Abelson observe Wintertown. So there was no need to clean it out. It would look like he was going to do something bad. So just stay there. In addition, if this eyeliner stays there, it may have additional functions. With the development of Wintertown, sooner or later, people will come to Wintertown one after another. The origins of those people are not easy to investigate. There, maybe a few more fish can be fished out. As for Gareth Stanton, it seems that he can give more trust. There is no rush in this matter. As long as Gareth shows enough ability, David will not hesitate to reward him.
By the way, the population of Wintertown has increased a lot now than before. I'm worried that we won't be able to produce enough food just relying on the existing farmland.
He and Van Cleef mentioned, by the way, that some people were assigned to cultivate farmland. According to the current laws and regulations of Wintertown, the farmland cultivated by these craftsmen will also belong to their personal names.
Even if I don't want to become a farmer, I can still hire contract farmers to cultivate my own fields in the future.
David felt that if this thing is done well, these craftsmen can be fully integrated into Wintertown and regard it as their real home.
A little bit with this operation. Each of the craftsmen can get their own land.
Van Cleef, who was calm at first, was really moved this time. He didn't expect David to give such great benefits to the craftsmen. Although David told him that he would work hard to let the craftsmen live a stable life here, Van Cleef never expected that David would give such a big piece of cake. If everyone can own a piece of farmland of their own, even if it is not big, it will still have the most basic guarantee. When the infrastructure of Wintertown is built, everyone can build their own house. And with the skills they have already mastered, then the good times really came.
My lord, I think it would be better if you personally announce this matter to the craftsmen.
Since David is willing to keep his promise, Van Cleef is naturally willing to provide all help he can, such as helping David maintain his status as Baron of Glamorgan and Lord of Wintertown.
Well, just before work starts tomorrow morning, when the craftsmen gather at the construction site after breakfast, I will announce this.
Van Cleef nodded to express his understanding and left. At this time, it was getting dark. David looked at Laura, who came in, and asked about the situation of the members of the Azeroth delegation.
It's already been arranged.
Laura stood in front of David, holding her waist, and thought of a question.
Speaking of which, since we are establishing formal diplomatic relations, do we also have to send people to stay there permanently? I gave Tyrion the job as well.
If those countries want to contact them about something important, they can just contact Fording directly, even if he lets Mark, Sharon and others stay in Azeroth. If something happens, and he is contacted through these people, David will not be able to go directly to Azeroth. In the final analysis, he still has to notify Fording. So looking for Fording directly is the most efficient way.
What? Do you want to represent Wintertown in Azeroth? That world seems to have a lot of interesting places to explore.
After 2 seconds of silence for the various ancient tombs, ruins, dungeons and other places in Azeroth, David gave a few symbolic words of advice.
Azeroth is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will release the Zerg,
ancient gods, guardians, etc. I think you should explore somewhere else.
When he said this, David really thought of the right place.
I think Lion's Place is good. Kill zombies, parasites, etc. if you have nothing to do. It's not dangerous at all. It can relieve your mood very well. I want to find places with historical traces, and I don't want to kill to vent my anger,
Laura said, feeling a little lack of confidence. She explored ancient ruins several times, and kept killing them randomly.
Well. Anyway, I have no interest in going to Lion's World to kill zombies, or anything like that.
Oh.
Correct.
What?
I never had time to ask. Why did you suddenly become so powerful?
Laura had wanted to ask for a long time, but she didn't get the chance until now.
The sheer size of that holy light shocked me. It's just a venue bonus under special circumstances.
David waved his hand, saying that he would not be able to release such a huge amount of holy light under normal conditions.
However, I have gained a lot of benefits from this. What benefits?
Laura thought for a while. The benefits related to the holy light seemed to be the so-called light casting, but David didn't look like he was cast by light.
Is it possible that you have become a creature of holy light? Physical quality improves. There is more holy light in the body.
And this? While explaining, David completed the form transformation, allowing others to see his Cybertronian body for the first time. Chapter 145: The Body of Cybertron. During David's trip to Azeroth, his physical fitness became stronger, and the holy light became stronger. But these were not as surprising as the body of Cybertron. Because this stuff is fun. Before today, David didn't study this ability well. Now Laura wants to see it. And the two of them could just study it together. David only knew that his form could be transformed into Cybertron mode. This silicon-based life form state greatly improved his strength and resistance. And his thinking ability was also strengthened. In addition, in this state, he could be more powerful. Violent output of holy light energy. For example, the holy light field technique used in the world of Azeroth can only be used with the body of Cybertron. If David were released in his normal state, his body would either be unable to withstand such a huge energy output and collapse, or he would be transformed into a pure holy light creature under the huge wash of holy light. The best outcome would be to be cast by light. Without the additional bonus of the Azeroth world, David found that this mode consumes a lot of energy. If he wants to maintain this state for a long time, he needs to switch to a low-power mode. Just like the current Autobots and Decepticons, the two factions of Cybertronians who have lost their homeland of Cybertron and no stable energy replenishment are usually in low-power mode. In this mode, many of the abilities of these Cybertronians cannot be used, such as the energy shield that all Cybertronians have, or let the holy light you possess become larger. With sufficient energy supply, you can naturally turn on this mode for a long time. This isn't a problem, is it? You won't stay in this state forever. It's really not a problem. David usually doesn't have many opportunities to fight. If he occasionally needs to fight, he can solve it with the increasingly powerful holy light and increasingly rich weapons and equipment. There are really not many opportunities to use the Cybertronian body. Laura touched up and down there, and found nothing strange. David still looked like David. I still don't see what's special about this state. In addition, what is the special venue bonus you mentioned? What's the meaning? David is actually observing himself, and he also has a lot to explore about this state. As for Laura's persistent question, he explained it smoothly. You should know that Azeroth is a planet that can give birth to Titans. Right? Laura nodded. This is the basic setting in the world of Warcraft. Azeroth is a Titan that is not really awakened yet. It is mentioned in the setting that once Azeroth awakens, it will be the most powerful Titan. So it's not that I have become stronger, but that Azeroth is already strong. Laura tilted her head, not very satisfied with David's answer. What does the power of Azeroth have to do with you? I just got a little permission from Azeroth. To put it bluntly, it was Azeroth, not David, who mobilized the power. Even because David was too weak, he could only use that level of power. Oh, I understand. It's equivalent to you borrowing the authority account of Azeroth, so you can use power far beyond your own ability. Almost. After clearing up her doubts, Laura began to study the Cybertronian body with David attentively. Soon the two discovered that David could change his appearance in this mode. There was a familiar sound of transformation, and David changed from a human to a robot. I don't know if it was because there was no template, but the robot that David turned into looked ugly. Why is it still a degraded version like C-3PO? David was also speechless about his appearance. He was not Sheldon. So why did the mechanical appearance look like this? After transforming again in the mirror and returning to human form, he found that in his Cybertronian form, he looked a bit like the Decepticon Hermit Warrior who appeared in the second Transformers movie. It has two appearances, machine and human. Its appearance is the same as that of humans, but it is still a silicon-based life form, and can be switched freely. Then he discovered that his body could adjust. Huh? This is interesting. Seeing David adjusting his appearance in the mirror, Laura, who had lost interest, finally became interested and started pointing at the side. David was also asked to transform into a mechanical shape first. After a long time of adjustment, a familiar machine skeleton appeared in front of Laura. Elm back. After giving a thumbs up, David quickly ignored Laura's protests and gave up on the look. Too ugly. After adjusting himself for a while, he finally pinched a mechanical shape that satisfied him. He directly copied the shape of the Knight Optimus Prime that would appear in the fourth Transformers movie, but he didn't choose the blue and red color scheme. Instead, it is set to black. As for when Optimus Prime changes his appearance in the future, will he collide with David? At that time, David will strongly suggest Brother Juicy to choose the G1 Classic style. After setting the Black Knight Optimus Prime shape to the default mechanical body shape, David discovered another setting for the Cybertronian body, although various positions can be adjusted through his own ideas. This operation is relatively cumbersome. troublesome. It takes time. Therefore, after determining the appearance, you can set it as a fixed template. Select this template directly for the next deformation to complete the rapid deformation. Currently, David can save a mechanical shape template and a human shape template. After switching back and forth between mechanical and human forms, David finally stopped in human form. What? Have you had enough fun? Laura watched with gusto at first, but the freshness soon passed. Unexpectedly, David suddenly gave her another critical blow. Have you seen the Transformers movie? After the ambulance came, I looked at it again. Then you remember the Decepticon who disguised himself as the protagonist's female classmate in Transformers 2. Right? Remember. What's wrong? Seeing Laura's disgusted look, David was not ready to continue talking. Unexpectedly, he was immediately hit by Laura's release. What are you waiting for? Let me see it quickly. That night, the two of them conducted a very detailed and in-depth study of Cybertron's form. This was the first time David knew that Laura's desire for knowledge was so strong and her imagination was much richer than his own. He felt I am so weak. However, looking at Laura, who was sleeping sprawled out with no sign of waking up, she felt full of pride in her heart. She put on her clothes, washed up, and went out feeling refreshed. Good morning, Lord Baron. Good morning, Elias. Just like before, Elias Parker would get up earlier than David and wait at the door to wait for the Lord to appear. Lord Baron, what would you like to eat today? In addition to serving as an etiquette officer, Elias also works part-time as a personal butler and servant. This is to help David adapt to his status as a noble as soon as possible so that he can complete his tasks. Just a normal breakfast. I understand. Sir. After a pause, Elias asked again, do I need to bring an extra copy? No. David knew that Elias was asking if he wanted to bring one for Laura. In his opinion, Laura would not be able to get up before evening. Elias, who said he understood, went to get breakfast and monitored the Baron. After eating breakfast, he accompanied the Baron to the construction site to the north to give a speech. Edwin Van Cleef had already gathered the craftsmen in advance, including the miners who were going to work in the mines to the north. They also gathered on the construction site at this time. The craftsmen didn't know what was going on. They only knew it was related to their future. It wasn't until David came over and announced to everyone about the farmland that the craftsmen knew what was going on. Really? If we cultivate it, it will be our own? Aren't the farmers in the town all contract farmers? If they own their own farmland after reclaiming it, why do they still work for the Lord and Mrs. Samantha? Who knows? Maybe there was a contract before. Are you going to reclaim the wasteland? Of course. Don't you want to go? This is giving you land for free. Don't you want it? Yes. Why not? I'm not that stupid. The craftsmen were talking a lot, and some even couldn't stand it any longer. They wanted to immediately apply to Foreman Van Cleef to leave the construction site and open up wasteland. Fortunately, David's next words calmed down the restless craftsman again. He said that he would let Edwin Van Cleef arrange appropriate free time for everyone to ensure that everyone has time to cultivate their own land. Of course, a group of people can also be specially assigned to cultivate the farmland, and then all the craftsmen can share the farmland equally. The specific choice can be decided by the craftsmen after discussion. After finishing talking about the matter, David left the construction site, but he still watched at the edge for a while, watching the lively discussions among these craftsmen. He knew that his plan to divide the fields was quite effective. After all, before today, although the craftsmen had a relatively safe place to live and no longer had to worry about food, there was still a gap between them and a truly good life. Having been tricked once by the Kingdom of Storm, they were also worried that they still could not get the rewards they deserved despite their hard work. This worry will continue to intensify as time goes by. If not handled well, violent conflicts may break out. After David gave the craftsmen visible and tangible benefits, this hidden danger was completely eliminated. The craftsmen will continue to maintain strong energy and work hard. In fact, they will work harder than before, because this time they are really working for themselves. Looking at the highly motivated craftsmen, David happily prepared to go on daily inspections. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he saw Jaina walking towards her. Good morning, Lord Glamorgan. I have some questions about magic that I would like to ask you. Chapter 146, Recruiting New Soldiers. Magic problem? David looked at Jaina, feeling a little confused. Mage Proudmoore. Just call me Gianna. You can also call me David. Regarding magic, I don't know much about it. I'm not a mage. I know. Glad Abby.
Jaina considered her words and explained what she really meant.
I want to ask about the specific situation of spellcasters in this world.
Hearing that Jaina wanted to ask about this matter, David could only express an embarrassment that he did not know much about the spellcasters in this world. He had never seen a mage in this world until now. This, Jaina obviously misunderstood. She thought that arcane spellcasters in this world were very rare, and even people like David had no chance to meet them. David thought for a while, and could only suggest that Gianna learn the common language of Brinia as soon as possible.
There is an alchemist named Pierre Newton in Wintertown. He was invited by me to serve as my personal alchemist. Before becoming a consultant,
I have traveled on the Brunia continent for many years, and I know enough about many things.
Jaina nodded. Although she couldn't get an answer from David, at least there was someone she could ask. The next question was bringing common language. This was not difficult for her at all. It took a few days. She can learn it in time, but at most, she needs to practice speaking for a few days. This is also true. In just a few days, Jaina can already speak a very fluent and standard Brunian common language with a Tiran accent. Sylvanas and Liadrin can also use Brunian common to communicate with people without any problems. Sally Whitemane, although slightly stumbling, can also use Brunian common and among the people talking. Only Renaud Maugrain is still learning. Even Renaud, who is the slowest learner, learns new knowledge much faster than ordinary people, which made David sigh again.
They are all talents.
After all, they are all characters who have left their names in the world of Azeroth. So it is not surprising that they behave like this. Seeing this situation, David came up with the idea of going to the world of Azeroth to recruit some subordinates. He thought that with his current reputation and fame, it should be easy to recruit familiar celebrities. Right. After finally recovering his thoughts that were gradually running away, David looked at Gareth Stanton and Floyd, the two personal knights in front of him, and felt strange that the two came to him at the same time.
What's going on?
Something?
Sir, the territory of Wintertown is relatively large. It is difficult to take care of all places with only the current 10 soldiers.
So, David looked at Gareth Stanton. He already knew what the knight wanted to say.
You want to recruit new recruits?
Yes.
Are you here to talk about this too?
David looked at Floyd next to him again. The two men usually divided their duties and changed positions, and rarely appeared in front of him at the same time.
Yes, sir. 10 soldiers are indeed too few.
Floyd glanced at the construction site not far away. He was very envious of these craftsmen.
Although everyone in the town currently has work to do, there won't be any making trouble. But recently, people from other places have begun to come to the vicinity of Wintertown.
David understood what Floyd meant. As more and more outsiders came to Wintertown, the security of Wintertown was likely to deteriorate, because these newcomers cannot be as honest as the contract farmers and craftsmen. It's not that Floyd is biased, but that people in this era who are able to work far away from home are more or less disobedient to discipline. If this kind of person is used well, he will be a good pioneer. But if he is not handled well, he will be troublesome.
Source: how many soldiers are you planning to recruit?
This. Gareth Stanton and Floyd looked at each other. And finally Floyd asked,
It depends on what kind of soldiers you want to recruit.
What's the meaning? Seeing that the Lord Baron really didn't understand, the two knights realized that they were not loyal to nobles from aristocratic families, but to young people from civilian backgrounds. It was not surprising that they didn't understand the difference. So Floyd immediately explained it to David. Currently, there are several types of soldiers in the Kingdom of Thailand, the regular knights, which are undoubtedly the best in terms of combat power, status, and treatment. The members of the Tiran Knights are basically knights, as well as people who are working hard to train to become knights. In terms of status, the entire Tiran Knights are nobles. Weapons, armor, salary, etc. are naturally the best. At the next level are the knights under several great lords. The Iron Tree Knights of Iron Tree Castle is a typical representative. This kind of knights is mainly composed of noble knights as commanders, and the soldiers are strictly selected elite cavalry. The equipment, treatment, and combat effectiveness are also very powerful. Further down, there are professional soldiers. The so-called professional soldiers refer to soldiers who are completely supported and paid by the Lord. And their food, accommodation, and equipment are provided by the Lord. They are also the main military force of the Thailand Kingdom at present. The 10 soldiers David saw at the northern post and the 10 soldiers currently in Wintertown all fall into this category. Although the training of this kind of professional soldiers is not as high as that of cavalry, they are still big consumers of money.
Weapons and armor, training equipment, food and accommodation all have to be paid for by the lord. For example, some small lords cannot afford to support many such professional soldiers. Hence, there is a further level of semi-professional soldiers, the militia. Militiamen do not make a living as soldiers. They have their own main business, and most of them are farmers. In peacetime, he mainly cultivates fields, but he must regularly participate in military training and participate in some military operations. Generally speaking, lords would use reduced taxes as a benefit to ensure that farmers were willing to take the initiative to become militiamen.
In terms of cost, the cost of training a small group of professional soldiers is enough to train hundreds of militiamen.
After Floyd's introduction, he also mentioned the huge consumption gap between the two sides. After hearing this, David understood why these two people found him together. The two knights were not sure whether Winter Town could support more professional soldiers. In addition, the two bodyguard knights were actually reminding David of one thing. These 10 professional soldiers followed them to Winter Town, and they are very conscientious and dedicated.
Sir, is it time for you to pay your wages?
After David came to his senses, he rubbed his temples speechlessly.
The town is currently allocating resources in a unified manner. If you didn't come and tell me, I would have forgotten that these soldiers have to receive extra pay.
Then he asked how much salary he should pay to these 10 soldiers. After hearing the number, he glanced at Eva next to him. Seeing Eva nodded, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. I can afford the salary of these soldiers. When Earl Sutton Stewart held a party, he received a lot of gifts. Some repetitive and useless gifts were changed into coins on the way and brought back. In addition, Winter Town is still in the unified planning period, so these coins have been left there untouched. As for whether to recruit professional soldiers or directly train militiamen, David felt that it would be better to give priority to training professional soldiers. As for the militiamen, it would be more appropriate to wait until Winter Town is built and the craftsmen are free to train. Now both farmers and craftsmen have a lot of work to do, and they have no time or energy to receive military training. Moreover, Winter Town is still in the period of unified resource allocation, so there is no tax to collect at all.
Weapons, armor, food, accommodation and training facilities?
Apart from salary, these are the main reasons for limiting the number of professional soldiers. David was fortunate that he could easily solve these things. Laura and Fording can help him get a lot of supplies. As for the salary, if the salary is really not enough, you can also directly distribute some supplies, jewelry, etc., and let the soldiers change the money themselves. Therefore, David is not a pauper lord. He may even be richer than he thought due to his recent reputation in Azeroth.
Yes.
For barracks and training grounds, we can simply create a framework first. While weapons and armor, Floyd and Gareth Stanton both know that Will Turner, the blacksmith in Winter Town, has quite good craftsmanship. The weapons and protective gear made by that blacksmith are enough for Winter Town.
Besides, my lord, to what extent do you wish these soldiers to be trained?
David, who thought the problem had been solved, realized that there were still follow-up costs after hearing Freud's question.
If you just want to train ordinary professional soldiers, as long as the food can keep up.
Floyd knew that his lord didn't know anything, so he didn't show off and explain directly.
If you want these soldiers to have the combat power is strong enough, even reaching the level of the kingdom's frontline troops, which requires the help of Mr. Cordell and Mr. Newton.
Are there any apothecaries and alchemists here? David suddenly understood why Elias had strongly suggested to him that he must recruit all the people before leaving King Tiron City.
Just train according to the standards you had when you were in the Tiron Knights.
After hearing David's answer, Floyd and Gareth Stanton's expressions were filled with excitement. That is the standard for training knights. It doesn't just mean you are willing to spend money, in addition to having extremely high requirements for your own quality. It also consumes a lot of resources. One of the reasons why Floyd is able to train new knights so well in the Tiron Knights is that the soldiers of the Tiron Knights are young people from noble families. In addition to the resources provided by the knights, their families can also provide various kind of support. But if we do this in Winter Town, we can only rely on David, the Lord, to pay for it himself.
I know what you are thinking. Prepare according to this standard first. If you encounter any problems that are difficult to solve, come to me. Sir, how many recruits will you recruit this time? 50?
Chapter 147 Opening up medicinal fields. 50 recruits is too exaggerated. Wintertown currently has a total of just over 400 people. Floyd and Gareth Stanton believe that recruiting another 20 recruits is enough. If these 20 recruits can all complete the training and become official soldiers, plus the original 10 soldiers, there will be exactly 3 teams, which will be enough to ensure the safety of Wintertown, and even allow for appropriate rotations.
You will be solely responsible for these matters. For matters regarding the temporary military camp, you can just contact Edwin directly.
David was not involved in the specific affairs. Not to mention, he didn't know how to train soldiers. And through previous conversations, he had discovered that the world seemed to have some special methods for training soldiers. And he was very curious about it. Wait until the 2 personal guard knights go about their own business. One goes to carry out daily patrols today. The other starts to make preliminary preparations for recruiting new soldiers. David glanced at Eva beside him and asked about the pharmacist Cordell. If Freud hadn't mentioned the pharmacist, he would have almost forgotten that there was such a person in the town.
What is that pharmacist Cordell busy with recently? Mr. Cordell usually walks around Wintertown, seeming to be observing the land conditions. Observe the land conditions? Well, Mr. Cordell came to me yesterday and expressed that he wanted to cultivate a medicinal field south of the village.
Even if David didn't ask, Eva had to report this to David.
He should have been looking for a suitable medicine field before. Place.
Oh,
that's it.
When Cordell came to Wintertown, the weather was still very cold and not suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Moreover, Cordell was not familiar with the land and climate environment of Wintertown and needed to observe it for a period of time. So there was no movement. Now you should have completed the inspection and officially started your work.
You can handle this kind of thing directly.
Eva just smiled sweetly, and then started to say the next thing.
Miss Sylvanas came to me before and asked me about some things. What did she ask you about? Things about elves. Elf?
Oh, David understood why Sylvanas wanted to ask Eva about the elves. He probably noticed that some people in Wintertown looked at her and Liedrin strangely. Fortunately, most of the current residents of Wintertown are craftsmen from the Kingdom of Stormwind, and there are only a few farmers from Iron Tree Castle. Others, such as Floyd, Gareth Stanton, Elias and the pharmacist Cordell, all came from King Tyron City. The relationship between Iron Tree Fort and the elves is extremely bad. But the people in King Tylan City only know some of the situation, and are not as hostile to the elves as the people in Iron Tree Fort are. If Floyd and the others were from Iron Tree Fort, they would have asked themselves what was going on with Sylvanas. After dealing with trivial matters for a while, David took Eva and Elias to find Cordell, who was wandering south of Wintertown.
Sir!
Because he accepted Lord Glamorgan's recruitment. Strictly speaking, Cordell, like Gareth Stanton and Floyd, were loyal to David. In terms of affiliation, he is even closer than Elias Parker next to him. Elias was sent by the Tyron Kingdom to David's side. He was not David's subordinate. He was loyal to the Tyron royal family. But for some reason, the pharmacist has been treated coldly by David since he came to Wintertown. And he never had a real private conversation until today.
Mr. Cordell? My lord. Just call me Cordell.
Cordell acted very respectfully and kept his posture low.
I heard that you are planning to cultivate a medicinal field. Yes, sir,
Cordell explained simply. As a pharmacist, you must have a source of medicinal materials. If you are in the royal capital, you don't have to worry about not having any medicinal materials to use. But after arriving in Wintertown, he could only choose to plant medicinal materials by himself. If he couldn't grow them, he could only go to the nearby big city, namely Iron Tree Castle, to purchase them so that he could stock up on enough medicinal materials. Only in this way can he prepare various potions and help the Baron solve various medical problems. This trouble is not limited to Baron Glamorgan's own needs. When a wide range of illnesses occur in the territory, the pharmacist serving the Lord needs to provide solutions and suggestions.
Creating land around here? Yes, my lord.
David looked around. It was located to the south of Wintertown, and directly to the north was Will's blacksmith shop. But it was some distance away. In terms of location, this place is a bit far away from Wintertown.
Isn't it a bit far from the town?
David didn't think the pharmacist was trying to play some tricks. He had followed him to such a remote place as Wintertown. He lived alone outside the town and had no interest in him. What actual benefits?
Mainly, I want to avoid the busiest part of town.
After Cordell explained, David understood the pharmacist and deliberately set aside a development space to open up medicinal fields in as peripheral an area as possible.
If that's the reason, this place is even less suitable. It's better to go to the north.
David advised Cordell not to cultivate medicinal fields in the south of the town.
This area may become a residential area for new residents. But there's construction going on in the north. Right.
Cordell ran to the south because there was a large construction site to the north of the town. Only the area near the Winter River was not harmed by the group of craftsmen. But he could not cultivate medicinal fields there because it was too close to the river.
The edge of the winter forest should be suitable.
David was referring to the open space on the south side of the winter forest and west of the simple railway track that connected the mine to the construction site.
Well, that place is indeed very suitable.
Cordell thought for a while and realized that there might be a more suitable place than here. So he decided to cultivate medicinal fields there.
Sir, I heard from Knight Stanton that new villages are starting to be established nearby. Yes.
David looked at Cordell, wondering what the pharmacist wanted to say.
In that case, a caravan will come to Wintertown soon.
So,
sir, I may need to purchase a large amount of medicinal materials from the caravan.
David finally understood what Cordell wanted to say. This and the two knights had the same reason for looking for him. They wanted money. At the same time, he also remembered that he had not paid Cordell either. However, what Cordell wants is not his wages, but work funds. In theory, the funds for his purchase of medicinal materials must be provided by the Lord. So the medicines prepared by the pharmacist are the property of the Lord. In addition to receiving due remuneration, pharmacists' additional income mainly comes from rewards from lords. They usually do not need to rely on selling medicines to make a living.
You can ask Eva to withdraw part of the funds later. If it's not enough, you can ask Eva again. I understand, my lord.
After coming for so long, these people who came from the royal capital all realized it. The person currently in charge of things in Wintertown is actually the young woman Eva McKenna. He is as if he is the great steward of Wintertown and the chief assistant to the Lord Baron Glamorgan. But no one underestimated this beautiful woman, because Eva did this job very well. Moreover, after observation, everyone found that Eva McKenna did not seem to have that kind of relationship with Lord Glamorgan.
Ahem. Sir!
Thinking of this, Cordell suddenly remembered something important. He leaned next to David and whispered,
Although you are healthy and energetic, you still need to exercise some restraint.
Cordell also secretly handed a bottle to David while no one was paying attention. David took the small bottle in a daze, and then realized what Cordell's words meant. I sighed secretly. The soundproofing of my new home couldn't be this bad anymore. He put the bottle away and walked back with Eva and Elias, who pretended that they didn't see or hear anything. After Cordell obtained permission, he went directly to the north of the town to determine the location of the medicine field and learn from the Baron's method. He first circled the place and inserted a sign to avoid being harmed by the group of craftsmen if he was slow. David returned to the table in front of his cabin. As the temperature rises, he prefers to deal with things here, even if there is nothing to deal with. Just sitting and looking at the surrounding scenery is a pleasure. Before I could sit down, I noticed that several people were walking towards Wintertown from a distance, led by Gareth Stanton. Judging from their clothes, they should be ordinary civilians. Standing at the wooden table, he waited until Gareth Stanton came with someone.
Sir, these are the people who want to settle in Wintertown.
Gareth Stanton explained the situation clearly in one sentence. After David nodded, he turned his attention to these civilians. There were 4 people in total, 3 in their early 20s and 1 in his mid-20s. All young people.
Welcome to Wintertown.
David looked at several young people carefully. They all looked thin and didn't look very good. But David doesn't mind it. He believes that as long as they take a few days of rest, these young people can recover quickly and contribute to the development of Wintertown. Ever since King Abelson helped David promote Wintertown across the country, David had been looking forward to people from all over the country coming to join him. He had heard before that people were coming to the northern plains one after another, but very few came to Wintertown. To be exact, only one person has come so far. Until today, I finally saw more civilians who wanted to settle in Wintertown. Maybe this is the beginning of a population explosion? While David was thinking about a bright future here, Elias on the side had already introduced David's identity to several people.
The person in front of you is the Lord of Wintertown, Baron David Glamorgan.
Taking advantage of the situation, he welcomed a few more people.
Wintertown welcomes you all. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will get whatever you want here.
Chapter 148 Friction. Eva asked if there were any craftsmen among the new civilians. After learning that the 4 people were ordinary farmers, Gareth Stanton took a few people to the canteen, fed them, and then arranged a place to stay. The temperature is rising. And it has just been decided not long ago that Wintertown will start a new round of reclamation this year. These new farmers are just in time for this round of reclamation tasks. As long as they rest in Wintertown for a few days and adjust their bodies to the best condition before joining the team to open up new fields, these people will soon have their own farmland. Several people learned the news from Gareth while having dinner, and they all seemed very excited after hearing it. They overcame all kinds of difficulties and finally came to Wintertown. Just for this. After realizing that they were about to obtain a field, they were so excited that several people did not hear what happened next. It was after Gareth Stanton told several people again that they realized that they didn't even have to worry about food and accommodation during this period. Wintertown would be responsible for the food and accommodation of all residents.
Is there such a good thing?
Several people were immediately stunned. They didn't expect that Wintertown would still provide food and housing. They initially thought they had to solve the accommodation problem for themselves and others first. Before arriving in cold Wintertown, they had discussed building a wooden house together, and the four of them would live together for 2 years to reclaim farmland. In order to ensure daily life, you may have to find some handyman or simply become a temporary contract farmer, just to ensure that you and others have food to eat. After cultivating your own farmland, you can then borrow seeds from the Lord of Wintertown to plant crops, even if most of the first year's harvest has to be used to pay off debts. As long as you can leave enough food for yourself and others to survive, then the days to come will gradually get better. After all, having farmland that belongs entirely to oneself means that most of the crops produced belong to oneself. And generally the taxes in newly built towns like this are generally not very high, which means that they can keep more harvests. But they never expected that the treatment in Wintertown was better than they thought. Not only does it provide shelter and food, but even the seeds for crops do not require loans. The Lord will provide the farmers, who have opened up farmland, with the seeds they need. Several people were trembling with excitement at this time, and were full of hope for their future. At this moment, David's heart was also full of hope, hoping to see more people settling in Wintertown in the days to come. David, who was in such a good mood and had been laughing for most of the day, felt that his cheeks were a little stiff when it was time to eat dinner. Laura sat opposite David, looking at David, who had been giggling all day. She felt speechless and funny. After kicking David under the table a few times, she gently rubbed David's calf with the instep of her foot. David looked up and found Laura looking okay. She was chatting with Sylvanus next to her. She seemed to be discussing a trip to the winter forest tomorrow. She still didn't give up on catching the northern giant. The idea of a wolf as a pet. After living in Wintertown for a while, Sylvanus already knew a lot about this town that had not yet been truly built, and was indeed curious about places further away. Naturally, she happily accepted Laura's invitation. And at the same time, she also wanted to see Laura's true strength. Although they haven't had many contacts, Sylvanus already knows that Laura's favorite weapon is bow and arrow. Her fighting style is very similar to that of a ranger. And Laura is also a user of holy light. The Light Ranger, a profession that had never been seen in Azeroth, made Sylvanus feel very novel, especially after discovering that Baron David Glamorgan, whom she wanted to know most, also liked to practice bow and arrow and gun shooting. She began to suspect that David might also be a holy light user and ranger. Could this be a specialty occupation in Wintertown? With this thought in mind, Sylvanus prepared to learn more about it. I don't know if he was chatting too happily with Sylvanus, but David soon felt the movement on his calf stop, and even retracted it. On the surface, he remained calm, but under the desk, he chose to take the initiative. David was still measured, and did not use his Cybertronian body on such occasions to conjure up something weird to tease Laura. After eating a big bite of omelette, and listening to the many friends on the long table chatting about various topics, David also took advantage of the time everyone gathered to have dinner to have a clearer understanding of everyone's situation. Learn. In addition to Jaina running to find Pierre Newton, the old alchemist also became friends with Leonard and Sheldon. The old alchemist discovered that besides the ambulance, there were many people in Wintertown who could discuss knowledge about atoms, protons, electrons, etc. with him. This made him particularly happy, and he was in a highly excited state every day. The smile on his face was even brighter than David's. Leonard and others are also very happy, because they saw from the old alchemist an opportunity for themselves and others to master the mysterious power. Now Leonard runs to Wintertown whenever he has time. Sheldon, Howard and Raj also comes over when he has free time. As for Petunia, she also made friends. Petunia became friends with Liadrin, who had just arrived in Wintertown. The only reason why the two met was because Petunia was curious about Liedron's clothes. Although the two of them didn't even speak the same language at the beginning. Petunia successfully aroused Liedron's interest with her strong communication skills and a large number of fashion magazines. Liedron, a high elf priest who was also interested in beautiful clothes, learned English by herself in order to communicate with Penny smoothly. At this time, she was chatting with Penny about clothes. Penny said that she had begun to consider it in Los Angeles. If you can't make a name for yourself, you might as well open a clothing store in Wintertown. She felt that she could do well by copying some styles from the other side of the earth. If everyone here liked these beautiful clothes as much as Liedron did, maybe I could open a clothing store in Wintertown, and then open an online store in Los Angeles to sell some high elf clothes and special accessories. There should be many people willing to buy them. When Penny said this, she glanced at Leonard and the others who were sitting not far away. She remembered hearing Leonard say that there were a lot of World of Warcraft players. Looking to the other side, Leon and Krause were asking Sharon about arcane energy. Only then did David know that Krause and Leon were preparing to absorb arcane energy into their bodies in the same way Sharon had used. In addition, Krause has begun to learn and practice the hunter skills according to the methods recorded in the book. After checking the general situation of various knowledge, he believes that the hunter's various skills are most suitable for him. Leon was just joining in the fun. He had nothing in particular to learn. After hearing what Leon said, David made a suggestion.
You can consider learning the art of two-handed swordsmanship. Ah, what's wrong?
David glanced at what was wrong with Eva sitting next to Laura.
Are you feeling uncomfortable? No, it's nothing.
After hearing Eva say it was okay, and Leon complaining about David's suggestion, David was dissatisfied and continued to debate with Leon, trying to prove that his suggestion was very good.
Believe me, Leon, you are born to use a two-handed sword. As long as you learn the art of two-handed swords, you will find that you are a man born for this kind of weapon.
Leon felt more and more that David was making a joke on him. What does it mean to be a man born for two-handed swords? Why didn't he know that he had such a strange attribute?
In addition to the two-handed sword, you also need to practice your two-handed spear well. Double guns? That's right. Use two pistols at the same time.
David gestured with his hands to shoot with both guns.
When the monster is far away, use both guns to shoot. And when the monster is close, pull out the two-handed sword. Trust me, you will become the most beautiful biochemical nemesis. Sounds like a character from some action movie.
Leon glanced at the people around him with his peripheral vision, and noticed that the expressions on Leonard and Sheldon's faces were a little strange, and immediately knew that he had guessed it right.
But if it's true, if you can become the nemesis of biological and chemical weapons, then I don't mind pretending to be that way.
Leon, who had experienced the Raccoon City incident, deeply hated biological and chemical weapons. As long as those biological and chemical weapons can really be eliminated, let alone dressing him up as a character in an action movie, he is willing to accept it even if he is dressed up in a weirder way.
This goal is not difficult to achieve, I believe.
After arriving in Wintertown, he saw more and more miraculous events, witnessed mysterious powers such as arcane and holy light, and also met elves from other worlds. Leon believed that the troubles in his own world would not matter to the people here. It's nothing to say, especially not long ago. This Baron David Glamorgan also helped a resident, who was said to be a resident of Wintertown, when it was first established to solve the more terrifying undead crisis in his world, which was a terrible threat that swept half of the continent. There are still various mysterious powers in the world of Azeroth. Compared with the biochemical viruses in his world, they are simply weak. With this knowledge, Leon was full of expectations for his future. And suddenly he had some inexplicable expectations for the two-handed swords and double guns that David mentioned. After dinner, Leon left and went back to his own world. His vacation was almost over. Leon's departure was like a signal, and everyone left the long table one after another. Some people go back to their own world. Some go back to their cabins to rest. And some want to do other things. For example, Laura and Sylvanas got up together to make preparations for tomorrow's trip to the Winter Forest. Soon, only David and Eva were left on the long table. David looked at Laura, who got up and walked away, and suddenly fell into confusion. Laura is gone. So whose leg I can still rub against after rubbing against it for a long time belongs to me. Chapter 149. Light Forged Vibranium Cybertron Body. The scene was a bit awkward. David didn't know if he should continue. You should still take your feet back quickly. Eva slowly ate the crumbs on the plate, her mind already in a mess. He kicked me twice before. Did he ask me to go find him at 2 o'clock? Wouldn't this be good? Should I dress up? Maybe I should go to Sharon and borrow some aromatherapy beads. When everyone was gone, Eva soon realized that she seemed to be thinking too much, and immediately left in a hurry, leaving David alone at the long table blowing the refreshing evening breeze. There was no talking all night. David, who got up normally, still handled various affairs according to his usual habits, and Eva was still there to help as usual. The only change is that there is a little tail beside him. Prince Anduin Wren, who went by the alias Hope, read some books that Laura brought to Wintertown, and carefully observed the management methods of Baron David Glamorgan, and decided to follow the Baron. Adults learn how to manage and build territories. After comparing the knowledge in books, and what he knew about the Kingdom of Stormwind, the current situation in Wintertown, and the performance of the craftsmen in Wintertown, he felt that Baron David Glamorgan was a very powerful person. Lord. If he could observe and learn up close how this Lord governs Wintertown, he should be able to learn a lot of useful things.
So, you want to learn something from me? Yes.
Anduin did not hide his thoughts, but directly approached David and wanted to become David's student.
Forget it about teachers and students. If you want to observe how I work on a daily basis, you can come over at any time.
Anyway, there is nothing shameful about his work. Anduin can just come if he is willing to watch from the sidelines, and he has nothing to do with him. Influence.
I'm very happy to get this opportunity, Baron Glamorgan.
Although David didn't care, Anduin, who grew up in the palace and received various court etiquette education, still gave David the respect he deserved, and he directly thanked David as a student. His manners were impeccable, and even caught the attention of Elias. Even if he had already made up his mind, he would not ask questions that he should not ask, and he would pretend that he had not seen anything no matter what he saw. Even when the Lord Baron Glamorgan teased Eva McKenna in front of his eyes yesterday, he would treat it as if he had not seen her. Do not know anything. But this kid named Hope is obviously from a noble family. Not an ordinary noble family. Since arriving in Wintertown, Elias has discovered that this place is special. After living here for a period of time, the questions in my head not only have not diminished, but are even increasing. People like Mark Watney and Lara Croft, who are obviously not commoners. Are they aristocrats? Why is it that a small village with only a dozen farmers can recruit so many craftsmen with families? Elias could tell that these craftsmen were not even ordinary craftsmen. They had very outstanding abilities, such as the blacksmith named Will Turner, and the leader of the craftsmen, Edwin Van Cleef. His professional abilities are so excellent that they are considered top-notch even in the royal capital. Why would such an outstanding craftsman come to live in such a remote place? Also, that Edwin Van Cleef is more than just a craftsman. When David met Van Cleef recently, he no longer avoided Elias. Only then did the etiquette officer know that this Van Cleef, in addition to being a top stonemason, he is also a powerful assassin. Elias' expression at that time was very wonderful. His always calm face became a palette. Many emotions appeared on the etiquette officer's face at the same time, which made David look at him with interest for a long time. Then came the arrival of the elves Sylvanus and Liadrin. Why did these two elves come to Wintertown? Diplomat? Which force do they represent? The elves from the Ironwood Forest to the south? Doesn't it mean that the relationship between Iron Tree Fort and the elves is very bad? There is also a young man named Renaud Maugraine. He is obviously a powerful knight. Which force does he represent? In addition, there is a young woman named Jaina Proudmoore. Although there are many powerful women here in Wintertown, this Jaina Proudmoore seems to be a mage. Right? Elias still remembered how those mages refused to recruit him on behalf of Wintertown when he was in the royal capital, compared with the huge metal giant called the ambulance and various strange facilities. The child with a questionable origin in front of him didn't seem to be a particularly strange existence. But Elias couldn't help but think more about it. Why was such a well-educated child in Wintertown? He turned his gaze slightly and glanced at the young woman named Ilsa Corbin. This should also be a powerful knight. Even if the other person was not wearing armor, and only had a very ordinary long sword stuck in his waist. While Elias stood nearby and thought wildly, David and Eva were processing the newly released population information, mainly the 4 new farmers. Eva simply recorded the information of those people, and then handed it over to David for review. After confirming that there was no problem, she could stamp it and file it.
Speaking of which, there will be more and more residents in Wintertown in the future. Maybe we should get something like an identity document.
The identity certificate of Thailand Kingdom at this time is a roll of processed paper with this person on it. The information description is usually rolled into a small roll and carried in a small tube. This kind of identification has low accuracy, is easy to forge, and is especially easy to be lost and damaged. David is a little dissatisfied with it. It is not that the Kingdom of Thailand does not have better technical means. For example, the identity certificates of nobles are much more high-end. In addition to specially processed paper rolls, there are also a variety of special accessories, including rings to indicate their noble status and title. Common people cannot enjoy these things.
There is no need for this at the moment. Right.
Eva sorted out the documents at hand, and later she would hand over a few identity certificates to the new farmers.
But as the population increases in the future, it will be more convenient to use identities. The proof is still relatively good, which makes it easier for managers to conduct better governance. However, according to my opinion, this matter can only be implemented after Winter Town is actually established. Or to be precise, after the server Sheldon wants to build is built.
At that time, a Winter Town population database will be directly established and the residents' personal data will be stored in it. And by establishing a network signal in Kolong Town, personal information can be queried at any time within the scope of Kolong Town, which will make management much easier. After finishing this simple job, David walked around the entire town as usual, then came to Will's blacksmith shop and started today's practice. With practice, David also discovered that he seemed to have considerable talent in blacksmithing, and he suspected that he got this talent from Will. In addition, the Cybertronian body actually has additional benefits in learning alchemy. He can use the Cybertronian body to scan and record, and better observe various changes in metals, and then understand and construct your own alchemical runes more accurately. At this speed, he will soon be able to construct alchemical runes such as forging, quenching, cooling, etc., without having to stay in the blacksmith shop for as long as a year. The combined effect of the blacksmithing talent provided by Will and the body of Cybertron is very terrifying. David should be able to master alchemy very soon. David also basically understood what alchemy was, and why Newton asked him to come to the blacksmith shop to learn blacksmithing. For example, when he constructed alchemical runes such as forging, quenching, and cooling, and arranged these runes in his own alchemical frame, he combined them into his own alchemical array. He can use the alchemy array to complete the work that normally takes a lot of time for blacksmiths to complete in a very short time. By shortening the time required for this process to almost an instant, you can step into the door of alchemy with both feet. From then on, you will continue to build alchemical runes. These alchemical runes may represent strong pressure, electric shock, high temperature, or a mixture of multiple effects, all with the purpose of changing one object into another. What kind of alchemical runes do I need to construct? Which alchemical runes can be used to achieve the goal? Alchemists need to learn and explore on their own. David hasn't reached that level yet, and the alchemy runes he constructed are still limited to changing the appearance of metal. If you continue to work hard, you can create simple alloys through the alchemy array.
I wonder if I can make light cast iron and vibranium by then.
There are these two metals in his territory, and both metals are very powerful. The key is that he has the ability to transform into a Cybertronian body. Can he use alchemy to give his Cybertronian body the properties of light iron and vibranium? If possible, can my strength be improved to another level? Looking at the alchemy array with several alchemical runes between his hands, David found that he gradually began to understand why Pierre Newton was so excited when he saw the hammer of judgment he was carrying. Now David, even if he hasn't learned alchemy to that extent, can't wait to start analyzing and mastering those strange metals. For alchemists, studying unknown minerals will make them stronger. After putting away the alchemy array, David thought of another thing. Can my Cybertronian body scan vehicles? Can he become some kind of vehicle like the Autobots or Decepticons? As for whether your body size will be too small, David doesn't think this is a big problem. After all, the Transformers come with the famous Cybertronian compression technology.
What can I scan to test?
Chapter 150: The Invincible Arsenal. David didn't have many choices. The current modern transportation vehicles in Winter Town were only the motorcycle that Steve had carried, the Weasel ultralight armored vehicle that Laura had worked hard to transport, and the crystal mine that Howard had used to test it. The engine part is barely considered a car thing. Then, there are the three sisters Ratchet and RC. Can Transformers scan Transformers? David really doesn't know this.
Go scan the Weasel!
After finishing today's blacksmithing study, washing off the sweat stains on his body, and changing into clean and refreshing clothes, David came to the warehouse behind Laura's wooden house. This warehouse is used to store arms, weapons, and the Weasel. It seems to be unsafe at all, but with the construction going on in Winter Town, David has no intention of building a new warehouse. I'm waiting for the new winter town to be built, and then rearrange various items. Opening the warehouse. He transformed into a Cybertronian body. Because David chose the human form, the few people following him did not realize that their lord had transformed from a carbon-based life form at that moment. Became a silicon-based life form. Using the scanning function that comes with the Cybertronian body, David originally wanted to scan the Weasel Chariot directly, but he found that he could also scan the weapons of the surrounding opponents. Only then did he remember that he had not scanned any vehicles, nor had he scanned weapons. If he didn't take a special look, he wouldn't even know that he didn't have a weapon.
Both the Autobots and Decepticons all come with their own weapons. Why don't I have a default weapon system?
Is it because he is a new King Kong? Various modules are not loaded or activated. No matter what was going on, David quickly scanned all the weapons first, and then saw the display screen reminding him, the weapon module has been activated. All the data of the M1911 pistol and 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle appeared in David's sight, followed by the Browning heavy machine gun, grenade launcher and so on. At this time, David noticed that the image of his mechanized appearance appeared on the display screen. He could adjust and redesign the weapon template according to his own ideas. He quickly determined that his main weapon was a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, which was placed on the outside of his forearm. This meant that both of his arms could deform and extend the barrel of the heavy machine gun to fire 12.7mm caliber bullets. In addition, the machine gun transformed by David only fires bullets of this caliber, which does not mean that the power is the same as the original version. The specific firing power depends on the strength of David's own fire. In addition, the material that makes up the bullet can also be adjusted freely. For example, if David himself knew the technical details of depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets and tungsten core armor-piercing bullets, he could form such ammunition in his own body. Yes, Transformers can produce live ammunition in their bodies, but there is an upper limit on the ammunition, so there will be situations where they run out of ammunition during battle. As for where these ammunition are stored, of course, it is stored using Cybertronian compression technology.
Does this mean that powerful ammunition made from crystal or powder can also be generated in the body?
After thinking about it carefully, David found that the crystal or enhanced ammunition mainly attached energy to the warhead, and he could do this himself. Thinking of this, he suddenly understood why the alchemist and Newton could never understand the mineral crystal ore. According to the observations of Sheldon, Mark and others, crystal ore is a kind of crystal that contains energy. The special thing is that it contains a large amount of stable energy. Other than that, there is nothing special about it. When alchemy transforms objects, it itself requires a lot of energy. Converting an ordinary object into an object that contains a lot of energy, but has nothing special about it seems a bit redundant. It might be more meaningful to just find a stone to enchant. Maybe Newton's old alchemist just couldn't turn this corner, so he still couldn't understand this mineral. Of course, the old alchemist may be pursuing a higher realm. He may want to understand why this kind of crystal can contain such a large amount of energy so stably. His mind was thinking about unrelated things, but it did not affect what David was currently doing. This was the multi-threaded thinking ability brought by the body of Cybertron. By the time he finished thinking about it, he had scanned all the weapons he could see and completed loading the weapon modules. It can be seen from the mechanical form image on the display screen that his arms are currently deformed into 12.7mm heavy machine guns on the outside of his forearms. The shoulder blade position can transform into a grenade launcher, which can launch incendiary bombs, illumination bombs, high explosive bombs, and other ammunition. After deforming behind him, he can extend a 20mm cannon from his right shoulder and aim forward. These weapons are usually kept within the body when not deployed, and the mechanical appearance will not change drastically due to the loading of weapon modules. What he is most curious about now is that if he transforms into a larger transformer, for example to 7 or 8 meters in size, the caliber of these weapons will also be enlarged in proportion. Right? Apart from anything else. If the 20mm cannon is magnified 4 times, it doesn't seem to be an exaggeration. I should scan more powerful weapons.
What a pity. It seems I can't transform into a Weasel Chariot or other vehicles.
While the weapon module was activated, David also confirmed one thing. That is, his Cybertronian body currently only has 2 forms, human and mechanical. He cannot continue to add new transformation templates. And naturally there is no way to transform into something. Vehicle.
I hope we can continue to upgrade in the future.
Just when David was thinking about whether to let Laura get him some weapons, so that his form could become an invincible arsenal, not far from Winter Town.
Marty, why don't you want to stay in Snowfield Castle?
Diogo looked puzzled. He felt that there was a shortage of manpower in Snowfield Castle, and he was also encouraging new farmers to develop the surrounding land. He and Marty, if they stay in Snowfield Castle to work for a while and reclaim the land, they will soon be able to achieve their original goals.
Because I said from the beginning that I was going to Winter Town.
Although he had answered similar questions many times, Marty did not show any impatience and still replied to his only friend with the same answer.
But even if you arrive in Winter Town, there is no difference between staying in Snowfield Castle. Right.
Diogo was very puzzled as to what his friend was insisting on.
Even if there are more people opening up wasteland in Snowfield Castle, previously that village is also a good choice. Right.
This place is very close to Winter Town. It is said that if we continue walking for more than half a day, we could enter the territory of Winter Town. Diogo felt that he and Marty were looking for opportunities to become homesteaders in the north. And it did not necessarily have to be in Winter Town. The village they had just left had obviously just been built, and there were not many farmers opening up wasteland. They could have stayed there. In addition, the enthusiastic and outgoing Diogo makes friends easily with people. Along the way, he heard a lot of bad news about Winter Town. For example, almost all the idle civilians around Iron Tree Castle have been packed away by the local nobles. The entire northern plain is full of newly established villages. This also means that Winter Town, which is located in the most corner, cannot be transported from Iron Tree. We have recruited new farmers here. Most of the people who came to the northern plains from further places were intercepted by these villages. After all, everyone comes here to make a living. As long as there is a chance to change their destiny, they don't care whether they open up wasteland in Winter Town or Snowfield Castle. In addition, even nearby caravans have been intercepted by these villages and towns. And the caravans from Tayashibo will not even go to Winter Town, because there was no caravan to go to Winter Town, and they didn't have any more entanglements. The two of them stayed at Snowfield Castle for a while, until they met a caravan coming from the royal capital. And then, they boarded the car to go to Winter Town, the town's hitchhiker. This situation made Diogo worried about the development prospects of Winter Town. He suspected that insisting on going to Winter Town was not the right choice. He had shared all kinds of information with Marty, but his friend did not waver at all, which made him speechless. But no matter how confused he was, Diogo did not abandon his friends and choose to stay alone in Snowfield Castle or in the previous village. Instead, he set foot on the road to Winter Town with Marty. Following the caravan continues forward. Generally speaking, as long as they don't encounter bandits or the car gets stuck in a pit, they, the part-time handymen who follow the caravan, are still very leisurely. They only need to go when they enter villages or towns. A little tired when helping to move the goods, they could even ride on the caravans as they moved along. Especially as the caravan's goods gradually sold out and more cars became available. If the leading businessman sees that he has made a lot of money from this trip, he will also give some appropriate rewards to everyone. However, it seems that we won't be able to get any reward for this trip, because we are about to reach the most remote Winter Town, and there are still a few cars carrying a lot of goods. Just as Diogo looked back and forth to look at the truck, Marty suddenly said,
"We have arrived in Winter Town."
"Oh,
really? Let me see."
Diogo, who was looking around, immediately stood up in the car, wanting to stand higher and take a good look at the new home where they would spend the rest of their lives. As a result, after watching for a long time, I saw nothing. Just like before, I only saw an empty grassland.
This joke is not funny at all. I'm not kidding.
Marty saw Diogo looking at him speechlessly, raised his hand, and pointed to the side. Diogo followed Marty's hand and saw a sign standing there alone. With his moderate level of education, he understood the words on it, "Welcome to Winter Town." Chapter 151: The Caravan from the Royal Capital. Diogo was wondering why he saw the warning sign, but couldn't see the shadow of Winter Town. Could it be that this town has died? It wasn't until he walked a long way away and finally saw the busy Winter Town in the distance that it looked like a construction site that he realized that he had thought wrong.
Why would you put up a sign so far away from there? I don't know either.
The two young people couldn't figure out why they did this. If you want to remind visitors that they are in Winter Town ahead, wouldn't it be better to insert a reminder sign here? At least you can see the town right in front of you when you look up, and you know where the Winter Town on the sign is. With doubts, the two young men continued to move forward with the caravan, and finally came to the Winter Town they had longed for.
This is Winter Town.
Diogo looked left and right. To be honest, he was a little disappointed with this famous winter town. It didn't look much different from his hometown village.
Yeah, we're finally here.
Marty's expression didn't change much, and he still looked calm, as if he was not interested in anything. But those radiant eyes still revealed his true thoughts.
You too. Come and help move things.
A steward from the caravan nearby instructed the two young people to start working.
Oh, come on.
When Diogo agreed, he grabbed Marty and said,
Do the job well first. If you are lucky, you can get some rewards.
With the reward money and the remaining money they have saved, they can ask someone to help build a hut. Maybe there will be some money left to buy some seeds or something. I just don't know if I still have the spare money to rent farm tools for land reclamation, and how to earn money for food. It seems like there aren't many profitable jobs in Winter Town. While thinking this, Marty and he took out a few of each product according to their previous habits, preparing to show them to people in Winter Town as samples. Unexpectedly, the leader of the caravan suddenly came over and reminded the two young men.
Move all the goods from this carriage. Move them all down?
Uncertainly, I asked back, and after getting a positive answer, I started moving the goods. The two people worked for a while, and finally moved all the goods out of the carriage. While resting on the side, they found that many people had already arrived beside the caravan. Through the words of some people around him, Diogo knew that the handsome young man leading the charge was the legendary extremely lucky Baron Glamorgan, the Lord and Mayor of Winter Town.
What kind of goods are these? Dear Lord Glamorgan, these are medicinal materials.
Medicinal materials? David looked at the businessman in front of him with a strange expression. His bright smile looked very festive, but he always felt like he was being plotted.
However, it can be regarded as solving my most urgent need at the moment.
David glanced at Cordell next to him. After receiving the Lord's instruction, the pharmacist immediately stepped forward to check the type and quality of the medicinal materials. Soon, Cordell walked back to David and nodded to the Lord.
They are all high-quality medicinal materials, and they are also the kind that are not easy to buy. I want all these medicinal materials. Thank you for your patronage.
The merchant smiled even more happily and motioned to the helpers on the side, asking them to move all the medicinal materials to the place designated by the Baron. There is no need to bother Lord Glamorgan to deal with these matters. Cordell, who received a large amount of medicinal materials, guided the helpers to move the medicinal materials to the designated place. Those with less harsh storage conditions are put in the warehouse, while those with harsh storage conditions that must be processed as soon as possible are transported directly to the wooden house where you live. Diogo and Marty, two young men, were one of the helpers who helped carry the medicinal materials. After the two young men saw the warehouse and the wooden house where the pharmacist lived, they discussed in a low voice.
Maybe we can use this medicine in the warehouse.
Master, find a job here. Even if you don't get paid, just provide you with food.
Marty also agreed with Diogo's suggestion. And then Diogo decided to find an opportunity later to say low to the pharmacist in advance.
He was afraid that if the two of them moved slowly, the job would be taken away by others in Winter Town. No one knew that the two young men were working hard for their future jobs. And David was still chatting with the caravan leader named Waldo. This caravan leader named Waldo would go from the royal capital to Winter Town to do business, mainly because of the advice from Earl Sutton Stewart. The businessman's original plan was to take a tour of the Northern Plains area, but before setting off, the Earl of Sutton Stewart sent someone to find him. After being invited by an earl, Waldo certainly did not dare to neglect and rushed over immediately. Therefore, he also got a task of helping the earl deliver goods. The destination was Winter Town, the most remote town on the Northern Plains. Although the destination was a bit remote, it was a simple matter, so Waldo naturally had no reason to refuse. What's more, the earl gave himself a little encouragement and asked him to prepare more goods. He guaranteed that all these things could be sold as long as they were transported to Winter Town. In fact, even if Earl Stewart does not promise any benefits, Waldo is willing to do a small favor for the earl. He does not even ask for anything in return, as long as the earl can remember that he is a businessman. And when he wants to buy something in the future, he would be very happy if he asked himself to help with the purchase. In addition, the earl's request is that if someone or force wants to stop or even dissuade his team from going to Winter Town, ignore it. If necessary, you can directly reveal the name of Lord Stewart and say that you are working for the Lord. Of course, if someone is really stubborn and refuses to let Waldo's caravan pass, there is no need to risk his life. He can just write down the identity of the other party and tell Lord Stewart. Hearing that there might be danger, For a moment, Waldo wanted to give up, but he quickly realized that the noble Earl, the younger brother of His Royal Highness the Queen of Thailand, specially invited you here to deliver the goods. And you dare to refuse. Do you still want to hang out in the Thailand kingdom in the future? So he patted his chest and said that he would definitely fulfill the Count's instructions and deliver the things he helped transport to Wintertown safely and intact. As a result, Waldo's caravan became the only caravan to arrive in Wintertown. On the way, it encountered several caravans heading to the northern plains, but the goods they brought to the north were all bought by the surrounding new villages and towns. Now that it's empty, there's no need to continue to Wintertown. After handing over the goods and letters that the Earl asked him to transport, Waldo then sold his own goods to the Baron, which were the extra goods that the Earl reminded him to prepare, including those medicinal materials.
Dear Lord Glamorgan, would you like to see any other goods?
David nodded. The other party was obviously prepared. He estimated that the things he had kept until now were all what he needed. He simply said happily,
If there is anything else in your team, show it to me.
Look. Okay. My lord.
Seeing Baron Glamorgan so happy, Waldo smiled even brighter, and then displayed the ores, cloth rolls, various processed leathers, and other things left in the car. In addition, there are also some relatively high-end items, such as wine, spices, and even inferior versions of the cleaning beads and aromatherapy beads that Earl Stewart gave to David, which can be used much less often. Usually no more than 10 times.
Very good. These are all the things I need here, David said very highly.
He wanted all the remaining things in the caravan.
Lord Baron Glamorgan is truly an extremely generous lord. I believe that under your wise leadership, Wintertown will definitely become the brightest pearl in the north of the Kingdom of Thailand.
After completing the Count's instructions and clearing out all the merchandise, Waldo was in a very good mood and flattered David wildly. Regardless of whether the people next to him believed what he said or not, he was the first to do it anyway. Believed. David smiled and accepted all kinds of compliments from the other party. He had spent his own money, so it was normal to enjoy some compliments. As for checkout, he was not worried that he had no money, because what Earl Stewart asked Waldo to send was a batch of coins and jewelry.
Through the accompanying letter, David knew that the money was not given to David in vain, but that Earl Stewart developed a new market through the gifts David left to him. He himself made a lot of money in King Thailand, so he gave David some of his share, in addition to money and jewelry. I also brought some extra samples, and hoped that after David looked at the samples, he would point out the shortcomings and give some new guidance and suggestions. For the time being, he had not thought about how to reply to Earl Stewart's request for advice. After confirming that the caravan would rest in Wintertown for 2 days, and if there were no special circumstances, it would set off back to the capital in the early morning of the 3rd day. David said at that time, I hope that Waldo will help me deliver a letter to the Earl of Sutton Stewart.
Wrap it around me.
Waldo agreed very happily, and of course, he would not let go of the opportunity to see Lord Stewart again.
I'm sorry that my territory has not completed the construction of various facilities, and there is no way to provide a comfortable resting place for everyone in the caravan.
David pointed to the construction site not far away.
However, Wintertown there are some pretty good specialties. I hope you like them.
After saying this, David handed over the job of entertaining these businessmen to the old hunter Addis. As a native of the Thailand kingdom, Addis knew best what things were suitable for entertaining guests without arousing suspicion. Chapter 152 Enchanted Equipment. Or, cloth and silk rolls, leather, medicinal materials, plus some ready-made clothes. David's Wintertown has replenished a large amount of supplies. Although some of these things are not lacking here, it is always a good thing to have more resources. The more important point is that these materials are obtained from this world through trade, rather than relying on blood transfusions from other worlds with the help of Laura and Fording. David saw hope that Wintertown was gradually getting on the right track, and his mood improved, and his impression of the Earl of Sutton Stewart also improved. But
this is a bit of a headache.
Looking at the several samples placed next to him, David didn't know how to make suggestions. Laura and Eva were looking back and forth at these samples. Laura was speechless. She looked at the several pairs of socks, jerseys, and high heels of various styles and materials in front of her. She was curious about what David was doing. What exactly did the royal capital do?
Do you two like anything? These pairs of socks look okay.
Laura picked up a few pairs of socks that seemed to be made of pure cotton. She usually exercised a lot and liked to run around, so she preferred cotton products. Moreover, She didn't seem to like knee-high stockings, and David had never seen her wearing them anyway.
Huh? There's a label on it.
After Laura picked up the pair of cotton socks she was interested in, she found a label with a lot of words written on it.
It says, use the best cotton yarn in the kingdom. Plus, woven with magic silk. What is the material of high-quality magic silk? It seems to be the silk spun by a spider-like magical beast.
David answered uncertainly.
I have only heard of it, not seen it, and I haven't paid much attention to this aspect.
He had heard of magic thread when he was in Iron Tree Castle, but had never really come into contact with it. Later, I had the ability to contact him, and I was busy dealing with various things, so I never asked about this aspect. More importantly, he prefers modern products when it comes to clothing, so he doesn't care much about the various materials in this world.
Is there anything special?
Laura pulled the socks in her hand hard and found that the feel and elasticity were very good.
Huh? It seems good.
Laura, who didn't care much at first, began to look at other samples. In addition to various socks, there were also several styles of shoes in front of her. Noticing that these shoes were also labeled, Laura picked them up and took a look. She was not attracted by the 10-centimeter thin heels, but was attracted by the content on the label. The shoes come with two simple magic effects: space expansion and stability, making the shoes more comfortable to wear. And there is no need to worry about being unstable and other issues. David. Laura found that David was still staring at the blank letter, so Laura had to lift the shoe in her hand to attract David's attention.
What's wrong?
When he saw Laura holding up the black-red high-heeled shoes with red soles and looking at him, he thought she had taken a look at these shoes.
You like this pair? They look good. No. What I want to say is that there is no space-attributed equipment in Wintertown right now. Right. Yes.
David felt very unhappy when he talked about it. In the past, when I read novels about the protagonist who traveled to another world, the space equipment seemed to be given away for free. Why couldn't I see any of it? That is to say, he had just recently obtained a Cybertronian body. With the help of Cybertronian compression technology, he could barely solve the problem of how to carry a large amount of ammunition. Otherwise, he would be even more depressed.
Why do you ask this suddenly? I want to remind you that there is now space equipment in Wintertown.
Laura raised the shoe in her hand again, took off the label, and handed it to David, with a strange look on his face. David took the small card, and after seeing clearly what was written on it, he felt extremely speechless. Good guy. These products produced by Earl Sutton Stewart are all enchanted equipment. A pair of high heels actually has two magical effects attached to it. Could this effect be the legendary saying that my feet will be as big as my shoes are? Watching Laura sitting on the edge of the bed curiously, she put on the pair of high heels in her hand, then stood up and took 2 steps.
How do you feel? It feels almost like wearing ordinary flat shoes.
Laura answered Eva's question, and was also surprised by the magical high heels on her feet.
There is no squeezing feeling at all, and the standing is very stable.
When David listened to Laura's answer, he suddenly understood how the heroines he had seen in his previous life wearing high heels and climbing over walls could do such outrageous things. Those women were actually wearing clothes made by Earl Sutton Stewart. Magic equipment. Right? So the Decepticons and Tyrannosaurus did not lose to the protagonist's halo, but lost to the mysterious magic. Maybe this explanation can make the Decepticons and Tyrannosaurus feel more comfortable. Due to Laura's unexpected discovery, the two women immediately became interested in some things. They looked at each label one by one, wondering what strange effects these things had. David was also inspired by Laura's discovery and began to write a reply to the Earl of Sutton Stewart, and put forward his own suggestions. Don't just stick to daily wear, such as some female knight's armor, but also similar innovations can be made. By the time the letter was finished, the two women had gone through all the samples. They each selected 1 or 2 samples, and said the rest would be given to other people in the town.
Would you like to choose one?
Laura glanced at David one last time and picked up a purple shirt.
I think this one suits you very well. Let's keep this one for Lancelot. Huh?
Laura said.
Is there any legend I don't know about?
With an expression on his face, he threw the shirt back and prepared to leave with Eva.
I will go to the forest with Sylvanus tomorrow. I won't accompany you tonight.
Last time, Sylvanus and I wandered in the forest for 2 days and 1 night, but still failed to find the giant northern wolf. This time, the two of them planned to explore further and adjust their direction slightly.
Actually, you can go to Quel'Thalas or the Kingdom of Vordaeron to catch a pet you like. I just want to catch the giant northern wolf, but I don't believe I can't catch it.
After hearing what Laura said, David understood that Laura had not accomplished her original goal and felt unhappy. Since this is the case, David will no longer persuade her and let her do whatever she wants. It is much safer than going to the world of Azeroth for archaeology on a whim. He continued to write. And when he finished writing his reply to Earl Sutton Stewart, David continued to practice the holy light as usual. Although he passed through Azeroth and his party, his physical fitness and holy light have been greatly improved. And he has also activated the powerful transformation ability of Cybertron's body. But he didn't think this was enough, and still insisted on daily practice. Not only has the practice of holy light not stopped, but the training of bows and arrows, firearms, spears, and bare-handed combat is still as usual. Even though he is learning to practice alchemy during this period, he has no intention of reducing the amount of training he originally planned. There aren't many things going on in Wintertown now, and he has plenty of free time. He doesn't feel that arranging a lot of training for himself every day will be tiring. Anyway, his energy is super strong, and it will be more uncomfortable if he doesn't do something to vent his excess energy.
TSK. Speaking of which, Laura is not afraid. Is she?
It was obviously Laura who took the initiative to ignite the fire several times, and often used some weird moves. But she knelt down first. This kind of playful and fun-loving behavior made David feel very speechless. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. A peaceful night. David got up early the next day and worked as usual for a long time. When he came out of the blacksmith shop, he asked about the caravan leader Waldo.
The businessman named Waldo is wandering around the town. He should be looking for specialties that can be sold in the royal capital.
Elias has seen Waldo several times, and he appears every time. The way he looked around in different locations was very consistent with his impression of a businessman. Just when David was about to call Waldo to ask him something, David suddenly changed his mind and took Elias directly to Pierre Newton. Alchemist Newton still lives here with Jonah. He and Jonah get along well, and the accommodation in the cafeteria is actually more spacious and comfortable than an ordinary cabin. So he did not choose to build a separate cabin to live in. What's more, Newton was staying temporarily at first, but later he was willing to settle down. He also knew the subsequent development plan of Wintertown, so there was no need to build a temporary wooden house. Not surprisingly, David also met Jaina here. Surprisingly, he also met Sylvanas, Liedrin, Peggy, Laura, Sharon, Elizabeth, Eva, etc. Lots of women.
What's happening here?
Newton shook his head and spread his hands to express that he didn't know. As if they had agreed upon it, all of the women suddenly ran over. It was Eva who leaned close to her and explained to David in a low voice. It turned out that after Laura and Eva took away the samples yesterday, they called several women in the town together this morning to prepare to divide these special pieces of equipment. If it were just simple shoes and socks, everyone might not care much about it. But when they learned that these equipment had some enchanting effects, these women became interested. Initially, everyone was asking Jaina if the Kirin Tor mage from Dowring could do something similar. After learning that Jaina was not good at this kind of magic, they found the old alchemist Pierre Newton. After figuring out the purpose of the women's visit, Newton could only emphasize again,
I am an alchemist. For things like adding magical effects to items, you should find a mage. I'm not good at these magics either. Also, what I want to ask is, are the above spells achieved with special materials? Or can they be done without any restrictions on materials?
Chapter 153 This turtle is not for sale. Jaina wanted to judge the level of magic in this world through this seemingly inconspicuous thing. If there are requirements for materials, it is not much different from what she knows. If there are no requirements for materials, it may mean that this world may be more excellent in terms of magic than Azeroth. Of course, the final conclusion cannot be drawn so casually, but it can be used as a basis for judgment. Newton glanced at Gianna, and finally took over the strange shoes held by the other party. After a brief observation, he came up with the answer.
These shoes are not made of ordinary materials, and they also have magical effects.
It's very weak. Not even as good as the magic attached to the cleaning orb.
After listening to the old alchemist's words, Jaina took the silver high-heeled shoes back. She was slightly relieved. It seemed that the level of magic in this world was not so powerful that it could enchant just about anything. David, who was next to him, also got the answer he wanted after hearing Newton's words.
So, the magic attached to it is not worth mentioning?
Yes.
So if I want to attach better magic effects to it, I have to use equipment made of special materials? Newton looked at David and immediately saw through the Baron's thoughts.
Are you trying to make some magic props? Of course. Special materials must be used for that kind of thing. Ordinary materials cannot withstand the power of magic.
After listening to the alchemist's explanation, David felt that the answer was reasonable. But he wanted to know how much extra space there was in the so-called expansion space on these shoes.
How big?
Pierre Newton turned his attention to the pair of shoes that had just been taken away in front of him.
It's not that big. It's better to say it's very small. I can't even put a larger metal ingot in it to make it. 2. This level of space expansion has no practicality at all. But now it has some practicality. The Earl is a very thoughtful person. So if I want to make a storage prop that is at least 1 cubic meter in size, what kind of material should be used at the minimum standard?
After asking again and again, David finally got to the point. As the personal information consultant employed by Baron Glamorgan, the alchemist must give an accurate answer. He thought and thought about it for a long time before giving what he thought was the most accurate answer.
Although 1 cubic meter is not very large, considering that storage props are used to carry various items, it is the stability requirements are high. So I personally suggest that it is better to choose gluttonous animal skin as the main raw material.
Knowing that David didn't understand anything, the old alchemist also gave David some popular science on what a glutton is. It is a python-like beast with a strong sense of territory, high aggression, and certain spatial attributes. The skin of the gluttonous beast is considered the most common space attribute magic material.
Where can I get the skin of such a magical beast? This kind of magical beast does not exist in the Kingdom of Thailand. There are also few gluttonous beast skins sold in the Kingdom of Thailand. What we occasionally see are scraps, and cannot meet your requirements.
At this point, Newton pointed again. Take off that pair of shoes.
If you use those leftover materials to make storage equipment, the effect will be better than these shoes. This is definitely not what you want. But?
Pierre Newton's tone suddenly changed, rising a few pitches, attracting everyone's attention to himself.
When I was traveling across the continent, I once found several areas with space properties of ore. This kind of ore can also be used to make space equipment.
David's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly realized something. The corners of Pierre Newton's mouth also curled up. The scene where everyone around him was looking at him eagerly, expecting him to reveal the answer, made him feel very happy. And he did not waste the time he had said so much and deliberately sold it.
And I am an alchemist who particularly likes studying ores.
So, David stared at the old Newton in front of him. If his answer was different from what he thought, then the old alchemist would encounter some headaches in the next period of time.
Have you thoroughly analyzed and mastered the structure of that ore?
What David means by analysis and mastery means that alchemists know how to use alchemy to convert other types of ores into this ore.
Of course.
He must have noticed the threat and warning in the eyes of David and everyone around him. Pierre Newton did not whet everyone's appetite this time, and answered David's question simply and neatly.
And I also know how to properly use the metal extracted from this ore to make the storage equipment you want. Real? In fact, I use this kind of storage equipment myself. Otherwise, how would I travel across the continent with a bunch of ores?
David was surprised at first when he heard the old alchemist's words, and then felt speechless. I kept thinking about it, but I just ignored Pierre Newton beside me. He never asked the old alchemist if he had any storage items, but thinking about it carefully, even if I had asked him before, the alchemist would not have bluntly stated that he could refine space-attributed ores and help David and the others make space storage equipment like he did now, because the old alchemist was a temporary employee at first. He never thought he would live in Winter Town for a long time. It wasn't until he recently decided to live in Winter Town that the alchemist could share the various resources he had so happily.
By the way, if it is a storage device made of metal, are the storage props made of jewelry such as rings? Yes. Okay. This is what I need.
A storage ring is the most convenient storage item, second only to the space that can be bound to your body.
Then I have to warn you in advance that making the ring takes a long time and is difficult. You may have to wait for a while to get it.
Pierre Newton did not mean to refuse at all, but just reminded David that this piece of equipment is of his own. It takes a little more time to get it right.
It doesn't matter. I won't be able to use it for the time being.
At this point, he suddenly realized that maybe he could make a batch of storage props that wouldn't take long and popularize them first. This would also make it easier for everyone to travel back and forth and carry various items with them. Item.
What kind of props can be made faster? Bracelets, wristbands, and other bulky things. How long does it take to make one? If there are enough ores and energy, we can make one soon,
Newton emphasized.
But I don't have any extra ore on me.
Therefore, He had to use alchemy to make enough, or before he could start to officially make that kind of storage item. During this period, he still needs to rest and recover the lost energy, so the speed will gradually slow down.
How many do you want me to make? 100 first.
Although Pierre Newton did not shout loudly and send everyone including David away, his expression perfectly expressed his emotions. I don't want to see you. Leave now. However, before David left, Newton made it clear.
I will pick up that storage item myself in a few days. I will make it into a wrist guard. If you don't like it, just use alchemy to modify the appearance.
This practice will also be of great benefit to your learning of alchemy. I see.
After waving to the old alchemist, David was the last to leave Newton's residence. Then he saw a group of women did not disperse, but instead walked collectively to the wooden house where Laura lived. He didn't know what else to talk about. After looking around, he happened to see Waldo, the leader of the caravan. After Waldo saw David, he immediately came up to say hello.
Good afternoon, Lord Baron Glamorgan. Good afternoon.
David could see that Waldo seemed to want to ask about something, so he just told him what he had to say.
Dear Baron, you know that I am a businessman. This time, I am transporting all kinds of goods from King Tylan to Wintertown for sale.
Faced with a real baron, even a country baron, Waldo also not daring to show off, he quickly expressed his thoughts.
At the same time, I will also buy some specialties from various places and transport them to the royal capital for sale. Which specialty of Wintertown do you like?
There should be a lot of weird things in Wintertown. He was really curious. What would Waldo like?
Sir, I think those monsters called Squirtle and Eevee are very popular in the royal city.
Waldo didn't expect to find anything special in a remote town like Wintertown. It's just out of habit that I look around for suitable products. And if I can't find them, I just take a break and relax. Unexpectedly, after walking around, he discovered that there were quite a lot of weird things in Wintertown, especially the monster called Squirtle that could be seen everywhere in the town, and the Eevee moving near the edge of the forest. These two kinds of monsters are gentle in temperament and cute in appearance, and will definitely be welcomed by the nobles. If he could buy a few of them, he would definitely make a lot of money. He had already inquired before. The Lord Baron Glamorgan had given a clear order not to capture Squirtle and Eevee, so he did not dare to capture them without permission. In addition to making money, you can also make friends with the nobles of the royal capital. These connections are even more attractive than pure money.
Dear Baron, what do you think? Don't worry. I will offer a very reasonable price for each monster.
Waldo felt that a large amount of gold and silver and countless connections were waiting to him, as long as the Baron Glamorgan in front of him clicked. With his head down, he can get it all. However, his dream was soon shattered by Lord Glamorgan.
Squirtle and Eevee will not be sold in Wintertown.
David also emphasized, by the way, that Squirtle and Eevee are creatures protected by Wintertown. If you try to hunt these Pokemon secretly,
you will do so at your own risk. Chapter 154 Winter Nights. If there is no warning in advance, the other party may use,
I don't know that I can't hunt,
as an excuse. So David specially emphasized it and gave some admonishment. If he comes here with the intention of hunting Pokemon after being warned, then don't blame him for ruthlessly attacking him. The dream in front of Waldo was shattered. He wanted to try harder. But before he could speak, he realized that the Baron in front of him probably wouldn't discuss this matter with him. He feels that the most important thing for him to become a moderately successful businessman is that he can distinguish the situation clearly, and will not cross the line and touch the minefield. Therefore, Waldo decisively changed the topic, no longer mentioning Squirtle and Eevee, but asked Baron Glamorgan what other products were needed for Wintertown. Next time he comes here, Waldo can prepare some specially for Wintertown. He didn't think his caravan could make more money from Wintertown. He transported a lot of supplies on this trip. Given the size of Wintertown, those things were enough to last a long time. Waldo even considered not coming to the north for a while, and maybe going to the south of the kingdom. I was thinking about this in my heart, but I didn't expect that the Baron Glamorgan next to me said this directly.
The next time your caravan comes to the north, it will be a long time ago. Right.
Waldo responded with a warm smile and said that if Lord Glamorgan needed it, he could make a special trip for him.
That's not necessary. I really don't have anything urgently needed here.
David thought for a while and felt that this caravan can still be used.
If you are going to other areas of the Tylan Kingdom, you can help me purchase some appropriately. Material. What materials does the Baron want? Special materials such as the skin of gluttons.
David felt that Waldo himself would resell this kind of material.
Not only gluttons, but also similar special materials can be left for Wintertown. Next time I come to the Northern Plains, I will buy them all.
It doesn't mean that you don't need this kind of stuff now that you have space or, regardless of whether you are in a hurry or not. It's always good to have some of these special materials on hand. No one knows when it will suddenly be needed.
I understand what you mean.
Waldo did understand that the Lord of Wintertown has actually started to acquire various special materials, but he just doesn't know how much share should be left for him. After thinking for a moment, Waldo realized that the Baron of Glamorgan wanted many kinds of materials, but did not specify anyone. He should simply be stocking up on this type of special materials, and had no special needs for the time being. In this case, you only need to keep a part of each material. When the Baron has special needs, he will naturally look for you to buy specific materials. After thinking of this, Waldo realized that he could establish a long-term trade relationship with the Lord of Wintertown, considering that no other caravan had ever come to Wintertown except himself. Maybe this trade route would become own exclusive trade route. Although you won't get rich suddenly, the advantage is long-term stability. Moreover, judging from the frequent correspondence between Baron Glamorgan and Earl Stewart, the Baron has a good relationship with Earl Stewart, and the aristocratic connections he wants can be obtained from Earl Stewart. The broken dream seemed to be put together again. The pleased Waldo said goodbye and left, and began to plan to go south directly after returning to the royal capital. Lord Glamorgan said that all kinds of special materials were needed, but he specifically mentioned the skin of the gluttonous beast. This kind of monster is almost everywhere in the kingdom of Tiran. If you can't see it, it is naturally difficult to buy it. If you want to purchase in large quantities, it is best to go to the southern border towns, or even to the New Aelan Federation.
That's right. Let's see what new products are there.
Considering that this trip will involve a long journey, maybe I have to expand the caravan lineup. He thought of the two young men who came to Wintertown with the caravan. He is young, strong, and very diligent. The key is that he is very cheap. It would be great if he could stay as a helper for a long time. I found young people named Diogo and Marty, and made a long-term employment proposal. But unfortunately they were rejected by the two young people.
It's a pity.
Knowing that the other party wanted to open up land in Wintertown, and become a self-cultivated farmer with land, Waldo knew that he could not persuade someone with such an idea to join the caravan. However, he did not force it, seeing that the two young people worked hard and made a lot of money on this trip. The happy Waldo gave the two young people extra rewards and wished them a speedy future. Carve out your own land.
I hope that when I come to Wintertown next time, you too have become small landowners with a lot of farmland.
When the two young men saw the reward, they happily expressed their gratitude to the caravan leader, and at the same time began to look forward to their next life in Wintertown. As usual, paying the reward means that the two people have left the caravan. After a night's rest tonight, the caravan will set off early tomorrow morning and leave Wintertown. In that case, the two of them would need to find another place to stay tonight. Fortunately, Diogo had greeted the pharmacist Cordell before and learned one thing from the pharmacist. Wintertown would provide basic food and accommodation for the farmers who came to seek refuge. Farming tools and seeds will also be distributed so that people who come to settle in Wintertown can obtain their own land as soon as possible. When they heard these things, the two young men thought the pharmacist was joking. Later, after asking others, especially those who had just arrived in Wintertown, they found out that it was all true. As a result, the two young people happily started their new life in Wintertown, and David's Wintertown gained two more yeoman farmers. At the same time, David also got some news from Eva.
Other villages and towns are deliberately intercepting civilians coming to Wintertown? Yes.
When Eva was helping the two young people register various information, she was keenly aware of this situation from their words.
Even the caravan can't get through. If that Waldo isn't even if you get the goods entrusted to you by Earl Stewart, you won't be able to reach us.
David looked at the information compiled by Eva in his hand. It clearly listed which villages and towns had completed the interception. In addition to the two newcomers Marty and Diogo, who had just completed registration, Eva also deliberately found the 4 people who had come to Wintertown before. After sorting and classifying the information of several people, it became the intelligence that David saw in front of him.
As expected of an allied intelligence officer,
David praised, and sighed in his heart that this is Eva's true calling. David, who was sitting in his wooden house, looked at the information in his hand and noticed the pair of black and red-soled high heels under the small table, which were tilted up and down, looking very naughty, which seemed to indicate Eva's mood after receiving praise. Very good. David looked at the information for a while, looked under the table for a while, and discussed things in the surrounding villages with Eva.
Do we need to ask Floyd or Gareth to bring some soldiers to warn the surrounding villages? No. They can stop them if they want. They can't keep those who are really willing to come.
Didn't Marty and Diogo, for example, insist on walking to Wintertown? Hearing Eva mention the two knights, David remembered that he had previously agreed to let the two of them recruit new soldiers. He wondered what was going on.
Did the two of them select enough new soldiers?
Still choosing.
Oh.
He lowered his head and glanced again.
Huh?
Is it an illusion? Is Eva's legs stretched out a little? She stretched out her legs and touched them gently, wanting to remind Eva on the opposite side, I know your legs are long, so you don't need to show them to me. As a result, the other party had no intention of taking it back. But David suddenly felt the magic of the strange material, the fine magic silk, and his leg was actually sucked. After a second of silence, David continued to discuss business while distracted by wrestling with Eva.
By the way, has Tyrion come back recently?
No.
Remind me. Next time Tyrion comes back, remember to ask him to send a batch of Garen rifles and ammunition made by the dwarves of Ironforge. It is best to know what metals the dwarves use when forging the rifles,
as well as the specific gunpowder for the bullets. Formula. Are these rifles intended for use by new recruits? It's not just the recruits who told Will that there is no need to make powerful small-caliber rifle bullets.
It happened that all the original powerful rifle bullets were fired in Azeroth.
In the future, the rifles will be Garen rifles produced in Ironforge. Lord.
It is also more convenient to import weapons from Ironforge than to have Lara purchase and transport them. Moreover, the Garen rifle made in Ironforge is much more powerful than the one made on Earth. Coupled with the powerful bullets produced by Wintertown, it is basically equivalent to a semi-automatic rapid-fire cannon. Such ferocious firepower should be able to sweep across the northern plains. Right. Thinking of the excitement, David's legs moved unconsciously a few times, which resulted in a counterattack from his opponent. The two gradually changed from a simple wrestling to a competition of moves. It's just that both sides have some scruples and don't dare to use their full strength. He even chose a more elegant fighting method, with you and me fighting each other, and the movements were gentle, so they would never hurt the other party.
As for the firearms instructor, Jack Clausa can be the one.
It has been a while since Clausa came to Wintertown. After the initial adaptation, it was time to arrange some serious errands for him. It happened that Wintertown began to recruit and train new recruits. As a former member of the Special Forces, Clausa naturally knew many training methods. However, he was not prepared to let Clausa directly take over the training of soldiers. The Earth's training methods may not be suitable for this world. First, go to Floyd and teach the soldiers gun-related knowledge.
So, are you going to give Jack Krause a formal position? Firearms instructor of the Knights of Winter.
The advantage of being a lord is that he can even name his troops casually.
Okay.
At this time, Elias, who was standing behind David, was trying his best to maintain his
I didn't see anything.
Expression. Chapter 155 The Days of Stable Development. After talking about the business, it was determined that the regular army establishment of Wintertown would be the Winter Knights. At the same time, the basic weapons and equipment for each soldier in the future were also decided. According to David's idea, the soldiers of the Winter Knights must be proficient in the use of firearms, cold weapons, and other weapons. Each person will be equipped with a Garen rifle produced in Ironforge and use the powerful weapon produced in Wintertown. Effective bullets. It will take quite a long time to truly achieve this goal, mainly because the crystal ore output is not yet too high. But as long as David's power continues to grow and improve, and with the upgrade of Goldfinger, sooner or later this problem will no longer be a problem. David has not yet considered how many bullets each soldier can carry. If the development goes well, he may be able to give each soldier a simple storage item. At that time, not only will each soldier be able to carry more types of items, bullets are no longer a problem. In addition, every soldier must have a set of armor. Let's not talk about the style. David's idea is that the armors of these soldiers are also the strongest crystal armor in Wintertown. Then prepare standard cross swords, broadswords, warhammers, and other cold weapons, and you will have all the main weapons and armors. If possible, send some grenades such as flash shock bombs and incendiary bombs as auxiliary equipment. Of course, this is standard. If the development goes well, you can also set up snipers, firepower, and other positions in each team. At that time, You will also need to make some special firearms. There are also pistols. The batch of M1911S bought by Laura are in similar condition to the batch of HK416S. They feel a bit weak. David has already begun to consider making a new pistol. He has not yet decided whether to continue to cooperate with the Dwarves of Iron Forge or wait until the infrastructure construction work in Wintertown is completed to build a small arsenal in his own territory. More importantly, he had not thought about which style to choose as the standard pistol of the Winter Knights. So be it. The Knights of Winter only have a name now, and they are still far from being truly formed. The pistol has not been designated as standard equipment by David, so we can wait until later. After stamping the documents that needed to be stamped, David asked Eva to go back and rest. Watching Eva leave happily, David suddenly felt that today's experience was quite exciting, even though the two of them had done nothing. Then he glanced at Elias, who said good night to him, and David nodded to the etiquette officer, suspecting that he might have been influenced by the Earl of Sutton Stewart. Those who are close to ink are black. Our ancestors were right. After throwing the pot far away, David began to practice before taking a break every day with peace of mind. And just like that, an ordinary day in Wintertown ended. As the caravan left, Wintertown ushered in a period of stability. David's daily routine is pretty much the same. After getting up early and having a simple activity after dinner, I patrolled the entire Wintertown. Went to the blacksmith shop to practice blacksmithing and practice alchemy. After lunch, I learned various etiquette knowledge with Elias, and then conducted daily bow and arrow, firearm, and weapon training. Deal with something. After dinner, if there are unfinished matters, continue to deal with them. If not, teach Eva how to practice the holy light, relax and chat with Laura, and also chat with Mark, Leon, Jonah and others. When the time is up, David will comprehend and practice the holy light for a while, and then rest or play games depending on whether Laura is there or not. Days like this made David feel that he lived a very fulfilling life every day, especially seeing that various underground facilities have been laid, and the residence he built for himself has begun to gradually take shape. Floyd and Gareth Stanton finally selected satisfactory recruits, gathered 20 recruits, and began training. These 20 recruits are basically miners who came from Azeroth with Van Cleef. They are young and unburdened, and their physical fitness is very good. This surprised Gareth and Floyd. For the name of Lord's Knights of Winter, they went from being dumbfounded at first to full of expectations. The two bodyguard knights believed that with such outstanding soldiers in Wintertown, it is not impossible to form a real knighthood, even if it is not as good as the elite of the kingdom with all knights like the Tylan Knights. It is completely possible to have a knightly order like the Iron Tree Knights with knights commanding elite cavalry. Because they were full of expectations, the two of them had no resistance to Clausa, a relatively unfamiliar colleague. After all, both of them had lived in Wintertown for a while, and were no strangers to weapons such as firearms. The Lord goes to practice firearm shooting every day. After seeing the power of the Garand rifle shipped from Iron Forge, the two of them would certainly not object to the soldiers learning how to use this weapon. The new recruits are training, and the veterans are patrolling around in addition to daily training. In order to share the pressure of the soldiers, R.C., who stayed in Wintertown, offered to help. So motorized infantry appeared in Wintertown for the first time. It looked like the veterans wearing plate armor and carrying Garand rifles were also receiving Krause's instruction on how to use firearms. Moreover, because they had to perform tasks. After the first batch of Garands were sent by Fording, the veterans directly he received his own rifle. Then ride on the motorcycle transformed by one of R.C., Gloria or Arya, and go to the surrounding posts to patrol. At the same time, Howard Wulowitz and others finally built the first aircraft in Wintertown after obtaining suitable materials through Laura. It is not accurate to say that it was built, but the engine of the famous Mosquito helicopter was replaced by a Crystal engine. According to Howard's calculations, the world's lightest helicopter, which weighs only more than 700 kilograms, only needs a fist-sized crystal ore to fly until it is scrapped. Even the energy in the crystal mine will not be exhausted. This means that this Mosquito helicopter has no flight distance limit and can keep flying in the sky as long as the pilot can hold on. If possible, we should bring a better aircraft over. David began to think about whether to bring over a Harrier fighter jet for modification. As long as there is a Harrier, Wintertown can have a good grasp of the situation in the entire north. The Harrier was chosen because it is an aircraft that can take off and land vertically, which is suitable for situations like Wintertown where there is no airport runway. As for the other F-35 battery that can take off and land vertically,
I'm afraid it's currently unavailable.
Oh, by the way, Steve has a Quinjet that can also take off and land vertically.
Because there are transformers in the territory, and everyone's strength is steadily increasing. The transportation of some large machinery is no longer an insurmountable problem. For those who can't move it, just ask the ambulance to help. David, who discovered this, realized that the development of the territory could even be faster, such as getting some engineering equipment.
It would be great if we could recruit the diggers.
David thought that if he took some time, he could ask the ambulance to ask how far the plot in his world has developed. Hercules appears in Transformers Part 2. Although it is an ugly version, Transformers can adjust its appearance. The real question is, how to get those diggers to escape from the Decepticons. Or simply wait for Hercules to be bombarded by humans with electromagnetic cannons. Then bring the dead diggers to Azeroth. And use his authority in Azeroth to use the huge holy light to destroy these diggers. Tiger resurrected and cast in light? I don't know if this plan is feasible, but I can write it down first. While David was making various plans for the future, everyone in Winter Town was not idle either. Everyone was busy with their own things. After Laura ran further north with Sylvanas for the third time, she finally found the northern giant wolf she had longed for. And they were a pair of injured giant wolves. And the female wolf was pregnant. After subduing the two giant wolves happily, Laura said that after the female wolf gives birth to wolf pups, anyone in Winter Town who is willing to learn the knowledge of hunters can get one. Such as David, Sylvanas, Krausa.
By the way, how many new farmers have come to Winter Town recently? You mean after Marty and Diogo?
Right. David didn't need to calculate specifically. He just stretched out his hand.
3. 3?
Laura was a little surprised. This time she and Sylvanas ran farther away and stayed outside for many days. But only 3 new farmers came?
So few? Are they all stopped by the surrounding villages? Well, according to what these new farmers said, we met many people on the road who wanted to come to Winter Town. But most of them stayed in Snowfield Castle and the villages around Snowfield Castle.
For these people, the reason they want to go to Winter Town is to get their own fields. You can still get fields in Snowfield Castle and the surrounding villages. So there is no need to insist on going to Winter Town.
Are these people going too far?
Laura looked at David and found that David was not angry at all.
You are not angry at all? Are you ready to attack those guys? Do it?
David glanced at Laura and immediately waved his hand to express that I had no such idea, and please don't falsely accuse me.
There is no need for me to do it. I am looking forward to the arrival of this winter.
Laura was very smart and immediately understood what David meant.
Do you think it is impossible for them to obtain enough supplies this year to survive the long and cold winter in the northern plains? Of course.
The crops in Kolong Town grow well and have high yields. Not only because of the high-yielding crops like potatoes, but more importantly because the land in Kolong Town has been optimized. The northern plains outside Winter Town do not have this special Vinny bonus. I'm afraid even Sean Forrester, the mayor of Frostbite Town in the northeast, hasn't realized this yet, let alone these newcomers. Chapter 156 Winter City Plan Draft. Although the Frostbite Town in Sheen Forest was established last year, due to lack of time, not much farmland was cultivated, and naturally not a particularly large amount of food was grown. It was only after confirming that potatoes, a new crop, could successfully grow on this barren land that a long and harsh winter ushered in. The first winter in Frostbite Town was spent through blood transfusions from the family. Forrest did not yet have an accurate understanding of the harsh environment of the northern plains. With the arrival of the new year, more wasteland was reclaimed into farmland. She and Forrester soon learned that this barren land could only grow potatoes, which they brought from Iron Tree Fort. It is difficult for other crop seeds to survive and germinate on this land. Moreover, there is no way to continuously plant potatoes that have not been optimized by the mysterious power. After 2 rounds of harvests, she and Forrester will find that the crops produced in the fields are constantly decreasing, and there is no way to ensure that the Frost Town continues to grow. Increased population consumption over a winter. If the Forrester family doesn't transport enough supplies in the fall, Frostbite Town will be miserable this winter. As for the villages around Cold Winter Town, David was curious how many would be left after a winter.
It turns out that the environment in this place was so bad before we arrived.
Listening to David's description, Laura had an intuitive understanding of the barrenness and desolation of this place for the first time. Before that, her impression of this plain mainly came from Winter Town. The town under David's governance did not give her the slightest sense of barren land. The farmland in Winter Town is quite productive, as Mark grows more and more crops. the variety of agricultural products becomes more and more abundant. It is said that the newly planted strawberries have successfully sprouted, and they can eat them until winter this year. The town produces strawberries, grapes, and other fruits. Speaking of produce, David is wondering whether to plant cotton in Winter Town. Otherwise, would the entire town's clothes have to be brought in through trade? There were also silk fabrics. The environment in Winter Town might not be able to raise silkworms, but he could ask Squirtle to help solve this problem. He remembered that there was a spider-shaped Pokemon called Orb Silk Spider, which could spin a large amount of silk. And the quality of the spider silk is very good. And the world itself uses that kind of spider silk to make silk products. After talking to Laura about these ideas, Laura agreed with David's idea. But the topic suddenly turned to another direction.
Then you can make the things you like in Winter Town. Right. Huh? What are you talking about? Man!
Laura said with an expression that said, I had already seen through everything.
I didn't choose those pairs of stockings. Are you disappointed? How could it be?
David shook his head.
Anyway, that kind of thing is easy to buy. Huh?
Laura laughed dryly, feeling quite speechless at David's reply.
I thought you weren't disappointed because of Eva.
David felt the alarm bells ringing in his heart, wondering whether he should start today's game immediately.
Your little secretary has been completely eaten up by you in the past 2 days. Huh?
David opened his mouth, with a surprised expression of,
unjustly accused. Why do you say that? The relationship between Eva and I is very innocent. Really?
Laura stared at David's face carefully. Based on her understanding of David, this man is very bad at hiding his true thoughts. The surprised expression on his face seemed to be a real reaction.
Nothing really happened? Certainly.
Hearing David's decisive answer, Laura was confused.
I see that Eva has always been cheerful and contented these past 2 days. And I thought she finally succeeded.
David was speechless. Laura's words gave him a strange feeling.
Speaking of which, I ran away for several days this time, and you didn't even make a move on Eva. Such a good opportunity was wasted.
Seeing Laura's funny look, David wondered if this woman was deliberately trying to trick him. Should I work harder to prove my sincerity? However, David, who tried hard to express his sincerity, only received Laura's hoarse words in the end.
How about I hold Eva's hand down for you?
After making a cup of honey for Laura and feeding her a large cup, the two hugged each other and fell asleep.
Stop thinking about it and have a good rest.
Laura muttered a few words, but she was so vague that she couldn't understand what she said. By the time she wanted to ask, Laura had already fallen asleep. After resting for a night with Laura in his arms, David got up on time in high spirits the next day, leaving Laura to catch up on her sleep. After leaving the cabin, David went directly to find Squirtle, since helping David recruit a large group of Squirtless and several EV. In order to distinguish the original Squirtle, Laura prepared some equipment for this Squirtle. Sunglasses and armbands have become the unique outfit of this Squirtle. David also made 5 stripes on the armbands in a playful way, which means the captain of all Pokemon in Winter Town. However, the Pokemon captain has been a little slack since then. David has not seen more Pokemon come to Winter Town. And Squirtle, in addition to appearing on time during meals every day, will always be there on time, bask in the sun and swim by the river, and occasionally grab some aquatic products for extra meals. Therefore, in the morning, Squirtle might have been near the Winter River, and David walked directly to the Winter River after getting up.
Huh? Mark? Did you get up so early today? It's not that I got up early. It's that I didn't sleep last night.
Mark seemed to be in good spirits, not like someone who had been up all night.
Isn't your usual routine very normal? Have you encountered any problems? It's not a problem. It's that I finally became a real shaman. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep at all.
Mark was so excited all night in the house yesterday that he couldn't fall asleep even if he had nothing to do. He tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning and then simply got up.
So you were actually waiting for me here? Right.
Mark would appear in front of David because he wanted to share his joy with others. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to show off.
Congratulations. Thanks.
After becoming a true shaman, Mark has the qualifications to use the power of elements. At the same time, the power of the elements will strengthen Mark. And Mark has been training hard for a while with the holy light injected by David. So his physical fitness is already very strong now. Coupled with the various spells released by urging the power of elements, Mark will soon be able to surpass the limits of ordinary people and become an extraordinary being.
Are you going to Cold Winter River? Well, I need to talk to Squirtle about something.
Unless emphasized, The Squirtle in everyone's mouth actually refers to the original one. He told Mark that he wanted Squirtle to help find some orb silk spiders to come to Wintertown. And he also proposed a plan to plant cotton.
I don't think planting cotton is an important thing.
Mark thinks there is nothing wrong with David's idea. In comparison, David should consider another thing.
Have you considered the future of Wintertown, or even Winter City?
The layout? Of course I've considered it.
Ever since he discovered that Goldfingers were related to territory, David had considered this issue more than once. It's just that Wintertown hasn't been completed yet, so he's not in a hurry to tell everyone about his follow-up plans.
Anyway, there's nothing to do now. Tell me. I'm quite curious.
Mark looked around. The sky had just turned slightly brighter, and the residents of Wintertown were already getting up one after another, watching residents line up to wash up, fetch water, and then prepare to have breakfast and start the day's work has become a daily routine for the residents of Wintertown. Mark looked at this scene and began to wonder what Wintertown, or Winter City, would look like in the future. At the very least, the scenes of queuing up to wash up and get water should no longer be seen.
I only have a rough plan in my mind, and the specific details have to be refined slowly. So, with Winter Fortress as the center, I plan to use the southwest location as an agricultural area.
In David's current thinking, the farmland area will then develop southward, so that it is just southwest of the Winter Fortress. This area is close to water sources. The terrain is flat and vast enough, and it is most suitable for the development of agriculture. As for the housing of farmers, houses can be built around farmland areas, not far from the center of the town, and within the radiation area of the various water and electricity lines originally planned.
The southeast is the main residential area. The northwest is the commercial area, and the northeast is various institutions, military camps, etc.
David's plan is just a rough division. During actual construction, even the southeastern area designated as a residential area will definitely have various shops in it.
Sounds good.
David then talked about more ideas, such as building various factories in the currently forested areas to the north. Among them, important factories such as water plants need to be built as far upstream as possible.
As for the northern military industry whose scale has not yet been determined, the products it produces have not been determined, and only its name has been determined. It is also planned to be arranged in the north to ensure that it can be protected by Winter City. Wharfs, shipyards, etc. were built on the banks of the Winter River in the west.
If all the things you envisioned are built, this place will definitely not be able to continue to be called Wintertown.
Mark imagined it a little bit in his mind according to David's description, and he couldn't wait to see the real thing as soon as possible.
Of course, it was Winter City by then.
If we really want to reach the scale that David envisioned, it would be far from enough for all the people in the northern plains to gather in Wintertown.
I have a question. What is the problem? Although your plans for the future are very clear, and the current development of Wintertown is very stable and rapid.
Mark paused for a moment before speaking out the question he wanted to ask.
But before that, don't you consider building a city wall?
David was stunned for a moment when he heard this question. He really hadn't thought about it.
If you didn't mention the city wall, I would have forgotten about it.
Chapter 157 Extraordinary Gwen. He didn't think much about the city wall until he found Squirtle, asked him to help him find some orb silk spiders, and then turned back with Mark to walk inside Wintertown. To build or not to build? Building a city wall will make the town appear safer. In this era, the function of city walls was still very important. Even the newly established Schwanhan town in the northeast had a simple wall built with wood. After this year's development, this wall may be upgraded. Not building it was simply because David didn't want to waste that time and energy. Because even if the city wall was built, it would most likely be demolished. According to his current plan, there will be a high wall around the Winter Fortress palace, where he only lives. However, the meaning of this high wall is different from that of the city wall. It is more to ensure that David, as the Lord, has a unique land, disturbed private space. As for the entire Winter Town, it is still in an open state. The residents of the town did not wonder why there was no city wall in the town located on the border of the kingdom. Because the construction site constantly reminds people here that the town is still under construction.
Still confused? Yes. I think you are confused. Which means you have a clear answer in your heart.
Mark hit the nail on the head. If David hadn't resisted building the city wall in his heart, there would be no need for him to dwell on such a thing.
You're right. I do have a clear answer in my heart.
David nodded. The city in his dream had no shadow of a city wall at all. and he was confident in the development speed of his territory. The most important thing is that he is confident in the defense of his territory. When necessary, David can fully perform the Grand Summoning spell. The summoned targets include but are not limited to members of the Avengers, the Autobots currently on Earth, the Knights of the Silver Hand, and the army of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, Quel'Thalas of Ranger troops. With this lineup, he really didn't believe that anyone could defeat Wintertown. Instead of spending time, energy and resources to build city walls, why not build more houses, and then rent these houses at low prices to attract more civilians to settle in Wintertown? After the various infrastructures in Cold Wintertown are completed, and the current residents in the town have their own residences, he will no longer provide free food and accommodation. From that time, Wintertown will officially terminate its current mode and transition to a more normal state. Craftsmen will receive reasonable remuneration for their work in the future, including Lord David, who recruits craftsmen in non-emergency situations, and will also be given reasonable remuneration. The trading of various commodities must also be normalized, and the canteen will naturally be gone. In the future, villagers will cook at their own homes. If they want to improve their lives, they can go to the restaurant promised to Jonah, or other hotels and restaurants opened by people. Of course, normalization of everything means that David will start collecting taxes. In addition to the basic agricultural tax, David also needs to set a relatively reasonable commercial tax standard. All kinds of random thoughts popped up in his head, diverting his thoughts thousands of miles away. It wasn't until Mark patted himself gently that he came back to his senses. What? Without waiting for Mark to answer, David saw the shadow not far away and knew why Mark suddenly interrupted his random thoughts.
Who is coming?
David took a look. They were now on the west side of Wintertown. Going forward was the farmland where Mark often used to test new crops. Further ahead was Jonah's canteen. He and Mark took a few more steps forward and stood in front of the shadow. Soon they could clearly see the appearance of the person coming. He is a young man, seemingly not yet 20 years old. The two looked at each other, and then nodded in unison. Yes, I know this person. Looking back at the young man, this young man was looking around strangely. He didn't understand how he suddenly walked from the city to the wild.
Hello! Hello! Welcome to Wintertown. I am the Mayor David. And this is Mark. My name is Peter Parker. Where is this place?
Peter Parker's question made David and Mark look at each other again. And Mark even asked,
Are you coming? Or am I coming?
After seeing David gesture, please to him, he began to educate the famous man in front of him about his current situation. David stood aside quietly, admiring the various interesting reactions of this acquaintance. Peter's incredible reaction when he heard that he was not only far away from Queens, but no longer even on the Earth he was familiar with, was particularly interesting to watch. After Mark finished introducing the situation, Peter Parker put his hands on his head, still looking in disbelief.
You are actually kidding me. Right. You can try to walk back, thinking about returning to your own world.
David pointed in the direction of the Winter River.
You will know that we are not joking.
Peter looked back at the wide river not far away and decided to try the method David said. Whether it is true or false, you will know it once you try it. There is no need to worry about it here. But before he had time to move, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a translucent shadow in front of him.
What is this? Oh, it seems that another one has arrived.
Mark looked at the new shadow in surprise, and then said to Peter next to him,
If you are not in a hurry, you can wait here for a while. Right. That's how it came about. You said I appeared like this just now?
Peter began to believe that he had really traveled to another world. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain the scene before him. What high technology is used? He didn't think anyone would go to such great lengths just to fool an ordinary high school student like himself.
What is the principle of this? Quantum transmission? Or wormhole? It should be a special ability exerted by a certain mysterious existence.
When he said this, Mark glanced at David. But David continued to look at the shadow as if he had heard nothing. Not long after, the phantom gradually took on a clear appearance, and soon turned into a real person. It was a young girl with long platinum hair and a black hairpin on her head, different from Peter Parker's behavior just now. When this girl found that she suddenly arrived in a strange place with three strange men standing in front of her, she immediately took a few big steps back.
Who are you?
The girl looked around again, feeling strange that she suddenly came to such a desolate place. But she acted very calmly, and did not do anything extreme.
What is this place?
This time, Mark made a pleased gesture to David first. Peter next to him looked at the two people and realized that these two people had met many people from other worlds. Otherwise, they would not be so skilled.
Hello. This is Wintertown. And I am the Mayor David.
Seeing that the other party was a young girl, David comforted the other party appropriately.
Don't worry. We don't have any ill intentions. You will appear here. Yes, because of a mysterious force.
After briefly introducing the situation in Wintertown, David also told how to leave here, and never approached him from the beginning to the end, which made the girl opposite him slightly lower his guard. Finally, David pointed to Peter next to him.
This Peter Parker has just arrived here like you, and he is about to try to leave.
What?
Me? Oh, actually I already believe what you said before.
Peter pointed at the girl in front of him. Seeing that strange sight, he somewhat believed that he had really come to another world. The young girl opposite looked around again and asked David uncertainly.
I only need to walk in this direction and think about going home. So I can leave here? Yes. If I want to come here, I can come back anytime? That's right.
The young girl did not hesitate and simply turned around and walked away. Her figure quickly turned into a shadow and disappeared.
Wow!
Peter exclaimed, seeing the magical sight again. He truly believed what Mark said to him before.
It's so magical.
Then he asked the mayor David.
Are there many people like me from other worlds in this town?
David nodded and pointed directly at Mark next to him. Mark coughed twice and solemnly reintroduced.
Formal introduction. Mark Watney, a member of the Mars Exploration Project. An unlucky guy who was accidentally left alone on Mars to survive. No way.
Peter stretched out his hand in disbelief and shook Mark's hand.
Are you an astronaut who landed on Mars? Are you still trapped on Mars? Uh-huh. So, if you take the initiative to return to your own world now, you will return to Mars? That's right.
Mark remembered that he could now take people to his own world.
How about it? Are you interested in visiting Mars? Are you telling the truth?
Peter was surprised and happy. He still didn't quite believe that he would encounter such a lucky thing.
Can you really take me to visit Mars? We have just met. Don't you worry about what will happen. A bad influence? I'm very confident about you.
Mark looked at his right hand that had not been released.
Peter Parker, the famous Spider-Man, or should I call you the Amazing Spider-Man?
When Mark and David saw this face and paired it with the name Peter Parker, they determined the identity of this person. In addition, the Peter Parker in front of him does not wear glasses, which means that the Peter in front of him has obtained superpowers. Peter, who was suddenly called out on his secret identity, showed a little panic and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Fortunately, the young girl who left earlier appeared again and helped him out.
It's incredible. I can actually travel to another world freely.
After marveling, the girl looked at the three men looking at her and introduced herself with a smile.
I was a little rude just now. After all, this kind of thing is too unbelievable. I am very happy to come to this place and meet you. I am a special person.
Gwen Stacy.
Chapter 158 Summer Resort Wintertown.
Gwen Stacy?
The person who shouted out in surprise was not David and Mark, but Peter. His reaction also attracted the attention of the girl named Gwen opposite.
What's wrong? No, it's nothing. I have a friend with the same name. That must be a very beautiful girl.
After hearing the other party's explanation, Gwen Stacy did not continue to ask more questions. It's just the same name and surname. Nothing strange at all. In comparison, this place called Wintertown made her more curious. What kind of town was this? What kind of world is this? Although from the surroundings, it seems to be a very remote and backward town. However, the beautiful natural scenery is still very attractive. If you can travel back and forth freely, then it is also an excellent choice to come for an outing, vacation, and relaxation. Several people introduced each other, and David also told the two new young people the general situation of Wintertown. Geographical conditions such as the Kingdom of Thailand, the Northern Plains, and Wintertown. He also talked about forests, vast rivers, grasslands, and harsh winters. David said that although the winter here is not easy to live in, it is an excellent summer resort in summer, leading a few people into the town. He told them that there were many
visitors from other worlds,
like the two of them in Wintertown, including the Mark Watney in front of them. The two young people also introduced their origins in more detail. For example, Peter Parker said that he lived in Queens, New York, and was a high school student. Gwen Stacy said that she is also a New Yorker and a high school student. After a few people chatted and walked into the town, the two new young people began to look at the local residents around them, and soon noticed that most of them were walking north.
After looking slightly to the north, Both of them saw that there was a construction site to the north of the town.
What is being built there? Build a real winter town,
David explained to the two of them.
You can also see that my place is still very primitive. Mainly because Winter Town was not established for a long time. And these wooden houses are only temporary residents. That's it.
As he spoke, Gwen noticed that soldiers wearing full-body armor appeared and ran in formation outside the village. Looking at this group of heavily armed knights, Gwen and Peter felt like they had arrived in ancient times. However, in addition to wearing armor, these soldiers also carry rifles behind their backs. What kind of strange combination is this? Just as he was about to ask, he saw that two soldiers did not join the running. The heavily armed soldiers rode on a very modern motorcycle and drove out of the town. Gwen was stunned, while Peter pointed to the two motorcycles and soldiers going away and asked David,
Are those two from other worlds like us? Cars are.
David answered Peter's question with a smile.
Soldiers on bicycles are not. What does this mean?
What is a car? Are you saying those two cars were brought from another world? Just as he was about to ask more clearly, he saw a pink and purple motorcycle slowly passing by without any passengers on it. As they passed David, Peter and Gwen heard a clear female voice coming from the motorcycle.
Good morning, David. Morning. RC. Elias is looking for you. I see.
David had spotted Elias, the ceremonial officer, walking briskly toward him. He got up earlier than usual today, so Elias was unable to guard David today. When he saw the Baron leading a few people back from the outside of the town, he guessed in his heart that it was to pick up these two unknown people. Where did the person come from? Although he had the answer in his heart, Elias was still not prepared to ask for any details, and just did his job honestly.
Grown-ups. Morning. Elias.
David, who knew why he came here, glanced at the two newcomers beside him.
Have you had breakfast?
Peter and Gwen nodded to express that they had eaten breakfast, and then saw the young mayor, and said something to the man who just came over that they could not understand at all. Then the man walked towards the canteen. When Peter and Gwen passed there just now, they already knew that the big wooden house was the town's canteen.
What you just spoke is the language of this world. Bradian Common Tongue. Or Bradian Human Common Tongue. Human Lingua Franca?
Gwen keenly noticed the key.
Does it mean there are other intelligent races in this world?
Just when he was about to ask what other intelligent races there were in this world, he suddenly saw Sylvanas passing in front of him.
Is that an elf?
Sylvanas had a strong hearing, and she had also taught herself English before, so she glanced here after hearing this. Recently, she often goes out hunting with Laura. She quite recognizes Laura's strength as the Holy Light Ranger. At the same time, she also knows that there are many people here in Winter Town, and they actually come from different worlds. Seeing David's situation at this time, he guessed that there was a new person coming. Seeing that David was entertaining the two newcomers, Sylvanas did not come up to disturb them. After looking at them for a few times, she said low to David and went about her own business. During the time she lived in Winter Town, Sylvanas had nothing serious to do, so she had to find something to do for herself to pass the time. Hunting in the forest with Laura is a nice pastime, but you can't hunt every day. Therefore, when David asked Sylvanas to help teach the old hunter Addis so that Addis could better learn hunter skills, Sylvanas did not refuse. But she made it clear that Addis was too old, and she didn't know if she could teach him to become a qualified hunter. David didn't care about qualified hunters. He wanted Sylvanas to focus on teaching Addis how to use energy. Initially, Sylvanas did not think that Addis could master arcane energy, and her judgment was indeed correct. Addis is too old. His body and spirit have long passed their peak, and he is not a super genius. At this age, it is almost impossible to enter the mysterious field. But he has David to help him cheat, directly pouring some holy light into Addis, allowing Addis' body to slowly recover under the warmth of the holy light. If Addis can learn how to use the holy light, or gain further recognition from the holy light through the holy light infused by David, and become a true holy light user, then his body will not only be able to return to its peak, but even become stronger. Go up one floor. What David asked Sylvanas to teach him was actually how to use energy, especially how to use hunter skills. After Sylvanas found out the specific situation, she showed great interest in this job. She thought she could take the opportunity to study the special profession of Holy Light Hunter in Winter Town, if he continues to teach according to the suggestions given by David. Once Addis succeeds, he can be regarded as a Holy Light Hunter. In fact, Addis originally wanted to become a pure hunter, and he taught himself hunter knowledge for a while. But unfortunately, he was not able to successfully transfer.
On the contrary, Alfie, who was practicing by the way, showed great potential, and also attracted the attention of Silva, Naza's attention, because he was teaching Alfie by the way. David saw that she liked to teach so much that even Clausa was thrown into the hands of the Ranger General. And he said euphemistically, "One is also a teacher. 2 and 3 are also teachers. There is no difference." In fact, in addition to Sylvanus, Liedron was also helping to teach Addis how to better mobilize and use the holy light, and also taught him the correct perception of the holy light. In the eyes of Liedron, an orthodox priest of the holy light, relying on Lord David Glamorgan to instill the holy light is not a long-term option, and truly understanding this power is the right approach. However, Addis does not have much talent for understanding the holy light, especially when Liedron said, "If you really can't understand the holy light, then think about Lord Glamorgan, the incarnation of the holy light." Addis, David, who didn't know how Liedron usually taught Addis, was introducing the compatriots in Winter Town to the 2 newcomers, Transformers, the High Elves of Azeroth, mages, etc., beings that originally only existed in various fantasy works, can all be seen here in Winter Town. Peter and Gwen were very excited to hear this. If they hadn't remembered that they still had to go to school, they would have definitely stayed in Winter Town for a while, and got to know those magical beings. At the same time, after learning that there were so many magical beings in this place, Peter became less concerned about Mark revealing his secret identity. Compared with Transformers, High Elves, and Arcane Mages, Spider-Man's identity is nothing special. He even felt very happy in his heart, because he had an extra place where he could reveal his secrets to others. According to what David said, he can travel back and forth between the 2 worlds at any time, and this seems to be a suitable place to become his secret base. As for the girl with the same name as the girl he liked, it gave him a strange sense of familiarity. She was obviously a stranger he didn't know. When the 2 decided to leave together, Peter smiled and guessed, "Maybe we are from the same world. In that case, I must meet the girl with the same name as me." After waving goodbye to Peter, Gwen waved to David and Mark, and then disappeared into a shadow. David, who watched Gwen and Peter leave one after another, finally asked the question he had been holding back for a long time. "This Gwen Stacy looks so familiar. Gwen Stacy in the 3rd part of the old trilogy. Haven't you seen that version of Spider-Man?" David was stunned for a moment, then rummaged in the corner of his memory and found the corresponding scene. There was actually Gwen in the old trilogy. I have no impression at all. Chapter 159 New Transformation Module. Speaking of the 3rd installment of Spider-Man's old trilogy, David's first impression was of Bully Maguire. "I'm going to sprinkle ash in your eyes." And dancing. When it comes to specific characters, he can think of Venom, Sandman, and the Little Green Goblin, but he just can't remember that there is a Gwen in it. When he mentioned Gwen, he first thought of the Stone Sister in The Amazing Spider-Man, and then Spider-Gwen in the animated movie Into the Spider-Verse. So there are 3 versions of Gwen too? A valve was opened in his random thoughts. David also remembered that Gwen Stacy looked familiar to him, not only because she was a character in the old Spider-Man trilogy, but also because another character gave him people around the world were impressed. "Ah! That woman who was so angry with Tyrannosaurus Rex!" David tapped the palm of his left hand lightly with his hand. He was proud of his memory, that he could recall it as long as he tried hard and had clues. Then he began to worry that the reward Gwen gave him would not be a speed bonus when wearing high heels. Right after breakfast, Mark went to find others to show off that he had finally become a shaman. David was sitting at the long table, chatting with Ratchet. Ever since the world of Azeroth was washed away by the holy light, Ratchet has become interested in this magical power. According to him, after that incident, his fire also experienced some unknown changes. He wanted to learn this knowledge from David so that he could make more accurate judgments. In addition to learning holy light knowledge with David, Ratchet will also discuss holy light knowledge with Liedron when David is busy. Now when it comes to knowledge of the holy light, Ratchet is definitely the 3rd most powerful being in Winter Town. However, he does not yet possess the holy light, so he can only be regarded as a theoretical person. After chatting with Ratchet for a while, Eva also came here, listening to David and Ratchet discussing holy light knowledge, and occasionally asking some questions of her own. For example, questions like, "Can Autobots also learn the holy light? I have no idea." David spread his hands. He really didn't know whether the Autobots could master the holy light. To a certain extent, the Cybertronians are also intelligent beings. And there are also powerful King Kongs,
who possess mysterious powers among the Cybertronians.
Theoretically, it should be possible. I think I can still learn it. Eva.
Ratchet chatted with David during these days, and learned more and more about the Holy Light. At the same time, the fire in his body is changing every day. As a transformer with good medical abilities, Ratchet is very aware of every detailed change in his body. In addition to his personal expertise, he is also closely related to his own race. Related to the characteristics.
I just don't know if I can use this magical power to heal my compatriots after I master the magical power of Holy Light. If you can master it, you should be able to treat your fellow humans.
This time David answered in the affirmative. The most important thing for Cybertronians is fire. If Ratchet masters the Holy Light, he should be able to use his own Holy Light to restore damaged and weak bodies to other Cybertronians. Tinder. As for physical trauma, it is easier to deal with. Just like human skin and flesh can be restored, the mechanical bodies and parts of the Cybertronians can be restored. Why can't a bumblebee's vocal apparatus be restored? David is not sure about this. It may be because his firepower is not strong enough. Or he may be trying to maintain his cute personality. Speaking of this, David suddenly remembered that he could ask Ratchet more about fire and Transformers. He also had many questions about his own Cybertronian body. The Cybertronian body is not a shameful ability. David said that he wanted to ask Ratchet about something, and then showed his ability to transform into a Cybertronian. From the outside, he was still the same David. Eva, who was standing next to him, didn't notice any changes. But Ratchet immediately noticed that David was different from the time in Azeroth. David was enveloped in huge energy, and Ratchet didn't know David's situation. This is
the ability I acquired not long ago.
David didn't explain how he acquired it. He didn't even understand the principle himself. Nor could he explain it. Ratchet had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. He was just curious about David's situation.
Your condition is a bit like a hermit warrior. It's a pity that there are no hermit warriors among us Autobots.
There are not many hermit warriors among today's Cybertronians, and they are all on the Decepticon side.
I just want to ask, can my state continue to change? Or be upgraded?
David then showed his mechanical form. His mechanical form is taller and stronger than the human form. And the black paint also looks very deterrent. As for looking a bit like Optimus Prime, Ratchet didn't pay much attention.
What do you mean? I only have these two modes now. What should I do if I want to get the vehicle form? Oh, that's it.
Lucio said that this matter is easy to handle, as long as the fire, hardware and modules are upgraded. Among them, the upgrade of fire is the most important and the most difficult. As for adding hardware and modules, it is relatively simple.
The fire you have is very powerful. So just add the necessary hardware and modules to get new transformation modes. What needs to be done? I can help you at settings for automotive modules. But there is nothing I can do about flight or tank modules.
Ratchet said that he lacked data in that area. If David wanted to get a module in this area, the simplest way is to find the corresponding Decepticon and obtain the corresponding data and necessary hardware from the other party.
It doesn't sound that difficult.
David thought it would be very difficult to upgrade his Cybertronian body. But from what the ambulance said, it doesn't seem to be difficult. Why have the Autobots and the Decepticons been fighting for so many years? But the Autobots haven't gotten any template data like flying or tanks from the Decepticons. And then get a more powerful deformation mode?
Because of the fire.
Ratchet once again emphasized this point. For Cybertronians, the most important thing for them is fire. And the fire strength of most Cybertronians does not support them in such an upgrade. In addition, there are some unknown reasons that limit most Cybertronians to only 2 forms. David's situation is special. His fire is very powerful. But Ratchet doesn't know whether he can obtain more transformed forms.
I can help you make a car-shaped module first and try to see if it can be used. Is it troublesome? No trouble. Just wait a moment. It'll be fine soon.
The ambulance said it was quick. And indeed it was quick. It only took 2 or 3 minutes, including the time spent on data transmission. David seemed to have received a new compressed package. After unzipping and installing the new template, he could see various new prompts appearing on his display screen. Load land vehicle form data module. Loading land vehicle form lacks land vehicle data. David looked at the missing vehicle data on the display screen and turned to look at the ambulance. The ambulance understood the situation and immediately transformed into a vehicle form, which was a yellow Hummer search and rescue vehicle. David's eyes fired a beam and scanned the Hummer recovery vehicle. Hardware matching rate for obtaining land vehicle data is low. David stared at the prompt in front of him for 2 seconds. But there was no option to ask yes or no. When the subtitles appeared in front of him, he already had a clearer understanding of the details. After scanning the Hummer rescue vehicle that the ambulance transformed into, David obtained various data about this vehicle. At the same time, he could indeed transform into this kind of vehicle, and he could set this vehicle model as the default vehicle form. But the reminder of the low matching rate still made him give up.
I see. Transformers choose their vehicle form based on the degree of matching. Right.
After being free from Cybertron's body, David thanked the ambulance. Only then did he notice that Eva next to him looked stunned, staring at him with her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly open.
Scared? No.
Eva immediately shook her head.
It's just amazing why you can become like this. I don't know why, but I suddenly gained this ability. You can think of it as some kind of superpower.
Oh. David glanced at Eva and suddenly thought of something.
You also want to obtain this ability?
Seeing Eva shaking her head like a rattle, David knew that Eva had no interest in becoming a robot. What a pity. David was quite curious about whether Eva could become a base vehicle. When it came to the base car, David suddenly realized the base car is also a car. Can I scan it myself? If I can turn into a base vehicle, and when I return to Winter Town, it will directly turn into a winter base. Can I change my name to Marshall Ming? After hearing David's imaginative ideas, Eva and Ratchet, who had just learned what a base vehicle was, fell silent. Eva was thinking whether she should help David complete this idea. Although I need to return to my own world, there shouldn't be any danger to me with David by my side. Right? What's more, both of them have the ability to return to Winter Town at any time. Ratchet is thinking that if David can really become such a powerful transformer, maybe it would be the right choice for the Autobots, or the Cybertronians who are not Decepticons, to come and live here in Winter Town? Seeing that the two of them fell into silence at the same time, David did not continue to ask, but turned around and went to the warehouse to scan the Weasel again. Obviously, David, who had not obtained the tank module, was completely incompatible with the Weasel ultralight tank. He could not even forcefully transform it, so he had to give up this option. After returning from wandering around, Ratchet said slowly,
I don't think you can transform into such a powerful vehicle.
Chapter 160 Northern Plains Autumn Strategy. Spring passes and summer comes. Since the arrival of two newcomers that day, no special changes have occurred in Winter Town. Because Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker are both busy high school students, they have to study hard every day without choosing happy education. What's more, in addition to going to school, Peter also needs to take on the busy but unknown part-time job of Spider-Man, which leaves him without much time to come to David. Especially when he learned that David's Winter Town would not be able to complete the construction of various facilities until at least winter. Peter temporarily postponed the matter of his new secret base. On the contrary, Gwen Stacy would come over from time to time and at least get acquainted with everyone in the town. In addition, Gwen also showed great interest in the various mysterious powers that exist in Winter Town. She said that she must stay here for a while in the summer and learn the magical knowledge. Of course, David would not refuse Gwen's idea. He was very curious about whether Gwen, who was still a high school student, would compete with the Spider-Man in her world if she learned and mastered some mysterious power. Becoming another superhero in New York? Maybe that scene would be interesting? Of course, David just lamented that he didn't have that kind of mutant spider in his hand. Otherwise, he would just let the spider bite Gwen and create a Spider-Gwen. Now it is a bit troublesome to turn this Gwen into Spider-Gwen. On the contrary, the probability of giving birth to Paladin Gwen, Priest Gwen, and Ranger Gwen is higher. Speaking of mysterious power, after observing for a period of time, David was very satisfied with the performance of Gareth Stanton and Floyd, and began to formally teach the two personal knights to learn the Holy Light. Although the two bodyguard knights had long known that Lord Glamorgan, whom they were loyal to, had some mysterious power, they did not expect that Lord Baron would be so generous and willing to teach them this power. Immediately, he knelt down on one knee and reiterated that he was willing to devote his whole life to being loyal to the Baron. Then he gratefully accepted the guidance and teachings from David, Ratchet, Liedrin, Laura, and others in turn. From that day on, the two bodyguard knights, like their colleague Clausa, fell into the abyss called learning. Gareth and Floyd plus Krause, the three men are in charge of the Knights of Winter. Among them, Gareth Stanton will be the leader and commander of the Winter Knights, and Floyd will serve as his deputy and be responsible for training new recruits. Krause is currently only responsible for firearms training. David has not yet decided how he will be organized in the future. With Krause's ability, he is more suitable to lead a special operations team alone to perform special operations missions. This can be decided later. And after a period of thinking and finalizing, David has asked Laura to get the blueprints of the HK-USB pistol, and then sent them to Iron Forge to ask the dwarf craftsman to help make a batch of enhanced USPs. Pistol. The .45 caliber USP pistol produced by Iron Forge was named Piano by David. This name was given because these pistols are mainly available in black and white, actually silver. And the sound when fired is very pleasant. It's like playing a moving piece of music. The above is all David's nonsense. Even the dwarves think this statement is outrageous. However, the weapon was customized at his request, and the right to name it lies with the other party. Among the first 20 piano pistols produced, 5 were left-hand pistols, and a batch of muzzles were also produced. When David saw Leon holding a black and white piano pistol equipped with a muzzle brake, he nodded with satisfaction. He felt that now that Leon was equipped with a two-handed sword, he could easily defeat the Spanish Light Church. The villages under their control were slaughtered.
We also need to make a batch of special magazines.
He won't ask a dwarf for this job, but will let Will Turner and Pierre Newton jointly take charge of it, after making some storage wristbands one after another. Before the old alchemist had time to take a good rest, David caught him red-handed and assigned him a new task. This time, I am still making a storage prop, an expanded magazine that can hold more bullets. David's requirements are not high. He just needs to make a batch of bullets that can hold 100 rounds in a single magazine.
Oh, this is indeed not difficult.
Newton, who has long been familiar with all kinds of weird things in Wintertown, knows what a magazine is.
Before that, first expand the magazine of my Holy Light Hunter to 120 rounds. This is not difficult. But I must remind you that once this kind of space attribute is attached to the Holy Light Hunter, it cannot be put into ordinary storage items. That's it.
David hesitated a little when hearing this. I finally got the storage items, but I couldn't put all the weapons and equipment in them, which felt a bit awkward.
Then when the storage props become better in the future, will the modified Holy Light Hunter be able to be put in them? Of course. Otherwise, how would I collect the space or...
But Newton had no intention of upgrading David's storage props. As mentioned before, researching, analyzing and personally modifying this kind of equipment is also a kind of practice. David did not make any request in this regard. He decided to continue working hard to improve the strength of alchemy. Maybe by then, even the Holy Light Hunter's magazine can be modified with his own alchemy. Anyway, at present, the Holy Light Hunter's ammunition capacity is smaller, which has no impact on David. It is not particularly troublesome to use the special loader for revolvers.
Just make a batch of expanded magazines for piano pistols.
20 piano pistols, each with 1 magazine and 2 spare magazines, carry 300 rounds of ammunition under normal circumstances, which is enough to cope with most situations. When Will makes more powerful bullets, 300 or even 600 rounds of powerful bullets, Leon may not have the chance to wield his sword, and the village full of parasites will be gone. One of the reasons why David asked Pierre Newton to make the expanded magazine first is that according to his estimation, Leon's departure to save the president's daughter, which is the plot of Resident Evil 4, should happen soon. Even without Claus's participation, the probability of the Illuminati taking action against Ashley Graham is still high. So David is making some preparations and arrangements in advance. In addition to Leon, there is another reason. After Laura spent a peaceful and boring day, she once again had the idea of going out for adventure. This time she did not focus on the dangerous world of Azeroth, but was going to take a tour of Will Turner's Caribbean world. Laura suddenly remembered that there were many strange things in Will's world that could be explored. She is quite interested in the cursed gold coins, the sealed Poseidon, the Fountain of Youth, the Poseidon's Trident, etc. Originally, David was thinking about going to Caribbean world and treating it like a vacation. But after getting a message from the ambulance, he decided to let Laura go to Will's place to play with her friends. Compared to the Caribbean world, he now wants to go to the world of Transformers. The news he got was that Sam was going to college. He remembered clearly that at the beginning of Transformers Part 2, Sam entered college, which meant the beginning of the plot of Transformers Part 2. David is going there to collect deformation module data. For example, the flight module should be available from Tianhua. As for the hardware required for flight mode, that depends on the situation. The most important thing is to see if he can bring the ugly body of Hercules to Azeroth. and then resurrect him to become a team of diggers loyal to him. If successful, it means that David will get an infrastructure team that is even more powerful than the craftsmen of Azeroth. The diggers' ability to build various modern buildings far exceeds the existing craftsmen in Wintertown.
So these are your goals for this year, and what you have accomplished.
Looking at the various items David wrote in the notebook, Laura felt that the things above were numerous, complicated, and confusing. She looked at it for a long time before she sorted out the various connections, but there was no connection. David really recorded whatever came to his mind.
Do you have to sort through this mess of information every day? No, he doesn't do this often.
Eva, as the actual assistant officer, helps David handle various tasks, and has a better understanding of the situation at this time.
Generally, when this happens, it means the completion of after a stage of planning. You need to think carefully about what to do next. To be honest, I can't tell what he is going to do next. Can you tell?
Laura looked at the notebook spread on the table again, and then at the notebook where she was rubbing her temples. A few more strokes of David. After seeing his appearance, she stood directly behind David, stretched out her hand, and gently massaged his temples. David put down his left hand, enjoying Laura's massage, and continued to think about whether he had missed anything.
I don't know either.
Eva thought for a while, and couldn't think of an answer. In the end, David took the initiative to explain.
It doesn't have to be as complicated as it seems. I just want to make sure that nothing has been missed and ensure that Wintertown can smoothly enter a new stage in the fall. Autumn?
Laura looked strange.
What will happen in autumn? If I'm not wrong, this autumn in the Northern Plains will be very lively.
David did not pretend to play. Guess what? He directly announced the answer.
There are so many villages around, but they can't grow enough food. Yes?
What will happen to those villages?
Are they all relying on family blood transfusions like Forrester? That's unrealistic. Not all nobles have such a strong family background. In addition, these villages have intercepted a large number of immigrants from other places. What will these new immigrants think when they find that the land they have worked so hard to cultivate cannot support themselves? What will you do when survival becomes a problem? David didn't care about the surrounding villages being cut off. In fact, he was just waiting for these things to happen.
Chapter 161 Super Gun Talent. Dissatisfaction broke out among the new immigrants. There are only a few solutions for these villages. Buy enough food from Iron Tree Fort. There are now at least a dozen new villages in the entire Northern Plain. Buying food together will raise the level of Iron Tree Fort. Food prices. By then, nobles who don't have enough wealth may not be able to afford it if they want to buy it. There are also these new immigrants who have traveled a long way to the north. They are not peaceful and honest civilians. These people just left their homes and came here because they were not satisfied with their original poor life. In the Northern Plains, life is not as good as before. How can these not so honest farmers tolerate this? By then, various conflicts will definitely break out in these villages. In order to divert conflicts between villages are also likely to occur. Big fish eating small fish has always been the most common phenomenon in nature. The powerful nobles would most likely ensure the stability of their own villages by robbing the resources of the weaker nobles.
In other words, we didn't do anything, and the surrounding villages might start fighting themselves?
After listening to David's words, Eva and Laura were a little surprised. After listening to David's analysis, the two of them knew that the situation of the villages in the Northern Plains would be very difficult. But would it really develop to that extent?
If you don't do that, then you have no choice but to give up. Pack your bags and leave the Northern Plains immediately. As for the farmers, let them go wherever they like.
In David's opinion, this is the most correct choice. But there are a few people who will when faced with a choice. How about simply giving up? Countless examples, including David himself, have proven that even if the person involved knows that giving up is the right thing to do, they are unwilling to make this choice as long as there is a glimmer of hope. Because giving up means that all the previous investment has been wasted. They are unwilling to bear this loss.
So, you hope that Wintertown will complete military reorganization, equipment manufacturing, and ammunition storage before autumn, and you hope that everyone can finish all the matters at hand before autumn?
While several people were talking, people passed by from time to time. Sylvanas and Lydron, for example, stopped nearby and listened to the conversation between David, Laura, and Eva. The two high elves were just listening before, and then they interjected.
You also asked me to help teach Addis and Krause to ensure that they can learn the skills of hunters and become a qualified ranger.
The guard knights have also learned the holy light. If all goes well, The combat effectiveness of Winter Town will be greatly improved in the autumn.
Are you worried that the surrounding villages will launch an attack on Winter Town when the situation is critical? Yes.
What Sylvanas said is correct. David is indeed preparing for the war that may break out in the fall, including his own desire to obtain the flying form in the Transformers world. There are also reasons for this.
Isn't Winter Town the king's territory? Attacking Winter Town will cause a lot of trouble. Right. When you are in a hurry, you won't worry so much.
At the beginning, these villages would not put their thoughts on Winter Town, especially when there were other weak persimmons around them. But with the arrival of winter, the shortage of food, and the lack of suitable plunder targets around, some people will definitely choose to take risks.
Besides, it's not necessarily the nobles who come out to rob. It's not impossible that some refugees who can't survive will turn into bandits.
Several people suddenly realized that they had indeed ignored these desperate civilian farmers. Of course, it is impossible for these refugee bandits to pose a threat to Winter Town. David just hopes to reduce the damage as much as possible. Powerful force can not only protect Winter Town to survive this winter safely, but can even become a strong deterrent to the refugees and bandits, forcing them to put down the option of force and obediently accept the suggestions provided by David. For example, becoming a civilian in Winter Town. This involves another one of David's plans for autumn, absorbing the fleeing villagers from surrounding villages and towns. With a combination of powerful force, enough food and clothing, and ensuring that ordinary people can survive the cold winter, this winter will become a critical period for the great development of Winter Town. Oh, everyone nodded in unison, fully understanding David's plan. It's not complicated. Just wait for civil unrest and conflicts in the surrounding villages and towns, and then Winter Town will take advantage of it.
Now it seems that the construction speed of Winter Town is a bit slow.
After understanding David's thoughts and looking at the various items recorded in the notebook, Laura knew which of them were the key points.
So, I want to see if I can bring the Digger team to Winter Town.
Digger, as an infrastructure maniac among the Cybertronians, has greatly improved the construction and development of the city. So David is like this thinking about it.
So, you must go to that world. Yes. Then I wish you a good time.
Laura is not planning to go with David. She has already set her own plan and goal, which is the Caribbean world where Will Turner lives. She doesn't have to worry about David's safety. With David's current strength, there should be no danger in that world.
Would you like to go on an adventure with me to Will?
In comparison, Laura has been getting along well with Sylvanas recently, and this time she is planning to team up with the High Elf Ranger. Sylvanas did not refuse. She was also curious about the other world, so she quickly agreed. Lydron had no intention of running around. She asked David something.
When Winter Town is officially built, can I build a Holy Light Church here? Oh?
David was stunned for a moment. Did Lydron mean that she was planning to stay on the continent of Brunia and develop Holy Light believers in this world? After thinking about it, there seems to be no need to refuse. The teachings of the Holy Light Church are still very correct, and there are no extreme ideas.
This, of course.
After chatting for a while and putting away his notebook, David was ready to practice shooting. Accompanying them were Laura and Sylvanas, while Eva was learning the knowledge of the Holy Light from Lydron. Unexpectedly, he met Steve and Peggy at the shooting range. Looking at the smiles on their faces, David suddenly realized that the relationship between the two could no longer be described as familiar strangers.
Huh! Steve, you've been caught by me.
While Laura, Sylvanas and Peggy were greeting each other, David communicated with Steve in a low voice. He was wondering why Steve suddenly wanted to open.
Don't you worry about the fact that the Peggy in the parallel world is not your Peggy, because I find that this kind of entanglement is meaningless and will only waste precious opportunities.
Steve glanced at David, and then at Peggy not far away. When their eyes met, he also, without any thought of taking his eyes away, he continued to look at the other person firmly.
Especially after learning magic knowledge from Master Gui, I understand a lot.
David understood when he heard this sentence.
Did Ancient One tell you that future? Yes. He even let me see it with my own eyes.
After Steve became the default successor to the Supreme Mage, the Eye of Agamotto, the magical weapon of the Time Stone, would naturally not be kept secret from him. What's more, running around the timeline and observing are things that the Supreme Mage is good at. If you want to become a Supreme Mage, you must master this artifact. And Steve, who knows his future, will naturally no longer worry about whether this Peggy is not that Peggy. Originally, his future would also be to find another Peggy for the person involved. As long as the two of you are in love and don't mind, it doesn't matter. After all, You only need to know whether the shoes fit or not. Now it seems that Captain Carter of Wintertown doesn't care about that kind of thing in his heart. So the relationship between the two people develops by leaps and bounds and develops quite quickly.
I'm more worried about Sharon. What's wrong, Sharon? Maybe she has a weird feeling about me and Peggy being together.
David suddenly realized that for Sharon, the sight of Steve and Peggy in front of her would make her think, is this my mother cheating on me? Or is my father cheating on me? The weird feeling. Although in fact these two are not even her parents. They can only be regarded as peers in the parallel universe.
She'll figure it out. It just takes some time.
Steve nodded and stopped worrying about the matter. He just complained to David a few words. You all know my future, and you didn't even tell me. David dismissed him with who told you not to ask. Several people continue to practice shooting. Perhaps because of their unusually smooth mind recently. Peggy also came over to give David some guidance on shooting and helped correct some of David's bad shooting habits. Although he often carries a gun around, David's firearm shooting is mainly practiced by himself and has not received any formal instruction. In addition, Peggy is an expert shooter and can even use a small pistol to accurately shoot at long distances and hit moving targets. David believes that with Peggy's guidance, his shooting level will be further improved. Then, he felt what it means to have a great improvement in his shooting level. He felt a little strange when he saw the bullseye in the distance being ravaged by his piano pistol.
Is Peggy's guidance so effective?
The next second, he realized what was going on. It wasn't that Peggy's pointing was good, but that Peggy's shooting talent was good. After coming to Wintertown for a long time, he finally got a reward from Peggy. What I got this time should be the talent in firearm shooting. Another ordinary magazine was emptied. The standard ordinary magazine of the .45 caliber piano pistol only holds 12 rounds. This is why David hopes to make a batch of expanded magazines. After removing the empty magazine, David did not continue to practice shooting, but thought about the issue of talent rewards.
It's not surprising that Peggy only provided the reward. After all, Peggy and I are relatively new to each other. However, my relationship with Laura is already so good, but it didn't trigger more rewards. In fact, I have already received it, but I still haven't received it. Don't understand what it is.
Chapter 162 Attack of Gwen. Because he was worried about talent rewards, David ended his shooting training early today and joined Laura, who was still practicing double gun shooting, and Sylvanas, who had become somewhat interested in the new pistol and was also learning how to use this weapon. After saying hello, we left the shooting range early. As for Steve and Peggy, the two of them had left long ago, probably looking for a date somewhere. After bypassing the construction site, David returned to the back of his wooden house. He first went to take a look at the crystal mine. In addition to his relationship with Laura seeming to have reached a very high level, his relationship with Eva should also have grown recently. I wonder if there have been any new changes in the crystal mine, because they have gradually figured out the growth time of the crystal ore. Will or Mark now wait until about the same time to harvest? And no one usually pays attention to the warehouse behind David's cabin. After opening the door and walking in, David was surprised to find that the crystal mine had really changed. From the initial growth of 2 crystal mines at the same time, to the subsequent growth of 4 crystal mines at the same time. Although it has not become 8 crystal mines now, the growth rate of the crystal mines and the size of each crystal mine have changed. A piece of crystal ore has grown to be larger than the mature crystal ore seen before.
The changes are quite obvious.
After observing for a while, and confirming that it would take some time for these crystal minerals to stop growing, David left the warehouse, and seriously thought about the rewards he had received and might receive. Let's talk about Laura, who has the closest relationship first, providing him with a talent that allows him to learn various languages instantly, and an archery talent. It seems that no more talents were given after that. But from the changes in the crystal mine, we can know that these talents may gradually become stronger as the relationship increases. Maybe it's not that Laura didn't provide new rewards, but that these rewards only enhance these 2 natural abilities. And she didn't feel it? For Dring provides the talent of the Holy Light and the physical potential of the Iron Humans of Azeroth. Not to mention the Holy Light talent. It has become his most important strength at present, and the physical potential from Azeroth has been integrated with the talents provided by Squirtle and Leon. In the final analysis, it is all about the improvement of physical fitness, which makes his body stronger and can become stronger with unremitting efforts and training. The current David has not yet touched the limits of this body, and he has no way of judging whether these talents have been further upgraded.
In the future, if you gain physical talent, unless it is a reward that has obvious changes like Cybertron's body, it will be difficult to detect it. Right.
Relatively speaking, the improvement of spiritual will provided by Steve Rogers is easier for him to feel. As long as he gets such a reward, Holy Light will react immediately, and he will naturally know that he has gained an improvement in this area. Unfortunately, only Steve Rogers has provided such rewards so far. I wonder if I can also obtain spiritual talents in the future. The rewards provided by Mark Watney and Eva are all external rewards, but the rewards of both people are steadily escalating, making it easiest to judge the situation. The continuous optimization of potatoes, land, crystal mines, and the increase in their production capacity can all be noticed intuitively. On the contrary, the talents provided by Will, Sharon, and Peggy for certain skills can easily be ignored without careful consideration. After sorting out his thoughts, David began to wonder if Leonard had given him a reward. What exactly will it be? It will definitely not be an IQ bonus, but it cannot be ruled out that it is a reward such as memory improvement. And this kind of reward is difficult for him to detect immediately, especially as his mental power steadily improved. His memory was already getting better, so it was not impossible to ignore the increase in rewards from Leonard,
Peter, and Gwen.
After sorting out his thoughts, David began to look forward to what rewards Peter and Gwen would give him. Considering the character of Peter Parker, Spider-Man, maybe he can get the reward of spiritual will again? As for Gwen Stacy David, she just feels casual and doesn't have too many expectations. As soon as he thought of Gwen Stacy, David saw Gwen's figure appear in his sight. She must have just finished school at this time and had nothing to do, so she came over to take a look. This has become Gwen's daily routine these days. Unless she has an appointment with her classmates and friends, she will come to Winter Town to visit. In her words, she was afraid that one day her unique ability would disappear.
Good afternoon, David. Good afternoon. Didn't you have a party with your classmates today? We have made an appointment to meet again tomorrow.
Gwen immediately explained that she was finally on vacation and would have more time, and might come to Winter Town more frequently. So, David knew that Gwen's words must have consequences.
So, I want to learn those magical knowledge. Can you teach me?
Gwen has been looking forward to it for a long time. If she hadn't still remembered that she was a high school student, she would not have left everything in her world behind and ran to Rin. She didn't intend to live in this world of Dongjin, so she didn't ask to concentrate on learning all kinds of mysterious knowledge.
Me?
David pointed at himself, and when he saw Gwen nodding expectantly, he continued,
I only know the knowledge related to the Holy Light and a small number of hunters. So what do you want? Become a priest? A paladin? Or a hunter? That's it.
Gwen thought for a moment. Pastor? Hunter? Sounds pretty good. As for the paladin, she is a girl, and the paladin doesn't seem to go well with her? Little did he know that David was sizing up Gwen in front of him. In his heart, he felt that Gwen Stacy, who was tall, had long legs and had a pretty good body, was very suitable to become a paladin. This way she won't have to run away when she sees the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the future. She can use a heavy hammer to smash the Tyrannosaurus Rex to death. By the way, she can also skin it and make a dinosaur skin handbag or something like that. Completely unaware that in David's mind, Gwen had become an excellent candidate for a powerful female warrior, and was still asking about other mysterious powers in Winter Town. Mage? She is a little interested, but it is said that the magic knowledge currently possessed by Winter Town is not very useful in this world.
If you want to learn spells, it's best to go to Jaina Proudmoore. She is currently the only mage in Winter Town.
Gwen didn't want to go find Jaina. She had been in Winter Town for a while, and had a very normal relationship with a female mage named Jaina. What's the point of learning something from a beautiful woman? Still fun to hang out with handsome guys.
Since I can't use magic after learning it, I'd better learn something else. Druid? Shaman? Assassin? Warrior?
Winter Town has collected a lot of druid knowledge, but so far, there is no one in Winter Town who can master druid abilities. On the contrary, the extremely incomplete knowledge of shamans was mastered by Mark and Steve. They even obtained very complete shamanic knowledge from the elemental spirits of Azeroth. In the front-end time, Mark was practicing while sorting out, and had already completed the knowledge about shamans collected in Winter Town. Now shamans have become another profession with a complete knowledge system besides Holy Light.
Assassin?
After chatting for a while, Gwen found that she was also a little interested in this kind of profession that could make her disappear. However, after hearing that this kind of stealth ability had huge risks, she chose to give up. She came to Winter Town to play and relax. not to risk her life. She never thought about risking her life for some novel things.
So the Holy Light? Or the Hunter? Let's learn from Holy Light. In that case, you can learn some knowledge about the Holy Light from Liadrin during this period, and then try to understand the Holy Light after a while.
There are only 2 elves in the entire Winter Town. So Liadrin is in the Winter Town. Winter Town is very conspicuous and easy to find.
Can't you teach me? I have to leave Winter Town during this period to do some things.
David has almost arranged all kinds of things. And as the time together increases, Elias and the 2 bodyguard knights all know that Grad Baron Morgan occasionally leaves his territory to deal with matters that cannot be known to them. The 2 knights, who gradually understood that their lord had many secrets, no longer insisted on going with him. Then he worked harder to gain recognition, hoping that one day Lord Glamorgan would be willing to take him with him when he went out.
Going to do something? Are you going to another city?
Gwen heard that David was about to go out, and her heart was filled with curiosity.
Or are you going to another world? I want to go to the world of ambulances.
There is nothing that cannot be said. Many visitors from other worlds in the town basically know about David's plan. Even Addis is now gradually beginning to understand his situation.
The world of Transformers?
Transformers are well-known and familiar existences in many worlds. And of course Gwen knows that too, especially after seeing the real Transformers here in Winter Town. She returned to her own world and went to learn more about it. When she heard that David was going to that world, Gwen immediately expressed that she wanted to go as well.
It might be dangerous. If you really want to go, wait until it's safer next time.
David looked at young Gwen, and it was not difficult to guess what the little girl was thinking.
Or wait until you become when you are strong enough. You don't have to worry about possible dangers.
Gwen was a little unhappy at being clearly rejected by David, but she couldn't think of any reason to persuade him to agree to take her along. At the same time, Gwen realized one thing. If she couldn't become stronger and just be an ordinary girl, it would be difficult to play with David. Chapter 163 Codename Arso. Gwen is a smart girl, and her judgment is not wrong at all. As Winter Town develops and David's strength continues to grow, it is indeed difficult for ordinary people to talk to him on an equal footing. This situation will become more and more obvious as David's strength grows and his status improves. Of course, Gwen also made some mistakes in her judgment. For a person like her who could run from another world, the word ordinary has nothing to do with it. Arrange all kinds of things and let Eva help her keep an eye on Winter Town as usual. David also met everyone in the town. I was sure that nothing would be delayed because I was not in town. After 3 extra days of work, David took the 3 RC sisters to the Transformers world with the help of an ambulance. Before setting off, David deliberately cut his hair short and put on Laura's new clothes, blue jeans, Martin boots, a pure white t-shirt, and a black leather jacket. Except for his hairstyle, he can now perfectly pretend to be that 10,000-year-old high school student. The storage space made by Pierre Newton for David is currently worn on his left wrist in the form of a bracelet. If you don't look carefully, you will think it is a watch. If you look carefully, you will not care. It looks like an ordinary decoration. It contained David's judgment hammer, Holy Light Hunter, and 120 rounds of powerful bullets, a long gun made of light cast iron mixed with various alloys and crystal or powder, a relatively ordinary hunting bow and arrows. Other than that is some high-calorie food and water. Basically, David brought everything he usually wears. Except he didn't wear the Lightbringer suit. Sitting in the driver's seat of the ambulance, David looked at his surroundings. This is a military base, surrounded by a large number of various weapons and military vehicles, as well as many soldiers with guns on patrol. And guard posts can be seen everywhere. In such an environment, the Hummer search and rescue vehicle David was riding seemed a bit out of place. Not to mention the 3 RC sisters next to them, who had just transformed into motorcycles and projected holographic images of their drivers.
This is the base where the Nest troops are stationed.
Ratchet introduced the situation of this base to David. Only then did David know that the base of the Nest force was not actually in the United States, but on the island of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean.
It's actually an overseas base.
At the same time, the composition of the Nest force is also very complex. In addition to combatants from North America, there are also soldiers from European countries. In addition, the Nest force has received joint support from many countries around the world, and is allowed to transit freely in many countries around the world, and perform combat missions. Of course, David, who had only watched movies before, didn't understand these information with the same background. He couldn't recall what he didn't know even if his memory was astonishing. So when the ambulance introduced these things to him, he listened very carefully. It was not until the ambulance drove into a huge building and stopped that the science popularization about the Nest Force was suspended. Through the car window, David saw several Autobots, including Optimus Prime, standing in front of him looking at him. In addition to Optimus Prime, Major William Lennox, the frontline commander of the Nest Force, was also standing beside him, and next to him stood his old comrade Robert Epps.
So many people gathered here to welcome me?
After getting out of the ambulance, David greeted Optimus Prime loudly. Optimus Prime said H. low to David while explaining the current situation.
Welcome, my friend. This is just the proper etiquette.
By the way, David is also asked to go through some simple entry procedures. During the time that Optimus Prime and the Autobots were on Earth, they had always abided by the rules of the Earth. Every Autobot who came to Earth would be reviewed and registered. Since District 7, the department that specializes in dealing with alien affairs, has been disbanded, all these tasks have been handed over to the newly formed Nest Force. In other words, in addition to joining forces with the Autobots to deal with the Decepticons invading the Earth, William Lennox and his troops also have to do part-time alien entry review and declaration management. After explaining the matter, the next step was the conversation between David and Major William Lennox.
Hello, I'm Major William Lennox.
Lennox had been sizing up the young man in front of him. Except that he was very handsome. He didn't see how this young man looked like an alien.
Excuse me, are you also an Autobot? I'm not technically an Autobot. Well, you can tell. You don't look like a car.
Robert Epps, Lennox's old comrade in arms, the black officer who was often responsible for the comedy in the film, couldn't control himself, mouth, and started to complain directly.
You look more like a person who likes to drive.
Lennox glanced at his old partner and warned him not to joke around at this time. Then turned to look at Optimus Prime next to him. He doesn't understand what's happening now. Didn't you say you wanted to have a friend? Based on the previous situation, he thought it was another Autobot who came to Earth this time. But this person in front of me is just an ordinary human on Earth. Right. But judging from the conversation between the other party and Optimus Prime, the other party is definitely not from Earth. What is this person's identity? Could it be other alien races in the universe? Why do these aliens like to run to the Earth? Lennox felt that things were getting a little complicated, and he might have a headache next.
You're not from Cybertron? I am indeed a Cybertronian.
David greeted Ratchet before coming over. This time he will use the identity of a Cybertronian to go to his world. And he has already used the Cybertronian before coming over. He has a smooth body, but he is currently in human form.
Are you a Cybertronian too?
Lennox breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little shocked. Could it be that Cybertron not only has silicon-based life forms, like Transformers? Are there carbon-based life forms, like humans?
It should be easier for you to understand.
David changed his appearance in front of Lennox. After the brief sound of transformation, David had completed his transformation, changing from human form to mechanical form.
Hal shit!
Epps, who was ordered to shut up, still couldn't hold back. When he saw an Earthling transform into a robot, he felt that he had good control by only using such short words to express his inner feelings. Live yourself?
What is going on?
Lennox stared, looking at the dark mechanical life in front of him that was somewhat similar to Optimus Prime. He was shocked and at the same time realized something was wrong.
Cybertronians have the ability to disguise yourself as an ordinary human being? The Hermit Warriors are a very special group in Cybertron. They can disguise themselves as another kind of life form, and it is difficult for anyone to detect abnormalities before they are actively exposed.
Hermit Warriors who use the ability to camouflage are perfectly disguised in terms of appearance and various life characteristics. Just like David will gain weight in mechanical form, but his weight in human form is the same as his original weight. Nothing much has changed. Lennox listened to Optimus Prime's various explanations and suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem.
How many Hermit Warriors are there in Cybertron? Since the Civil War broke out in Cybertron, most of the Hermit Warriors have died in the war. There are not many Hermit Warriors left.
Just when Lennox breathed a sigh of relief, he heard another piece of information that gave him a headache.
The few remaining Hermit Warriors are basically on the Decepticon side.
Lennox looked at Optimus Prime, turned to look at his old comrade, and then looked at the Cybertronian named David in front of him. So, Epps knew that Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, was a trustworthy comrade. But he still couldn't help but want to touch the gun at this time. The embarrassing thing was that he didn't have a gun with him at this time.
Don't worry. I'm not a member of the Decepticons.
David had been looking at a few people quietly, and only then did he explain himself, and at the same time changed his appearance back to a human.
However, this time I came Earth. The big reason is that we learned that a hermit warrior came here.
Lennox's temples were pounding, and his bad premonition seemed to come true. Sure enough, this kind of Cybertronian who can perfectly disguise himself as an Earthling has infiltrated into the Earth. And what's worse is that the other party is a Decepticon. Fortunately, the hermit warrior named David in front of him seems to be here to help.
I'm sorry that I can't continue to learn more about the hermit warriors. I need to report to the general immediately.
Lennox was very polite to David, who provided important information.
If you need anything, you can contact AI finally. Puss, welcome to Earth.
David shook hands with Lennox, then watched the Major leave in a hurry, and then set his sights on Sergeant Major Robert Epps.
Ah, welcome to Earth.
Epps was still looking at David up and down, especially looking down.
Can the hermit warrior perfectly transform into another life? I know what you want to ask. I will only say that it is more perfect than you think.
Oh. After Epps sighed with envy, he asked another question.
So, can a hermit warrior like you just pretend to sneak in and perform some special tasks? Or can you,
like other Cybertronians, have powerful abilities?
Combat strength?
This, David switched to the mechanical form again, and displayed all the weapons currently on his body.
You may not know, but I have a codename called Arsenal.
Chapter 164 Choose a New Skin. Ratchet had told other Autobots some time ago that David had the ability to transform into a Cybertronian. So the Autobots weren't surprised when David revealed his Cybertronian form to Lennox and Epps. But they are also curious. What does David's Cybertronian form look like? And what capabilities do they have? Now that the Autobots have seen it. In their opinion, David is indeed an authentic Cybertronian in this state. As for the weapons and equipment, Ironhide was impressed.
This look is cool. I think you should keep it this way. That may cause some people to become overly nervous.
David put away all the weapons on his body. He had already noticed that more than 1 or 2 guards were looking at him with vigilant eyes. On the contrary, it was Robert Epps in front of him. He just praised the weapons on David.
If I can carry so many weapons to carry out the mission, then I will not be afraid if I face the Decepticons alone. Maybe there will be such an opportunity in the future.
After a brief chat, Epps was responsible for helping David arrange a place to live. Because David has the same body shape as an ordinary human being and usually moves in a human form, Epps had to arrange a temporary room for David.
By the way, do you need to eat and drink like a human?
Need. In fact, as David's own holy light gradually becomes stronger, he can maintain himself with only the holy light, especially in the mode of Cybertron's body. However, he still prefers to keep his original habits. After all, he is not a real silicon-based life. What's more, even real Cybertronians have the need to replenish energy.
So the robot also needs to eat? Of course you need to eat. Eating is to replenish energy.
David saw Ebb's strange expression, and knew that he was probably complaining about something in his heart. He added, by the way,
some mechanical life forms can even replenishing the energy I need through plants. Minerals and other substances is nothing compared to me. Plants and minerals? Yes. You can understand that as eating wood and stone. Is there a mechanical life with such a powerful appetite? What is his or her name? Icarus. Is this Icarus on Earth? No. That guy should be busy with his work in a certain galaxy.
David responded to various questions raised by Epps casually. After determining the location of the room where he lived, he followed Epps to visit the entire nest base. During the visit, David also scanned some weapons and upgraded the weapon database in his body. Now, in addition to the original machine guns, cannons and grenade launchers, he can also transform into various types of missile launchers and more ferocious 25mm caliber rotating cannons. When David came back from a circle, Major Lennox, who had gone to report to the general before, appeared again.
We attach great importance to the information you mentioned earlier. I wonder if you can provide us with more information. And you said that there are hermit warriors coming to Earth. Do you know their purpose of coming to Earth?
Sure. David was not afraid that Lennox and the Earth's military would ask him about these things. He was more worried that these people would not ask anything. According to his original idea, he would let the plot develop on its own, wait for the right opportunity, and take away all the things he needs. But after carefully recalling the plot, he realized that instead of waiting for the plot to develop, it was better to take the initiative. Anyway, there is no plot to speak of. The entire Transformers Part 2 is actually a war surrounding the development of stellar energy collectors. This machine, which can harvest energy by destroying stars, was built long ago by several Cybertronian leaders. These 7 ancient Cybertronian leaders are called the Supremes. The 7 Supremes search for suitable stars everywhere in the universe to collect energy. The Supremes have one principle: they cannot destroy living planets. But one of the 7 Supreme Beings wants to break this principle. This Supreme Being is the fallen King Kong. A civil war broke out among the Supremes. The fallen King Kong was defeated, and the remaining Supremes hid the activation key of the Stellar Energy Collector, which is the leader module.
So what does this have to do with us?
Listening to David suddenly recounting a piece of ancient Cybertronian history, Epps wondered what this had to do with the arrival of the Decepticon hermit warriors on Earth. Lennox had some guesses, but he desperately hoped he was wrong.
This unactivated stellar energy collector is on Earth.
Lennox had a look of constipation on his face that I knew he would have. And Epps next to him was in a similar state.
The current situation of the Cybertronians is not good. Both the Autobots and the Decepticons are facing a crisis of survival. In this case, the Decepticons know that there is still such a device on the Earth, which can allow them to obtain enough. There's no need for me to continue talking about what things will happen when you have huge energy. Right.
As an outstanding American major, Lennox certainly understood what this meant. Many of the troops he served had been dispatched because of energy. In addition, he finally figured out why Decepticons could be found all over the world in the past 2 years. The news brought by the Cybertronian named David, codenamed Arsenal, perfectly answered their biggest question.
Thank you very much for the information, Major.
David called to Major Lennox, who wanted to report to General Morshower again.
Are you going to report this information to your superiors? Yes. What's the problem?
Certainly. David pointed to the top, and everyone looked up with puzzled faces. But they only saw the roof of the shed. The next second they knew they had misunderstood David's meaning.
Members of the Decepticons are equipped with various military-related equipment, and Cybertron's technology is ahead of the Earth for who knows how many eras. Do you think this kind of important information is really safe enough to be transmitted through signals?
Lennox understood what David meant. When fighting the Decepticons previously, although the Decepticons had good combat power, they did not show any advantages in this area. This made Lennox and the entire Nest force accustomed to sexually ignore this aspect of the problem.
If possible, it is best to conduct face-to-face reporting in a completely safe space without any electronic devices. Isn't it too exaggerated?
This time it was not David who answered Lennox, but Optimus Prime, who had been fighting with the Decepticons for who knows how many years.
No. If the Decepticons' purpose is a stellar energy collector, and this device is really if it's on Earth, then the elite Decepticons should have already arrived on Earth.
Regardless of others, if the old rival sound wave comes, and the Earth continues to use technological means to communicate, it is likely to be monitored by the opponent. Why didn't Optimus Prime mention the Decepticons' technical advantages before? Because Optimus Prime didn't know what the purpose of the Decepticons was. And many of the Decepticons eliminated during this period were mass-produced machines that were not worth mentioning. These circumstances led to the Autobots always thinking that only some Decepticons were active here on Earth. But they did not expect that all the elites of the other side would come to Earth. Now that he knows the other party's true purpose, Optimus Prime also understands that the number of Decepticons on the Earth side is probably much greater than what he had previously estimated. At the same time, their strength is not comparable to that of those mass-produced machines. After learning that Major Lennox had important information to report to him face-to-face, and vaguely reminding himself that the current communication situation was unsafe, the commander of the Nest Force, General Morshower, allowed the Nest Force to return to North America to rest and recuperate. In this way, David also caught a ride to North America. Due to the important information provided, Lennox and Epps also regarded David, a new Cybertronian who came to the Earth, as their new comrade in arms. Epps also pointed to several cars parked in front of them, and David a joke was made.
You're not an Autobot. Can you transform into a car? I have a deformation module in the form of a car.
Oh! Epps became interested when he mentioned this.
Do you need us to provide you with a car?
The Autobots do not determine their image after scanning a module. When the lair troops perform tasks, the Autobots will often change the appropriate image to facilitate the execution of tasks. These vehicles, which serve as templates, are all provided by the Nest Force.
Sounds like a good suggestion. What are the options?
David had already considered scanning the car to obtain the car's vehicle form. Since someone was willing to provide the template for free, he certainly would not refuse. When Epps saw that David was also interested, he immediately signaled to wait. and then quickly took out a car magazine and said,
"There are many beautiful cars here. Do you want me to give you some advice?"
David took the magazine and flipped through it briefly, and found that it mainly contained sports cars, and they were products from the past 2 years, coupled with Eps's science popularization from time to time. David, the alien, quickly had a relatively rough understanding of the various models of cars above. After flipping back and forth for a while, David saw a familiar style on it.
"This one looks good. The new 2008 Ford Mustang Shelby GT 500 KR?"
Epps looked at the magazine in David's hand and read out the car model written in the magazine.
"How about it? Can you get it? This is not difficult."
This is a local sports car, which can be obtained relatively easily. On the contrary, some top sports cars from European brands are much more troublesome.
"Do you like this style?"
What Epps didn't know was that David would choose this car entirely because of the influence of his past. If it matched properly and could successfully transform into a car, he would get 2 red decorative lights on the front of his car. Chapter 165, Waiting for the Loot to Come to You. The military transport plane landed smoothly at the military base in North America, and David soon met General Mosshauer. Under the introduction of Major Lennox, David had a communication with the Supreme Commander of the Nest Force. David provided all the information he knew to the general, including the elite Decepticons who had come to the Earth. Many Decepticons with special abilities, including the Hermit Warriors, were already lurking on the Earth. The Decepticons' Tiger's biggest goal is to find the Stellar Energy Collector.
In other words, if the Decepticons find that machine and activate it, our sun will be destroyed? That's right.
Mosshauer was silent and thought for a moment, and he realized what a huge crisis he was going to face this time.
With all the communication technologies we currently have, there is no way to escape the Decepticons' monitoring? Cybertron's technology is much more advanced than Earth's.
Listening to what David said, General Mosshauer also began to feel a headache. After asking some more questions, he said a friendly goodbye to David. General Mosshauer had great trust in the Autobots as their ally, and even David received good courtesy. The other party did not doubt the intelligence provided by David at all, and was prepared to formulate the next battle plan based on this intelligence. And David, who ended the conversation with General Mosshauer, soon received a gift.
"This is the Mustang you selected. How do you feel after actually seeing it?"
Epps pointed to the black Ford Mustang next to him and looked at David expectantly. He was curious. How could David, who looked about the same size as a human being, turn into a car? David looked at the black muscle sports car in front of him and immediately scanned it, recording all the car's data in an instant. As for deformation, David found that although the match between himself and this sports car was higher than the match between the Hummer search and rescue vehicle previously obtained by scanning the ambulance, it still seemed a bit low.
"What's wrong?"
Seeing David's eyes emitting light, scanning the black Mustang sports car and then staying in place, Epps and Lennox thought something unexpected had happened. "Is there something wrong with this car?"
"No, it's nothing."
Although it doesn't match the car very well, there is a relatively simple way to solve it.
"Let me ask first. Does this car belong to me now? This car? If you really need it?"
Epps and Lennox didn't understand what David meant. Usually the Autobots only need to scan the car to turn it into a scanned car. They watched with confusion as David got into the driver's seat of the black Mustang sports car. Then a golden light flashed, and an electric current seemed to flash across the surface of the black Mustang sports car. Before they could figure out what was going on, the black Mustang made a transformation sound that they had heard countless times in the past 2 years, and turned into a black giant about 7 meters tall.
"Wow!"
Although it is different from the previous impression, it is still a familiar recipe and a familiar taste.
"You look more like an Autobot now."
David's appearance at this time is the same as his previous mechanical form, the Black Knight Optimus Prime shape. As for why he needs the entire Mustang to complete the transformation, in the final analysis, it is because the matching degree is low. Under normal circumstances, if the matching degree is relatively low, although it can be forcibly deformed, it will have some effects on itself, such as not being able to exert its due performance. It becomes a sports car, but the result is that it runs like an ox cart. David found that he had a special solution, which was to transform the entire car into a part of himself. So there was no problem of matching. This kind of thing is impossible under normal circumstances. But the situation on Earth in the Transformers world is special. In this world, all the technology on the Earth comes from the research of Megatron. In other words, Earth technology is actually Cybertron technology. but it is still at a relatively low level. This is why the energy of the fire source can be an important reason for transforming Earth's technological products into transformers. It can be said that the technological products on Earth in this world are just a bunch of low-level accessory packages for Cybertronians. The Decepticons and Autobots look down upon these low-level accessories. But David didn't care. Anyway, he just wants a transformed form. Even if the strength of the body structure is relatively low, he can accept it. As time goes by, these newly absorbed accessories will be slowly strengthened by the holy light fire in David's body. In the future, he can also use alchemy to further improve them. So he will not dislike the low end of these accessories. But in this way, David's body and this newly born accessory will feel somewhat separated. And they will be separated when he transforms. David becomes a leader warrior in a daze. His own body becomes the head. And the Mustang sports car becomes other parts, combining to form a complete transformer. Let the leader warrior be the leader warrior. Anyway, David felt that there was no difference. When he came to this world, his first goal was achieved. The only thing that surprised him was when did he gain the ability to activate these technological products into transformers. Is it because the fusion of the holy light and the body of Cybertron produced some kind of benign mutation? He can be sure that he does not have any special permissions in this world like he did in the world of Azeroth. And if he really obtained the authority, what he activated shouldn't be this defective body. At the same time as the question arose, David suddenly became curious about the fire source. If he scanned the fire source, maybe he could use it to upgrade this unique activation ability?
What are your plans next?
Watching David transform from a huge metal giant into a black Mustang muscle sports car. Although he didn't know why there were decorative lights on the front of the car that were constantly sweeping around, Lennox decided to ignore this problem. Who can't be a little personal? Aesthetic?
You should be formulating a plan to deal with the Decepticons next. Right.
Yes.
Although there is no clear order yet. The Decepticons are about to destroy the Earth. Can we still negotiate amicably with the other party? It must be a fight to the death. David's brain began to work quickly. Rather than running around the world exhaustingly to collect what he needed, he preferred to use the help of local forces to deliver various things to him. It wasn't difficult. He just needed to talk and provide some information. So he really couldn't think of a reason to give up the simple plan and go out alone to go around the world.
I personally suggest that although I don't know how many Decepticons are currently on Earth, and whether they are monitoring your communication signals.
David glanced at Lennox. The Major in front of him was listening to David quietly. He said,
but as long as it involves Megatron, it will definitely attract the attention of the Decepticons.
Megatron? Lennox didn't expect David to mention the leader of the Decepticons.
But wasn't that guy dead?
He is now left at the bottom of the ocean. Megatron has a high prestige among the Decepticons, and his strong combat power is indispensable for the Decepticons, especially when they need to deal with the Autobots.
David once again emphasized the importance of Megatron, and complained about the way Earth officials dealt with Megatron.
So, the Decepticons will definitely find ways to resurrect Megatron. As for hiding Megatron's body, this is really not a good choice under the sea. Placing Megatron in a place where you can't defend yourself well. But the other party can come and go at will.
David admires the brain circuits of these people. Do they think that the Earth's oceans can prevent a group of high-level civilized life forms that can move among galaxies? Lennox, who was complained by David, also began to feel that this arrangement was a bit retarded. And he decided to send these words to the experts and consultants intact later. At the same time, I was sorting out David's suggestions in my heart and thinking about its feasibility.
So, do you think that since we don't know where the Decepticons are hiding, why not use Megatron to lure them out and then fight an ambush? This way you can have a decisive battle on the battlefield of your choice. And you can be fully prepared in advance.
There is some truth to David's words. If sufficient preparations are made and all kinds of weapons and ammunition are sufficient, Lennox feels that the Decepticons cannot be completely eliminated. But if the Decepticons really resurrected Megatron, then the initiative to start the war would no longer be on their side. And even the choice of the battlefield would be dominated by the other party.
I will report your suggestions to General Morschauer in detail.
Next, David can just wait quietly. General Morschauer is still very reliable. He should be able to understand that David's suggestion is the best plan at present. According to David's suggestion, Megatron's body and fragments of the fire source were used as bait. Even if the Decepticons knew that this was a conspiracy, they would have no other choice and would definitely choose to launch an attack to get back Megatron, Tion's corpse, and resurrected it with a fragment of the fire source. What David has to do is to wait quietly for the Decepticons to come to his door. Before that, he may be able to see the fragment of the fire source. He only needs to scan it to determine whether it can make his Cybertron. Just upgrade the body. If he really needs the fragments, he can go to the actor Sam Witwicky, who happens to have a fragment of the fire source in his hand.
Anyway, if that thing is either in Sam's hands or in Michaela's hands.
Putting aside the matter of the source of the fire, David began to think about what benefits he could gain if the Decepticons were really completely annihilated in this battle.
Starscream's flight module and Cybertronian body? An ugly version of Hercules made up of mass-produced Decepticons. By the way, Soundwave's robot dog is pretty good. As a hunter, I just need a pet.
Chapter 166 Dare to ask the Autobots where the road is? If the Decepticons knew that someone had listed some members of the Decepticons as their trophies before they actually started fighting with them, what would they think? Especially when this person is someone they don't even know. Of course, there is no point even if they know it. As long as their target is the Stellar Energy Collector, then they must attack the Earth. At the same time, in order to obtain the key to the Stellar Energy Collector, which is the leadership module, they must constantly collect various clues on the Earth to find the thing, in order to deal with the Autobots who will stop them. Megatron is an indispensable fighting force. So David's suggestion to General Mosshauer is more like a conspiracy. So what if you know there is a trap here? Aren't you going to come? What's more, with the arrogant character of the Decepticons, they may feel that when they are determined to launch a frontal attack, the weak creatures on the Earth are powerless to stop them. The actual situation was similar to what David had guessed. After some discussions and arrangements, the Earth side conducted some testing and determined that the communications on their side were indeed monitored by the Decepticons. Then, due to the recent frequent activities of the Decepticons on the Earth, it was decided to completely destroy Megatron's body. Such information was leaked. As the main force in the battle against the Decepticons, the Nest force was deployed in the preset battlefield, Egypt. Why Egypt? Because some people will not accept the battlefield being set up in their own homes. Egypt is so wonderful. There is such a large desert that can be bombed without any impact. Whether it is the Decepticons or the coalition of Earthlings and Autobots, they can kill with ease. Before the actual war started, all David had to do was to continuously scan various weapons and equipment and record all the weapon data. If before David came to this world, he just casually gave himself the code name of an arsenal, then now he is a veritable arsenal. I don't know if he really has any talent in this area, but David found that he could easily record and transform various conventional weapons that he had scanned. After some sorting, David's usual state was almost the same as before, except that the cannon on his back was deformed and protruding from his right shoulder became a 6-barreled Vulcan cannon. On the left is a missile launcher, which can launch missiles with various functions. The grenade launcher on the shoulder has been cancelled, and instead shares the same position with the missile launcher that can be retracted on the back. Which one to use can be decided by David himself based on the situation. Unfortunately, David was unable to board the USS Kidd, which was equipped with a railgun. Otherwise his arsenal would have become even richer. Feeling unsatisfied, David then wandered around trying to scan more weapons and equipment, and trying to see if he could scan some aircraft data. It's a pity that he is stationed with the Autobots and the Nest Force. And the ones the Nest Force sees most are helicopters and transport planes. Not a single fighter jet. Scan helicopter? David is not very interested in transforming into a helicopter. And he has no interest in copying Flying Wolf, even if it has the word Wolf in his name. If possible, he would like to scan the F-14 Tomcat. The second choice is the F-22 Raptor and the F-15 Eagle. And the third choice is the A-10 attack aircraft and Harrier fighter jets. This ranking is based on the appearance being greater than the actual function. After all, no matter what kind of scanning transformation it takes, the essence is still a transformer, and it does not copy the various capabilities of this kind of fighter. If he hadn't seen any possibility for the time being, David would have wanted to scan and record the data of VF-25 Messiah, VF-27 Lucifer, and even YF-29 Durandal. Especially YF-29 Durandal. He wanted to use it as its own fixed fighter form. After wandering around and finding nothing good to continue scanning, David returned to his resting place. His barracks was with the Autobots, several of whom were parked there in vehicle form to rest. Optimus Prime was discussing something with Lennox, possibly discussing the upcoming battle. For humans, if this battle can completely defeat the Decepticons, then there will undoubtedly be a period of peace, and there will no longer be a need to worry about what the Decepticons are up to all day long. In David's opinion, without the threat of the Decepticons. It might not be a good thing for the Autobots. Seeing Lennox leave, David noticed Optimus Prime looking towards him.
You thought about it too?
Optimus Prime may be a bit saintly and a bit too idealistic, but he is definitely not an idiot. Of course, Optimus Prime can also realize the hidden dangers that David can see, especially after spending several years on Earth and coming into contact with various humans, especially a large number of human officials. He can completely guess that there are no Decepticons. What do those people do after a threat?
David, my friend, what do you think we should do?
Optimus Prime was a little entangled. He knew that some humans would do some bad things, but he could also see the good side of humans. In his heart, he hopes to stay on Earth and hopes that people on Earth and Cybertronians will continue to live in harmony. But he also knew that there were some conflicts between the two parties, and he couldn't think of a good solution. So he was going to ask David. After all, David is also a ruler, and he doesn't seem to mind Cybertronians settling in his territory. Maybe from David, he can learn how to make the Autobots better integrate into the life of the Earth?
You want Cybertronians to truly integrate into Earth? Yes.
David pondered for a few seconds and asked a question.
Can you guarantee that the Cybertronians who decide to settle on Earth will truly regard themselves as Earthlings?
Optimus Prime wanted to answer, but finally chose to shut up. He felt that he could not speak for all Autobots, let alone all Cybertronians.
Let's not talk about the huge differences in race. When you don't think you are an Earthling yourself, then why do the Earthlings treat you as real compatriots?
David raised his hand to stop what Optimus Prime was about to say.
Don't mention these people in the Nest Force. They can treat you as comrades after long-term contact with you. However, most people on Earth have no chance to come into contact with you. They can only rely on what they see with their eyes as their first impression.
This first impression may be a lifelong impression. There are billions of people on the Earth, and most of them will never have direct contact with these Cybertronians throughout their lives. So there will naturally be no chance of changing their first impression.
I am willing to accept Cybertronians to live in Wintertown. There is a very important factor. That is, my territory is not large.
There are currently less than 500 people in Wintertown. It is such a big place. And they can walk around every day. You can get to know everyone just by walking around. Life forms as special as Cybertronians soon became familiar to the whole town. After getting along for a long time and getting to know the character of Cybertronians, they would naturally not be too resistant. Another point is that the majority of the residents of Wintertown are Azeroth. People in that world are considered well-informed, and they themselves have no resistance to the Cybertronians. As for the Brainian locals, because the number of locals has never been growing rapidly, these people will not be too entangled in those things after living for a period of time and being subtly influenced by the original residents of Wintertown. Especially when the arrival of the Cybertronians can make the people of Wintertown live a better life. When David mentioned this, Optimus Prime seemed to have thought of something.
You realize it too?
Yes. After these Autobots came to the Earth, they did not bring any convenience to the lives of the people on the Earth. And they did not play any positive role in the development of the Earth and human life. Everyone only saw that with the appearance of the Autobots. The Decepticons also appeared. And then they fought into a ball. And the Earth became the battlefield of the Cybertronians. In this situation, anyone would be dissatisfied. Right? The threat of the Decepticons is still there. So the Earth officials can allow the Autobots to continue to stay on the Earth. When the Decepticons are gone, what use will the Autobots have? It stands to reason that as long as the Cybertronians, who are a higher civilization, are willing to lend a helping hand and provide technological poverty alleviation to the Earth, then these people will definitely be very happy. And then they will treat the Cybertronians as their ancestors and at least dig out the technology. Unprecedented. This will be the case. However, Optimus Prime felt that the people on Earth were too warlike and unwilling to share technology. This, David complained crazily, making Optimus Prime's metal face turn red without any intention of stopping. In the end, good old Ratchet came to the rescue and rescued the leader of the Autobots.
David, maybe you were right, but Optimus Prime's concerns are not unreasonable. What if we hand over Cybertron's technology to humans and make the Earth become the next Cybertron?
They feel that Earth is such a good planet and should not be destroyed like Cybertron.
Then the Earth will go to destruction?
David's eyes released holographic images, projecting the Earth.
This is the Earth decades ago, and this is the Earth now. Judging from the current development of the Earth in the future, well, it's going to look like this.
The three projections of the Earth have differences visible to the naked eye. The first is bright and bright, the second is gray, and the third is yellowish-brown.
There is no right or wrong in technology. The key is how to apply it. Cybertron has a more advanced civilization. And you also know the mistakes you have made. Don't you know how to avoid mistakes and try to help the Earth find a new path? But what if we give technology to humans, and they are unwilling to do what we suggest?
David suddenly understood why Optimus Prime was unwilling to hand over Cybertron's technology. Did the leader of the Autobots want to give all the technology to the people of Earth in one fell swoop?
Brother, are you so sincere? I asked you to use your technology to help the poor. But I didn't ask you to directly drain your family fortune.
Chapter 167 begins to harvest the spoils of war. David's suggestion to Optimus Prime was to provide technology bit by bit. This technology does not need to be too high-end. It just needs to be better than what the Earth currently has.
Technological upgrades must be done step by step.
In fact, even if Optimus Prime hands over Cybertron technology to humans in one fell swoop, it makes no sense. Such a big Megatron has been left there for humans to study for decades. And the final result is just the beginning. In this state, if you provide more high-end technology, humans will not be able to digest it immediately. And they still have to improve it little by little. Therefore, there is not much difference to humans between Optimus Prime slowly providing technology and giving humans all the technology in one go. The biggest impact is that the Autobots are still useful, and the Autobots are no longer useful. David also gave Optimus Prime an idea. Let the humans of the Earth establish a unified political power as soon as possible. There are so many forces on the planet, and the resources are scattered in a mess. And there is no basic condition for the upgrading of civilization. Throwing out this kind of rhetoric, coupled with some relatively advanced space mining or deep-sea mining technology, is enough to keep the people on Earth internally struggling for a long time. Naturally, they will not target the Autobots at that time. What's more, the Autobots are already willing to provide technology, and the two parties have a basis for continued cooperation. But there are just conditions.
That's not good?
Optimus Prime felt that this kind of suggestion would easily provoke war on the Earth. But David directly refuted it with reality.
Even if you don't make this suggestion, the competition for resources has never stopped. When did the war stop on the Earth?
In comparison, if Optimus Prime is really willing to help the people on Earth, it would be better for the Earth to establish a unified government, and then provide space navigation, development and other technologies, so that the people on Earth can focus on the endless resources in the universe. By the way, space development can also create more jobs and drive the development of a series of industrial chains. Scientific and technological progress can also bring better medical equipment and cure more diseases. In theory, this can really help humans. Of course, no matter how good the plan is, things will go wrong when it is implemented. And there may be many nasty things happening at that time, which David can't control. Optimus Prime can't be in charge of everything. He has already provided the technology that allows the people on Earth to live a better life. If the people on Earth don't make good use of it, can't they blame him?
If you are worried that someone is using these technologies to do bad things, you can propose the establishment of a supervisory agency, which will be jointly responsible for the Earth officials and the Autobots.
If Optimus Prime doesn't want to accept any of these suggestions, David also gave two escape routes: go to Winter Town, or go somewhere outside of North America. Having given all the advice, David stopped talking about the matter. It's not that he can't think of other suggestions, but he knows that Optimus Prime will not adopt those suggestions. And some suggestions are in vain. Even now, when Optimus Prime proposes to establish a unified regime on Earth, the Autobot leader may not actually do it. After seeing that David would not continue talking, Optimus Prime sincerely thanked David, and then discussed it with several of his Autobot partners. Should we follow David's suggestion and let the people on Earth establish a unified political power? Will the Autobots help the people on Earth develop technology and enter the space age? If we do this, how can we ensure that people on Earth will not go astray? Finally, if they really want to leave, will they continue to stay on Earth but go to live in another area? Or simply leave the Earth? It is impossible to reach a conclusion without discussing these matters for quite some time. Not to mention that the Autobots on the Earth are only a small part, and there are many more Autobots scattered in every corner of the universe. Maybe you should ask more people for advice before making a decision? While the Autobots kept having small meetings, David walked around the camp from time to time, and the Lair troops were full of energy and waiting. The Decepticons finally appeared. Megatron was really a perfect bait, and coupled with the information about the fire source fragments, the Decepticons didn't suspect that this was a trap for them. Of course, it's also possible that, as David guessed, the Decepticons knew about it and didn't care. standing at the observation post some distance away from the ambush circle. David and Lennox looked at the ambush circle, with rumbling explosions in the distance. Countless Decepticons fell from the sky and kept transforming into various military vehicles, weapons or huge metal giants, and then headed towards the target with all kinds of human artillery fire and missile attacks. They thought they were going to be destroyed in a special facility where Megatron's body was found. In order to be deceptive enough, the Nest Force deployed a large amount of defensive firepower around the camouflage facility, and all Autobots were present. Seeing this scene, the Decepticons will definitely become more convinced of the correctness of the intelligence, and then go crazy, continuously launch attacks on target facilities. Although the reinforcement firepower that suddenly appeared around them was a bit fierce and came a bit fast, the Decepticons didn't care at all. They launched the attack firmly, and even 2 Hercules appeared on the field. The combined King Kong Hercules in the movie world is composed of a bunch of 10 units depending on the setting, mass-produced machines, so the Decepticons can send out several Hercules at the same time if they want. The appearance of the 2 Hercules made the battle more intense and stalemate, and the huge body of the Hercules became an excellent human shield for the Decepticons, allowing the Decepticons to move forward faster and defeat the humans and humans on Earth. A defensive position formed by Autobots. Retreat to the next line of defense. Lennox stayed in the observation post, constantly observing the changes in the battle situation, and issuing various orders in a timely manner. David also stayed at the observation post. He did not participate in the frontline battle. He has never been the kind of person who is keen on fighting in battle. Isn't he happy watching the excitement from the sidelines? Still thinks sand and gunpowder are delicious. But he wanted to watch the excitement quietly. But the Decepticons didn't give him this chance. When he turned around and saw a soldier walking into the observation post, and then walking firmly towards William Lennox, David immediately noticed something unusual about the soldier. Careful! When shouting the reminder, David had already completed the switch from human to mechanical form. He stretched out his right hand and directly released the golden energy, which accurately hit the soldier, knocking him away and smashing him heavily on the wall. What happened? David's movements were very fast. By the time everyone in the observation post reacted, David had already blown away a soldier. The Lair troop soldiers present did not raise their guns to aim at David, but instead took out their weapons and pointed them at the soldier who was blown away. After fighting together with the Autobots for 2 years, these soldiers and the Autobots have established enough trust. So when David takes action, their first reaction is that an enemy has sneaked in, not that David is an enemy. Lennox had the same reaction. He stood firmly beside David and raised his weapon to aim at the soldier, who seemed to be slumped against the wall. Hermit warrior? That's right. Fire! After confirming his guess from David, Lennox directly ordered to set fire to beat this guy into scraps. The soldiers who received the order immediately started shooting, and the Decepticons, who originally wanted to fake their own deaths to trigger internal conflicts within the opponent, had to transform back into mechanical form. Reveal your weapon and prepare to fight back. It's a pity that he didn't move fast enough when he showed his Decepticon appearance. David on the opposite side had already revealed his 6-barreled Vulcan cannon. The Vulcan cannon, which was strengthened by the Holy Light's fire, had terrifying destructive effects. Power. The people present only heard a buzz sound, and the Decepticon opposite became useless. Several soldiers fired a few more shots and whipped the body of the Decepticon hermit warrior. Then, they carefully observed the surroundings to see if there were any unfamiliar strangers among their comrades. David looked at the people around him again, and used all kinds of detection methods, including the Holy Light, to make sure that there were no more hermit warriors mixed in here. Transfer to observation post number 2. The appearance of the Decepticons means that this place has been exposed. As the commander, Lennox must be transferred. Otherwise the next time will not be an assassination, but may be the fire coverage of the Decepticons. When David left, he glanced at the body of the Decepticon hermit warrior. After confirming that he could not put this thing into the storage space, he silently marked the location of this place. If he had time, he would first this guy's body was taken to Winter Town. Next time I go out to do errands, I should bring a few more storage items. Although each one only has 1 cubic meter of space, bringing a few more props can also hold a lot of things. He only brought 1 this time, which was a big mistake. Even if he brings 1 more, with the size of the hermit warrior, he can put it away directly without worrying about being taken away by the US military. After leaving observation post number 1, Major Lennox was once again attacked by the Decepticons during the transfer. This time by Sonic's robot dog and laser bird.
It was actually delivered to my door.
When David saw the two Decepticons running out, he immediately became excited. Any thoughts of not being enthusiastic about fighting on the battlefield were thrown away directly outside Lania Kea. The six-barreled Vulcan cannon protruding from the right shoulder was firing wildly at the robot dog. The sound of buzz finally no longer sounded immediately. Pass away. At the same time, it transformed into a missile launcher, locked on the laser bird in the air, and launched 4 missiles in succession. Even though the laser bird had extremely flexible movements, it still could not avoid David's attack. David also raised his arms with machine guns and kept firing at the laser bird in the air. Under this saturation firepower, the laser bird was quickly hit hard and flew away staggeringly. David didn't chase because he couldn't fly, so he poured all the remaining firepower on the robot dog, and quickly beat the robot dog into a dead robot. Looking at the useless piece of scrap metal at his feet, David directly put the robot dog's body into the storage space.
Pet in hand.
Chapter 168. Thank you, Seohong, for the plane. After getting the robot dog, David began to look forward to more Decepticons coming to his door. He didn't wait long. After the laser bird and the robot dog failed one after another, Starscream was sent to eliminate the commander of the Human and Autobot Alliance. Soundwave hopes to kill the human commander and plunge the humans and Autobots on the battlefield into chaos, so that the Decepticons' attack will go more smoothly. From a combat plan perspective, there is no problem. He also considered that there might be Autobots on the human commander side, so his first choice was to send out Hermit Warriors to assassinate them at close range. But to Soundwave's expectation, there were actually Hermit Warriors on the Autobot side, and they ruined his assassination plan. At the same time, this Hermit Warrior was very powerful in combat. He actually seriously injured the laser bird and killed the robot dog in a head-on battle. After attracting Soundwave's attention, the Decepticons directly sent Starscream to carry out decapitation tactics against Lennox, and also to kill the extremely threatening Autobot Hermit Warrior.
Are you the Hermit Warrior of the Autobots?
Starscream first bombarded them with missiles, but not a single soldier was hit. Finally, he felt that this was a waste of ammunition, fire energy, so he turned into a human and landed in front of David, Lennox and others.
Strange Hermit Warrior. You should hide incognito like before instead of joining the Autobots to fight against the Decepticons.
Because David is a completely unfamiliar face. In Starscream's opinion, this may be a survivor of the Cybertron War. Later, he did not join any faction, but found a guy to hide in a corner that no one knew about. I don't know why he suddenly joined the Autobot camp. David was not interested in explaining his detailed origins to this guy. At the same time as Starscream appeared, a launch port popped up on David's shoulder, which was originally the location of the grenade launcher, but was later cancelled by David on the shoulder blade. Then a mini Mustang sports car that was stored by Cybertronian compression technology, which should only compress objects related to itself, popped out, gradually enlarging and deforming in midair. And by the time it landed, it had completed the transformation from sports car to humanoid form. David also transformed into a head and body fused together, and pounced on Starscream. He has no friendship with Starscream, and has never met him before. There is no need to talk nonsense. In comparison, he wants to obtain Starscream's flight module. The other party has already delivered it to my door. If I don't accept the gift package quickly, I would be a bit sorry for the warm reception of the Decepticons. Starscream has never met such an Autobot. In the past, no matter which Autobot he was, it was almost standard procedure to sneer and taunt each other before meeting. This newcomer didn't understand the rules a bit. Boom, bang, clang. Starscream was dazed for a moment, and had already received a series of heavy Cybertronian punches from David. In order to make up for the fact that his body was weaker than a real Cybertronian, David released the Holy Light with almost maximum power, protecting his entire body in the Holy Light shield. At the same time, each of his attacks will be filled with powerful Holy Light energy. When his fist hits Starscream, a brilliant golden brilliance will erupt. After the fight started, David's fist was once again wrapped in sacred fire, and he used various combos to attack Starscream. Of course, the effect of these flames on Cybertronians is far less than that of flesh and blood life and undead creatures. But when these tricks are used, the sound and light effects are amazing, and they are so handsome that they fly. The soldiers on the side were stunned, completely forgetting that they and others were in the middle of the battlefield. They just stood there and watched their new Autobot comrades beat Starscream with fists wrapped in golden flames.
Shredded coconut. That's it. Kill this Decepticon.
Epps even forgot that he should protect Lennox and move to another observation post so that he could continue to direct the battle on the main battlefield. Instead, he stood aside and shouted to encourage David.
Kick him! Kick him! Kick him beautifully! You can save a lot of little Decepticons.
Seeing David completing a critical hit according to his voice operation, Epps was as happy as if he was the one who was beating Starscream.
Don't give this bastard a chance. Suppress that bastard.
David really didn't give Starscream any chance. In order to prevent the flight module and hardware that he was about to get from escaping, David even resorted to dogfighting. When Starscream was a little dazed after being beaten, he directly pushed him to the ground. After placing his entire body weight on Starscream, David's hands shone even more dazzlingly, and his two forearms almost turned into golden light balls, and even the flames wrapped around them could not be seen clearly.
Wait!
Maybe we? Starscream was only halfway through what he said when David's fist had already been smashed down and hit him firmly in the face. Then there was a continuous bombardment with heavy punches, and his fists turned into machine cannons and hit him continuously. The sound of dang 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 dang, boom boom boom. Realizing the critical situation, Starscream immediately wanted to take off and escape. His thrusters had just started, and before he had really left the ground, he suddenly saw a six-barreled cannon appearing in front of him. The black muzzle sprayed out in the next second. He spit out blazing tongues of fire and engulfed Starscream's face. Then, there was a sharp pain in his body, and Starscream didn't know anything anymore. Looking at Starscream, who had his punch pierced through his body, shattered the fire, and completely lost all signs of life, David stood up again. Immediately, a very detailed scan was performed on Starscream's body, and the hardware and modules needed to transform it into a flying vehicle and military vehicle were placed in front of him.
Another planned goal achieved.
Things went very smoothly, which made David feel good. After returning to the size of an ordinary person and compressing the Mustang sports car into his body, David looked at Starscream's body in front of him, which was intact except for the damage to his head and chest, and finally stretched out his sinful little hand. As David's right hand exuding holy light touched Starscream's body, a burst of light and electricity covered it. Starscream's body once again transformed into the posture of an F-22 Raptor fighter jet, but then turned into a human form again. But it is no longer the ugly look before.
David?
Lennox and Epps, who were cheering as another Decepticon was killed, were surprised to find that after David reached out and touched Starscream, the Decepticon turned into a plane again. Before they could figure out what was going on, the Decepticon fighter suddenly transformed in the next second. If it hadn't turned into the familiar David, they might have fired.
It's me. Don't worry.
David moved for a moment. Compared to the body transformed into an ordinary Mustang sports car on Earth, Starscream's body is a serious Cybertronian body, both in terms of strength and various abilities contained in it. The powerful functions are not comparable to that of the defective product. And David, who has obtained the body of Starscream, can already be called a true Cybertronian.
I'm just using this guy's body to give myself an upgrade. Can Cybertronians still upgrade like this? Can.
David originally wanted to say that he should be in a special situation. But then, he remembered that in the original plot of Transformers Part 2, Skyfire contributed his fire and body to help the resurrected Optimus Prime complete the upgrade. The upgraded Skyfire Optimus Prime violently defeated the fallen King Kong and Megatron, and his combat effectiveness was greatly improved. Although David did not obtain Starscream's fire, his own fire was powerful enough to maximize the combat effectiveness of this body. Because of the special power David possesses, he can even exert more powerful combat power than ordinary Cybertronians.
So, you can now transform into a Mustang sports car or a Raptor.
Epps looked at David in front of him. At this time, he finally felt the difference between David and other Autobots. This Cybertronian named David is much more powerful than ordinary Autobots.
It's true now that the war situation over there seems to be at a stalemate. I'm going to go over and help. You're right. The battle is not over yet.
After being reminded by David, a few people remembered that now was not the right time to chat. The Autobots and a large number of soldiers were still fighting the Decepticons. In fact, the battlefield has reached the most critical stage at this time, and the fallen King Kong has already personally died. Optimus Prime, who has not obtained the Skyfire upgrade suit, can only barely hold on to the fallen King Kong to prevent the fallen King Kong from attacking other cars, people, and human soldiers attack. Just when Optimus Prime lamented that the strength of the fallen King Kong was amazing, and he couldn't resist it, a golden light enveloped his whole body, And then he felt that the fire that had begun to weaken became hot and powerful again. Before he could figure out what was going on, a familiar Raptor fighter jet with a Decepticon livery rushed straight over, then passed over him, transforming in midair into his new partner Dai, who was gradually becoming familiar with him. Wei's appearance. Boom! After turning into a human form, the power gained by accelerating long-distance flight was all given to the fallen King Kong through his feet. He kicked out the guy who had lived for an unknown length of time and thought it was Starscream to support him, and kicked him out. There were several water floats on the ocean made of sand.
David? It's me.
Seeing Optimus Prime's confused expression, David simply explained,
I killed Starscream and upgraded myself by the way. That's it.
It turned out to be Starscream's body. No wonder there was a Decepticon icon on David's body.
However, you'd better change the Decepticon icon. Otherwise it will be easy to be accidentally injured. When I kicked that guy away, I had already changed the paint.
Chapter 169. David picking up corpses on the battlefield. Fallen King Kong looked at David across from him. He found that this black Cybertronian was very strange. But the other party's fire was extremely powerful. So powerful that he suspected that the other party was also a Supreme.
There are two Supreme beings on Earth?
Optimus Prime is a descendant of the Supreme. And only the Supreme can defeat himself, who is also the Supreme. This is also an important reason why the weak fallen King Kong did not come to the Earth when Optimus Prime was alive. In the original movie plot, the Decepticons tried every means to resurrect Megatron. After Megatron killed Optimus Prime, the fallen king boldly ran to the Earth to cause trouble. The situation now is somewhat special. Although the Decepticon attack was massive and seemed to be going smoothly, there was still no way to truly retrieve Megatron's body, let alone resurrect the powerful Decepticon leader. In desperation, fallen King Kong died in person. But he did not expect that such a scene would be waiting for him. David didn't know what the fallen King Kong in front of him was thinking. When he heard the other party's question, he didn't answer it. Instead, he turned to Optimus Prime and asked,
How do you feel now? Better than ever.
Optimus Prime felt the condition of the fire in his body. He hadn't felt so comfortable for a long time. These Cybertronian refugees have not had a full meal for a long time, and their bodies have been in a weak state. For example, at the beginning of the first movie, Vertigo was able to withstand the bombing of the entire US military base by relying on its protective shield, destroying the entire base. This barely showed part of the Cybertronians' combat power. At that time, Vertigo could still use energy shields. But later, neither the Decepticons nor the Autobots had the extra energy to cast a powerful enough shield. But it was just very fragile. On both sides of Cybertron on Earth, when fighting, they rely more on their own bodies to resist various firepower. After the body is damaged, they need fire to recover. The already weak fire spends more energy to repair itself. And even more, there is no excess energy to activate powerful defenses, which in turn exposes the body to more damage. The Autobots and Decepticons have fallen into a vicious cycle. But after being healed by the energy called Holy Light released by David today, he felt that his fire had returned to a very good state. At least now, he could return to 70% to 80% of his peak combat effectiveness. He released an invisible energy shield from his body, and took out the Melt Sword and Melt Axe from his back. The yellow halo emanating from them seemed to become more solid and conspicuous. Even before the actual fight, fallen King Kong could feel the dangerous aura emanating from Optimus Prime.
What's going on? Why did Optimus Prime suddenly become stronger?
Glancing at the strange Supreme who just appeared, he felt that all this was caused by this guy. But before he could observe for a while, the strange Supreme who pretended to be Starscream and attacked him had already rushed up. The machine guns, cannons, with outstretched arms tilted their ammunition crazily, and the missile launchers on the shoulders fired several missiles in succession. Although these missiles did not directly hit the fallen King Kong, they caused smoke and dust to explode all around. And there were continuous explosions. The explosion that occurred around him severely affected fallen King Kong's perception. Just when the fallen King Kong was on guard, a huge force came from under his feet, and when his whole body was shoveled into the air, he saw the black figure sliding past from below. Although he wanted to scold this strange Supreme for his lack of martial ethics, he didn't have such free time at all. Just as he was rising into the sky, Optimus Prime also came to him, and the molten axe was heading towards the fallen King Kong. Cut off the neck. Trying his best to avoid this axe, the fallen King Kong even displayed a superpower that ordinary King Kong could not master. But the next second, he was engulfed by a thick pillar of fire that appeared out of thin air. The fallen King Kong, who was burned by the blazing flames, fell into a state of confusion. He suspected that the new one was a Supreme, but he did not expect that the other party was such a powerful Supreme. He had never seen a Supreme being able to master this kind of power that was as bright as the sun. What's more, I am still very weak at this time. Can I really win against such an enemy? Fallen King Kong, who had already doubted himself and whose strength had seriously declined, no longer wanted to stay. But he could not get rid of Optimus Prime's entanglement. Even if he finally gets some openings, the despicable guy who is always standing by will release golden energy to knock him down, causing him to fall back into the fight with Optimus Prime. What's even more terrible is that even if he wants to go all out to kill or seriously injure Optimus Prime in front of him and gain a good opportunity to retreat, he will find that even if Optimus Prime shows a slight tendency to be weak, his body will flicker golden light. Then, the Autobot leader will regain his energy and launch an even more ferocious and powerful attack. Fallen King Kong died, pierced through the heart by Optimus Prime's sword. The fallen King Kong who wanted to speak out in the end had just said 2 words when his head was chopped off by Optimus Prime with an axe. And he left this world together with the words he could not say. Then the 2 men joined forces to destroy Hercules, and slaughtered indiscriminately on the battlefield. The fire was restored by the holy light to Optimus Prime, which could perform high power output. Faced with these old, weak, sick, and mass-produced machine tyrants, during Kinhu's time, it was basically a dimensionality reduction attack. By the end of the fight, David was no longer participating in the battle, but was carefully picking and choosing on the battlefield, and called an ambulance to help select suitable Digger members. With David's hard selection and the diligent transportation of the ambulance, David selected 6 mass-produced Decepticon machines. These 6 Decepticons were also part of the 2 ugly versions of Hercules on site. Their bodies have been sent back to Winter Town. After David returns, he will go to the world of Azeroth and use the authority there to mobilize the huge holy light to resurrect these diggers.
To be precise, it's giving new life. Can it really succeed?
Ratchet is very clear about David's plan, but he doesn't know if David can really do that. If successful, wouldn't it mean that David is as important to the Cybertronians as the source of the fire?
I don't know. It won't make any difference if I give it a try.
While he and Ratchet secretly paddled around the battlefield to pick up corpses, Optimus Prime had completed the final harvest, and there were no Decepticons still standing on the battlefield.
How's the battle going?
Because he was more concerned about his own affairs, David had to ask Ironhide to find out the specific battle situation when everything was over. In general, the coalition of Autobots and Earthlings achieved a huge victory, and even the ultimate killer weapon prepared for the Decepticons was not put to use. The facility that was supposedly hiding Megatron's body was actually a huge trap. After the Decepticons successfully entered the building, what awaited them was not Megatron, but a splendid fireworks.
No matter what, it is worth being happy to achieve a big victory.
In today's battle, although a few Decepticons escaped, the vast majority of the Decepticons died in the ambush, especially the large number of mass-produced machines, which were completely destroyed in this battle. In the next few days, the Decepticons should not go around the world causing trouble for humans. As for those Decepticons that David had some doubts about, were those guys deliberately let go by Optimus Prime? After confirming the situation of the Decepticons, the coalition forces also counted the battle losses. Many human soldiers were killed or injured, and David had nothing to do with medical treatment or post-war pensions. However, David specifically pointed to the corpses of the fallen soldiers that were carried away, and whispered to Optimus Prime,
"The more soldiers who die, the worse your image will be in the hearts of mankind."
Optimus Prime looked at these soldiers in silence. He knew what David was referring to. Although in a sense, the Decepticons attacked the Earth for a reason, and they could not be blamed on the Autobots. But it is impossible for most ordinary people to know the details. They only see that humans are inexplicably involved in the Cybertronian war, and they have paid countless lives for it.
I've made my decision.
David nodded without asking what Optimus' decision was. If Optimus Prime wants to lead the Autobots to Winter Town, he will naturally tell him. If he does not mention this matter, then he has made other choices. And then the relationship with him is not particularly big, and the 2 parties will continue to maintain the current relationship. Can
any Autobots hurt? Everyone suffered some injuries, but only RC's injuries were serious.
The Autobots are not the main force in this battle. They are more mobile, cruising, supporting humans appropriately, and helping human soldiers with auxiliary tasks such as transfer. Because of this, although everyone looked a bit tattered, no one was actually killed. Only RC was too weak to withstand blows due to her size, and was seriously injured after taking a few Decepticon SH/LS. But at least the fire was not damaged, and it can always be cured by spending more time.
As long as Tinder is okay. This situation is easy to handle.
David and Ratchet came to RC's side, looking at RC, who had lost many parts and her body was a little broken. David and Ratchet prepared to work together to cure the last remaining female warrior among the Autobots. Just when the ambulance was about to take action, David suddenly reached out and stopped him.
Wait a minute. What's wrong? I suddenly thought of something.
After David stopped the ambulance, he looked at RC, who was still happy, and asked her a question.
Before helping you with treatment, I want to make sure that you still want to maintain the current 3 conditions. The state of your body?
You mean? RC was a little surprised upon hearing David's question.
You can make me return to normal? Yes.
David found that he could indeed restore RC to normal.
Of course. If you don't want to, you can still keep the 3 bodies.
Chapter 170: The Air Force in Wintertown. RC's transformation into a 3-body state resulted from a failed action before coming to Earth. During that operation, RC was captured by the Decepticons and became a prisoner. The Decepticons didn't say they treated prisoners preferentially. They had no mercy on the Autobots, who had been against them for countless years. As a result, RC became a test subject for the Decepticons, who performed various experiments on her, which ultimately led to RC becoming the 3 RC sisters. Although they are said to be 3 sisters, in fact, Claudia and Alita are just clones formed based on RC's memories of their former comrades, who had sacrificed their lives. The 2 newly formed personalities were incomplete, and could not be considered a true Cybertronian. So the 3 bodies formed were still dominated by RC's personality, and shared a strange posture of thinking.
Dividing the body into 3 looks much more flexible, but it is often a disadvantage.
RC was originally an experienced and capable warrior among the Autobots. But after becoming the 3 RC sisters, her own strength was also weakened and split into 3 bodies. Her fire was also divided into 3 parts, which made each of RC's bodies very weak. This has resulted in the current positioning of the 3 RC sisters in the Autobot team being very awkward. They were assigned the responsibility of maintaining a relationship with David in Wintertown, and became the permanent representatives of the Autobots in Wintertown. This is the reason why.
I wish I could go back to the way I was.
RC was very aware of her situation, and she made her decision after a moment's hesitation. This may make her sisters disappear completely, but she understands that the 2 sisters born from her own memories are not the comrades who have fought with her for many years. And even if they return to their original postures, the memories will not disappear. They will just return to where they originally were.
In this case, it's best to get some Cybertronian parts, which will allow you to better restore your original strength.
After RC's treatment plan was decided, no one was in a hurry. While Earth soldiers and Autobots worked together to clean up the battlefield, Ratchet was also looking for suitable parts on the battlefield. During this free time, David used the Holy Light to restore the Autobots. After many Autobots were treated by the Holy Light, their fires returned to normal levels to varying degrees. The abundant energy of the fire also allowed the injuries on the Autobots to recover as new at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the ambulance came back, they found that each of their comrades looked like new guys just leaving the factory.
I heard that you are learning this power called Holy Light.
Ironhide saw the ambulance coming back and immediately greeted the Autobots' medical officer.
Come on, learn it quickly.
Ratchet, who had no idea what was going on, had a question mark on his face. When he turned around and saw David, he realized why everyone had such a reaction.
Even if I learned how to use this energy, it would be difficult to do it to the same extent as David. Even if the effect is less, it is still a very powerful ability.
Optimus Prime encouraged the medical officer and his team. Since the fire energy was greatly restored with the help of David, Optimus Prime thought a little bit. Learn to master this power called Holy Light. If we can learn it, does it mean that Autobots won't have to worry about not having enough to eat in the future? Not only that, the Autobots, who have regained their full combat power, don't have to worry too much about threats from humans. As long as their strength is restored, and they can use the energy shield normally. Most weapons on the Earth can't even take off the paint on their bodies. In this way, Optimus Prime and the others can better guide mankind to upgrade technology and avoid the mistakes that the Cybertronians have made. The future of the Autobots seemed to be getting brighter. Optimus Prime, who had never known which direction to lead the Autobots, suddenly felt relieved for helping the Autobots out of trouble and even providing new hope to David. Optimus Prime was also sincerely grateful. Originally, he thought that if the people on Earth really didn't welcome the Autobots, he would take the Autobots away from the Earth and find a new place to settle. Now he began to seriously think about the feasibility of letting all the Autobots settle in Winter Town. David, who didn't know that Optimus Prime's mind was changing, was currently trying his best to treat RC. RC's 3 bodies were put together. In addition, David also saw some Decepticon body parts specially found by the ambulance, including the body of the Hermit Warrior.
Are you trying to get RC to gain the power of a Hermit Warrior? I just think that the parts on this body are relatively well preserved. Can RC gain the ability of a Hermit Warrior because of this? I don't know. You can give it a try.
Ratchet pulled out various lines and connected all these bodies to RC's body. As David released the powerful holy light, he began to restore RC's own fire, giving it enough energy to stimulate itself. Restores and preferentially absorbs the divided fire and the parts connected to itself. Watching various parts being absorbed and transformed by RC, who was originally fragmented and thin, began to undergo huge changes. However, after expanding for a moment and absorbing all the parts of the Hermit Warrior into her body, RC became ordinary. RC, who was about the same size as the Autobot, suddenly began to shrink again. David, Ratchet, and the surrounding Autobots didn't ask questions because of this change. They were all aware of RC's fire. As long as the fire didn't suddenly go out, there was no need to worry. As the light gradually weakened and dissipated, a brand new RC appeared in front of everyone. The appearance is more pink than before, but compared to the previous mechanical form made of motorcycle parts, RC at this time is closer to the G1 form, and even closer to the appearance of humans on Earth than the G1 RC. His height and shape are similar to those of ordinary people.
How do you feel?
RC looked at her hands, feeling the fire in her body, and also tested her various data, and finally came to a conclusion. Her current state is not much different from when she was at her peak. Even gained some new abilities. After briefly describing their situation, the Autobots expressed their congratulations on RC's recovery.
Moreover, I can now acquire a human form like David.
RC said that she had perfectly acquired the abilities of a Hermit Warrior, and now she can be considered a Hermit Warrior.
In terms of vehicle form, I may need to scan a new vehicle.
The original motorcycle form is no longer suitable for her, and now she needs to scan a normal-sized car. As for body shape, she is different from David. Her body was compressed by Cybertron technology into its current human-sized appearance, and she can transform into a normal-sized car when she transforms.
Speaking of vehicles, I just loaded the flight module for you. Can you use it? Flight module?
RC really didn't notice this. After calling up the data, she realized that she really had a flight module.
Did I transform into an airplane?
She remembered that David had talked about wanting to get some fighter jets to Winter Town, helping him install the flight module. Could it be that he hopes that she will help conduct aerial reconnaissance and ensure the air superiority of Winter Town?
Just give it a try. I'm not sure whether it will work or not.
If it succeeds, David's trip will be really profitable. Car form, fighter form, Cybertron body, a robot dog that can be used as a pet if it can be resurrected, and a digger team that can greatly increase the construction speed of Winter Town if it can be resurrected. In order to ensure that the robot dog and digger team can truly be resurrected by David, he will not leave immediately, but needs to obtain fragments of the fire source. Currently, fragments of the fire source are in official human custody. But in addition to that fragment, the protagonist Sam Witwicky actually has a fragment in his hand. This matter also does not require David to take action personally. Just let Bumblebee help. Just when Bumblebee went to help David get the fragments, he returned to the military base in North America with the Autobots other than Bumblebee and all the soldiers of the Nest Force. Having just experienced a major battle, the Hive troops were given a holiday. The Decepticons had just suffered a heavy blow, and everyone thought that those guys would not cause trouble to the people on Earth in a short time. David and RC selected a new skin together. After testing, RC has confirmed that she can indeed use the flight module, which means she has gained the ability to transform into an airplane. What surprised RC the most was that she not only gained the ability to transform into a plane, but also retained the ability to transform into a car. In other words, RC became a 3-transformation warrior plus a Hermit Warrior, perhaps called a 4-transformation warrior. In comparison, David is not a changeable warrior, because his vehicle form comes from external accessories, and it will take some time to become a true changeable warrior.
Are you really going to change your aircraft form into an F-14 Tomcat?
Epps looked at David. He thought David's current Raptor fighter form should be better?
For Cybertronians, these vehicle forms are just appearances.
Unless higher-level technological products are scanned, and these new technologies can be analyzed and copied. Changes in form will not affect the Cybertronians' combat effectiveness. While David was explaining to Epps why he wanted to change his appearance, RC also completed the scan of the airplane form. She did not choose any fighter in that row, but chose the A-10 ground attack aircraft. Chapter 171 Wake Up the Sleeping Soul Again. RC, who had obtained flight mode, followed David back to Winter Town without continuing to scan for new car forms. After Bumblebee helped bring the fragment of the fire source back to David in Sam's hand, David had no reason to stay in this world. Everything he needs has been obtained, and now he is going to try to resurrect the Digging Tiger team. Or to be more precise, use these mass-produced Decepticons to create a Digging Tiger team that belongs to Winter Town. Because the bodies of the diggers were relatively large, Optimus Prime asked Ironhide and Ratchet to come to Winter Town to help. By the way, he also wanted these two old men to see how David was going to resurrect the Decepticons. If David really has the ability to resurrect Cybertronians, then David's importance to the Autobots will continue to rise to a higher level. Before leaving, David gave Optimus Prime some additional information. First, the leadership module is in Egypt, but how to find it? You may need to put some thought into it. Second, there is a crashed Cybertron spacecraft on the back of the moon. Inside is the former leader of the Autobots. The Autobots. But the Autobots have already cooperated with the Decepticons. Third, there are humans on Earth who are loyal to the Decepticons. And the next threat from humans is not only those politicians, but also these traitors of the Earth. After giving the 3 pieces of information, David left. After receiving his reminder, David was a little curious about whether Optimus Prime could change the outcome of the Autobots being hunted down by various forces on Earth in the future. However, as long as Optimus Prime and the Autobots don't fall out with him, these Cybertronian refugees are already invincible. After returning to Winter Town, the territory that truly belonged to him, David felt much more relaxed. He no longer had to pretend to be a Cybertronian. He was really not good at this kind of thing. Even if he has the ability of a hermit warrior, it is just an additional means of fighting for him, rather than being used for actions such as disguising his identity and infiltrating in disguise.
No matter what, my goal has been achieved.
Looking at the pile of Decepticon corpses piled in the open space on the east side of Winter Town, as well as several partners sizing them up, David took a quick look and found that Laura was not there.
Laura hasn't come back yet? My lord, Miss Crawford has not come back since she went to Mr. Will Turner's hometown.
Elias moved to David's side very competently as soon as he saw David return, and answered David's questions immediately.
Oh, it seems she had a lot of fun at Will's place.
Since she never came back, it proves that she had a lot of fun and was not in danger. If you think about it carefully, in the Caribbean world, there are not many existences that can threaten Laura. It can even be said to be quite few. So there is no need to worry about Laura's safety. What's more, Laura is accompanied by Sylvanus Windrunner. It would be nice if these two don't harm others. Walking forward, David saw Leonard, Sheldon, Howard and Raj in the crowd. These 4 people were carefully studying the pile of Decepticon corpses in front of them. Although they had already met the Transformers, they had also discussed the differences between carbon-based creatures and silicon-based creatures with Ratchet. And Sheldon even seriously inquired about the possibility of transforming carbon-based creatures into silicon-based creatures. But there is a difference between discussing with Transformers and being able to study Transformers. Several scientists now have the idea of researching it carefully, and even have a dispute about it. Such as,
you are just an engineer. How can you possibly understand such a special life form? You are just a theoretical physicist. Do you really know how to conduct real research? Raj, you should be studying the stars, not Transformers. Transformers are the brightest stars in the universe.
Such words kept ringing in everyone's ears. But no one tried to stop the fight. Everyone was used to the quarrels and bickering between these 4 people from time to time. Anyway, no matter how noisy they were, these people would still be the best friends. David did not disturb these people. Instead, he noticed that Jaina on the side was poking here and there with her staff, which made him feel a little speechless.
Mage Proudmoore, Baron Glamorgan,
taking back her staff, Jaina greeted David with a very formal etiquette.
What did you just do?
He didn't think Jaina was just bored and poked her with her staff. After all, this was the student of the Kirin Tor Archmage and the leader of Dalaran, Antonidas, and the best of the young generation in the world of Azeroth.
The mage. I am observing whether these Cybertronians will react to arcane energy. Alright. While the scientists were still arguing about who was qualified to study the corpses of these Decepticons, the female mage had already quietly completed a test. What's the result? No special reaction. Gianna shook her head, and then asked David if he had something to do with her. She has been in Winter Town for a long time, but her relationship with David is very official, which can be seen from the way they greet each other when they meet. I know you've been trying to establish a connection between Brynja and Azeroth, and I was wondering how that went. After Jaina came to Winter Town, apart from asking people for various information, she hid and did research. There is nothing special that needs her to deal with here in Winter Town. She has a lot of time to engage in magic research. The research topics range from how to extract arcane energy relatively freely while being blocked, and can a stable transmission channel be established in the worlds of Brynja and Azeroth? She doesn't expect to be able to teleport freely between the two worlds. She just needs to be able to send some news back to Azeroth. Unfortunately, these two research topics are currently at a stagnant state with no progress. At present, she still cannot mobilize the arcane energy of this world as she wishes, and many magics cannot be cast normally. Although she learned how to safely steal arcane energy from Pierre Newton, she did not have to worry about being unable to replenish the arcane energy stored in her body after it was used up. But many magics cannot be cast, which has a huge impact on her combat effectiveness. In this case, Jaina even began to consider carrying a long sword or a piano pistol for self-defense. In comparison, Sylvanas can replenish the lost arcane energy through the methods taught by Newton, and her combat effectiveness will not be affected. The different situations between the two made Jaina even more annoyed. As a powerful mage, she suddenly became half useless. Jaina, who had never been so frustrated since she was a child, vowed to find out the result. However, there is still a long way to go before success. That's it. Knowing that Jaina's research had made no progress, David knew that he had no way to send a message to Fording. He could only wait for Fording to come, and then Fording would take him to the world of Azeroth. Until then, these Decepticons are here for these people to visit and study. He didn't wait long, and he caught up with Fording and came to Winter Town on the third day. Are these Cybertronians? Looking at the Decepticon corpses piled in the open space outside the town, Fording inquired carefully and found out that these were the corpses of the Autobots' enemies, the Decepticons. David brought these corpses here in order to resurrect them and turn them into a Cybertronian engineering team serving Winter Town. After hearing David's idea, Fording was a little confused. Can this be successful? It should be successful. During the 2 days of waiting for Fording, David took the opportunity to study the fire source fragment, and even absorbed and fused the fragment. He had a better understanding of this magical thing. Although David can't turn ordinary technological products into Cybertronians, like a real source of fire, he can still rekindle a Cybertronian fire and perform some programming. It's just that to do this requires a huge amount of energy, so I need to go to the world of Azeroth. There, he can borrow the authority of Azeroth to mobilize nearly unlimited energy, compared to the current David, with the help of himself who has absorbed the fragments of the fire source, plus these Decepticon corpses. Said the tank engineering team was already waving to him. Okay. After I go say hello to Renault and Sally and ask them if they want to go back and meet old Mograine, I will take you there. Fording glanced at the Decepticon corpses not far away. These Decepticons were very large. Besides, if you want to bring these corpses over, you have to make some arrangements. Right. Ironhide and Ambulance are in town. They'll help. Oh. After Fording nodded, he went to find Renault Mograine and Sally Whitemane, who represented the kingdom of Lordaeron in Winter Town, while David went to find Ratchet and Ironhide. When Fording came back with the two young people, Jaina was also with him. She also wanted to go back to Azeroth. I originally wanted to call Sylvanas, but I heard that she is not in town. Well, she and Laura went to Will's hometown to have some fun. Ha! To be honest, if there weren't a lot of things happening in the kingdom of Lordaeron, I would also want to find a place to relax. Proper relaxation will allow you to devote yourself to your work better. How about I say hello to Leon? Zombies? Fording immediately shook his head and waved his hands. Zombies, ghouls, etc. I have killed enough. That's right. I ignored the situation over there. David looked at Sheldon, who was not far away with a look of reluctance. How about staying with Leonard and the others for a few days? This can be considered. Fording thought that he had not been to Earth yet, so it would be good to live for a while. When I finish this period of time, I will ask Leonard's opinion personally. Leonard and the others will definitely be happy to welcome you.
Chapter 172 Digging Tiger and Robot Dog. If Fording expressed that he wanted to stay with Leonard for a few days, Leonard would probably go crazy with joy, due to the possible overreaction. Fording and David decided that it would be better not to tell Leonard about this before actually deciding to set off. With the efforts of Ironhide, Ratchet, and RC, the 6 Decepticon corpses were transported to the world of Azeroth. Jaina, Renault, Sally and others also returned to a world they were more familiar with. Jaina is going to Dalaran, and then back to Kul Tiras, and then she will come to Fordring, who will lead her to Wintertown. She has made it clear that she will continue to serve as Dalaran's diplomat in Wintertown. Renault and Sally are going to see Old Mograine. David doesn't know whether they will go to Wintertown later. After the 2 young men left, Fording said,
Rio is under too much pressure here. I think it is the right choice to continue to let him stay with you. Aren't you worried that he will be too comfortable staying with me and become a useless person? No. Renault is a very motivated kid.
Renault Mograine's darkening came from his ambition. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the approval from his father. So he turned dark. Now Fording has separated the father and son, allowing Renault to have a relatively loose environment, without having to bear the pressure from his father all the time. He probably won't go on the original path.
Now, I want to see how you plan to resurrect these Cybertronians.
Because he knew that David was going to resurrect these Decepticons, Fording deliberately found an open place before bringing David and several Autobots over. There were soldiers from the Knights of the Silver Hand standing guard around him, so there was no need to worry about anyone suddenly rushing in and affecting David. Fording's arrangement can be said to be quite cautious, but he did not expect that this matter would not put any pressure on David at all, because he is not the main output force. Looking at the mass-produced Decepticon corpses laid out in front of him, David poured holy light into them one by one, rekindling the fires of these Decepticons. While igniting, he could also transform these Decepticons according to his own ideas. Originally, he felt that even if he absorbed and fused the fire source fragments, it would not be an easy task. Result:
this thing is not much different from making up characters in a game.
Looking at the various data about the Decepticon in front of him on the display screen that only he can see, David can easily design the Decepticon's humanoid and vehicle modes, and even leave loyalty to David.
Is such a core procedure. David directly left this program in the fires of 6 Decepticons, and finally fully activated the fires of several Decepticons. So, the Digger team, which has the image of G1, stood in front of David. Shovels, hooks, mixers, sweepers, bulldozers, tractors. The 6 Cybertronians got their own names. Strictly speaking,
these 6 Cybertronians were not resurrected, but given a new life. They were just based on the body parts of 6 mass-produced Decepticons, given by David new Cybertronians born from the spark.
My lord, the shovel hook, mixer, sweeper, bulldozer, drag bucket salutes you.
The new Cybertronian engineering team with the image of the G1 Digger was lined up. The original Decepticon logo on their bodies changed into the wolf head emblem on the side symbolizing the Baron of Glamorgan in Wintertown. 6 tall Cybertronians knelt on one knee in front of David to show their loyalty to David, and then stood up at David's signal. Ratchet and Ironhide nearby witnessed all this, and they also saw that these 6 Cybertronians were not resurrected Decepticons, but new lives that had just been born.
This is the power equivalent to the source of fire.
Ironhide turned his head and looked at Ratchet again, reminding Ratchet again that he must learn this ability as soon as possible. Ratchet suspected that not only Ironhide's data processor was broken, but also the detector was broken. Couldn't this guy see how much huge and terrifying energy David had used just now? Is that something he can do? If he could do such a thing, would Cybertron still be destroyed? He could wipe out all the Decepticons with a wave of his hand. RC noticed another thing. When David resurrected these Decepticons, he seemed to be able to implant certain commands into their minds. Does that mean that when he was rescuing other Autobots, can this be done too? For example, yourself? She had already made sure that David did not add any strange commands to his fire, which seemed to prove that David's character was trustworthy. Why would David do this to these team members named Diggers?
Is it to ensure safety?
After thinking about it, it seems that there is only one reason. After all, the people David wants to resurrect are several Decepticons. It is completely understandable to take some insurance measures for safety reasons. The 3 Autobots each have their own ideas, and David is testing the abilities of these new Diggers. The effect was surprising. although David specially set the abilities of several people when he created. He didn't know whether the actual effect would meet his expectations. For example, the mixer is designed to put various materials into its own mixing bucket, and then obtain the required finished materials, put in a pile of ore, and pour out the formed steel beam directly. That process was very unreasonable and time-saving. David originally thought that even if he set it up this way, he might not be able to perfectly obtain this ability. As a result, after he saw the actual display effect, David was sure that his winter town would be built soon. Not only winter town, but also the power plants and water plants that originally thought they would have to use some simple equipment for a period of time. As long as they have these diggers, they can build a large enough power plant in a few days. And waterworks. The only problem is that the IQs of these diggers are relatively low. Maybe because they were born from the bodies of mass-produced machines, maybe because they were just born. But this does not prevent them from following David's orders to do things. That's enough. There is no downside to this situation in David's case. If we want to talk about the real shortcoming, it is that although this team of diggers is very capable, they have too little information stored in them, which is very detrimental to the open work of the diggers. In other words, if David gives detailed drawings and lets the diggers build it, they can complete the work quickly. But if David only said what kind of building I needed without any details, the efficiency of this digger would not be high. As the leader of the digger team, the shovel has talents in engineering and design, but he also needs enough knowledge to let his talents be used.
This shouldn't be a problem. Cybertronians learn this kind of knowledge very quickly.
RC has been watching the new Cybertronians with David, and she also discovered these new ones. The problem of digging tigers.
Well, when the time comes, just bring some data from the modern social world to the shovel.
Whether it's the Transformers world or Laura's world, this information is not difficult to obtain. I just wonder if I can get some of Cybertron's technical information from Optimus Prime? The digger team was successfully resurrected, and the technical information would be dealt with after returning home. David then took out the body of the robot dog.
Is this Sonic's robot dog?
As one of the main combat forces of the Autobots, Ironhide certainly knew Soundwave's robot dog. Unexpectedly, he was also killed by David, and even the body was snatched away.
Yes. You want to resurrect this robot dog? Of course. I can still be considered a hunter, and I also need a pet that can help me fight.
David answered RC and Ironhide's questions while releasing the holy light to resurrect them. A similar situation occurred again. David could still adjust and redesign the robot dog, but he did not modify it too much. He only changed its one-eyed shape into two eyes, and the body was smoother and softer. So many sharp blades.
Well, let's just call it Robot Dog.
Looking at the big cat-like robot dog in front of him, David had no idea of giving it a new name. Raising his right hand, the robot dog jumped forward and transformed into a bracelet, which he put on his free right wrist. After finishing everything, David briefly said hello to the guy who refused to get out of bed and thanked him. But he only received an unfriendly reply. David, who knew that he had disturbed the other party to sleep, then chatted with Fording for a few more words. He knew that everything was going smoothly in the kingdom of Lordaeron, and the battle to regain the capital of Lordaeron was also progressing steadily. If everything goes well, when Wintertown enters autumn, the capital of Lordaeron will be restored, and then there will be a long process of cleaning up and repairing it.
When the time comes, I might find you to borrow these diggers. If you need anything, just ask.
By the time the royal city of Lordaeron is recovered, various construction works should have been completed in Wintertown. By then, it won't be a big deal to send the diggers to Lordaeron. By the way, earn some foreign exchange. After deciding to continue visiting Winter Village every 3 or 4 days, David said goodbye to Fording and returned to Wintertown with the new diggers, pet robot dogs, and several Autobots. The people who had been waiting in the open space to the east of the town knew that David had succeeded when they saw David returning with the diggers.
It's really a digger.
Leonard and others looked at the familiar green and purple transformers in front of them. They were excited and took out various construction materials that they had prepared. Seeing the excitement of these people, David remembered,
I forgot that these people can also provide a lot of information.
Chapter 173. The Swan family moved to Wintertown. The Digging Tiger's arrival in Wintertown has an immediate impact on the construction speed of Wintertown. In just a few days, the Winter Fortress, which was only vaguely visible at first, has already taken a rough shape. At this rate, the diggers will be able to complete the core part of Wintertown in less than a month. And then carpenters and other craftsmen will decorate the interior. Then David can consider officially moving into this new home. because the speed was so fast that even Van Cleef sighed.
You should have brought the diggers here earlier.
If Van Cleef had known about the abilities of the diggers, he would have even come up with a more ambitious design plan. Anyway, with the cooperation of the diggers, he firmly believed that everyone would be able to live in a new house in the fall.
There's no way to force this kind of thing.
If Wintertown isn't upgraded, David's Goldfinger won't be upgraded. Without upgrading, he wouldn't be able to go to Azeroth. If he didn't go to Azeroth, he wouldn't know that he could actually borrow part of Azeroth's authority to mobilize such a huge amount of holy light. Furthermore, it is impossible to activate the Cybertronian body, let alone have the ability to resurrect or create a digger. These things are connected one after another. He has been moving forward in this direction before he got the help he has now. Looking up at Arcee, who was hovering in the air and then flying away into the distance, David knew that Arcee was on a routine patrol. Ever since Arcee had airplane mode, she had taken on most of the inspection work in Wintertown. But that didn't mean those soldiers could relax. Floyd and Garrett Stanton were not satisfied with the abilities of these soldiers, and would drill these young men hard whenever they had free time. Lord Glamorgan has made it clear that what they want to train is the Winter Knights, not the Winter Infantry or the Winter Militia.
Look at how you look. Where do you look like a knight?
Although the soldiers would complain in private,
I am not a knight in the first place.
However, they did not dare to be lazy during training and kept working hard to complete various trainings, especially when their firearms instructor Jack Clausa would often be drilled by the two knights with them. They felt that they were more capable. There is no reason to relax. Moreover, for these young people, training them as knights also gives them a brighter future in a certain way. What Lord Baron Glamorgan wants is the Knights of Winter. The knights cannot always have only such a small number of people. They will definitely expand in the future. Right? When we expand, someone will get promoted. Right? So if you perform well, you might win a knighthood? The thought that they might get rid of their status as pawns and become noble knights made these young people full of motivation. When David came back from the construction site and observed at the temporary military camp, what he saw was a group of young people plus Clausa, howling and performing various trainings. The amount of training was so huge that even Krause, a special soldier who had regained his physical peak, could not bear it. Fortunately, he learned hunter knowledge from Sylvanas for a while, and Pierre Newton provided a means to extract arcane energy, so his physical fitness was improved by arcane energy. David went to see it specifically. Pierre used a special tool made by alchemy to pour arcane energy into clean water. Then someone who knew how to mobilize arcane energy would use it to pour the arcane energy into the water. Drink water into your stomach. When drinking water, the energy in the water is mobilized and stored by itself. So when drinking water to replenish arcane energy, it cannot be disturbed. At first glance, this method of obtaining arcane energy is similar to David's direct infusion of holy light into a person's body. But in essence, there is still a huge difference. The holy light infused by David, even if the person who is infused lacks talent, the holy light will stay in the other person's body and have certain effects, such as automatically helping the infused person to recover. If a person who uses this method to absorb arcane energy does not have the relevant talents, the arcane energy will not be absorbed and stored after entering the body, but will slowly dissipate and become dissipated again. Ownerless energy. Therefore, even if there is a method of collecting and absorbing arcane energy devised by alchemists, it is still not easy to become a spellcaster. After watching the soldiers training for a while, David also looked at the Knights' training schedule. According to the training plan of Flores and Garrett Stanton, all members of the Winter Knights are still in the first phase of training. That is to say, you must first polish your body and develop your tough will and tolerance to pain through rigorous training. In addition, Lord Glamorgan wants knights, not ordinary soldiers. So the amount of training in this first stage is amazing. Under normal circumstances, it requires the assistance of pharmacists and alchemists. But since they began to learn the holy light, the two knights suddenly discovered, here in Wintertown, even without the help of pharmacists and alchemists, they can safely and boldly train soldiers without worrying about training them badly. Liadrin, the Holy Light Priest, is the greatest guarantee. If the Winter Knights mentioned to Lord Glamorgan at the beginning were just a good wish, now both knights see the real feasibility. The two of them even began to think about whether the Knights of Winter could be trained into a knighthood, where all members could master the Holy Light. When the two of them were talking to Liadrin, they knew that such a powerful knighthood did exist in other places. The man they occasionally saw called Tyrion Fordring was a powerful saint. The knight is also one of the founders of that knighthood, and is currently the commander-in-chief of that knighthood. By the way, The two knights were taught another lesson by Lydron.
The great Lord David Glamorgan is the incarnation of the Holy Light. As knights loyal to Lord Glamorgan, how can we not understand the Holy Light?
Therefore, after the daytime training every day, except for the soldiers who were patrolling at night, Lydron would pull her together to learn the knowledge of the Holy Light. Regardless of whether you can understand it or not, write it down first. Ever since Lydron began to spread the knowledge of the Holy Light to the Knights of Winter, David also knew that his newly formed knights actually tended to develop into a paladin group. He had no problem with that. Even when Renaud Maugraine and Sally Whitemane came to Winter Town again a few days later, they were thrown into the Winter Knights as guest instructors. Renaud Maugraine is an authentic paladin. He has received various relevant teachings since he was a child. He knows best how to cultivate paladins. Sally Whitemane is a powerful priest of the Holy Light who is very clear about the teachings of the Holy Light and can also share Lydron's pressure. With the protection of 2 Holy Light priests and the personal participation of real paladins in teaching, the training schedule of the Winter Knights has doubled again. The last time it was longer was when Clauza became an instructor and added a lot of training in thermal weapons. Now, let's look at the training plan of the Winter Knights. If all is completed, then these knights in Winter Town will become paladins who are proficient in hot and cold weapons, can carry heavy armor on mountains and seas, and also know a lot about driving modern military vehicles. Yes, RC, who was relatively free, eventually joined in and taught these pre-riders how to drive cars, motorcycles, and airplanes. In order to facilitate teaching, RC and Ratchet returned to the Transformers world and helped transport several vehicles, including 3 Humvee armored vehicles, 5 motorcycles, a Black Hawk helicopter, and a Harrier fighter jet. Looking at this pile of military vehicles, not only David was confused, but the entire Winter Knights recruits were also confused. They felt that they would not be able to get rid of their status as recruits in less than 3 to 5 years. Just when David was watching the progress at the construction site changing day by day, the training schedule of the Winter Knights was getting longer and longer, and it seemed that there was no end date in sight. Lara Croft and Sylvanas are finally back. To David's surprise, Laura and Sylvanas did not come back alone. They even brought Elizabeth Swann with them, and asked David if they could bring more people to settle in Winter Town?
Of course. What happened?
While Laura was explaining the situation to David, Will had already begun to help Elizabeth with the relocation work. As a result, David soon met Elizabeth's father, Governor Weatherby Swann. Governor Weatherby did not come here by himself. There were many people accompanying him. Judging from the attire of these people, they seemed to be Governor Weatherby's servants, etc.
Elizabeth and her father are in some trouble.
With Laura's rapid narration, David quickly figured out what was going on. Laura and Sylvanas went to the Caribbean world to play, and Elizabeth Swann, as the host, took the initiative to assume the responsibility of a tour guide. In addition, this woman had a heart full of adventure. So the 3 women directly built a boat, grabbed a group of sailors, and went to sea. During this period, some interesting things happened, and some angry things happened, such as Lord Beckett, who ran from the British mainland to Port Royal, and claimed that the Swann family was colluding with pirates. Laura, who knew the subsequent plot, still remembered that Governor Weatherby was killed by Lord Beckett. She got along well with Elizabeth, and did not want to watch Elizabeth lose her father. So she persuaded Elizabeth to take her father away from Port Royal, in the land of right and wrong, go to settle in Winter Town. Of course, Elizabeth agreed with this suggestion with both hands and feet. She had long looked down on the backward, ignorant, and dirty Port Royal. So, the Swann family moved to Winter Town. Chapter 174. The new home is finally built. Although the modernization construction has just begun in Winter Town, but as the first blacksmith in Winter Town, Will had access to a lot of first-hand information and equipment. Through long-term tutoring, he already knew that most of his friends in Winter Town came from people older than him. Advanced world. Even Tyrion Forge Ring, who looks like he comes from ancient times. The technology on Azeroth is very advanced. After learning a lot of knowledge and living in the clean and tidy Winter Town for so long, he became increasingly reluctant to return to Port Royal. Elizabeth was in a similar situation, especially after learning that David planned to build Winter Town into a city with various advanced infrastructure facilities. She considered asking her father to move to Winter Town more than once. Anyway, it is impossible to work as a governor for a lifetime. When he leaves office, he will bring all his family assets to Winter Town, and it will be over. The only thing that went beyond her plan was that her father's resignation came a little early. and the way he resigned seemed a bit embarrassing.
Nice to meet you, Lord Glamorgan.
Weatherby Swan has been the governor for many years, and has experienced many years of experience in officialdom. Although he encountered unexpected changes, and was led by his daughter, he inexplicably came to a strange place. However, he did not show any panic or confusion. Instead, he carefully arranged his clothes, and made sure that he was not rude in any way before he greeted David respectfully.
Welcome, Mr. Weatherby Swan.
The arrival of Weatherby Swan has added another group of people to Wintertown. But these people basically serve the Swan family, and may later serve the Swan and Turner families. What surprised David was that in addition to Weatherby Swan, who came to Wintertown with a group of servants, another person also appeared in this escape team. James Norrington. The Commodore of Port Royal was originally a law-abiding general who hated pirates, but he was inexplicably accused of colluding with pirates. Beckett wanted to seize various powers in Port Royal. As the military commander of Port Royal, Norrington is naturally on his target list. It is for this reason that when Elizabeth asked Laura and Sylvanus for help in launching a counterattack against Lord Beckett, Norrington also joined in, which basically blocked the possibility of him continuing to serve the Royal Navy. Norrington, who had nowhere to go, was invited by Governor Weatherby Swan, who admired him very much. They came together to what Elizabeth described as a magical place where we can start a new life and be absolutely no need to worry about retaliation from the UK. Wintertown. Although Norrington once pursued Elizabeth, he and Will were considered love rivals. But when he realized that Elizabeth didn't like him, and that Will also loved Elizabeth, he simply chose to quit, and sent his blessings to the two of them. His gentlemanly demeanor also aroused Will's favor, so Will also welcomed Norrington to Wintertown, and even solemnly recommended the former British Royal Navy Commodore to David.
Although Wintertown doesn't have a navy, or even a fishing boat now, I believe James will help you in the future.
Will glanced at the vast river not far away. The Winter River has a huge water flow. The river will be used by David sooner or later. When the time comes, a former naval general with rich experience will definitely play a big role.
Wintertown will not always be without a navy.
After personally welcoming Weatherby Swan and James Norrington, it is now up to Elizabeth and Will to arrange the arrangements for these people. David was pulled aside by Laura. When he was surrounded by his own people, he suddenly took something out of his storage bracelet.
Take a look. What is this? What is this?
David looked at the thing in Laura's hand. It seemed like a stick? Maybe some kind of weapon.
Some kind of ancient weapon with special significance? This is Poseidon's trident.
David suddenly remembered that the Caribbean world did have the trident of Poseidon, the king of the sea. It was quite unique. The trident in my memory doesn't look like this.
Right. Is this the trident?
David pointed to the end raised by Laura.
Where's the fork? We encountered an accident and it broke.
Laura didn't feel anything was wrong at all, looking back on the several adventures Laura had experienced. Although she succeeded in obtaining the target every time, these things were always destroyed due to various things. And in the end everything was left behind. These are some souvenirs. Compared with the previous times, she felt that it was a great improvement to be able to bring the trident back relatively intact this time.
Besides, it doesn't matter whether it has a fork or not. I just want to know what kind of power this thing has. Aren't you curious?
I'm indeed quite curious. The trident of Poseidon, the king of the sea, is a serious artifact. Although it looks a bit ugly, like a broken piece of wood that is about to rot, it should contain some kind of powerful, mysterious power. Right? Maybe after successfully stimulating that mysterious power, the trident suddenly glowed and showed its true handsome appearance? Thinking of this, I became less repelled by the ugly stick in front of me. I turned it over and over in my hand, and even used the holy light to test it. But there was no reaction at all.
I tried it a long time ago. And not only does it not react to the holy light, it also doesn't react to arcane energy.
David looked at Laura, and secretly sighed that Laura's courage was really boundless. She dared to try anything. So she wasn't afraid of provoking Poseidon? You must know that those guys in Greek mythology are not serious things. As if she had seen through David's inner complaints, Laura directly replied,
If Poseidon really appears, I will run back to Wintertown immediately.
With a recall skill that can be used at any time, she really doesn't have to worry about provoking any powerful enemies. Later, Laura asked about David's situation.
I thought you would stay in that world for a long time. But you actually came back before me. Things are simpler over there.
Things in the Transformers world are not complicated to begin with. And David also relies on the power of the Autobots and human officials to achieve his goals. It would be troublesome if he was left to work on his own. Not only do you have to run around the world, you also have to deal with several forces. Either one is dissatisfied or the other is causing trouble. For example, Laura wants to enjoy the adventure process and find and get the trident herself. Then, let alone other things, it will take a lot of time just to travel on the sea. But one of them went to do business, the other went to have fun and relax. This essential difference led to the different styles of the two people. While talking about their respective harvests, he took Laura to see the digging tigers. Seeing these huge Cybertronian engineers constructing various buildings at a very fast speed. The Winter Fortress, which was originally thought to be completed in the autumn, seems to be ready for occupancy before autumn.
At this rate, you should be thinking about what furniture you need to buy. By the way, take RC to your place when you have time. How? RC wants to scan a supercar to make her own car form. After much thought, I think you are the only one who can meet her request.
Unlike David, who chose American muscle cars, RC prefers European supercars. As for whether supercars can't really run in the land of Brenia, RC doesn't care at all. With the development of Winter Town, sooner or later there will be a suitable path.
I have a few sports cars at home, but I don't care much about this kind of thing. So I only have a few cars at home. How many do you want me to help buy?
David's original idea was to let Laura take RC to a car show or some other place to get scanned. But he didn't expect that Laura would just buy a few cars. And her tone was similar to going downstairs to buy 2 bottles of beer.
You can do whatever you want with this.
Laura was indeed casual. After returning to Winter Town to rest for a day, she took RC to her own world the next day, and soon returned after scanning the new car form. David looked at RC in front of him. He wasn't surprised that RC chose a McLaren P1 as his car image. And he wasn't surprised that RC also scanned a human image. What surprised him was the image itself.
Did you copy this image from the movie Casablanca? It's the data provided by Laura.
RC looked at herself. She was quite satisfied with her current human appearance.
Is there any problem? No problem. If you find it strange, I can also change into other forms.
RC found the abilities of the Hermit Warrior very interesting, especially the ability to constantly change her appearance. David deeply agrees with this. But what he likes to toss is the mechanical image.
It would be great if multiple image data templates could be retained, so that when deforming, you can change it into whatever you want.
In addition to patrolling every day, RC taught the soldiers how to drive vehicles and aircraft, and also studied her own transformation ability. David also began a stable but boring daily practice life. The Swan family begins to gradually adapt to life in Winter Town. Time passed day by day, when the soldiers of the Knights of Winter were trained by several instructors to the point where life was worse than death. As the hottest days of midsummer passed, the diggers finally completed the construction of all the infrastructure of Winter Town and the palace that would become the new residence of David and his family. Looking at the building in front of him, that was the same as that famous house, except for the color of the walls. David began to have trouble. Almost all the friends gathered around at this time and looked at David. Laura represented everyone and asked the question.
I'm afraid the name Winter Fortress is inappropriate. I have to think of a name for my new home.
What's the name?
Chapter 175, Fort Glamorgan on the Northern Plains.
Fort Glamorgan? Winter Palace? Winter Fort?
David named a few names, but got no response. Everyone had similar expressions, and seemed to think these names were relatively average.
Let's paint the whole building white,
Howard suggested jokingly, and received some responses. Some people felt that since the appearance has been copied, it would be a good choice to keep the name. But David still felt that this name was not good, and always felt that it would attract cancer administrators sent by the Space and Time Administration.
How about calling it Wolf Castle?
Laura thought for a while and put forward her own suggestion.
Didn't you choose a giant wolf as the main element of the family emblem? It seems okay.
David thought the name Wolfsburg was okay, but he felt like he had heard it somewhere before.
But the name is so familiar. There is a football club with this name.
Laura thought about it carefully, thinking that maybe it was for this reason that it seemed familiar to David. Right. But after David thought about it, he felt that it was not the reason. It was not until he turned around and looked at the vast green grassland around him that he finally realized something. He suspected that if he named his residence Wolf's Castle, he would never be able to eat mutton in his life.
Just call it Castle Glamorgan.
Naming regions and residences after the Lord's surname is not a strange thing, and it will not cause any controversy or complaints. But what David didn't expect was that everyone still felt that the nickname Wolfsburg was easier to remember, and they preferred to call the new building by this name. Glamorgan Castle, known as Wolf's Castle, is a large house that looks like 3 floors on the outside, but actually has 6 floors inside, including underground. Although the design refers to that famous building, the internal structure is not completely copied, and the specific layout is still different. The above ground floors are the main activity areas. The first floor is mainly the reception hall, banquet hall, ballroom, as well as some offices for the staff and servants of Glamorgan Castle, lounge, kitchen, small library, map room, etc. The second floor is the bedroom and office of Lord David, a small reception room, study, etc. The office rooms are located on the south side of the building, and the private living rooms are located on the north side. The third floor is a space for the Lord to have fun and relax, such as a gym and a game room. There are also many empty rooms that have no specific functions. David can decide the functions of these rooms based on his own preferences and needs in the future. The underground floor is currently mainly a warehouse, where food materials and some weapons and equipment will be stored. The space on the second underground floor is not large and mainly contains separate water supply, power supply, and other equipment. In fact, there are secret passages leading to the outside, and special passages lead directly to some special compartments on each floor, making it easier for the Lord to evacuate when necessary. The fourth floor on the ground is not a complete floor, but a semi-open structure. David can walk from the fourth floor to the roof, which is broad enough to enjoy the breeze, look at the scenery, or hold some open-air activities. Theoretically, there are rooms for guards and servants on each floor, but David feels that he doesn't need to arrange so many guards. In addition, after the construction of Fort Glamorgan, a high wall will be built around it. In addition to surrounding Fort Glamorgan, the Wintertown Municipal Building and a tower will be built on the southwest and east sides of Fort Glamorgan respectively. Military Camp. A large open space will be left on the north side of Glamorgan Castle as Lord Glamorgan's private garden, where various facilities including fountains, gardens, lawns, and other facilities will be built. In addition, tall enough trees will be planted on the inside of the fence to cover the fence, so that when you stay in the garden and look around, you will feel that you are surrounded by green trees instead of a high wall. When all the buildings are completed, Fort Glamorgan, the municipal building, the military barracks, and the high walls will form the actual winter fortress, and the outer wall of the winter fortress will have a total of 4 gates. The east gate is the daily exit of the military camp, which facilitates the entry and exit of soldiers and officers responsible for the garrison. The north gate and the west gate are the Lord's private gates. Friends or the Lord going out on their own can enter and exit through these 2 gates. Sentries will be built at these 2 gates and some soldiers will be stationed. The south gate is the main entrance of Winter Fortress. Entering from here is equivalent to entering the heart of Winter Town. If someone comes in from the south gate, then the left side of that person will be the municipal center of Winter Town. From now on, the city center of Winter Town will be managers will work here. On the front is the Lord's Fort Glamorgan, and on the right is the military camp responsible for guarding the entire fortress. After taking a rough look at the situation, David decided to build another building in the northwest of Fort Glamorgan to serve as a garage and his own private practice venue. Whether it is shooting, fighting, cold weapons, or alchemy, he needs a place where he can practice. At the same time, it is close to the design of Glamorgan Castle, and it is also convenient to directly build a corridor to connect the 2 buildings. These things are easy to handle. After recording all David's requirements in a notebook, Van Cleef prepared to come up with a complete design plan when he went back. When David felt that there was no problem, he handed it over to the shovel. The diggers would definitely use it as quickly as possible. Complete construction of several buildings around Fort Glamorgan. From now on, the entire Winter Town, or Winter City, will be built with Winter Fortress as the core and develop and expand to the surrounding areas. According to the current plan, a wide enough road will be paved around the Winter Fortress, with the Winter Fortress as the center. 4 main roads will extend in 4 directions, becoming the main roads that determine the Winter City's transportation network. According to David's idea, these main roads will extend to the bank of the Winter River in the west to prepare for the future construction of the Winter Wharf. The north will go deep into the Winter Forest for a short distance, connecting to factories such as power plants and water plants. The east and south sides need to be built all the way to the location of the sentry and warning signs. And even an additional road needs to be built all the way to the outside of Schwanhan Town in the northeast. This is not to show how powerful the infrastructure of Winter Town is now, but simply to facilitate soldiers to patrol in distant places. With the increase of various modern vehicles,
The soldiers in Winter Town have initially mastered the driving of modern vehicles. It has become the norm for soldiers to patrol the border on motorcycles, or even Humvees. Only fighter piloting has relatively high requirements on the cultural knowledge of soldiers, and no one has fully learned it yet. Building a good enough road will also make it easier for soldiers to travel back and forth faster. After explaining the next construction plan to Van Cleef and the diggers, David was still wandering around with some friends. Finally, I looked at the wooden houses not far away. Everyone knew that these wooden houses would not last much longer. When the winter fortress was completely completed, these wooden houses would be demolished.
Why not keep it? Because these wooden houses are located in such an important place in the center of Winter Town.
Many better and more important buildings must be built.
Laura reached out and gently touched the outer wall of her wooden house. Answering Sylvana C's question,
if David's plan is followed, this should be the south gate square of Winter Fortress.
Although these wooden houses were not very comfortable, the space was very small, and the overall structure was very rough. She felt that she would think of this wooden house often in the future. In comparison, David's thoughts are much simpler. Although he is full of memories of this wooden house, he will not be overly nostalgic. Instead, he will be happy that he can go further. However, he knew that his ideas could not represent everyone. So he mentioned to Laura,
if you want, I can let the digger move the whole wooden house to the back garden of the new home.
The back garden of Fort Glamorgan has enough space that a wooden house is nothing. However, Laura shook her head and refused. She would miss and reminisce, but she would not insist on keeping everything with her.
Just let them complete their mission. That is a good ending. Forget it. Where do you think Jonah's hotel should be built?
The friends in Winter Town will all have their own houses in the future. In fact, these people have more or less chosen the location of their new homes. Basically, the choice revolves around the Winter Fortress, but the directions are different. And you can choose any location. For example, Will Turner, in addition to being a blacksmith, is also a large landowner. In addition, he once lived in Port Royal, so he hopes that his new home will be closer to the farmland area and the Winter River. Leonard and others wanted to have a relatively quiet place to build a residence with a laboratory, so they wanted to build their new home in the north or northwest. Lydron hopes to build a Church of the Holy Light. She is interested in the area east of Winter Town, not far from the Winter Forest, and facing the entire northern plains. If someone enters Winter Town, it will be easy to notice her church. Everyone has different ideas and needs, and Laura can help with ideas for Jonah.
How about building a winter hotel right next to the Winter Fortress?
It provides meals and accommodation, and can even be used as a designated residence for Winter Town to receive foreign guests. As long as Winter Town does not collapse, Jonah will not have to worry about his shop losing business.
That's not a bad idea.
By building the hotel to the east of Winter Fortress, everyone who comes to Winter Town can see this hotel, and it is next to the military camp guarding Winter Fortress. So safety is guaranteed. Even these soldiers and people working in the Winter Fortress will become a stable source of customers.
However, in this case, my Glamorgan Castle will have to hire a new chef. I'm afraid you need to hire not only a chef, but also a housekeeper.
Laura knows this knowledge very well.
Otherwise, how about letting Eva help you handle these daily chores?
Chapter 176, The Turbulent Northern Plains. Eva didn't mind. She wished she could get more work for herself. However, David knew in his heart that as Winter Town grew bigger and bigger, Eva, as his assistant officer, would have to deal with more and more intelligence information, and she might not have the extra energy to deal with trivial matters.
Until then, you can let Elias work part-time.
Anyway, Elias Parker, the etiquette officer, currently works as a housekeeper and a servant. In the future, as the population increases and some servants are recruited, Elias will only need to work part-time as a housekeeper. In comparison, qualified chefs are harder to find, so you may have to choose a suitable target from other worlds. This goal must be someone who has no worries in the original world, is willing to settle in Winter Town, and has no ambitions. After thinking about it for a while, David realized that it would be difficult to find the right person, and he might just have to leave it to chance.
Or, let Jonah help train some chefs. Do you want Jonah to open a chef school? That's pretty good.
Let's call the school NUIST. If Van Cleef can develop some intelligence personnel from it, maybe it can become the Winter Empire's main source of intelligence. However, until professional intelligence personnel are trained, Winter Town can only rely on the simplest and most direct way to obtain surrounding intelligence information, patrolling the surrounding areas. As time goes by and autumn approaches, an ominous atmosphere begins to fill the northern plains. Many villages are filled with low pressure, and various conflicts have accumulated to a certain extent, and they lack a trigger to detonate these troubles. The way David learned this information was not only that soldiers and RC were able to find more and more people who wanted to invade the borders of Winter Town during their daily inspections, but also that people from other villages began to come to Winter Town. Some farmers, who were relatively old and had accumulated some experience, realized that something was wrong after seeing that the harvest was getting worse and worse, and after they estimated the approximate harvest yield of the crops. Many people began to flee. Most of them chose to flee the northern plains. Only a small number, that is, farmers who were too far away from Iron Tree Fort but relatively close to Winter Town, came to David with the idea of trying their luck. Although in the eyes of these farmers, the northern plains are not as good as advertised. But since Winter Town has existed here for more than 3 years, there should be a relatively stable way to obtain food. Right? They didn't know whether their guess was correct, but they were sure that they would never survive this winter if they continued to stay in their original village. After some farmers fled to Winter Town from other villages, David and RC increased their detection distance and flew to farther places several times. Although we did not directly see the scene of the conflict, some villages showed obvious signs of being attacked. Among them, Taishui Village, located south of Lindong Town, is the most serious. Iron Water Village is a village named after the river that flows out of the Iron Tree Forest. This village is located directly south of Cold Winter Town, some distance away from the original pioneer camp that was destroyed by the elves. The village chief of Amamantis, who founded the village, felt that if he kept a sufficient distance from the Iron Tree Forest, he would not attract attacks from the elves. The fact gave the village chief a big blow. The elves in the Iron Tree Forest built a temporary camp directly on the site of the original pioneer camp, facing the Iron Shui village far away. Throughout the year, conflicts between the two sides broke out from time to time. With the help of several noble forces, Taishui village was established. The village chief of Taishui village, Amamandes, was relieved at first. He was just waiting for the farmland to be reclaimed. With stable crops, Taishui village slowly developed and grew. As for Winter Town in the north, let the unlucky Baron Glamorgan be proud for a while. Unexpectedly, although the farmland was reclaimed and potatoes were successfully harvested in the first round of planting, the yield did not seem to be as high as originally advertised. That doesn't matter. It's not strange for it to be exaggerated during publicity. Moreover, wasn't it said long ago that the land in the northern plains is barren? The low yield is acceptable. At least the planting cycle of this new crop is indeed very short. Based on this time, at least 3 harvests can be achieved in a year. But when the second crop of potatoes yielded fewer potatoes, Amamantis began to realize something was wrong. At this time, the old farmers who followed him to open up wasteland and build new villages had already speculated that the harvest of the third round of planting would be worse.
Isn't it said that this kind of crop is very high yielding? Isn't that the bullshit Baron Glamorgan who became a nobleman with this thing? And also has a Winter Town as his territory?
Amamantis couldn't understand how David Glamorgan could get enough food stably, even though they were all potatoes.
Sir, could it be because there are very few people in Winter Town?
In fact, the nobles of Iron Tree Castle do not know the specific situation of Winter Town, and their information is still based on the information Maloney Mansfield brought back. According to that information, the population of Winter Town is quite sparse, with only a few residents. As for how David later obtained the establishment of Winter Town from the royal capital, no one in Iron Tree Castle knew very well. However, they speculated that Baron David Glamorgan, who obtained the establishment of Winter Town, should have recruited people to increase the population in the territory. However, no one knows the specific number. Based on estimates, it is speculated that the number should not be too much. In addition, throughout the year, the surrounding villages and towns have tacitly intercepted civilians who wanted to go to Winter Town. They felt that the population of Winter Town must be very small. Without a sufficient population, even if Winter Town is called a town, no one takes it seriously. In the eyes of these people, it is still a remote village.
If there are not many people, do you think we can get enough food from the Baron of Glamorgan? This Winter Town is the territory of His Majesty the King. Of course I know. So we are going to borrow some food from the respected Lord Baron Glamorgan to get through the current predicament.
Although Amamantis said he was borrowing it, everyone around him understood what he meant. While the village chief of Amamantis was studying how to borrow grain and other supplies on a friendly basis with Baron Glamorgan,
The farmers in his village were also having a headache on how to spend this winter. Farmers from Taishubo, who came from afar and wanted to go to Winter Town but were detained in Taishui village, learned about how harsh and cold the winter on the northern plains is, and their current food reserves are definitely not enough to sustain them through the long winter. When these non-local farmers learned about the problems they were about to face, they began to regret their original choices. They never imagined that the farmland they had traveled through mountains and rivers and worked hard to obtain would not only make it impossible for them to live a good life, but would even put a question mark on whether they could survive.
If this place is really that bad, how was Winter Town established? Who knows? Maybe like the village chief said, His Majesty the King actually gave the Baron enough supplies. Why did His Majesty the King do this? Perhaps Lord Glamorgan is actually His Majesty's illegitimate son. You don't want your life? You actually arranged for His Majesty the Kingdom? What are you afraid of? I am not living in Winter Town under the rule of His Majesty the King or that Baron.
The topic of discussion gradually shifted from survival to gossip. But there were also some sober-minded people who were considering their own way out.
Then, there should be enough food in Winter Town. It should be so.
The speaker looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. So he whispered his plan.
If the situation is not right in winter, I will run to Winter Town. What's the use of running here in the winter? Is it possible that the Lord Baron Glamorgan will be so kind as to give you food and shelter to help you survive the winter? I met 2 friends on the way here before. They didn't stop in any village, but insisted on going to Winter Town. If I can't survive the winter, I will join them.
At this point, the man sighed helplessly, his tone.
In the worst case, I'll work as a contract farmer for them. Let's survive first.
Although they spoke in a low voice, the people around them heard it more or less. Among these people were farmers who knew those 2 people. They all regretted their decision in their hearts. It would have been better if they had firmly gone to Winter Town. Some regret it, and some don't. They feel that even if they go to Winter Town, their situation will not be much better than now. They are all on the northern plains. They are all on this barren land. And they are all growing potatoes. I'm afraid everyone's situation is similar. Similar conversations and thoughts occurred not only in Taishui village, but in almost all villages and towns on the northern plains. Even in Shuanghan town, some people had similar thoughts at this time. If you can't survive, can you go to Winter Town? As Sean Forrester, who had real contact with Winter Town, he also began to think seriously. Should he borrow some food from Baron Glamorgan? However, he was still wary of attacking His Majesty the King's territory in the end, and decided to attack the villages in the southeast first.
First kill these idiots who don't know how to behave. They dare to run wild in front of our Forrester family. They don't know how to live or die.
The road to the west of Shuanghan town is blocked by Winter Town. To the north is a worse and more severe area. Shuanghan town can only develop in 2 directions, the southeast. As a result, a village blocked the only direction of development, which made Sheen Forrester extremely angry and prepared to let these idiots get out of the northern plains. While the entire northern plain was undercurrent and various conflicts could break out at any time, David and Laura visited the fully built Glamorgan Castle and discussed what kind of furniture should be purchased for each room. Chapter 177: The First War in Winter Town. When Laura began to purchase large quantities of high-end carpets, mattresses, and beddings, Winter Town continued to develop at a high speed. As the winter fortress with Fort Glamorgan as its core begins to take shape, the transportation planning plan within Winter Town has also been formally established. 4 main roads extending in different directions will finally meet at the Winter Fortress meeting point. Different from the original plan formulated by David, the intersection of the main roads in the west, east and south directions was set at the square in front of the south gate of Winter Fortress. This is because the south gate of Winter Fortress is the only main entrance to the city center and Fort Glamorgan. 3 main roads converge here, making it easier for people coming to Winter Town to find the correct gate.
When these roads are planned, we can start building the craftsmen's own houses.
David looked at the drawings in front of him and chatted with Van Cleef about the next construction plan.
Everyone has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Right.
Van Cleef showed a heartfelt smile. This was the first time David had seen such a smile on the face of the former stonemason union leader and founder of the Defias Brotherhood since arriving in Winter Town. It was a relaxed smile of relief. It seemed that he had been waiting for this day for a long time.
Everyone will be very happy when they hear this news.
During this year, the craftsmen have always maintained a high intensity of work. Although they have no worries about food and clothing here in Winter Town, they can also decide relatively freely where to live. If you don't want to live in a big wooden house together, You could also build it yourself. A small house, where you live alone with your wife, children, or close friends. But there was never any wages. Everyone worked so hard solely because of the beautiful future promised by David before. If this situation continues for a long time, there will inevitably be no problems. Fortunately, David previously allocated fields to the craftsmen. These united craftsmen did not choose to take leave to cultivate farmland individually. Instead, Van Cleef allocated manpower to be responsible for cultivating farmland. In order to maximize the interests of the craftsmen, Van Cleef mobilized almost everyone in the team who knew agricultural knowledge to open up farmland. Even some women who were family members picked up farm tools and went into battle. The results are gratifying. Although the current Lord of Wintertown, Baron Glamorgan, did not provide everyone with wages, the Lord allocated fields to everyone, according to the work efficiency of the reclamation team. When Wintertown is completed, each of them will be allocated a large amount of land. Even if they do not know how to farm, they can still hire farmers to help them farm and become small landowners with peace of mind. Now, the new home built for the Lord has been completed, followed by the municipal building and some public facilities in Wintertown, and then everyone's own residence. According to the current standards of Wintertown, their new home will no longer be the simple wooden house before, but a more solid mixed structure. Wood, masonry, concrete, and steel bars will all be used. Judging from the design drawings, these houses not only look beautiful, but are also extremely practical. In addition, every house will have water, electricity, and heating, so it will be very comfortable to live in. When it comes to choosing the type of house, almost everyone chooses a 2-story or 3-story building design, while some people want a street-facing shop plus housing design. It won't be long before these small buildings will become the most important building complex in Wintertown.
According to the plan, the first housing units were concentrated around farmland areas and in residential areas to the southeast of the fortress.
David's idea is that the farmland areas in the southwest and southeast are the main residential areas. Although the plan is this, the residential area cannot be all residential. There will definitely be shops, restaurants, etc., and there will also be various shops in the farm area, especially those selling various agricultural supplies. So this plan is just a simple and rough distribution. When everyone has to divide their houses like now, they know where to build their houses. Most of the craftsmen chose their new homes in the southeastern residential area, relatively close to the two main roads in the east and south. A small number of people chose the agricultural area, perhaps because they wanted to be closer to their own fields. Many of these people have already negotiated with several partners to cultivate the farmland of several people together. One of them will be responsible for management, while the others will do other work.
After everyone has a house, Wintertown will end the centralized management state.
David did not deliberately conceal the news, and even deliberately release some information. Eva, Jonah, and Van Cleef all contributed to this matter and helped David receive a lot of feedback. Although farmers and craftsmen in the town are not too dissatisfied with the current unified management model, they do look forward to ending the current situation as soon as possible. When they heard the news, everyone looked forward to it, and no one expressed any concern.
Have your craftsmen made plans for the next step? Some people want to be farmers with peace of mind, and some want to continue to be craftsmen.
Although Lindong Town has completed an infrastructure construction, everyone feels that with the strength of Lindong Town, it will continue to develop in the future. There will be many people coming to settle here, and as craftsmen, they will certainly not be short of work.
Let's do this. When the basic construction work in Wintertown is completed, I will hire craftsmen to build some facilities. Please count how many people are willing to take this job. Sir, what kind of building do you want to continue building? A city wall?
Van Cleef felt that perhaps the diggers would be more suitable for the job of building a city wall. Some craftsmen want to become comfortable small landowners, but they feel that with the help of diggers, craftsmen may not have too many jobs to take on in the future. But David wouldn't think so. The diggers are indeed powerful, but David needs them to build relatively large buildings such as power plants and water plants. For ordinary houses, shops, etc., diggers are at most responsible for providing building materials and digging foundations. For specific construction work, craftsmen are more suitable, especially the internal details, which are more convenient for human craftsmen to do.
No, it's to build hotels, churches, and more residential buildings.
David pointed at the residential area he planned. There was a reason why he designated this area as a residential area.
I plan to continue to build more ordinary residences here. All kinds of houses can be built, and even basic furniture must be prepared. Sir, are you building so many houses to provide for the people who will come to Wintertown later?
There are currently not that many people in Wintertown. David built so many residences in preparation for absorbing more people. And Van Cleef also has an understanding of the general situation on the northern plains. Not long ago, his daughter Vanessa Van Cleef was recommended to David by himself, and she followed orders to go to several surrounding villages to inquire about information.
It is prepared for the new civilians, but it will not be provided for free.
David did hope to absorb more people, but he was not prepared to give too many benefits to the newcomers. Now people in Wintertown can divide their fields and houses, but those who come later will not have this benefit. They did not contribute to the construction of Wintertown, so they were naturally not qualified to take advantage of David. Although these houses have been built, the new residents cannot live in them for free. They have to pay for them.
Either you directly spend money to buy a house as your new home, or you can find a job in Wintertown and pay rent to rent a house.
Of course, David also considered some practical situations. That is, many people who came to seek refuge with him might not be able to live happily anymore if they were left penniless. Therefore, the benevolent Lord Glamorgan will not just watch these precious people being wasted. As a lord, he will provide loans to these newcomers so that they have the basic guarantee to live in Wintertown. This loan is not only money and food, but also includes renting houses at low prices, providing farm tools, seeds, etc. New farmers can use these things to cultivate land, and then repay the loan in installments until it is paid off. As David spoke, he jumped from urban planning to the issue of reception of future new residents. Van Cleef twitched his lips speechlessly, and finally made a suggestion.
Sir, I think you need to form a suitable team. Help you deal with various internal affairs in Wintertown.
David, who realized that he had gone astray, nodded slightly awkwardly. He also realized this problem. He had already decided on his choice. Elizabeth's father, Mr. Weatherby Swan, was an excellent choice. Weatherby Swan managed Port Royal well. As an internal affairs officer, he was quite good. Hiring him as his own administrative officer was the most reliable choice at the moment. Just when he was thinking about talking to Weatherby Swan, Gareth Stanton suddenly came to see him with 2 soldiers. And R.C. was with him.
What happened? Sir, just now, Chief Amamandes of Tai Shui village led 20 soldiers to invade the southern border of Wintertown.
Then, David heard the tone of Gareth's report and knew that the matter had been resolved. He was now reporting the specific situation to himself, rather than asking for instructions.
Our soldiers who went to patrol the southern post issued a warning, but the village chief of Amamantis ignored it. In accordance with your previous instructions, the soldiers called for air support.
Oh, David understood why RC also came together. RC is Wintertown's air support. If RC is not here and goes to other worlds, he will take care of this work himself.
I rushed over immediately after receiving the communication and found that the group had crossed the border and was preparing to attack our soldiers. So I opened fire.
Gareth Stanton looked very strange when he heard this. He took over the conversation and continued to report.
We fought with the people of Tai Shui village for a total of 10 seconds. The village chief of Tai Shui village, Amamantis, and his 20 soldiers, all it was wiped out. One of our party was slightly injured because he did not wear a helmet while patrolling, and his forehead was grazed by stones blown up by the missile.
Chapter 178: The Destruction of Tai Shui Village. Wintertown's first self-defense counterattack lasted 10 seconds in total. In fact, it didn't take that long. RC just fired 2 missiles and fired the cannon for a few seconds. She is not worried about hurting her own people. Not only because she has confidence in her shooting skills, but also because she often watches soldiers train and knows that the armor on these soldiers is made of crystal mines added by Will Turner, the blacksmith of Wintertown. Special equipment made of powder. These armors generate an energy shield to protect soldiers when attacked. Of course, not wearing a helmet is a soldier's own mistake, and the soldier will receive some minor punishment and extra training. Of course, there are rewards. The specific rewards will be discussed by Gareth Stanton and Floyd. David now has to deal with another problem. Tai Shui village launched an attack on Cold Winter Town. This is an irrefutable fact. Although Cold Winter Town successfully defeated the enemy, it does not mean that the matter is over. David didn't think for long, and after 2 seconds, he motioned to Elias to help him put on the armor. The Lightbringer suit, which had been put aside for a long time, was once again worn by David, coupled with a gorgeous cloak and a top-notch war horse imported from the world of Azeroth. David's personal image was impeccable. Floyd and Gareth Stanton also donned new armor.
and 10 more soldiers were ordered. Everyone put on the special armor of Winter Town. And outside the armor was the blue and white wolf-headed robe that symbolized the Baron of Glamorgan family, Petunia, Liedron, together with the women of Winter Town and craftsman tailors in the group joined forces to make it. Instead of using armed Humvees and motorcycles, everyone rode on horses from Azeroth. And the horses were all covered in heavy armor, since establishing stable diplomatic relations with Lordaeron. David and the others no longer have to worry about the source of war horses. Currently, there are more than 20 war horses in Winter Town. If it is not unnecessary, they can completely provide for winter. All members of the Knights are currently equipped with war horses. Putting on weapons, David led the ceremonial officer Elias, 2 bodyguard knights and 10 soldiers of the Winter Knights, and rode towards the Ironwater village in the south. David also maintained contact with RC in the air through a walkie-talkie, and could call for air support at any time. Under the full speed of these top horses, even if they were heavily armored knights carrying the same heavy armor, David and his party quickly saw their destination. Taishui village is located visible to the naked eye from the southern sentry post in Cold Winter Town. From the location where Taishui village established the village, we can know that the conflict between them and Cold Winter Town is bound to happen. Therefore, David had expected that the Amamantis village chief would suddenly attack, which was why he led his people to charge over without thinking for long. David ran all the way to the edge of the village before stopping. He looked at the low wooden wall in front of him, and didn't take this defenseless city wall seriously at all. The person in front of you is Lord Baron Glamorgan, the border guardian of the Kingdom of Tilan, the pioneer of the territory, and the Lord of Winter Town. Inform your rulers here to come out and see the Baron immediately. The villagers standing on the other side of the low wooden wall of Taishui village looked at each other a few times, but no one left to call someone. Only one person replied with a trembling voice. The noble Baron, the village chief, is dead. David didn't need to answer. The person talking to him was still Elias. Who is running the village now? Several people looked at each other again, and finally their eyes focused on a thin middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw all the villagers looking at him, he cursed secretly in his heart, but he could only bite the bullet and walked up. Your noble Lord Baron Glamorgan, Wilcox sends you his most sincere regards. Greeting. Which family do you serve? Elias looked at the image and temperament of the middle-aged man named Wilcox, and knew that this man was probably the scoundrel of a certain family. The result was worse than Elias expected. Wilcox said that he was not qualified to serve the nobles at all. He was just a person who ran errands and made some small ideas for Amamantis. Mantis is the one who serves the nobles of Iron Tree Castle, because Amamantis had been more reliable in doing things in the past. When the Barnett family he served wanted to get a share of the Northern Plains, he was sent over to serve as the village chief of Taishui village. Objectively speaking, the Barnett family holds Amamantis in high regard. In addition to providing various resources, they also promised that they would not deprive the village chief of Amamantis of his rights after Taishui village truly established a foothold in the Northern Plains. His identity will even make Amamantis the real village chief of Ironwater village and grant him the status of a knight. Of course, Ironwater village will not always be the territory of the Amamantis family. After his death, the village will be taken back by the Barnett family. Even so, it was a huge reward for Amamantis. So Amamantis was very concerned about Ironwater village and had no intention of abandoning it and returning to Iron Tree Castle. Therefore, when the village encountered an existential crisis, his first choice was to reach out to Winter Town in the north. But he didn't expect that Winter Town in the north was a monster that he couldn't afford to provoke. He mobilized the 20 most elite soldiers in Taishui village. But he didn't even see the shadow of Winter Town. He just stepped into that his border line, which looked ridiculous, was completely wiped out. Moreover, since Taishui village is not far from the border of Winter Town, the scene where Amamantis and 20 elite soldiers were suddenly disappeared by RC in 10 seconds was clearly seen by the people in Taishui village. This is also the real reason why when David came over with his men and horses, no one jumped out even though there were elite soldiers in the village who could fight. It's not that the soldiers are timid. Taishui village was successfully established at this location. During this period, these soldiers often fought against the elves in the south. The soldiers' combat effectiveness and spiritual will were truly tested. But faced with RC's outrageous existence, they had no idea of resistance. What's more, it's useless even if they have the courage. That pink monster can fly. And even if they jump with all their strength, they can't reach each other. David had been studying the expressions of these people, and had already guessed that RC's previous ferocious attack had completely frightened these people.
It seemed that there was no need to continue threatening them, and it would be better to get to the point directly. After whispering a few instructions to Elias, the etiquette officer nodded to show that he understood what the Lord meant. Therefore, Elias no longer asked who was the manager of Taishui village, but directly listed the crimes committed by Amamantis, the head of Taishui village, including but not limited to rebellion, conspiracy, robbery, etc. The eyes of the people in Ironwater village twitched when they heard this. Fortunately, the unknown lord finally changed the subject and said that now that the culprit had been killed, the kind Lord Baron Glamorgan was not prepared to continue pursuing the matter. However, Taishui village certainly cannot continue to exist. Wilcox didn't have the guts to question what the other party said. He was just worried about what would happen to the villagers of Taishui village if Taishui village was gone. Fortunately, Lord Glamorgan, announced that illegal villages like Ironwater village had been completely banned, and the villagers were free to choose where to go.
You can go back to Iron Tree Fort.
David glanced at the soldiers. These soldiers were all soldiers of Iron Tree Fort. These people were obviously not within the scope of his recruitment.
You can also go to other villages and towns on the northern plains.
This choice actually gives these people a feeling that they have a choice. Sometimes it is just an additional option that is actually useless. And many people will feel that they have a choice. Really being able to choose.
Or join Winter Town.
After announcing all the options, David looked at the villagers who gradually gathered in his sight. There were not many people in this Taishui village. There should be more than 100 people gathered here. He also noticed that there were people in the houses in the distance looking this way, which meant that the population of this village was much more than the people gathered in front of him. If all these villagers can be brought to Cold Winter Town, Cold Winter Town will be one step closer to having a population of over 1,000. However, he knew that all of these people would definitely not go to Winter Town, especially those from the Barnett family. These people were not just soldiers, but also included craftsmen, tailors, and a large number of farmers. Those who can really be pulled away by him are the free people who came to the northern plains from Iron Tree Fort and other areas. These people only account for a small part of the population of Iron Shui village.
You have one night to think about it and pack your bags. You must leave this place before noon tomorrow.
Normally, David has no power to expel these villagers. After all, this is not within the territory of Winter Town. But at this moment, David was the one holding the handle of the knife. The villagers of Taishui village were just ingredients waiting to be processed on the chopping board, and they had no room for rejection. As for bringing everyone back to Winter Town, he considered it, but gave up. His Winter Town is in a critical period of development, and he is not prepared to take a large group of captives back, even if these captives can provide a large amount of labor, and can also be used to ask for ransom from the Barnett family. One is that there are too many people to place and manage, and the other is that he is not sure whether this act of plundering the population will cause dissatisfaction among some of his friends in the village. After all, these people are ordinary civilians who have not participated in the battle. Forcibly bringing him back to Winter Town would appear to be too unjust for him. The most critical factor is that David himself does not want to do this. He always hopes that the territory will be filled with people who really want to live in Winter Town for a long time. Such people will work hard to help him develop and build Winter Town, making the territory better and better. David knew his idea was naive, but he decided to do it anyway. After all, I have the final say on my territory. Chapter 179 Chaos breaks out in the northern plains. Wilcox looked at the knights in the village. He was very curious about this group of soldiers from Winter Town. The Lord Baron Glamorgan has left, and the kingdom's etiquette officer named Elias Parker has also left. But that doesn't mean that the people in Ironwater village can pretend that the other party has never been here and continue here. Local life. Because the knight named Gareth Stanton stayed with his soldiers to monitor and urge the villagers of Taishui village to move. Some people privately expressed their dissatisfaction, thinking that the people in Winter Town were too domineering. But no one dared to say these words to the soldiers face to face. No matter how much they complained privately, everyone was packing their bags and getting ready to leave early tomorrow morning. Fortunately, these soldiers in Cold Winter Town did not confiscate everyone's private property. Although the farmland yield in Taishui village is getting lower and lower, they have been busy for more than half a year, and everyone has some wealth in their hands, which can ensure that they have sufficient travel expenses, coupled with the large-scale development of the northern plains. This area is dotted with many villages. Even if you miss one village if you go in the wrong direction, there is a high probability that you will find another village quickly. They don't have to worry about losing their way on the northern plains. If that doesn't work,
They can use the Iron Tree Forest as a reference. As long as they keep a sufficient distance from the Iron Tree Forest, they don't have to worry about the elves in the forest coming out to attack them. It's just that these people have different ideas about where to go. Some people want to go to other villages to see the situation. At least get through this winter first. Otherwise, the food reserves they have obtained after all the hard work of traveling to the northern plains will not be enough to support them in returning to Iron Tree Fort and living in peace all winter long. Some want to go back to Iron Tree Fort directly. These people are basically contract farmers of the Barnett family. They don't have to worry about not being able to survive the winter. They will continue to serve the Barnett family after they return. The last few people want to go to Winter Town. These people are free peasants outside Iron Tree Castle. The same people who first learned about Winter Town from the kingdom's propaganda and came to the north in the hope of changing their lives. It's just that we stopped in Taishui village halfway, wasting more than half a year of time and energy. Early the next morning, the villagers of Taishui village had brought all their belongings and divided into 2 teams. One of them has animals pulling carts. And there are also carts that can carry large amounts of supplies. They are heading towards Iron Tree Fort. They will pass through several villages on the way. Anyone who wants to try their luck in the surrounding villages can also go with them. The other team doesn't have many people, and most of them can only fight 1 pack. And that's all they have. These people only brought a small amount of food with them, and sold the rest of the food in their hands to other people in the village, preparing to use these supplies to start over in Winter Town. To everyone's surprise, Wilcox actually stood in his team. It seemed that he was also preparing to go to Winter Town. Floyd glanced at Wilcox, then glanced at the people in the other team, and found that these people didn't pay the slightest attention to Wilcox, the former interim manager of Ironwater Village. Knowing that this guy's popularity in Taishui Village might not be very good.
Mr. Wilcox, are you going to go back and report to the Barnett family about the situation here? Of course. Other people will report the situation in Taishui Village to the Barnett family, and the noble men of the Barnett family will not pay attention to me. He only gained the right to speak in Ironwater Village by holding Amamandi's thigh. Now that Amamandi's is dead, he has lost everything. When he returned to Iron Tree Fort, he had no way to start from scratch. At that time, his situation was not much better than those begging on the street. Instead of doing this, it is better to go to Winter Town. Maybe there will be a better way out. Just like now. Didn't I just strike up a conversation with a knight? Through a few exchanges, Wilcox already knew that this knight named Floyd was one of the knights guarding the Lord of Winter Town, Baron Glamorgan. If I can build a good relationship with this Floyd Knight Master, maybe I can get a good job? For example, running errands for Mr. Floyd Knight. Wilcox made his own calculations and followed the heavily armed soldiers towards Winter Town. There were no attacks along the way, and the terrain was flat, and it hadn't rained recently. The road conditions were good, so even if we walked a little slowly, we arrived at Winter Town very quickly. Seeing the wooden house appearing in the distance, the people traveling with them were a little disappointed, but when they saw the tall palace that had been built, they felt that this Winter Town was not that bad, especially when passing through large tracts of farmland. The eyes of these farmers shone with light. These farmers have lived on the northern plains for more than half a year, have experienced at least 1 round of planting, and know what the crops in Taishui Village are like. It is incomparable to the situation in the farmland of cold Winter Town. It simply does not look like farmland on the same land. Why do the crops here grow so well? Has Winter Town taken over all the richest land in the northern plains? No wonder they have such an outrageous border. It must be the Baron who knows how rich this land is, and how barren the land in other places is. Hey, to be honest, if I knew about this situation, I would have drawn a boundary early to prevent others from knowing about the situation in my family.
The farmers around him said everything, but their tone became much more relaxed. Obviously, the conditions of the farmland in cold Winter Town have given these farmers hope for the future, and they feel that they have made the right choice. But Wilcox noticed another thing. There are not many people in Winter Town. When everyone only focused on the farmland, they didn't think much of it. But after walking forward for a while, they noticed the busy construction site in the distance, where many people were busy. In addition, what shocked everyone the most was that they had seen a few green metal giants from a distance just now. But they didn't pay much attention, thinking they were just strange buildings or plants. Everyone just looked at the farmland. Looking over again, I discovered that those metal giants were also busy on the construction site. In addition to the giants, there were also things of the same color that looked strange and had no idea of their use, mixer trucks. While looking at it with a shocked face,
They discussed in a low voice what on earth was that thing. Wilcox was also thinking about what it was. But instead of staring at the giant, he began to look at other places in Winter Town. A very ordinary wooden house. Except for the huge palace. Winter Town doesn't look much different from the iron water village they built. But he noticed that stone pavements had been laid around the palace. And judging from the signs, these stone pavements would be paved for a long distance and cover a large area. He realized that Winter Town was undergoing infrastructure construction. The palace was built first, probably because it was the residence of the Baron Glamorgan. Just as Wilcox was looking around, he soon saw a tall blonde woman walking towards him and others.
This is Eva McKenna, the clerk of Winter Town. The clerk will register you next.
Wilcox wanted to have a few more words with Floyd about a lesbian relationship. But after the Lord Knight said this, he rode away. Floyd has to rush to report the situation to David. The main thing is that this trip brought back 17 free farmers from Taishui village. They are currently being registered by Eva McKenna. David will get it from Eva later. More detailed reporting.
Where is Taishui village? Following your instructions. After making sure everyone has moved away to a safe distance, ask Miss RC to completely destroy it.
Although Freud didn't quite understand David's order, he still executed it firmly. In fact, in his opinion, they can completely transform Taishui village into a sentry post. It is not far from the original southern sentry post anyway. Just think that Winter Town has expanded some distance to the south.
Don't feel bad. Compared to the impact of having RC destroy a new village in front of countless people, a few broken houses are nothing.
Freud didn't expect that Lord Glamorgan would go out of his way to explain it to himself. This seemed to mean that the Lord's trust in him had increased. At the same time, he also thought of the shocked expressions of the other group of people who had not gone far when they saw RC falling from the sky and using missiles and cannons to completely destroy a village in the blink of an eye. These people will definitely spread what they saw and heard today to other villages. Maybe it won't be long before rumors, like Baron Glamorgan of Winter Village owns a terrifying pink flying dragon, will be spread throughout the northern plains.
Right?
Freud's guess was still conservative. What he didn't know was that Vanessa Van Cleef, who was out investigating the surrounding situation, received a new mission to spread the news that there was a terrifying flying dragon in Winter Town. In order to help Vanessa better complete this task, RC will increase the number and distance of patrols recently, and occasionally fly over the surrounding villages and towns at low altitude. David's main purpose in doing this was of course to intimidate. The secondary purpose is to see if it can cause panic in surrounding villages and towns, and even directly ignite the powder keg that is on the verge of eruption in some villages and towns. He didn't wait long. Only 3 days later, Vanessa sent back the news. Sheen Forrester had taken action against the villages and towns southeast of Frostbite Town, and she and Forrester's attack on neighboring villages and towns was like sending some kind of signal. Many villages and towns on the northern plains have fallen into a state of melee. Villages and towns that had been peacefully farming their own fields have started plundering mode. Chapter 180 Supreme Hydra Captain. Just when the villages on the northern plains were about to beat people's brains into dog brains, David's Winter Town was still happily and safely engaged in construction. The efficiency of the diggers is really strong. After the construction of Fort Glamorgan was completed, but the interior decoration was not completely completed, and even the styles of some furniture and carpets were not decided. The Winter Town Affairs building was given to them, covered, followed by the military camp and the high wall. The road around the Winter Fortress, Glamorgan Castle plus the town center plus the military camp, was also paved. Looking at the exaggerated efficiency of the diggers, David is a little more confident that the infrastructure construction work will be completely completed by this fall, in order to allow the Lord to move into his new home as soon as possible. The team of craftsmen has now focused on the interior decoration of Fort Glamorgan. Judging from the current efficiency of the craftsmen, it will take at most 7 days to complete all the work, and then David can truly live in this palace of his own. This is what Van Cleef estimated, but he didn't expect that his craftsmen would burst out with great enthusiasm. They actually started working overnight and completed all the finishing work in just over 2 days. This happens because David orders Digger to help the craftsmen build their own new home, although he issued this order because the construction efficiency of the diggers was too high. At this rate, it was time for those wooden houses to be demolished. But the craftsmen's new homes haven't been built yet. Should they let everyone in Winter Town camp together? David didn't want to see that kind of scene at all. So he asked Digger to temporarily stop the construction of the Winter Fortress and surrounding facilities, and instead help the craftsmen build the new home first, regardless of David's reasons. His order made the craftsmen feel grateful from the bottom of their hearts. The Lord did not forget the promise he made at the beginning, and even started to help the craftsmen build before all the agreed work was completed. New home. The grateful craftsmen burst out with the greatest enthusiasm for work and completed the finishing work of Fort Glamorgan with the fastest efficiency. By this time, the construction work of Fort Glamorgan was declared complete, and it was only necessary to add some furniture and daily necessities before it could be officially moved in. The craftsmen are also building new homes very quickly. Those small houses are like building blocks for the diggers. This work is very simple, labor-saving, and does not take much time at all. That is to say, there are more quantities. Otherwise, the diggers can build it faster. After all the basic construction work was completed, the diggers were given a new task: to go to the winter forest to the north of Winter Town. They wanted to build a large enough water plant near the river bank in the forest to replace the current winter forest. Dongjian's small water purification equipment provides clean and convenient tap water for the entire Dongjian. Then, there is a wastewater and garbage treatment plant. This plant has a special situation, and will be jointly managed by Pierre Newton and Mark Watney. If David's idea succeeds, all kinds of garbage and wastewater produced in Winter Town in the future can be disposed of without pollution. This can undoubtedly ensure the living environment around cold Winter Town to the greatest extent. Who doesn't want the place where they live to be more beautiful and more comfortable? Although Winter Town has not yet produced any hugely polluting garbage, as time goes by, he doesn't know what will happen in the future. If this waste disposal plant built with the knowledge of alchemy and shamans succeeds, it will be a huge good thing.
Water supply, sewerage, and garbage disposal.
David put the manufacturing of the power plant behind. Currently, Fort Glamorgan has a separate power supply equipment that directly uses crystal mines to generate electricity, which is more than enough to ensure the daily power consumption of a building. In the entire Winter Town, there are currently not many places that require electricity. The main ones are the newly built water plants, wastewater, and garbage treatment plants. The current output of the crystal mine can ensure normal operation. Although the main frame of everyone's house has been completed now, everyone is busy improving the interior. There is still time before everyone can move into the new home. By then, the diggers should have completed the work at hand and started building the power plant. Standing in the map room, looking at the model sandbox of Winter Town and the surrounding areas on the table in front of him, David, Edwin Van Cleef, Weatherby Swan, and Eva were discussing the next work. At this time, there were not only these people gathered in the map room. Sylvanas, Jaina, Renaud, Will, Mark, Leonard, and others were all there. The reason is simple. With the official completion of Fort Glamorgan, David sent out an invitation to everyone and agreed on a date to hold a celebration party. Today was that day. But everyone hadn't arrived yet. So everyone followed David and prepared to visit the Glamorgan Castle first. When we came to the map room, we chatted about the next construction plan. Just as David was describing his next plan, Leon arrived under the leadership of Clausa, and then Peggy, Steve, and Sharon, the family of 3, also walked in. After seeing that there were more and more people, and that the originally spacious map room seemed a bit crowded, David stopped talking and led everyone out of the map room. He personally acted as a tour guide, introducing everyone to this palace that belonged entirely to him.
This gives me a very weird feeling.
Leon looked around. Although the internal layout was very different, there were still many familiar shadows.
Feel like I'm on a tour group to Washington?
Mark feels this way now.
No. I feel like I went back to work in a daze.
Leon shook his head. This place wouldn't give him the feeling of a tourist attraction. He would just feel like he hadn't gotten off work yet.
Oh, it's you who are in the worst situation now.
Following David, I took a general look at the first floor and the basement, and then went up to the second and third floors for a stroll. Among them, there are many empty rooms on the third floor whose use has not been decided, except for David's bedroom and office. No one has claimed the other rooms on the second floor. Although David asked who was interested in living with him, he got one answer to.
It's more comfortable to live alone.
Forget it for others. David looked at Laura, who was mixed in the crowd speechlessly, only to get a grimace in return. After finally reaching the fourth floor, they opened the door and went to the roof. Everyone stood on the tallest building in Winter Town and took a good look at the surroundings. Because I spent a lot of time waiting and wandering around, the sun had already set towards the west, and the whole world was dyed with a layer of dimness. Everyone stood on the west side of the roof and looked at the vast cold winter river for a while, and then looked at the towering mountains in the distance to the north.
It's so beautiful here.
After coming to Winter Town for a while, Weatherby Swan began to understand how magical this place is. But it also means that he has a lot to learn. Therefore, Weatherby Swan did not accept David's suggestion immediately and serve as the political officer of Wintertown. However, after learning enough knowledge and looking at the beautiful scenery and the advanced town under his feet that was undergoing earth-shaking changes and was almost born from scratch, the ambition in his heart burned again. It must be very fulfilling to be able to be the political officer of such a city and develop it into a big city. It was not only Weatherby Swan who had renewed his ambitions, but also James Norrington, who was a little confused by all the strange and weird things in Wintertown. And it took him a while to adapt. The former Royal Navy Commodore also felt inspired to fight while looking at the vast Winter River. If he has no wish to be fulfilled in that world, he should continue to work hard in this world. He must build a powerful navy for Wintertown, starting from finding the outlet to the sea. Little did David know that taking everyone to visit their new home could have such an effect. At this time, he was chatting quietly with Steve. He wanted to ask Steve if he could help him get the arc reactor.
Arc reactor?
Steve immediately understood what David meant.
Do you want to use the arc reactor to supply power to the entire Wintertown? Yes. That is a very powerful, clean energy source. Anyway, I can't think of a better choice in a short time.
In fact, David had several options in mind. But after thinking about it, he found that none of those options were as good as the arc reactor. The most important thing is that the arc reactor is within reach, and other choices depend on appearance. I wonder if Steve is proud enough to let Tony Stark come to his Wintertown and help him build a reactor.
I can ask this for you. You can tell Tony Stark that he is not asking him to assist Wintertown for free. I can pay him a reward,
David explained specifically.
This reward can be technology from other worlds.
As a super genius, Tony Stark should be interested in Transformers technology, such as the famous Cybertronian compression technology. If this thing is given to Tony, it may make the steel armor's combat effectiveness increase explosively. After chatting about business for a while, David asked about Steve's situation. As the next Supreme Mage who has been pre-decided, Steve already knows what his original future looks like, and naturally also knows what troubles he will face. David wanted to know if Steve needed his help. Unexpectedly, when David mentioned Hydra, Steve gave an answer that shocked David.
Actually, I have joined Hydra.
What?
How is that possible?
David was really frightened. What kind of divine unfolding was this? Could it be that the Supreme Mage route also unlocks the story of Captain Hydra?
Don't worry. I just pretended to join Hydra and wanted to figure out the internal details of these guys.
Steve paused for 2 seconds and then added,
I want to rescue Bucky. Oh, I see.